Bite Your Fingertips Chapter 1 to Chapter 44. Qingchuan Road was an old street. The buildings were messy and dilapidated. Small advertisements for business licenses, loans, medicine, and engraved seals seemed to grow on the gray cement walls. The electric wires were densely stretched over the top of his head. The rubber was wrapped in a thick layer of dust and its original color could not be seen. Ji wandered around for more than half an hour and successfully got lost. It was August and it was still the hottest time of the day. Ji was irritated. He sincerely reflected that he had seen a local food guide promoted by a public account. He was salivating because of a picture of stewed beef and the description. Then, he ran to this old and dilapidated place. What af** king idiot. Ji's mind was full of messy thoughts. He did not stop walking. When he turned around the corner, he vaguely heard a loud noise. He hesitated and walked forward a few steps. When he looked around, he was shocked. There were actually people fighting in this 30 to 40 degrees Celsius high temperature. In the narrow alley, there were two groups of people. There were about 7 to 8 people on one side. They were wearing black singlets and had large flower tattoos on their arms. As long as their flesh was exposed, there was a green dragon tattoo. At first glance, it was obvious that they were gangsters. They were aggressive and were not to be trifled with. There was one person on the other side. From Chiyu's angle, he could only see half of the person's side profile. He was young and wore a simple and refreshing white t-shirt and jeans. His exposed wrist was thin and fair. Compared with the group of people with large flower tattoos on their arms, he looked like he could not withstand a fight. Chiyu pondered for a few seconds. He had a feeling that someone was going to die. He quickly called 110 to report to the police. In this kind of fight, the party who started the fight would probably make an opening statement first. They would talk about the reason or highlight their deterrence. The leader of the flower tattoos was wearing a pair of bright red sports shorts. He was tall and sturdy with eye-catching muscles. He also wore a shiny nose ring. He took a step forward with the demeanor of a big brother. He raised his chin like he was looking at a little chick. Lucier, if you king kneel down and apologize to us, we will spare your arm today. After he finished speaking, the row of underlings standing behind him laughed loudly. Chiyu held his breath and quietly watched. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Tattooed Brothers' line wasn't very good. It was old-fashioned and lacked momentum. So much bullshit tea? I haven't had lunch yet and I'm a little hungry. To save time, all of you can come at me together. Huh, Chiyu gasped, his voice was lazy and quite pleasant to the ears. It was just that the content of his words was too much. Coupled with his lazy and disdainful tone, the degree of provocation was 100%. Chiyu originally thought that the tattooed men wouldn't be able to hold themselves back and would make a move, but the other party didn't follow this routine. The boss in the red sports shorts didn't move, as if he was a little afraid. The person called Lucier was in a good mood. He still spoke in a lazy tone, but his words were provocative. You don't dare? Kneel down and call me grandpa 3 times, and I'll let you grandsons go. How about it? When he said this, his tone was steady, without any fluctuation. But in this environment and at this time, it was like throwing a lit match into a barrel of gunpowder. Boom! It exploded. The boss in the red pants had triangular eyes and his muscles bulged. He raised his fist and smashed it fiercely at Lucier. Chiyu was so scared that he took half a step back. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he saw his fist with the green dragon tattoo being grabbed. Lucier grabbed the other party's fist and fiercely pulled it down. At the same time, he bent his right leg and used his knee to hit the other party's abdomen. The dull sound of the knee hitting the flesh made Chiyu feel pain just from hearing it. After being hit in the knee, the boss in the red pants instinctively arched his back and opened his mouth to retch. Then, Lucier kicked him in the knee. In the blink of an eye, he was lying on the ground coughing repeatedly. He was like a dead dog, unable to get up again. Lucier spoke again. Tisk, so weak? It was a good statement, but he deliberately raised the last syllable. It was full of contempt. Sure enough, the few tattooed men standing behind were enraged. They swore in their native language and rushed forward like a swarm of bees. At this time, Chiyu finally saw Lucifer's face clearly. Wow, he's actually a handsome guy. The visual impact of that face was a little strong. Chiyu took a while to come back to his senses. At this time, Lucifer had already nimbly taken down 2 people in succession. This person's face did not have the slightest bit of passion or excitement when he fought. On the contrary, his expression was indifferent. There was not a trace of warmth in his eyes. His eyes were dark and cold. With a crisp crack, one of the tattooed man's wrists was broken and he screamed in pain. As if annoyed by the screams, Lucifer raised his hand and twisted, dislocating the man's jaw. The world fell silent. In the alley, there was only the sound of flesh hitting flesh and heavy breathing and painful screams. The men fell to the ground. Only the last tattooed man was still standing. The man's desire to live was very strong. He threw away the wooden stick he had picked up from somewhere. His legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. From now on, you're my father. My grandfather. So noisy. The tattooed man shut up in a second. He trembled as he looked at the young man in front of him. The young man's eyebrows were full of violent hostility. He looked at people as if they were wooden stakes, gloomy and without a trace of liveliness. In the middle of summer, the tattooed man felt a chill run down his back. Lucifer's left arm was cut open. Blood dripped from his fingertips to the ground. He did not care. He looked down at the trembling man kneeling on the ground and said, "Have you seen enough?" Chiyu had already noticed the wound on the man's arm. He stared at the dripping blood without blinking. He was a little dazed. His throat suddenly felt dry and itchy. He was thirsty, but he did not want to drink water. What was wrong with him? The hot summer wind blew over. Chiyu wrinkled his nose. He seemed to have smelled a particularly pleasant smell. But when he sniffed carefully, the smell was gone. It smelled really good. Just as he was immersed in the smell, he suddenly heard a question. He had been discovered. The question was directed at him. Chiyu walked out from the corner of the wall and met the dark eyes of the gangster. His heart skipped a beat. He remembered how ruthless the gangster was when he hit him just now. He did not bother about whether he was thirsty or not. He quickly made his stance clear. "I'm just passing by." He blinked and took a breath. Seeing that the gangster was still staring at him, he decided to continue. "Actually, I just called the police, Xianxia Road Police Station." This was Chiyu's first time at a police station. Everything was new to him. In the small room, the tattooed man was lying on the ground, screaming in pain. "Police? It's that guy. I'm so King Young, but he's so ruthless. CK, get a doctor to take a look at my hand. Is my left hand crippled?" A male and a female police officer were in charge of recording the statement. The female police officer was in her 30s. She frowned and slammed a pen on the table. "Quiet. Why don't you try shouting again? Each of you has a criminal record thicker than a dictionary. It's not even half a month yet. Count, how many times have you been here? Do you really think that you don't have to pay for the electricity when you come here to enjoy the air conditioning?" After yelling at them, the female police officer looked at Chiyu and the other man. Her voice was gentle. "Come, don't be afraid. You're safe now. Can you tell us what happened?" As she spoke, she got up and poured 2 cups of warm water for them. She also gave each of them a piece of fruit candy. The boss of the red pants, who was beaten up to the point of vomiting stomach acid, interrupted. "That little bastard," the female police officer said, "shut up." Chiyu lowered his head and held the disposable paper cup with both hands. He secretly glanced at Lucifer, who was sitting next to him. The person sitting next to him was different from before. The hostility and sharpness between his eyebrows had faded away. He sat quietly on the light blue plastic stool. His figure was thin, his back was straight, and his sitting posture was quite good. His right hand was placed on his knee. Under the cold and white lights of the police station, the veins under his skin were green. The wound on his left arm had stopped bleeding. It was covered by his sleeve and could not be seen. What a pity, what's a pity? Chiyu ignored the strange feeling in his heart and put down the cup of water. He felt hungry, so he peeled off the fruit candy given by the female police officer and stuffed it into his mouth. He organized his words and prepared to answer the female police officer's question. However, just as he opened his mouth, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Lu Shi's speech. My name is Lu Shi. I'm 17 years old. I'm in my second year of high school. This is my classmate. It was different from what he had expected. Gangster bro was actually still in school? He was in his second year of high school? No, this was not the main point. Qiyu blinked and realized that his classmate, Lu Shi, was going to start making up lies. When he suddenly met Lu Shi's gaze, Qiyu was so shocked that he crushed the fruit candy in his mouth. The image of Lu Shi punching someone coldly flashed through his mind. He also remembered the sharp and cold aura of that person when he was fighting. He hesitated for 2 seconds and decided to play along. My name is Qiyu. I'm 17 years old. We're classmates. He had a small face and beautiful facial features. His skin was smooth and fair, and his hair was naturally light. Under the light, it had a light brown hue. His hair was soft, and his eyes were clear. He did not look aggressive at all. Especially when he looked at people with a face of trust, it easily aroused the female police officer's desire to protect him. The female police officer had a friendly look on her face. It's okay, it's okay. Take your time. As she spoke, she took out another piece of candy and gave it to Qiyu. Were you scared today? Qiyu reached out to take the candy and thanked her politely. Because he had a piece of candy in his mouth, his words were vague and soft. Yeah, I was really scared. However, after that, Qiyu did not know what to say. He simply tilted his head and looked at Lu Shi, waiting for his classmate to show his acting skills. When he looked at him, he realized that this gangster was getting better and better looking. His facial features were very exquisite. His skin was fair, his nose was high, his pupils were dark, and his eyelashes were long. His double eyelids were long and narrow, and the ends of his eyes were beautiful. Receiving Qiyu's hint, Lu Shi tilted his head and looked at the few men behind him. He quickly retracted his gaze and said, Today, Qiyu and I agreed to watch a new movie together. We wanted to take a shortcut through the alley, but we didn't expect to bump into this group of people fighting. Qiyu was shocked. What kind of movie date was this? His expression did not change at all. He was indeed a gangster. He silently tore open the fruit candy wrapper and put it in his mouth to calm himself down. Behind them, a row of men squatted. The boss of the red pants cursed, F***ck off. You son of a B***tch made up a story about your Changgo. You, quiet. Don't you understand? The policewoman scolded angrily. You're so loud. What if you scare the little classmate? Qiyu consciously pretended to tremble. He pretended to be frightened by the loud voices of the gangsters. Then, he was comforted by another piece of fruit candy. He happily put it in his pocket. Lu Shi continued, Qiyu and I saw them fighting. It seemed like there was some kind of conflict. We heard someone saying something about how many times they encountered trouble in the gang and how a few of their brothers were injured. Chang'e did not stand up for them and said that he was not qualified to be their boss. Someone else refuted them and they started arguing. That's what happened. When we saw that something was wrong, we remembered what our teacher taught us. Qiyu called the police with his phone. Qiyu accidentally crushed the candy in his mouth again. His eyes were blank, but he nodded cooperatively. At the same time, he thought to himself, this answer is very logical. It sounds quite realistic. F***ck, he's lying. Chang'e kept quiet after being glared at by the policewoman. He squatted down again, the tips of his feet almost crushing the tiles on the floor. Chang'e collected protection fees in the area around Qingchuan Road. He was used to being a tyrant. He did not expect to meet a ghost here. He grumbled in his heart, this little brat looks like he can't fight. His knee almost pushed my stomach out. But now, he was singing the same tune as that classmate who came out of nowhere. They were pretending to be innocent in the police station, and no one was suspicious. Was everyone F***king blind? Qiyu ate the candy and spoke sweetly. His voice was soft. Yes, I was the one who called the police. this is my phone. There's a call record on it. The scene at that time scared me to death. Fortunately, you came in time. The policewoman said gently, this is what we should do. Don't be afraid. If you encounter something like this in the future, remember to call the police. Qiyu nodded a few times. Lucier also said, yes, the teacher said that it's the duty of every citizen to maintain social stability. Hearing Lucier say this sentence so fluently, Qiyu secretly looked at his classmate again. The situation was already very clear. Changge and his gang would be detained for criticism and education, but Qiyu and Lucier could leave after signing their names on the record. Before stepping out of the door, Changge squatted on the ground, holding his head with both hands. He tried to raise his chin, and under the policewoman's gaze, he called out to Lucier, I'll never change my name. I'm from the Azure Dragon gang. Which gang are you from? If you have the guts, tell me. I'll spar with you again when I get out of here. Qiyu thought to himself, no wonder they have Azure Dragon tattoos all over their bodies. They're really called the Azure Dragon gang. Is the Azure Dragon gang very powerful? Qiyu poked half his head out from behind Lucier and answered in a loud voice, we're from the Communist Youth League. When Qiyu came out of the police station, he had a transparent plastic bag in his hand. The bag was filled with fruit candies that the female police officer had forced into it. The bag was full of colorful fruit candies. He chose a raspberry-flavored one, peeled off the candy wrapper, and put it in his mouth. Qiyu thought of something and turned to ask Lucier, who was standing next to him, that, classmate, candy, do you want it? He looked at Lucier and felt a little scared. He felt that the person in front of him was even scarier than the row of flowery arms squatting in the police station. The wind was strong and the weather was very hot. Lucier was impatient. He looked at the watch on his left wrist and refused, no, I'm leaving first. Oh, okay. Qiyu nodded. He wanted to say goodbye out of habit, but he quickly swallowed his words. See him again? It'd be better if they never met again. Qiyu stood at the entrance of the police station for a while, in a daze. He suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip to Xianxia Road, his beef. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Qiyu was sincerely disappointed with his ability to find his way. He decided to put aside his pride and go to the convenience store next door to buy a bottle of water. He would take the opportunity to ask for directions. Lucier lived on Xianxia Road. It was an old-fashioned building from 30 years ago. The exterior walls were gray and muddy. The door was short, and the aisles were narrow. The green paint on the railings of the stairs was peeling off bit by bit, revealing the rust inside. There were also spider webs in the corners. He was a bit of a clean freak. When he got home, he took a shower and deliberately washed his hands 3 times. The wound on his left arm was soaked white. Lucier did not even look at it. He was too lazy to care. After changing into a clean white t-shirt, Lucier was drying his hair when his phone rang. Sure too? On the other side of the phone, Wei Guanglei was startled. He said in a hoarse voice, F***ck his ancestors. Lu Ge, did that blockhead Zhao Jiaqiang bring people to stop you? Lucier, who is it? Wei Guanglei felt as if he had been strangled. He could not vent his anger, so he could only patiently explain, it's that Changge who likes to wear red underpants and has tattoos all over his arms. He likes to say that he's the boss of the Green Dragon gang wherever he goes. Lucier matched the person with the name. Yes, he stopped me in the alley behind the street at noon. It's really blocked? Wei Guanglei panicked again. Lu Ge, my dear brother, you didn't cripple him, did you? Is he still alive? It was not that he liked to make up stories. It was just that when Lucier first moved to Xianxia Road, many people saw that he had just graduated from junior high school and did not have an adult in his family. Everywhere he went, he was alone, and the clothes he wore were not cheap. Just like a lamb that had suddenly barged in, with the words I'm rich, and I'm easy to bully written all over his body, some people began to have designs on him. The area around Xianxia Road was quite chaotic. It was filled with old houses that had not been demolished yet, and all kinds of people lived there. Especially in the summer, when there was a lot of activity, people would gather in the back alleys to fight with weapons. It was lively every day until midnight. Sometimes, people had to occupy a place in advance, otherwise it would be too crowded. So at first, for a long time, Lusher had fights almost every day. But later, in the entire Qingchuan Road, there were very few people who dared to fight with Lusher. Everyone reached a consensus: they could not beat him, they could not afford to provoke him. How was he king sheep? He was obviously a wild wolf. There was once a bold and evil person who did not believe in this. He saw that Lusher was young and good-looking, so he tried to pick the lock in the middle of the night. That night, he was held down by Lusher in the corridor and his legs were crippled. That person's cries of pain could be heard all over the street. Lusher threw away the white towel and took out a bottle of mineral water from the fridge. He unscrewed it and drank 2 mouthfuls. Nothing happened. Someone called the police, so everyone went to the police station together. Wei Guanglei did not expect this to happen. And then? They're still inside. I came out to eat first. Wei Guanglei sighed and felt strange. Who the f***ck called the police? Qingchuan Road had a secret rule. Everything was solved with fists. Whoever called the police was a coward. Lusher's words had a rare hint of a smile. He replied, a member of the Communist Youth League. Huh? Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a strong wind blew. Lusher walked to the entrance of Wei Guanglei's car repair shop and shouted, Stone. Wei Guanglei shouted from inside, take a shower. 2 minutes. Lusher felt stuffy and did not go in. He just stood at the door. All around him were old shops that had not changed their signboards for a decade or two. Lusher looked around casually, and his gaze suddenly froze. There was a familiar figure standing at the entrance of Old Yang's beef restaurant. Wei Guanglei walked out wearing a sports singlet. When he saw Lusher staring at him, he said, I just overheard. Lu Ge, didn't you help Uncle Yang advertise on that lousy public account 2 days ago? I didn't expect it to be so useful. Look, you helped Uncle Yang convince a new customer to come over. Lusher's eyesight was good. He saw clearly that it was indeed the member of the Communist Youth League from this afternoon. His name was Chu Yu. He was still holding the small plastic bag of fruit candies in his hand. He did not put them into the shop. Instead, he sat down at the table at the entrance. Chu Yu was probably a little disgusted by the stains on the plastic stool. He bent over patiently and wiped the stool with a tissue several times before sitting down hesitantly. Lusher looked at Wei Guanglei, whose hair was still dripping with water. What do you want to eat? My mom specially made chicken soup before we played mahjong. She said that school is about to start and that you always get first place in your grade and get a scholarship. It's so hard to be a top student. You need to nourish your brain. She also told me not to drink too much. I'm very disappointed. Is this how you treat me? Also, there's still half a month before school starts. What's the point of nourishing my brain so early? As he talked nonsense, Wei Guanglei placed the folding table in the corner in front of the shop. Lusher took the bowls, chopsticks, and the soup pot. The two of them dragged the plastic stool over and started eating. Before they finished eating, the rain that had been brewing for half a day finally poured down like a torrential downpour. Qingchuan Road's drainage system was quite ordinary. The streets were filled with water in a short time. After they scattered the seedlings, they could immediately raise fish. Through the layers of rain, Lusher could see that Chu Yu had finished eating and was happily chatting with Uncle Yang. He had even packed a portion of beef to take away. Uncle Yang took out an umbrella. He was probably asking Chu Yu if he wanted one. Chu Yu waved his hand and refused. However, he did not leave. He sat on the stool and ate the small bag of fruit candies. Wei Guanglei was still growing. He finished a bowl of rice in a few mouthfuls. He finished half a bowl of chicken soup and was about to take a 1-minute break when he brought up the topic of Changgu again. I heard that Changgu has been eyeing you for a few days. They haven't dared to make a move yet. It's probably because they are worried about the rumors. Yesterday, they collected protection money from the street vendors and got into a quarrel. I don't know why, but you were involved. Today, they probably brought people to stop you to prove their status as a big brother. After saying so much, Wei Guanglei finished the second half of his sentence. We're all brothers. My mom is your mom. Zhu Jifei's mom is also your mom. Anyway, what I mean is that if you really go to the police station and need someone to bail you out, you can just call my mom. She's either at the mahjong table or on the way to the mahjong table. She's very free. Lucier did not like to trouble others. If he could solve a problem, he would think of a way to solve it himself. However, when he met Wei Guanglei's eyes, he said, "Okay. Thanks." Lucier continued to eat with his eyes closed. His body was slender and thin. Whether it was his sitting posture or the way he held his chopsticks, it was a little inexplicably unique. Every time at this time, Wei Guanglei would feel that this brother of his was sitting very close to him, but they were very far apart. He suddenly remembered that his mom was chatting with Aunt Jing, who lived next door to Lucier. She said that not long after Lucier came to Qingchuan Road, a bodyguard in a suit came to look for Lucier in a luxury car that could only be seen on TV. Not long after, the bodyguard left and never came back again. At this time, Wei Guanglei's attention was drawn away. He put down his bowl and cursed, F***ck. This car must cost 7 or 8 million, right? Lucier looked up and followed Wei Guanglei's line of sight. He saw a black Rolls-Royce brake through the rain and slowly stop in front of Old Yang's beef restaurant. The driver's door opened, and a uniformed driver with white gloves got out of the car with a large black umbrella. He hurriedly walked around the back of the car and stopped in front of Chuyu. After exchanging a few words, Chuyu got up and said goodbye to Uncle Yang. Then, he hid under the umbrella and was escorted to the front of the car by the driver. He waited for the driver to open the door before he sat in the back seat. This behavior shocked Wei Guanglei. Which rich family's young master is coming to experience life here? Uncle Yang is probably so happy that he can brag about it for half a year. As the Rolls-Royce drove away, Lucier retracted his gaze and took a sip of his soup. He thought of the time when Chuyu was carrying a bag of sweets at the entrance of the police station and asked him if he wanted one. His eyes were light and seemed to be filled with amber light under the sun. He was indeed a young master with clean eyes without any haze. In the car, Chuyu was a little cold from the air conditioning. He tilted his head and looked out of the car window, but the glass was full of water and blurred. He couldn't see anything clearly. He had a feeling that when he got into the car, the person sitting across the street was the gangster from Noon, but he didn't have time to confirm it. But what could he do even if he confirmed it? Chuyu didn't let himself think about it anymore. He raised the fruit candy in his hand and said to the driver, "Uncle Chen, do you want to try the candy? I have a lot." Uncle Chen glanced at Chuyu from the rearview mirror. He smiled and said, "Young master, don't eat it. This kind of candy is not good. It's uncomfortable and not good for your health. I just saw that the beef restaurant is the same. Just try it fresh. It's not clean. Your Aunt Lon made mung bean cakes for you at home. I think it smells good." Chuyu was a little disappointed. He wanted to say that the beef was really, really delicious. The article on the public account didn't lie to him. This candy was also delicious. He didn't feel uncomfortable after eating it. He didn't let go of the plastic bag. He wanted to say that he had gone to the police station with a gangster and a group of tattooed men for half a day, but he didn't dare to say it. Chuyu didn't want to disappoint him. In the end, he only said, "Really? Then I'll go back and try it." Uncle Chen didn't notice his depressed mood and continued, "Madam came home this morning to get some important documents. She asked where you were, and I told her that you went out to play with your classmates. She said that she's busy recently and won't be coming back to stay." Chuyu pinched the colorful candy wrapper. His fingertips were stained with a little candy, and it was sticky and uncomfortable. He was stunned for a moment before he nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Uncle Chen advised him as usual, "Young master, don't think that Madam doesn't care about you. Madam misses you. It's just that Sir passed away suddenly, and all the pressure fell on Madam's shoulders. She's busy now, so naturally, she can't take care of the family." Chew. You had heard this kind of words countless times since he was young. He turned his eyes and looked at the street scene in the rain outside the car window. After a while, he answered in a low voice, "Yes, I know." When he got home, Chuyu didn't get wet at all. Still, Aunt Lon anxiously pushed him into the bathroom to take a bath. After soaking for a long time, Chiyu's limbs felt weak. After changing his clothes, he looked at himself in the mirror and realized that his hair seemed to have grown a little longer. His fingernails had clearly been cut yesterday, but they had grown again today. Could it be that he had entered the growth period again? He didn't think too much about it. At night, he lay in bed and played games. Before going to bed, he told himself a story to hypnotize himself. Soon, he fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Chiyu dreamed that he had fallen from the mouth of a volcano. His body was unbearably hot, and his blood vessels felt like they were about to explode. Then, he dreamed that he was in a winding alley. The sunlight was dazzling. Lucia tilted her head and looked at him. Her eyebrows were dark, and her gaze was cold and sharp. The wound on her left arm was still bleeding. Chiyu was woken up by thirst. His throat felt like it was on fire. It was so dry and itchy that it hurt a little. Chiyu went downstairs in his soft-soled slippers. He put on a light blue cotton pajamas and rubbed his eyes as he walked. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have dreamed of the gangster from the day. That person's bleeding wound and cold eyes appeared in front of his eyes again. How big of a trauma was that? It actually chased into his dream. Afraid that he would wake Aunt Lon up, Chiyu quietly poured himself a glass of water. After drinking the entire glass, the dry itch in his throat didn't ease at all. Chiyu poured himself another glass. He didn't expect that not only did it not quench his thirst, but it also made him hungry. The light from the street lamps in the villa area shone in. Chiyu didn't turn on the lights. Instead, he went to the kitchen to fiddle with the refrigerator. He reached out to the freezer to get a sandwich. Suddenly, he realized that his fingernails seemed to have grown a little longer since he took a shower. Did he remember wrongly? His mind was clouded with sleepiness. He vaguely thought that he should cut his fingernails tomorrow as he ate 3 buns in a row. Chiyu vomited in the middle of the night. Aunt Lon was woken up by the noise. She hurriedly poured water and a towel for him and said worriedly, "The food outside is unhealthy and unclean. My young master, if you want to eat stewed beef, let Aunt Lon make it for you. We don't eat outside. Madam didn't give birth to you at full term. You were so small at that time. Sigh, you look so pitiful." Chiyu vomited everything in his stomach. He didn't feel weak. Instead, he was lively and felt that his body was so light that he could fly in the sky in a second. He pressed his hands on Aunt Lan's shoulders and pushed her into the bedroom. He hummed in response, "Aunt Lon, I'm really fine. I'm very energetic. I feel better after vomiting." It's true, it's true. Aunt Lon had taken care of Chiyu since he was a child, so they were very close. She reached out to touch Chiyu's forehead. After confirming that he didn't have a fever, she was relieved. "Fortunately, you don't have a fever." Okay. I'll go to sleep. You should sleep for a while too. Call me if you feel uncomfortable again. Tomorrow, eat light food." The bedroom door was closed, and the surroundings were quiet again. Chiyu stood in place for a while. Then, he took out a thermometer from the medical kit and took his temperature. 36 degrees 5, normal. He stared at the thermometer in a daze. Aunt Lon said he didn't have a fever, and the thermometer was normal, but he had been feeling hot ever since he woke up from his dream. The heat that seeped through his bones and blood vessels was like a fire burning in his body. Could it be that even the central air conditioning could not suppress the boiling hot blood of a teenager? After putting away the thermometer, Chiyu lay down on the big bed in the bedroom. He stretched out his long legs and raised his phone to send a WeChat message. "Brother, let me ask you a private question. When you were young, did you have a situation where you couldn't control your boiling blood in the middle of the night?" His brother was called Xian, the eldest son of the family. He was 10 years older than him and was currently overseas, helping the Chu family expand their business territory. The reply came very quickly. "Xian, I am also very young now." "Xian, not sleeping in the middle of the night? Take a cold shower, or cook for yourself." After looking back and forth twice, Chiyu suddenly realized that his brother was actually driving, but it seemed to make sense. Chiyu calmed down. He threw his phone away and closed his eyes to sleep. After half a month, Chiyu found Qingchuan Road alone again. He didn't know if it was because the weather was too hot, but he didn't have an appetite for anything during this period of time. However, he was always awakened by hunger in the middle of the night. In the morning, he sighed at the porridge. Suddenly, he remembered that he seemed to have smelled a particularly fragrant smell in the alley of Xianxia Road. When he thought of that smell, he couldn't bear it anymore. Qiyu used the excuse of going out to play with his friends and came to Xianxia Road again. Unfortunately, it was written in the almanac that everything was unsuitable today. He looked at the 3 delinquents in front of him who were deliberately blocking his way. Their hair was dyed yellow, and they wore a row of ear studs. They had cigarettes in their mouths and looked like hooligans. The other party's purpose was clear. You look unfamiliar, but it's fate that brought us together. Take some pocket money to spend? Qiyu was wearing clothes and shoes from an unknown brand, but he didn't expect to be stopped. He blinked, raised his chin slightly, and asked, "Do you know Lucier?" Originally, he was just trying to test his luck by saying this name. After all, he only knew this gangster. He didn't expect that just by hearing this name, the 3 people in front of him looked fearful. They looked at each other and whispered to each other, "Looking for Lucier? Could he be Lucier's friend?" They were also complaining in their hearts. The 3 brothers saw that Qiyu didn't look like he was from this area. He was dressed quite plainly, but they could tell at a glance that he was carefully raised. They wanted to stop him and make some money to spend. They didn't expect to bump into a ghost. Among the 3 of them, the one with a dirty braid in the middle said, "You know Lucier?" "I know him. He's my classmate. We're both in our 2nd year of high school. I came here to look for him to watch a movie." The one with the dirty braid was skeptical. Lucier was indeed in his 2nd year of high school and had won a full scholarship from a private school. They had more or less heard about these glorious deeds from their parents. However, Lucier had always been a loner. Other than Wei Guanglei and Zhu Zhifei, they had never seen him with anyone else. But if it was true, we've really bumped into a ghost. The one with the dirty braid was stepped on by the person beside him. He turned his head and saw Lucier and Wei Guanglei coming around the corner. They had their hands casually in their pockets and were listening to Wei Guanglei with their heads slightly lowered. This was too tragic. F***ck, the one with the dirty braid subconsciously pulled out a flattering smile, threw his cigarette on the ground, and stomped it out. He said with a hint of flattery, "Lu Ge, I was wondering why there was a nest of magpies chirping at my door so early in the morning. It turns out that I bumped into you as soon as I stepped out." Lucier was wearing a pair of white sneakers, a black t-shirt, and jeans. His long legs were straight, and his shirt was not pulled up properly, revealing a small section of his belt. His eyebrows were distant and his eyes were dark. When he heard someone calling him, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked over. It made one's heart feel a little cold. Lucier walked past the 3 people in front of him and immediately saw Qiyu standing behind them. He was as clean as a glass bead that had been soaked in spring water. He did not match the surroundings at all. He did not need to think to know what was going on. The one with the dirty braid broke out in cold sweat. "I bumped into your classmate. He said he was looking for you to watch a movie. We were just about to send him over to you, but we didn't expect to see you here." "Classmate? Watch a movie?" Lucier raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Qiyu again. He retracted his gaze and whispered to Wei Guanglei, "Let's go. Let's eat." He had really left. Qiyu sighed in his heart. He looked at the almanac when he went out. The ancients did not lie to him. He looked up at the 3 people blocking his way and did not say a word. How could the one with the dirty braid not understand? He removed his flattering smile at Lucier and looked at him fiercely. "You're amazing, you little bastard. How dare you lie in front of me? You're even Lucier's classmate? You're happily going to watch a movie together? What kind of joke is that?" The 3 of them laughed maniacally after he finished speaking. Qiyu was still relatively calm. He asked, "How much do you want?" The one with the dirty braid took a step forward and closed in on Qiyu. His body reeked of smoke and he was full of malice. He reached out and pushed Qiyu. "You want to leave after lying to us? Do you think it's so **king easy? We're not going to watch a movie anyway. Why don't you stay and have some fun?" Qiyu frowned subconsciously at the smell of smoke. "Come here. Chiyu was stunned when he heard a slightly hoarse voice. He thought that he was hallucinating. He looked up and saw that Lucier, who had left earlier, had returned. He was standing alone at the entrance of the alley. The long sleeves of his black t-shirt were casually rolled up, revealing his pale and thin arms. Chiyu did not know how to react for a moment. The one with the dirty braid reacted the fastest. He took 2 exaggerated steps back. Lu Ge, Lucier ignored him. His long and beautiful eyes were filled with obvious impatience. He said to Chiyu, "Come here." The one with the dirty braid also turned around and whispered to Chiyu, "You didn't hear him. Hurry up, Lu Ge is asking you to come over." Chiyu walked past the 3 delinquents and stood beside Lucier. He felt a little conflicted. After walking for a while, Chiyu saw that the boy who had been standing beside Lucier was waiting by the roadside. He seemed to be seriously looking at the small advertisement pasted on the cement wall. Wei Guanglei was very happy when he saw that the boy had returned. "I'm starving. Let's go to Uncle Yang's house to eat beef." His skin was tanned and his eyes were bright. He looked at Chiyu and was very friendly. "I even told Lu Ge that you were the young master who ate at Uncle Yang's house last time. I definitely recognized you." Chiyu politely said, "Hello," and his eyes subconsciously drifted to Lucier. "Hello, hello." Wei Guanglei noticed Chiyu's small movements and smiled. Lu Ge caught a cold. Ginger soup and medicine didn't work. His throat is inflamed and hurts. Isn't that why he doesn't like to talk? Chiyu thought to himself, no wonder this person's voice is low and hoarse today. He was obedient and did not talk much. He followed behind Lucier and listened to Wei Guanglei's conversation. He responded appropriately to show that he was listening. They walked all the way to the entrance of Old Yang's beef restaurant. Wei Guanglei called out to Chiyu, "You must be here to eat beef again, right? Let's eat too. Let's share a table?" He had a good impression of Chiyu. Anyway, he was different from the rich young master he had imagined. He was also happy to help Uncle Yang attract business. Chiyu first looked at Lucier. Lucier's throat was probably really uncomfortable. Along the way, he did not speak. When he heard Wei Guanglei mention sharing a table, his expression did not change. Chiyu nodded. "Okay." When they stepped into the restaurant, a tall and thin boy wearing glasses waved his hands. "Lu Ge, sure too, over here. The dishes have been ordered and are being served." Zhu Jifei saw that there was another person behind Lucier and Wei Guanglei. He adjusted his glasses and asked, "Sure too, is this your friend?" Wei Guanglei sat down next to Zhu Jifei. He reached for a pair of chopsticks and replied, "You must know him. He's the young master who came to Uncle Yang's place to eat beef half a month ago." Uncle Yang had already talked about this matter 800 times. Zhu Jifei reacted quickly. "The one from the Rolls-Royce." Chiyu was a little nervous. The person called Shertu sat next to the boy wearing glasses. He had no choice but to sit next to Lucier. Lucier held a teacup and drank some water. When he swallowed, he frowned. His throat was probably sore. He sat with his back to the door and against the light. His facial features were already well defined. His eyes were dark and shadowed, so it was hard to see his emotions. Chiyu decided to speak less and focus on eating his rice. Zhu Jifei and Wei Guanglei were chatting next to him. "I heard that school has started. Are you and Lu Ge going to move to the campus together?" Zhu Jifei swallowed the soft and tasty beef stewed in his mouth and nodded. That's what the notice said. When the first year of high school started, the school said that we would have to make do with the branch for a year. When the main campus is ready, we will all be moved back. Yesterday, many people in the class group were talking about this. Everyone was quite excited and wanted to see the school belle. Wei Guanglei's interest was piqued. The school belle of Jianing Private Academy? Who is she? Is she beautiful? They did not notice that Chuyu's fingers had stiffened and he almost dropped his chopsticks. Of course she's beautiful. During the first year of high school, everyone in the main campus participated and voted one by one. It was publicly acknowledged. Zhu Jifei adjusted his glasses again. There's a story behind this. Uncle Yang, another bowl of rice. Wei Guanglei drank a mouthful of tea to quench his thirst. Continue. What story? Chiyu quietly lowered his head. Lu Shi glanced at him. Zhu Zhifei began to tell the story. The story started from the entrance exam for the first year of high school. There was a question in our language paper that was not very good. The question was, I've seen the sprouts of spring, the shade of summer, the red leaves of autumn, and the snow of winter. None of them can compare to this. Cross the line and finish the sentence. Then, someone filled in the question with, none of them can compare to my beauty. Everyone was shocked and wanted to see who was so confident and arrogant. In the end, they realized that he was not bragging. He was very realistic, hence, in the selection of the school belle, this guy got a lot of votes and was elected as the school belle of Jianing Private Academy. Wei Guanglei was speechless. A guy? Zhu Zhifei's expression was serious. A guy. Wei Guanglei was also serious. A legend. He crushed all the girls in the school. How beautiful must he be? The legend himself, Chiyu, only wanted to die on the spot. When Chiyu was young, his older brothers and sisters would introduce him to outsiders. This is my younger brother, followed by, isn't he pretty? Aunt Lan would take him for a walk. When she met someone she knew, she would say, this is our young master. Isn't he pretty and cute? His business partners would praise his older brother for his decisiveness and his older sister for inheriting their mother's talent in business. When they praised him, they would say that he was pretty and that he had inherited all his parents' strengths without exception. Therefore, Chiyu knew that he was good-looking from a young age. When he was in his second year of middle school, Chiyu was deeply troubled. Why was he so good-looking? After he told his older brothers and sisters about his troubles, Chiyu's older brothers and sisters were also quite worried. When Chiyu entered the first year of high school, he was still at the tail end of his second year of middle school. As a typical bad student, it didn't make much of a difference whether he answered the questions or not. However, Chiyu's attitude was very proper. He would always do his best to fill in all the blanks. When he was doing the Chinese paper at the beginning of school, he sat down and took a nap. When he woke up, he read 10 lines at a glance and soon saw that he knew how to answer this question. Smoothly, he finished the sentence. After that, the plot went wild. By the time he reacted, he had already been elected as the school belle of Jianing Private Academy. No, I'm not. I don't want to be. Whoever wants to be can be. Wei Guanglei and Zhu Zhifei were still discussing. Wei Guanglei rubbed his chin. Have you seen what the school belle looks like? Aren't you curious at all? Haven't you gone to the headquarters to take a look? Zhu Zhifei, where would I go to see her? The headquarters and the branch are thousands of miles apart. Do you think I have clairvoyance or am on wheels? If I have the time, I might as well do the questions. Wei Guanlei knew that Zhu Zhifei was really a good student who was wholeheartedly focused on his studies. Unlike him, he had good grades since he was young. Although he was not as heaven-defying as Lu Shi, he was still a true top student. Out of the corner of his eye, Wei Guanlei caught sight of Chiyu poking at the rice with his chopsticks. He nudged Zhu Zhifei with his elbow and asked, Hey, Xiafei, who's prettier between the young master and that campus belle? Chiyu's eyes widened. He clenched his chopsticks so tightly that he almost choked. Little Fei, you're the F** king little one. Zhu Zhifei poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chiyu. However, I've never seen the campus belle before. I'll vote for young master. Wei Guanlei agreed. I'll vote for little young master too. What was that saying again? Oh right, little young master's peerless beauty. Chiyu clutched his chest and coughed even harder. Bullshit, this young master doesn't want your tickets. I don't want to, the weather was hot. As they ate, Wei Guanlei shouted at the top of his voice, Uncle Yang, give me 2 bottles of cold beer. I want the ones that just came out of the freezer. Chiyu held the teacup. His eyes were still a little red. He was surprised. Cold beer? You're an adult? No, not too much, not too little. I'm just 17. Wei Guanlei raised his eyebrows. In this weather, drinking cold beer feels so good. I'm not lying to you. I won't tell anyone this secret. Chiyu was born prematurely and had poor health. He had been carefully taken care of since he was young. Not to mention cold beer, he had only drunk fruit juice a few times. He was skeptical. Really? Wei Guanlei guaranteed. Really? If you don't believe me, why don't you try a glass first? It's so cool that it makes my soul tremble. Qiyu wanted to try it. He actually liked this kind of thing very much. In a small shop that was not very good, even a little shabby and a little dirty, he could chat with a few friends. It was casual and happy. Uncle Yang brought the beer over and placed 4 glasses on the table. Wei Guanlei held the beer bottle and filled the glasses to the brim. Lu Ge, don't drink anymore. Otherwise, you'll lose your voice. There's still a wound on your waist that was just bandaged. If my mom finds out that I took you out to drink, she'll break my leg with a stick. Lu Shi replied faintly, okay. Qiyu was still a little afraid of Lu Shi. However, after sitting for a while, he calmed down. He picked up the glass and carefully looked at the small bubbles of beer inside. He felt that the color was like brewed tea. When he saw Wei Guanlei and Zhu Zhifei's glasses clinking and finishing their glasses in one gulp, he followed suit. He put the glass next to his mouth and gulped it down in a few gulps. The cool beer flowed down his throat. It was indeed cool. Zhu Zhifei adjusted his glasses and said to Lu Shi, when school reopens, my mom asked me to live in the dormitory. She said that it would save me time to study. The accommodation in Jianing is good, but it's expensive. However, the school will waive half of the fees, so it's still acceptable. I'm planning to live there. Lu Ge, what about you? I'm living in the dormitory. Lu Shi leaned back in his chair. His left hand was casually in his pocket. His cold, slender fingers pinched the empty glass and twirled it playfully. His throat was sore, so he spoke even less. His eyelashes drooped, and he exuded a cold aura. The headquarters must have reserved a luxurious single room for you. Zhu Zhifei slammed the table and sighed. When will I be able to waive all my tuition and miscellaneous fees, get a special scholarship, and live in a 5-star single room? When you beat Lu Ge and get first place. Wei Guanlei added, of course, we both know that this will only happen in your dreams. Ha ha ha. Get the F***ck away from me. Eh? Wei Guanlei realized that something was wrong. He raised his chin and said, this young master, is drunk? Qiyu sat quietly in his chair. He stared at the empty glass without blinking, but no one knew where he was looking. He did not respond even when someone called him. F***ck, are you serious? He's really drunk? Zhu Zhifei was also shocked. Is this the legendary 1 glass of wine? Lu Shi frowned. 3 glasses. Okay, 3 glasses of wine is still a noob. There's no difference. Zhu Zhifei did not expect this person to be so good at drinking. What about him? Send him back? Where does he live? Don't look at me. I don't know. He was stopped by Hausi and the others. Lu Ge and I happened to pass by. Lu Ge was not going to do anything, but he probably felt guilty and went back to bring him out. Zhu Zhifei's focus was on this. Lu Ge has a conscience? Lu Shi looked up and said, get lost. Wei Guanlei wanted to ask if this young master knew Lu Shi, but he could feel that Lu Shi did not seem to like this young master. He did not want to be rebuffed. Then, why don't we leave him with Uncle Yang and ask him to take care of him? When he sobers up, he can go back by himself. Zhu Zhifei said, that's not very good. After all, he drank with us. At this moment, Qiyu's phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Uncle Chen. They looked at each other. Zhu Zhifei consciously took on the responsibility of answering the call. After a few words, Zhu Zhifei concluded, his chauffeur said that he's coming to pick him up immediately. He asked us to keep an eye on him for a while. Wei Guanlei was relieved. It's good that someone is coming to pick him up. But later, let's see if it's the Rolls-Royce from last time. Isn't it always shown on TV? Don't F***king kidnap him or something. The few of them sat and waited. After a few minutes, Chu Yu, who had been in a daze with his head lowered, suddenly raised his head. He wrinkled his nose and sniffed. Then his gaze landed on Lu Shi. He sat next to Lu Shi. There was quite a distance between them. At this moment, Jiyu turned sideways and leaned closer to Lu Shi. His voice was muffled and nasal. He was not very sober. His eyes shone like amber water. What delicious food are you hiding on you? It smells so good. Wei Guanlei's instinctive action was to cover his eyes. He moved closer to Zhu Zhifei and lowered his voice. Hey, I say, it's so exciting. Did Lu Ge get molested? Did he? Did he? He opened his fingers slightly. But seriously, this young master looks so good even when he's drunk. Isn't he too good-looking? Lu Shi had a last-minute fight last night. The other party had secretly brought a knife and stabbed him. The wound on his waist had not been treated properly. It had probably burst open. Blood had seeped through the bandages and soaked his t-shirt. The feeling of being wet and bleeding was terrible. Lu Shi smelled the faint scent of blood. There was a hint of disgust in his eyes. The fragrant and seductive smell entered Chiyu's nostrils, causing his heart to beat wildly. His throat felt dry and itchy, and even his breathing became faintly rapid. The feeling of his whole body burning came again. So thirsty, Chiyu's mind became more and more muddled. He instinctively searched for the source of the smell. If he found it. Sit properly. When he realized that Chiyu was almost lying on top of him, Lu Shi impatiently ordered in a hoarse voice, sit properly yourself. Wei Guanlei wanted to tell Lu Ge not to reason with a drunk person. It was useless. But before he could say anything, he saw that Chiyu had really sat properly on his own. He was like a primary school student. His hands were obediently placed on his thighs, and he was looking at Lu Shi with an aggrieved expression. Wei Guanlei laughed. Lu Ge, he's really afraid of you. Ha ha ha. However, did you really bring something delicious with you that caused the young master to crave it so much? Lu Shi met Chiyu's eyes and looked away for 2 seconds. He got up and knocked on the table with his fingers. You guys stay here and keep an eye on him. I'll go back first. I have something to call. As he walked out, Lu Shi recalled how Chiyu's soft hair brushed against his arm when he leaned over. There was also a faint scent of orange flowers on his clothes, and his eyes that seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. What he hated the most was this kind of unguarded, clean, and without the slightest bit of haze. Chiyu didn't go out until school started. When Uncle Chen drove to Qingchuan Road to pick him up, Chiyu was almost sober. He didn't have any memory fragments to begin with, so he only had vague memories. He took the initiative to pay for the meal and thanked Wei Guanlei and Zhu Zhifei. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he finally asked them to thank Lu Shi on his behalf. Wei Guanlei joked that the next time they came over for a meal, they could share a table if they were fated to bump into each other. Chiyu agreed, but he thought that he probably wouldn't have the chance to do so. He wasn't stupid. He could feel that Lu Shi really didn't like him very much. It was obvious that she didn't like him, so why did he still go forward? Although Chiyu's popularity was good, he knew that he wasn't at the level of being loved by everyone. The so-called good popularity was partly because of the Chu family's face, and he still knew it in his heart. If she didn't like him, then so be it. Anyway, they wouldn't have much contact in the future. After returning home, Aunt Lan made chicken soup. Chiyu didn't eat much and vomited in the middle of the night. Aunt Lan was so scared that she hurriedly called the family doctor. Chiyu lay on the bed in his bedroom. The feeling of being roasted over a fire came again. His blood vessels throbbed as if they were about to explode. He was very thirsty, but drinking 3 glasses of water in a row didn't help. The doctor checked on him and the results showed that everything was normal. He couldn't be any healthier. However, Chiyu insisted that he had a fever and that his whole body was burning. In the end, the doctor diagnosed him as having an autonomic nervous system disorder and didn't prescribe any medicine. However, Chiyu was really weak. He Jihao called and asked Chiyu if he wanted to attend the party. They were all acquaintances, so they took advantage of the time before school started and played all night. Hearing the ruckus on the other end of the phone, Chiyu held the phone and slowly rolled around on the bed. She stared at the chandelier on the ceiling and weakly refused, I'm sick. I'm dismissed from court. Your ruckus is making my ears hurt. The 2 families were business partners and had been in the same school and class for several years. He Jihao guessed that she had changed to a quiet place. He was a little worried. Are you really sick? Have you seen the doctor? What illness? Autonomic nervous system dysfunction. F***ck, that's awesome. This sounds so F***king serious. Chiyu, will you be able to get out of bed when school starts? Scram, scram, scram. I love studying so much that I'll crawl to school and hand in my summer homework. Hijihao laughed heartily. Our young master Yu is amazing. When the time comes, I will definitely be there to watch. Let's not talk about this. Hijihao, let me ask you, did you, what? Chiyu pondered for a moment, but in the end, he didn't ask. Nothing. Forget it. You have fun. See you when school starts. Chiyu put down the phone and licked his dry lips. The question he didn't ask was, have you dreamed of the same person for several nights in a row? He had. He had dreamed of Lucia for several nights in a row. Every time, it was the same winding alley. Lucia looked at him, blood flowing from the wound on her left arm. School started on September 1st, so he had to report to school one day in advance. Uncle Chen drove him, and Aunt Lan also came with him. The dormitory had been empty for 2 months, so everything had to be changed. When the car reached the street outside Jianing private dormitory, it couldn't move. There was a sea of cars in front and back. This happened every time school started. In the past, Chiyu was too lazy to wait. He would open the door and get out of the car to walk to school. However, the fever for several days exhausted Chiyu's strength. He leaned his head against the glass window and stared blankly. Aunt Lan talked to him. Young master and miss called this morning. When they heard that you weren't up yet, they said not to disturb you and to let you have a good sleep. Okay. Chiyu pursed his lips, blinked his eyes slowly, and asked hesitantly, where's my mom? Aunt Lan said gently, Madam didn't call. She's probably too busy, but I'm sure she misses you. Liar. Chiyu knew better than anyone that his mom really didn't miss him. It was only a street away. The car drove for half an hour before stopping in front of the school gate. The school gate probably had a new coat of paint during the summer vacation. It shone in the sun. Chiyu walked inside in his school uniform. He bypassed the fountain and went all the way to the teaching building. Rows of tall and lush trees lined the streets. There were many people crowded in front of the bulletin board. Chiyu didn't join the crowd. The second year of high school had been disrupted and the classes were rearranged. Early this morning, the dean sent the information of his new class and floor to his phone in advance. Jianing Private School was not short of money. Although it was within the second ring road, it occupied an astonishingly large area. It didn't lack a library, a soccer field, a basketball court, a tennis court, and a swimming pool. It also extravagantly built a racecourse, a botanical garden, a glass greenhouse, and a series of other facilities that were full of the decadent smell of capitalism. The teaching building was a magnificent European-style building with a red brick exterior and a pointed roof. It had a strong academic atmosphere. There were a total of 5 floors, and there was even an elevator inside. However, with the limited capacity of the elevator, it was better to queue up than to climb the stairs. Whoever queued up was an idiot. Chiyu was that idiot today. He told himself that he was sick. If he fainted halfway up the stairs, he would be a real idiot. After waiting for 5 trips, he took the elevator to the 4th floor. Second year of high school, Class A, Chiyu's new class. When he arrived, the bell had already rung. There were only 2 or 3 empty seats in the classroom. The homeroom teacher stood on the podium. Chiyu carried an empty school bag and weakly called out, reporting. The homeroom teacher was a Mediterranean man. He was slightly plump. In another 2 years, even a 3-finger-wide belt would not be able to cover his protruding belly. You're Chiyu, right? Come in. I've already arranged your seats in advance. Your seat is at the end of the row by the window. Chiyu politely thanked the teacher. He walked past the podium and went to the last row. Along the way, many people were looking at him. There were also whispers of discussion in the classroom. Chiyu did not even have the strength to lift his eyelids. At this moment, he was so weak that he just wanted to sit down quickly. After he sat down, Chiyu realized that the seat next to him was empty. His deskmate had arrived even later than him. Awesome. The homeroom teacher began to speak on the podium. He first turned around and wrote 3 words on the blackboard. The handwriting was beautiful. Hello, students. My surname is Yi Zhouqing. It's from the famous saying of Dongpa, a boat is light, 2 oars are startled. I'm your homeroom teacher. For the next 2 years, I'll be teaching you Chinese. I'm very happy and honored to be able to spend the most precious and unforgettable time in high school with you. Our class is the most outstanding class in the entire grade. Every one of the 42 students has passed a comprehensive evaluation. The students from the branch are not familiar with the main school. I hope that you can help each other. Chiyu was still having a low fever. As soon as he sat down, he lay on the table and listened to the homeroom teacher's speech. The boy sitting in front of him was even less focused than him. He was quickly turning a Rubik's Cube under the table while chatting with his deskmate in a very low voice. Oh my god, the school bell is sitting behind me? Pinch me. Is this the legendary school bell? She's really good looking. She's even prettier than the girl I just met upstairs. No, shouldn't boys use the word pretty? His deskmate answered, other boys can't use this adjective, but the school bell can. Yes, that makes sense. But isn't the school bell a flunky? Why is she in class A? The guy who was turning the Rubik's Cube lowered his voice again. Didn't you hear what the homeroom teacher said? Everyone has passed a comprehensive evaluation. The school bell's family owns a mine. When other people enter the school, they can only donate a gymnasium and a swimming pool at most. The school bell's family doesn't want to donate, so they directly bought the entire school. Even the young master of the school can't come to Class A, so how can ordinary people like us come? His deskmate took a deep breath and said, F***ck. Chuyu's head was dizzy. His body felt like it was on fire, and he was extremely irritated. His whole body, inside and out, and even breathing was difficult. The homeroom teacher's impassioned speech on the podium and the students in front of him were all making him so annoyed that he wanted to lose his temper. The classroom suddenly fell silent. The homeroom teacher on the podium did not stop talking. After he finished saying, I hope that everyone will not waste their time in youth, he was interrupted by a reporting. Chuyu's ears itched. He felt that this voice was a little familiar. He supported his head with his hands and sat up in front of him. He looked up, F***ck. His drowsiness disappeared in a second. Why was Bro Gangster at the classroom door? He looked carefully and found that Lucier was wearing a white shirt and black school pants. His hair was a little messy, and a corner of his lips was broken. At a glance, he could tell that he had experienced a lot and had just come back from a fight. There was still a faint hostility in his eyes. The student who was turning the Rubik's Cube in front of him was excited. He suppressed his excitement and said quickly, what kind of luck is this? Godlu is actually in our class? No, how can Godlu not be in our class? F***ck, we're in the same classroom. Do you think I can be illuminated by the halo of the god of studying and advance to the top 20 in the exam? His deskmate sighed. God of studying and hunk of the school bell. Student Lucier has worked hard. Chiyu thought, Bro Gangster is actually a god of studying? But, isn't it 3? He had seen the school bully in his school. If he was in front of Lucier, he wouldn't last more than 3 rounds and would at most live for 20 seconds. The homeroom teacher had a good temper and asked gently, this student must be Lucier. Why are you late? Lucier didn't say anything. A tall, thin boy wearing glasses came in from behind him. Chiyu knew him. It was Zhu Zhifei. Zhu Zhifei adjusted his glasses. Teacher, I came to school in a hurry this morning. I was stopped by a group of hooligans near the school. They wanted to rob my pocket money. Just as I was about to succumb to the threat of evil and lose my pocket money, this student happened to pass by. He saw the injustice and helped his classmate. He beat the hooligans away and saved me from the fire and water. I see. The homeroom teacher didn't suspect anything and nodded with relief. Lucier is very good. He helped his classmate. He looked at Zhu Zhifei. This student isn't from our class, right? Zhu Zhifei nodded. I'm from the class next door. Teacher, I'll be leaving first. The homeroom teacher looked at Lu Shi. This teenager was thin, tall, and had a straight back. His face was expressionless and cold, but he was good-looking and had an outstanding temperament. He nodded. Come in. Remember to go to the infirmary after class. I've already arranged your seats. You'll sit in the last row by the window. You'll sit at the same table as Chiyu. Lu Shi looked over. Their gazes met. Lu Shi didn't have much of a reaction. He looked away indifferently. Teacher, I don't want to sit at the same table as him. Teacher, can we change seats? Chiyu and Lu Shi spoke at the same time. The classroom was quiet. The other 40 students in the classroom felt suffocated. The homeroom teacher was also stunned, but he quickly reacted. If that's the case, we'll compromise. Student Lu Shi, move your desk behind student Chiyu's. Lu Shi carried a black backpack over one shoulder. He walked from the door to the back row and lifted the desk with ease. He was tall and thin. His white shirt sleeves were folded casually, revealing his arms. One could see the light blue veins under his cold, fair skin. At this moment, his head was lowered. The bridge of his nose was high, and the fine strands of hair on his forehead hung down naturally, covering half of his dark eyebrows and long and narrow eyes. There was no trace of the ruthlessness and sharpness that he had when he was fighting and neatly dislocated someone's chin because of the noise. Chiyu looked away and didn't look at him anymore. Our class is a new class with 42 students. Some have always been in the headquarters, some have always been in the branch. Some know each other, and some don't. But from now on, our Class A will be a group, a big family. We will be together. The homeroom teacher was full of excitement on the podium. Below the podium, countless people secretly took out their phones. Not long after, the news of God Lu and campus beauty Chu don't get along as soon as they meet spread like a dandelion blown away by the wind. Starting from Class A, it quickly spread throughout the entire high school. Not long after, even the guard uncle knew about it. Class A was introducing themselves and electing a class committee. Starting from the first row near the door, they stood up and introduced themselves one by one. If you want to be a class committee member, you have to talk about the position and your campaign speech. The voice that drilled into his ears seemed to be far away. Chi rested his head on his arm and closed his eyes. What flashed in front of his eyes was the bloodstain on the corner of Lu Shi's mouth. Chiyu was upset. Sitting in front of him, spinning a Rubik's Cube, was Xianxia. He introduced himself as Li Zhaozhong. He said that he wanted to run for class president. What followed was a speech that was even more impassioned than the homeroom teacher's speech. When Xianxia sat down, everyone was stunned. After a while, sparse applause sounded. It was Chuyu's turn. He stood up with his hands on the desk. I'm Chuyu. Lu Shi, who was sitting behind, looked up and saw Chuyu's arms trembling slightly. Chiyu sat down after he finished speaking. He didn't have the strength to stand for even a second. His whole body was dizzy and his condition was much worse than when he came to school in the morning. The doctor at home said that he wasn't sick, but he always felt that he had a terminal illness, the kind that was close to death. After Chiyu sat down, he didn't hear what Lu Shi said. It seemed that Lu Shi only said a few words like him. After that, it was time to vote for the class committee. Chiyu was lying on his desk, his right hand subconsciously covering his abdomen. His stomach was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. He half opened his eyes and vaguely saw that everyone was applauding, but the applause could not reach his ears. A sense of emptiness spread out from his limbs and bones, dragging him into the lava of fire. Teacher, he's sick. After collecting the teaching materials, Zhu Zhifei ran over from the class next door and said excitedly, Lu Ge. Lu Shi was in the middle of signing her name on a book. She glanced at the newcomer, but her hand did not stop moving. Zhu Zhifei pulled a chair over and sat down. Lu Ge, I heard that you don't get along well with the school belle. You don't even want to be her desk mate? Was the campus belle pretty? Was she as beautiful as the rumors said? Why don't you sit next to someone else? Lu Shi threw the English book aside and flipped open the title page of the mathematics textbook. He said in a flat tone, You've seen it before. Huh? Zhu Jifei was confused. I've seen it before? That doesn't make sense. Even if it was just a passing encounter, I would still remember it. Lu Shi added, we've had a meal together. Hearing Zhu Jifei's silence, Lu Shi looked up and saw Zhu Jifei's magical expression. F***CK, young master? My F***King campus belle is young master? Yes. Zhu Jifei's mood was indescribable when he recalled how he had gossiped about the real person in front of the campus belle. Lu Ge, what I did. Was it too much? Lu Shi commented, it's just SOSO. Zhu Jifei scratched his head and looked around. That's not right. Then, where's young master? The school hospital. The person who sent Qiyu to the school hospital was the new class monitor, Xianxia. The homeroom teacher originally wanted Lu Shi to send Qiyu, but she remembered that the two of them didn't seem to get along, so she changed her mind at the last minute and asked Xianxia to do it. Xianxia was a talkative person. He accompanied Qiyu for a few steps and took a break. He didn't seem to be impatient and even chatted with him with great interest. I didn't expect to be in the same class as God Lu at the headquarters. What a blessing from the heavens. Qiyu sat under the rattan tree. His whole body was weak and he was ready to gather his strength to continue walking. There were also disadvantages of being too big. The teaching building was too far away from the school hospital. Qiyu deeply suspected that if someone really needed emergency treatment, they would die before they could reach the school hospital. He asked slowly, God Lu? Yes, God Lu. Xianxia became excited at the mention of his idol. Classmate Chu, you've been in the headquarters all this time so you probably don't know. God Lu is a legend. He was poached by the school with a lot of money. When he entered the school, he scored full marks in almost every subject. His total score crushed the second place. He participated in the competition and crushed the seniors. At the end of last semester, didn't God Lu take first place in the city's joint exam? His total score still crushed the second place. It said that the top student from 8th High who took second place in the city became autistic after seeing God Lu's score. He hung a beam over his head and didn't go out for 2 months. He swore to wash away his shame with blood. Qiyu was a bad student and had no interest in the competition between top students. He leaned against the flower column and said weakly, oh. The indifference of the audience couldn't extinguish Xianxua's fiery enthusiasm. God Lu not only has good grades, but he's also good at fighting. You've seen him fight? Xianxua lowered his voice, yes, I happened to see it once. A group of delinquents came to the school with steel bars to block God Lu. They didn't expect all of them to be killed. It was so F***king exciting. Xianxua remembered that Qiyu and Lu Shi were at loggerheads. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Student Chu, can I ask you a question? Qiyu was grateful that the other person sent him to the school hospital. He nodded generously and said, go ahead. I'm really going to ask. That is, why don't you want to sit next to God Lu? Qiyu remembered the look Lu Shi gave him from the classroom door. Her eyes were filled with rejection. He felt a burst of irritation. He doesn't like me. I don't like him. It's that simple. When they arrived at the school hospital, the doctor was in a hurry to attend a meeting. He quickly gave Qiyu a checkup and didn't find any problems. He simply arranged a bed for Qiyu to lie down and rest. Qiyu didn't like to trouble others. After thanking the doctor, he asked Xianxua to go back to class. Everything was arranged for the start of the school year. The students went home while the students went back to their dorms. Lu Shi hung her bag on one shoulder and was about to leave when the homeroom teacher stopped her. On the day that the homeroom teacher took over the class, he was called by several leaders for a face-to-face meeting. Everyone told him that Class A was a heavy responsibility. They didn't ask for merit, but they asked for stability. There were two most important points. One was to take good care of Qiyu. The young master of the Chu family couldn't be neglected. The other was to take good care of Lu Shi. He was the face of the school. The homeroom teacher had a good impression of both Qiyu and Lu Shi. He felt that the two students were very polite. He stopped Lu Shi and said in a very kind tone, Lu Shi, other than the corner of your mouth, do you have any other injuries on your body? Let's go. I'll accompany you to the school hospital and apply some medicine. Seeing that Lucia was about to refuse, the homeroom teacher said first, helping your classmates, punishing evil, and promoting good are all very correct. But you're only 17 years old. You're still young. You can't ignore these small injuries just because you're young and healthy. Let me tell you, seeing that the homeroom teacher had started a long speech, Lucia took the initiative and said, Sir, I'll go with you. When they walked to the flower bed in front of the school hospital, the homeroom teacher's phone rang. School was already busy, and the teaching and research department was urging him to have a meeting. The homeroom teacher put his phone back in his pocket. He was still worried. Lucia, the infirmary is just 2 steps away. I won't accompany you in. Can you do it by yourself? Lucia nodded. The homeroom teacher gave a few more words of advice before he hurried away. The wealth of Jianing Private School was not only reflected in the glittering school gate, the glass greenhouse and botanical garden that were full of precious species, and the large horse farm. It was also reflected in the school hospital that occupied a small building and had a complete set of facilities. The doctor wasn't there, and school had just started, so the whole floor was empty. Lucia saw the infirmary sign hanging on the door. He grabbed the doorknob and pushed the door open. There was a pungent smell of disinfectant. The afternoon wind was very strong, and it blew the light blue curtains. There were bottles with labels on the white table. Lucia picked up a pack of alcohol swabs and was about to take it away. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a brand new record book open next to him. There was only one name written on it, Chiyu. Lucia realized something and turned his head. He saw Chiyu sleeping on the bed to his right. He was curled up in the bed and lying on his side. His right hand was holding a corner of the pillow. He was sleeping in a very insecure position. His soft, light brown hair fell naturally, covering his tightly shut eyes. It was gently stirred by his breathing. He didn't sleep very well. It seemed that he was too hot. He turned over and lifted the blanket. Lucia stood there for a few seconds and walked to the bedside. Chiyu slowly opened his eyes. He was still not awake. A thin layer of fog covered his vision, and he could only hear his own rapid breathing. His vision gradually focused. He saw a wrist in front of his eyes. Under the cold, white skin, there were blue veins. His throat was burning. The faint, seductive fragrance seemed to linger at the tip of his nose. Lucia bent down and grabbed the corner of the blanket. He was about to cover Chiyu and leave, but he didn't expect that his wrist was suddenly grabbed by a strong force. He couldn't break free for a moment. Then, his vision suddenly flipped. When he came back to his senses, he was already lying on the bed. Chiyu was sitting on top of him. His hands were firmly holding onto his wrists. He was looking at him intently from top to bottom. Lucia was unhappy that he was restrained. He looked back at Chiyu and found that his breathing was rapid. His eyes were out of focus, and he seemed not very awake. Lucia frowned. Just as he was about to break free from Chiyu's grip, he found that the person on top of him was leaning down and licking the wound on the corner of his lips with the tip of his soft, moist tongue. He looked obsessed. When Chiyu woke up, the sunlight outside the window was dazzling. For a moment, he couldn't tell what time it was or where he was. The burning sensation in his throat subsided, and his body regained some strength. There was an indescribable sweetness in his mouth. Staring at the ceiling of the infirmary, he vaguely remembered that he had a dream. He tried to recall, but he seemed to have dreamed, F***ck, Chiyu, your dream is really perverted. He dreamed that he was in the ward. He pressed Lucia under his body, leaned in, and licked the corner of her mouth. The moment he swallowed the blood that was sucked out from the wound on the corner of her mouth, the heat in his body subsided, and the hunger disappeared. Chiyu had dreamed of Lucia more than twice or thrice. He was almost used to it. But licking the corner of her mouth, this dream was too F***king daring. Besides, was it really that easy to press down on a gangster? In other words, in his dream. There were 3 knocks on the door. The person opened his mouth and said, Young Master Yu, are you really F***king hospitalized? Chiyu's train of thought was interrupted, and he didn't have much strength to speak. He how? Why are you here? Of course I'm here to visit you. I heard that you had to go to the school hospital when you just started school. The dean came out of a meeting and hurried over to check on your situation. As your brother, I have to come and take a look to show my loyalty. The dean? I was probably sleeping when he came, so I don't know. Chiyu's mind was in a mess. She raised her eyes and looked at Hijihao. She was dazzled by the row of shiny ear studs in his left ear and the unbuttoned 4 buttons under his white shirt. Where are you going to play at night? Hijihao found a chair and sat down. Are you confused? Sister Lin is having a birthday party on the ship tonight. Oh right, are you going? We all know each other. I'm not going. Chiyu thought the party was too noisy and didn't like to go. When you go, help me bring a gift to Sister Lin. It's the new set of jewelry that she mentioned before. I asked someone to buy it. Hijihao was young, but he loved to play. Although Chiyu played with him, they were not compatible in these aspects. He was used to it and felt that it would be a miracle if Chiyu agreed to go. Hijihao raised his eyebrows. Why are you so concerned? Hijihao's mind was probably already crooked. Chiyu threw a pillow at him. Get lost, get lost. Sister Lin usually takes good care of me. Hijihao caught the pillow with both hands and laughed heartily. Then, he quickly said, okay, I'll bring the gift over for you. Just say that you're sick. Chiyu hummed, thanks. You've seen enough, so hurry up and leave. This young master didn't repeatedly jump on the edge of death. Sorry to disappoint you. Hijihao threw the pillow back on the bed. I'm a little disappointed. Okay, I'll leave first. Be careful and wait for the driver. Chiyu was too lazy to talk. He waved his hand and chased him away. The next morning, there was a commotion in the dilapidated residential building. Qingchuan Road slowly became lively. Zhu Jifei brought 5 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk to Lucier. Aren't you going to live on campus from today onwards? My mom specially cooked yesterday. She said that the food sold in the cafeteria would definitely not be as good as the ones at home. She asked me to bring a few for you and also told me to make sure that you finish them. After Lucier took the steamed buns and soy milk, Zhu Jifei tugged at the strap of his bag. By the way, Lu Ge, I forgot to ask. I came to your classroom yesterday to look for you, but I didn't see you. Your class monitor said that you were taken away by the form teacher. What happened? They told me to go to the school hospital. Zhu Jifei understood. Oh, the treatment of a top student. Thinking about Lucier's injury, Zhu Jifei gritted his teeth. *CK those bastards on the street next door. If they have the guts, they can fight one-on-one. What's the point of being surrounded by 10 or 20 people? A new car repair shop opened on the street next door. However, the people near Qingchuan Road were used to taking care of the business of Wei Guanglai's car repair shop. That car repair shop had been open for more than half a month. Not to mention breaking even, it probably couldn't even afford the rent. The owner was a hooligan. Early yesterday morning, he gathered 10 or 20 people and brought their weapons to Wei Guanglai. They planned to beat him half to death and scare the Wei family into closing their shop and moving away. They didn't expect to meet Lucier and Zhu Jifei, who were walking with Wei Guanglai. Zhu Jifei recalled Lucier's words, let's fight together. I still have to go to school. I'm in a hurry. He felt his blood boiling. He tilted his head and was about to speak when he saw Lucier's neatly manicured hand holding a cup of soy milk. He didn't drink it. His eyelashes were lowered and he seemed to be lost in thought. Zhu Jifei spread his fingers and waved them in front of Lucier's eyes. Lu Ge, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Why are you so absent-minded? Lucier came back to his senses. He put his hands into the pockets of his black school pants and said in a low voice, nothing. Zhu Jifei muttered. His gaze moved down and landed on the corner of Lucier's mouth. The wound on the corner of your mouth. It seems to be a little bigger than yesterday. Didn't you go to the school hospital to treat it? Why is it so serious? It's so painful to talk while eating. The wound on the corner of his mouth. Lucier recalled yesterday. In the ward, which was so quiet that he could hear his heartbeat clearly, he was caught off guard and was restrained by Chiyu. The other party pressed on top of him and licked and sucked the wound on the corner of his mouth eagerly. He was obsessed and greedy. His eyes were unfocused and his breath seemed to carry the sweet smell of fruit candy. In the end, when he fell unconscious on top of him, there was still a little blood on his lips. His blood. Lu Shi's eyes darkened. Zhu Zhifei felt that Lu Shi's current state was not quite right. He felt a little like when he first came to Qingchuan Road. There was always a darkness around him that even the sun couldn't shine on. He felt inexplicably flustered. Lu Gu, when I went, the doctor wasn't around and didn't treat it. Zhu Zhifei didn't know why, but when he heard Lu Shi's reply, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. His throat was dry. So that's what happened. Haha. Lu Shi lowered his thin eyelids and drank a mouthful of soy milk. His expression was unreadable. Okay. Qiyu arrived at school early. He hadn't felt so comfortable and energetic in a long time. He felt that the air was fresh and the sun was shining brightly. The classroom was quiet. Everyone was studying seriously. Xianxia, who sat in front of him, arrived even earlier than him. He was diligently copying homework. The dark circles under his eyes were so heavy that it looked like he had put on black and gray eyeshadow. Qiyu put down his school bag and glanced at it. Summer homework? Yes. Xianxia was multitasking. He complained as he copied, it was clearly messed up and redistributed into classes. Why are we still handing in summer homework? I didn't expect Olji to be so useless. He asked the study committee member to collect all the summer homework this morning. He wants to check it. God wants me dead. No, God wants us dead. Qiyu understood. It turned out that the people in the classroom were all copying homework. Xianxia stopped writing and took 2 seconds to look up at Qiyu. How about you? Are you still feeling unwell? What about your homework? Did you do it? Qiyu nodded proudly. I'm full of energy again after a good night's sleep. I've already copied my homework, but I'm too lazy to do the big questions. I just filled in the fill-in-the-blanks. There was a lot of summer homework in Jianing private school. The basic main subjects were a thick stack of papers stacked together, making people unable to feel the fun of the summer vacation. Qiyu took the answers a few days ago and spent a lot of time copying A, B, C, and D on the papers. The classroom gradually became more crowded. From time to time, he could hear someone saying, oh no, I'm not going to make it. Quick, read the answers to me. I'll fill in the blanks for the math paper first. There was a sudden silence for a few seconds. After that, the classroom became 2 degrees quieter. Qiyu looked up from his comic book and saw Xianxia walking over from the classroom door with his school bag slung over his shoulder. Qiyu couldn't help but look at the wound at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. He lowered his head again and continued reading his comic book. However, his attention was distracted and he couldn't focus on it. Lu Shi stopped next to Qiyu's desk. As if someone pressed the mute button, the classroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone stopped copying homework and chatting. They all held their breath and quietly watched the movements of God Lu and Campus Bell Chu. Is the first day of school so exciting? Out of the corner of his eye, Qiyu saw a pair of clean black sneakers. The fresh smell of laundry detergent lingered at the tip of his nose. He looked up blankly and met Lu Shi's gaze. Seeing the pure confusion in Xianxua's eyes, Lu Shi didn't say anything. He took 2 steps forward and put his black school bag on his desk. It was baffling. Qiyu shook his head and tried to get rid of the perverted dream from his mind. He was a little hungry. He reached into his desk and blindly searched for a long time. He found a candy with a colorful wrapper. He peeled it open and stuffed it into his mouth. The tip of his tongue licked twice. Qiyu frowned. Why didn't it taste sweet? Before the first class, the study committee member started to collect the summer homework and handed out the intention forms for the after-school activities. When Qiyu handed in his homework, he took a look at Lu Shi's test paper and found that it was no different from his. Lu Shi's test paper was filled with fill-in-the-blanks, but he only wrote 2 lines of thought for the major questions, or simply drew 2 auxiliary lines. The whole test paper looked empty. He suddenly had a new understanding. So it turned out that a prodigy at a certain level and a slacker at a certain level had something in common. The study committee member shouted angrily, "Hurry up. Hand in the intention forms after you've filled them out. If you don't, it's time for class." The classroom was full of discussion. Zhang Yuashan held a pen and turned to ask Chiyu, "Student Chu, what did you fill in?" "I'm hesitating. Should I choose tennis, fencing, or taekwondo? I like all of them." His gaze fell on Chiyu's intention form. He was puzzled. Gardening, eh? There's such an option? His deskmate had always been at the headquarters, so he knew the inside story. Gardening is a hidden option. It's not on the list. Chiyu signed his name at the bottom of the page and put the pen cap back. Yes, it's for slacking. Zhang Yuashan was curious. What did you choose for the after-school activities? Trimming the branches and cutting the leaves of the plants? No, Chiyu explained, there's a thermostatic botanical garden and a glass greenhouse behind the school field, right? My job is to press a button to activate the watering equipment in the thermostatic botanical garden. When the equipment detects that there's enough moisture in the air and soil, it will automatically stop running. Zhang Yuashan was amazed. He didn't know how to describe it for a long time. In the end, he said, "It's really suitable for slacking." Chiyu was proud. He thought to himself, "Of course, I carefully chose it for myself." After collecting the summer homework, the study commissary hurriedly collected the intention forms. When he received the last two, he inadvertently glanced at them. Amazing. Campus Bell Chu filled in A for gardening, and Godlu filled in B for gardening. A thermostatic botanical garden and a glass greenhouse. Is it that exciting? The first class in the morning was mathematics. Chiyu couldn't understand it, but he didn't want to force himself. He simply took out his comic book and continued reading. After flipping through 2 pages, he suddenly thought of something. He put his hand into the table and searched blindly again. In the end, he pulled out a milk candy. After stuffing it into his mouth and tasting it, Chiyu frowned. He realized that it wasn't an illusion. This candy didn't have the rich milky fragrance and sweetness that it used to have. Chiyu's heart was filled with inexplicable anxiety as he stuffed another piece of fruit candy into his mouth. In the past, he would have been sick of eating 2 candies together, but now, he only tasted a little bit of sweetness. Staring at the 2 candy wrappers in his hands, Chiyu was stunned. Did my continuous low fever burn my taste buds? His good mood from the recovery of his body instantly plummeted to the bottom of the valley. After being depressed for most of the morning, Chiyu decided to stop himself from letting his imagination run wild. He comforted himself by telling himself that maybe it was just because of the autonomic nervous system dysfunction that temporarily dulled his taste buds. It would be fine in a few days. He pinched a piece of candy in his hand and was debating whether to eat it or not. Suddenly, he felt his throat dry and thirsty. F***ck, why is this feeling so familiar? It was like a set. At the same time that his throat was dry and itchy, his heart began to beat faster. The blood vessels on his forehead pulsed as if they were going to explode in the next second. The familiar heat spread all over his body. No, it was even hotter than yesterday. It gave him the illusion that he would be roasted on the spot in the next second. Chiyu was almost depressed. He thought that the enemy had retreated, but he didn't expect that they would gather more troops and come back more than 20 hours later. He Jihao came to look for Chiyu after lunch break. He saw him lying on the table, facing the wall. He looked like a flower that had withered. He knocked on the table twice with his fingertips. What's wrong? Are you still awake? Chiyu slowly turned his head and said weakly, stop knocking. If you have something to say, say it. Leave as soon as you're done. He Jihao raised his eyebrows. He knew that this was a young master's temper and couldn't be provoked. He quickly retracted his hand and said, Sister Lin asked me to tell you that she liked the gift very much. Thank you for remembering it for so long. Let's play together next time. He put the small cake in his hand on Chiyu's table. We stayed up all night and slept on the boat. Don't you like sweet things? Sister Lin specially asked the chef to make this cake this morning and asked me to bring it to you. Chiyu was disinterested. Oh, put it down. You can leave now. He Jihao didn't want to leave. He gossiped and asked in a low voice, "By the way, isn't there a rumor that you have a conflict with that Lucier? Is it true? How did he offend you? Do you want me to help you find someone to teach him a lesson?" Ji felt as if lava was flowing through his veins. His breathing was so hot that even he was scared. He Jihao was still talking nonsense in front of him like a fly. He felt irritated and frowned. Get lost, get lost. If you stand in front of Lucier, you won't live for more than 10 seconds. I'll crush you, just like that? Yes, crush ants. His throat was dry and slightly hoarse. He added, "He didn't offend me. It's just that we don't get along well. Don't look for trouble." He Jihao shrugged. Okay, then I'll leave. Wait. Ji wrinkled his nose and said in disdain, "Hurry up and change your clothes. You stink. It's giving me a headache." He Jihao tugged at his collar and took a deep breath. He was puzzled. It's more accurate to say that I have the smell of blood on me. I drank too much and fell down in the morning. I didn't even have time to change my clothes after putting on the bandages. Smell me again. Where does it stink? I don't smell it. Hurry up and leave. He Jihao left. Ji was about to lie down again when he saw from the corner of his eye that, bang. When did Lucier come back to the classroom? In the end, the cake was divided between Zhang Yueshan and his deskmate. Ji lay down listlessly for the whole afternoon. He had no appetite. He didn't eat dinner or go to the evening self-study session. He went straight back to the dormitory. Jianing private dormitory was luxurious. The worst room was a 4-person room with a private bathroom. Chiyu lived on the 5th floor. It was a luxurious single room. The floor was covered with a light-colored cashmere carpet. He had a large bed, a desk, a storage rack, a wardrobe, and a shoe cabinet. Aunt Lan even placed a pot of cranes in the corner of the balcony. Chiyu's limbs softened as he fell onto the bed. He hugged the quilt and fell asleep. He dreamed in the middle of the night. It was the same dream. The only difference was that everything had faded into black and white. In a winding alley, Lucier looked at him. Bright red blood was flowing down his left arm. It was a glaring red. It was the only color in the dream. On the other side of the wall, Lucier woke up from his dream. His ears seemed to be filled with the woman's disgusted curses in his dreams. You filthy bastard with filthy blood flowing in your body. Filthy blood. Lucier sneered. He lay on his back on the bed. His surroundings were quiet. The only sound he could hear was the sound of the central air conditioner's vent. Lucier got off the bed and stood up. He crossed his arms and pulled up the corner of his shirt. He took off his white t-shirt and casually draped it over the back of the chair. Then, he stepped into the bathroom. A few minutes later, Lucier came out of the bathroom with his hair wet. He pulled out a bottle of mineral water from the mini fridge and sat down in front of the desk. He randomly picked a math competition exercise book from the shelf and opened it. His fingers were long. He twisted the bottle cap. His knuckles were slightly protruding. They were thin and strong. He gulped down half the bottle of ice water. Only then did he suppress the fire in his heart. Lucier was used to using a pencil when doing exercises. There was a rustling sound as the tip of the pen scratched on the paper. After doing 2 pages of exercises, Lucier stopped and took out a pencil sharpener from the drawer. The blade was sharp. It shaved off a piece of wood, revealing the black lead wrapped inside. Lucier's hand paused. Under the white light of the desk lamp, Lucier's left wrist, which he usually wore a watch on, was covered with messy thin scars. Some of the scars were so old that only a faint line was left. Some were still red. The pencil sharpener moved and finally stopped at the wrist. He used a little force with his right hand. The tip of the knife pierced the cold white skin and cut down. Dark red blood instantly overflowed. Lucier's thin eyelids were drooping. His eyes were bloodshot. His expression was indifferent. Ji did not sleep well the entire night. Not only did he feel unwell and keep having the same dream, but he also vaguely smelled a tempting fragrance. In the middle of the night, he searched the dormitory inch by inch but still could not find the source of the smell. He was so angry that he bit his pillow. After lying in bed for half an hour, Chiyu had successfully missed the morning self-study session when he arrived at the classroom. Xianxia saw Chiyu sit down and turned to talk to him. Last night during the evening self-study session, the English teacher came over and happened to see that your seat was empty, so she asked me what happened. I told her that you weren't feeling well and went back first. Chiyu's face turned pale and he yawned lazily. Class rep, you're so nice. She said that, but I saw the expression on the English teacher's face. It was quite unpleasant. After Zhang Yueshan finished speaking, he was a little worried about Chiyu. Chiyu supported his chin with his hand and tilted his head, trying to recall, our English teacher, who was she? Zhang Yueshan said helplessly, you must have fallen asleep during yesterday's afternoon English class. The English teacher's surname is Wang Lilin. She's female and has flaming red lips. She wears gold-rimmed glasses when she's looking at the computer. He saw that Chiyu's expression did not look good, but you haven't recovered from your illness, right? Do you want to go to the school hospital to lie down? No. Chiyu slumped on the table and did not want to move. It'll be a waste of time if I go there. They can't find out what's wrong with me. I'll just sleep everywhere. I'm too lazy to go so far. Zhang Yueshan had heard a lot of rumors about Chiyu before. Some said that his family bought a school so that he could study happily. Some said that the food in the cafeteria was not to his taste, so the school changed several chefs overnight. There were also many rich children in Jianing private school. They were also divided into different classes, and Chiyu was at the top of the pyramid. However, after interacting with Chiyu for the past 2 days, Zhang Yueshan felt that not only was he good-looking, but he also had a good temper. The only flaw that could not be considered a flaw was that he did not like to study and was a little delicate. But with that face, he felt that it was fine if she was a little delicate. It didn't seem out of place. Zhang Yueshan was a warm-hearted and helpful person. Now that he was the class monitor, he had a sense of responsibility, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. Anyway, don't force yourself if you're not feeling well. If you need help, just let me know. Chiyu nodded. Thank you, Class Republic. After lying on the table for a while, Chiyu remembered the dream that haunted her last night. She was suddenly curious about what was going on at the table behind him. However, it would be too obvious if he turned around to look. After thinking for 2 seconds, Chiyu found a square eraser and quietly threw it on the ground. Then, he pretended to be puzzled. Why did my eraser fall on the ground? Then, he turned around, lowered his head, bent over, picked up the eraser, and stood up. At the same time, he glanced at Lucia from the corner of his eyes. Coincidentally, he met Lucia's gaze. Lucia was holding a pencil that was neither too long nor too short in her beautiful hand. Her knuckles were bent in an arc. She was writing a book that was so thick that it gave Chiyu a headache just by looking at it. Her fine fringe covered half of her eyebrows and her eyes were dark. Her facial features were still very attractive and impactful. Chiyu often looked at himself in the mirror. His standards had been raised by his own looks, so he didn't easily think that anyone was good-looking. However, in his opinion, Lucia was really a good-looking guy. After stopping looking at each other, Chiyu quickly turned around and sat back down. F***ck, will he think that I'm looking at him on purpose? No, it seems like I'm looking at him on purpose? No, why would I look at him on purpose? However, after a while, Chiyu didn't have any other thoughts. His body felt hot and he slumped back on the table listlessly. He glanced at his fingernails that had grown a little longer. It was time to cut them again. The second period was English class. Chiyu couldn't sleep. His body was hot and his mind was groggy. He wasn't even in the mood to eat candy or read comic books. He only held a piece of fruit candy in his hand and spun it around in a daze. The English teacher came in and looked around. She deliberately asked, "Is everyone here?" Some people secretly looked at Chiyu's seat. Wang Lilin put down her lesson plan and greeted them in English as usual. Then, the class started. She was in her 30s. She wore an office suit and her hair was neatly tied up. She was an intellectual. This question was similar to the one at the end of last semester. Speaking of which, I spent a few days analyzing your final exam scores in detail and found a lot of problems. Especially some students, who single-handedly dragged down the class's average score. When Wang Lilin first took over Class A, she frowned. She didn't like to take a class filled with rich kids and top students. If it weren't for the high salary and bonus given by Jianing Private School, she wouldn't have liked the students from such a school. What I hate the most are those vermin. Do they think that just because their family is rich, they can be rich for the rest of their lives? I've taught in this school for so many years and have so many students. It's not like I haven't seen brothers get kicked out of their families and end up in debt before. When Chiyu heard this, he thought to himself, I've seen a lot of people like this English teacher. The next second, a piece of chalk hit Chiyu's arm and left a pile of chalk dust. Student Chiyu, who is sleeping peacefully, what do you think you should choose for this question? Chiyu wasn't sleeping at all. He stood up and quickly glanced at the questions and options on the projector screen. Choose D. His grades were terrible, but before he came to Jianing, he went to an international school for elementary and middle school. He wasn't good at anything except English. After saying the answer, he prepared to sit down. Unexpectedly, Wang Lilin sneered, some people are really lucky. Their grades are a mess, but when they are asked in class, someone will give them the answer. Chiyu's voice was weak. He respected the teacher, but he wasn't prepared to be wronged. Teacher, no one will give me the answer. Even if they want to, they probably don't have the time. For example, Xianxia. Wang Lilin pursed her lips and didn't say anything after being rebutted. Suddenly, she took out a piece of chalk from the blackboard, folded it into 3 pieces, and threw it at Chiyu. Chiyu didn't dodge because he realized that the chalk went past him and hit the table behind him. Some students think that they're arrogant because they have good grades in their first year of high school. They don't know where they stand and sleep in class. They don't study hard. When your grades in your 3rd year of high school are too low, don't cry and regret it. I've seen a lot of people like this. Chiyu blinked and cooperated with the rest of the class. He turned around and saw that the person behind him was sleeping, probably because he was woken up. Lusher's eyes were a little cold. Chiyu, Lusher, if you want to sleep, stand out. Lusher didn't care. His expression didn't change at all as he got up and walked out. His figure was thin and tall. He was wearing a white shirt and black school pants. His back view was very good. Chiyu wondered if this teacher was prejudiced against him and Lusher, or if she was just in a bad mood. He thought about how fresh the air outside was and followed out. The students in the class all looked at him. Zhang Yuashan was in a dilemma. God Lu and Chiyu didn't get along. If he stood out, would one stand at the front door and the other at the back door? Would he be at the head of the Yangtze River and I'll be at the tail? Because there was a class in the corridor, there was not a single person in sight. Chiyu didn't stand properly. He leaned lazily against the wall. His arms and back were pressed against the bricks on the wall, trying to cool himself down. As expected, it didn't work. However, he felt that he was almost used to it. Wasn't it just the burning passion in the body of a young teenager? Lusher casually put his hands in the pockets of his black school pants. The contrast between his cold white skin and the color of the fabric was obvious. The wind blew. It was quiet. No one spoke. Lusher spoke first. Do you want to go to the school hospital? The school hospital? Lusher probably heard the conversation between him and the class monitor. Chiyu shook his head. It's too far. I'm too lazy to walk. Lusher glanced at him and didn't say anything. Chiyu felt that the look in his eyes seemed a little complicated. The conversation came to an end. The two of them were bored standing, so Chiyu tried to find a topic. Why are you sleeping too? Aren't you usually very serious in class? Lusher's voice was still a little hoarse from just waking up. He spoke like a subwoofer. I know everything. It was very boring. I didn't sleep much last night. Chiyu nodded. You might not believe it, but I know everything too. My English teacher's pronunciation isn't as good as mine. The conversation came to an end again. 2 sparrows perched on the railing, chirped, and flew away. Lusher started the conversation again. Then how did you pull down the average score on your own? Oh, about that, Chiyu recalled. I was reading comic books until late at night and dozed off in the morning. I was going to start doing the exercises after 10 minutes of sleep. I didn't expect that when I woke up, there were only 10 minutes left. So, I wrote all the C's on the machine. why did you choose C's? Chiyu's eyes had a hint of disdain. Don't you know the ultimate rule? 3 long and 1 short choose the shortest. 3 short and 1 long choose the longest. If you don't understand, you choose C's. Lucier, after standing for a while, Chiyu suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. He wrinkled his nose and looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on Lucier. His eyes lit up. You really don't have anything delicious on you? Lucier's eyes darkened. He denied, no. He asked again, what are you smelling? I've been sick recently. The doctor said that my autonomic nervous system is dysfunctional. Anyway, everything I eat is tasteless. If I eat a little more, I'll vomit. It's terrible. But I smell a fragrance on you. It's so fragrant that it makes me hungry. Chiyu pressed his palm against the cold brick wall. Then, he changed to the other side and pressed the back of his hand against it. Lucier asked him, am I the only one who smells it? Yeah, I've only smelled this fragrance a few times. Chiyu got angry when he talked about it. But I also smelled it in the middle of the night last night. I don't know if it was a hallucination from my sleep. Anyway, I squatted on the ground and searched for a long time, but I couldn't find the source. In the middle of the night. Lucier glanced at his left wrist, which was wearing a watch. Chiyu had probably forgotten that he had asked him the same question before. At the beef restaurant on Qingchuan Road, Chiyu had pounced on him and asked him in a muffled voice, are you hiding something delicious on you? It smells so good. His train of thought was interrupted. Lucier looked up and saw Chiyu's hand reaching over. There was a piece of fruit candy in his palm, and the candy wrapper was crumpled. Chiyu's skin was fair and smooth, and his nails were neatly trimmed. There were even white semicircular crescents on his fingernails. I've been eating candy for the past 2 days. It's a waste to eat it. You can have it. 5 seconds passed. Lucier did not move. Chiyu was about to take it back. He felt that he was being quite rash. His thoughts were actually very simple. In the beginning, Lucier did not like him, and he did not like Lucier either. But those were 2 different things. Delicious candy should be given to good-looking people. He felt that this gangster was quite good-looking. Moreover, they had been punished by the irritable English teacher together. They had gone through thick and thin together. But the other party did not seem to appreciate it. But before he could retract his hand, the fruit candy in his palm was taken away by Lucier. Lucier peeled off the candy wrapper and stuffed the candy into his mouth. He tasted it carefully. It's very sweet. It tastes like strawberries. It's delicious. Huh, why do you have to tell me that it's very sweet and delicious? Chiyu was furious. The wind blew in the corridor for half an hour, but it didn't cool down Chiyu's hot blood. When the English teacher finished class and returned to the office, Chiyu followed Lucier into the classroom and slumped on the desk again. Xianxia was already used to Chiyu being either slumped on the desk or preparing to do so. He turned around and carefully observed Lucier's expression. He found that Lucier was as cold and indifferent as usual. There was nothing out of the ordinary. He pretended to cough twice and whispered to Chiyu, classmate Chiyu, you guys didn't fight, right? Chiyu rested his chin on his arm. His lips curved into a natural smile as he said lazily, class rep, we're both successors to socialism. We're civilized and don't fight. Moreover, Chiyu was very self-aware. He wasn't even at the level of a beginner. If he didn't want to die, why would he come in front of a gangster brother? Also, fighting was very dangerous. What if his face got hurt? However, class rep, are you worried that Lucier and I will fight outside the classroom and both of us will get hurt? Zhang Yuashan was indeed very worried. No, why would I be worried about that? You and Godlu will fight? I'm worried that Godlu will kick you and you'll get trampled on. Chiyu stopped smiling and became angry. I've decided not to talk to you for half a day. My self-esteem is hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiyu heard a chuckle. It came from the desk behind him. The voice was deep, low, and a little husky. It was quite nice. Chiyu turned his head and lifted his chin. Classmate Lu, do you have the same opinion as the class rep? His eyes were threatening. The threat wasn't enough. Lucier leaned against the wall, as if the small distance between the chair and the desk couldn't fit his long legs. His two legs were spread out naturally, and his right leg was on the aisle. His clean white sneakers and black school pants showed off his slender figure, looking exceptionally good. He met Chiyu's light-colored eyes. His eyes were wide open and his lips were tense. Lucier, okay. Chiyu angrily went back to her desk and lamented in her heart that the world wasn't worth it. The strawberry-flavored fruit candy that I handed out wasn't worth it. The next class was physics. After the bell rang, Chiyu took out the book, opened it, and placed it on the table to block his face. The table behind him called out, Chiyu. When Chiyu heard his name coming out of Lucier's mouth, he felt his ears itch. He turned around. Huh? Lucier held a thin and long pencil in his hand and pointed it in the air. The book has fallen. Chiyu followed the tip of the pencil and looked at the book that was standing upright. He realized that he hadn't noticed that the book was standing upside down. Where's my face? Where did he throw it? After a day of classes, Chiyu did not attend the evening self-study session. Instead, he went to the school hospital to get a bed. The doctor was very responsible and gave Chiyu a routine checkup. The thermometer showed that his body temperature was 36.5 degrees Celsius, which was a standard normal body temperature. The school hospital doctor agreed with the family doctor's diagnosis. Poor appetite, stomach pain, bloating, and vomiting are signs of gastrointestinal neurosis. Increased breathing, heart rate, blood pressure, and blood vessels that feel like they're about to explode are signs of sympathetic nervous system hyperactivity. Your taste buds are dull, and your skin is hot. However, your body temperature is normal, and there are no abnormalities in your body. There are no organic lesions. I also think that it's caused by autonomic nervous system dysfunction. Relax and have a good rest. You'll be back to normal after some time. Chiyu held the ice pack and worried. He worried and worried until he fell asleep. He slept until the school hospital closed and the doctor came to wake him up. When he returned to the dormitory, Chiyu looked next door before he opened the door. He vaguely remembered that the dormitory manager seemed to have mentioned to him that someone had moved into the empty dormitory next door this semester. Chiyu's curiosity only sprouted for a moment before it was extinguished by him. Right now, he only wanted to take a shower and lie flat on his bed. The first class the next day was English. Chiyu took out a brand new English textbook and pen and covered his mouth to yawn. Chiyu, stand out. When he heard Wang Lilin's words, Chiyu looked up blankly. Wang Lilin was wearing a black dress and her lips were very red. She was staring at Chiyu angrily. She repeated, "You're dozing off so early in the morning. Just don't come to my class. Stand out and feel the cool breeze to wake you up." Zhang Yuashan wanted to raise his hand and say something, but Chiyu kicked his chair from behind and stopped him. Chiyu didn't take his book and got up to leave the classroom. After standing there for less than 2 minutes, Lucier also came out. The two of them stood side by side and stared at the sparrows on the railing. Chiyu didn't sleep well at night and didn't eat much, so he was very tired. He yawned and his curly and thick eyelashes were a little wet. He muttered, "I really have to hand it to her. She wants to establish prestige and satisfy her own unbalanced mentality, but she shouldn't have targeted us." When he saw Lucier turn to look at him, Chiyu leaned back against the wall and explained, "It's not hard to understand, right? Teacher Wang is very conceited and fierce. Of course, that's on the surface. In reality, she has low self-esteem and is a little stupid. She subconsciously thinks that she doesn't have the ability to teach the rich second and third generations in our class. So, she targeted me," Chiyu pointed at himself, "to establish her prestige. She also subconsciously knows that she's not capable enough and that she can't teach the top students in our class. After all, not everyone is born with intelligence. So, she targeted you. She wanted to use this method to establish her strong and stable position and authority. So, she insulted, intimidated, and suppressed us the moment she came. Her words yesterday were not only directed at you and me, but also at the whole class." After he finished speaking, Chiyu sighed. Sigh, such a clumsy method. So pitiful. Lucier saw that his palm was pressed against the brick wall and then the back of his hand after a few seconds. He replied, yes, it's not difficult to understand. Chiyu blinked and listened carefully to his next words. I just didn't expect you to be so smart. Smart? Chiyu exploded in anger, so angry. How could this person be so annoying? If he could go back in time to yesterday, he would definitely slap himself in the face. Who asked you to give him candy? No, Chiyu stopped his violent thoughts. No, I can't slap myself in the face. Lucier saw that Chiyu's amber eyes were filled with emotions. Seeing that he was about to explode, he habitually put his hands into his trouser pockets and stopped talking. He continued to watch the sparrows fight for food on the railing. He used to think that Chiyu was a young master who was clean, unsuspecting, without any haze, and had grown up being spoiled by others. But now, he realized that this person in front of him seemed to have more than one side. Perhaps there were many different sides to him. He was like a two-dimensional character who suddenly became three-dimensional. At this moment, Lucier felt a slight tug on his sleeve. Looking down, Lucier's gaze fell on Chiyu's fingertips that were tugging on his sleeve. He expressed his confusion. Chiyu's gaze fell elsewhere. His body moved slightly closer and he whispered to Lucier, classmate Lu, cooperate with me. I'll show you my outstanding acting skills. Lucier followed his gaze and saw the dean and two patrolling teachers coming from the other end of the corridor. He could roughly guess what Chiyu was going to do. After a few seconds, Chiyu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and relaxed. His body went limp and he fell to the ground. Lucier's reaction was extremely fast. The moment Chiyu fell, he caught him in his arms. It was very light. Also, his acting skills were really bad. Lucier was very cooperative. He expressionlessly said the lines that Chiyu had been waiting for. Chiyu, why did you faint? Hurry and wake up. Chiyu opened his right eye and winked at Lucier. He felt that his teammate was not stupid at all, so he calmly closed his eye again. On the other side, the patrolling teacher was puzzled. That's year 2 class A, right? What's going on? Is a student being punished to stand? Did he faint? Wait, that student seems to be. The dean frowned and suddenly quickened his pace. It's the young master of the Chu family. On the way to the school hospital, Lucier carried Chiyu on his back and walked at the front. The head of teaching, the patrolling teacher, Wang Lilin, Class A's homeroom teacher, Yi Zhouqing, and the class monitor, Xianxia, all followed behind. The head of teaching looked anxious and was on the phone with the vice principal. Wang Lilin was called out of class. Her expression was tense and calm, but upon closer inspection, there was a trace of nervousness. She looked at the unconscious Chiyu on Lucier's back and felt a trace of resentment in her heart. She originally wanted to catch these two people and punish them as an example to others. Class A was so messy and difficult to lead. Who else could be more effective than the son of the school director and the face of the school's results? She thought that it would be effective if she did it a few more times, but she didn't expect Chiyu to be so delicate that he fainted after standing as punishment. Walking around the flower bed, Chiyu lay on Lucier's back and quietly opened one of his eyes. He asked very softly, Student Lu, am I heavy? Lucier paused for half a second, then continued to walk forward without stopping. Close your eyes. Okay. Chiyu obediently closed his eyes and whispered the same question again, Student Lu, am I heavy? Lucier, don't talk. Chiyu felt wronged. Okay. After hearing no more sound from the person on his back, Lucier whispered after a while, you're not heavy. He had been practicing mixed martial arts since he was young and had good stamina. Chiyu was light, so he could carry him around the stadium a few times without a problem. Zhang Yuashan was also worried. After he explained the general situation to the homeroom teacher, he quickly walked over to Lucier. God Lu, do you want me to carry Student Chu? Lucier shook his head. No need. He would be exposed. Although Zhang Yuashan was a fan, he was quite afraid of Lucier. When he heard Lucier say no, he didn't dare to insist. She stayed at a distance behind them, thinking that if Lucier was tired, she could go up and help. Lucier's footsteps were steady, and she was not even out of breath. He could clearly feel Chuyu's head leaning against his shoulder. Her warm and moist breath scattered on the exposed skin on the side of his neck, making him feel warm and itchy. When they entered the hospital, the doctor came out and saw the person lying on Lucia's back. "Why did you faint? Weren't you able to hold on when you came here yesterday?" Upon hearing this, the dean frowned. "Yesterday, Chu. You came to your place? That's not all. It's been 3 days since school started, and this is the third time I've come. She was also here on the day of the registration." Their class monitor, the doctor pointed at Xianxia. This classmate brought her here. However, his condition was complicated, and he didn't seem to be getting better. His condition kept repeating, and it was getting more and more serious. Last night, after the self-study session, he came to my place again and only returned to the dormitory after the door closed. The doctor knew that Chiyu was the son of the school's chairman. Seeing that even the dean of teaching had come along, and that Chiyu had fainted, something must have happened. Thus, he explained the situation clearly in a few words so that the blame would not fall on him in the end. After hearing this, the dean of teaching turned around and scolded Wang Lilin with a straight face. "What's going on? Chiyu has been sick all this time. As a teacher, it's fine if you don't care about your classmate, but you even made him stand outside the classroom for 2 consecutive days. What did you promise us when school started? Huh? You said that you would definitely lead this class well and that you would definitely teach every student well. What about now? You've sent him to the hospital?" Lucier did not say a word and placed Chiyu on the hospital bed. He saw Chiyu's eyelashes tremble, as if he was about to open his eyes. He put 2 fingers together and secretly tapped Chiyu's palm lightly. His eyes were tightly shut. Wang Lilin was displeased that he had been humiliated in front of everyone. "How would I know that Chiyu was sick?" Zhang Yuashan whispered from the side. "Teacher Wang, during the self-study session on the first day of school, you asked me why Chiyu was not in his seat. I said that he was sick and had not recovered yet, so he went back to the dormitory to rest." The dean of teaching was 40 years old. He was gentle and refined, but he had been in this position for almost 20 years. When he scolded people, he had a natural aura. His nostrils flared. He was obviously angry. "Teacher Wang, you're still quibbling at this time?" Wang Lilin's face also turned cold. He said self-righteously, "Dean, Chiyu slept in my class. Why can't I punish him? Even if he's the son of the school's chairman, he's still my student. I'm his teacher. I have the right to educate and control him." Zhang Yuashan did not dare to interrupt the two of them. However, when he received Lucier's gaze and remembered his duty as the class monitor, Zhang Yuashan could only brace himself and say, "Teacher Wang, Chiyu was not sleeping at that time. He was just lying on his stomach because he was not feeling well. Also, when you asked him, he answered correctly. You asked me to pass him the answers, but I really didn't. I didn't even have time to finish reading the questions." The dean of teaching had been in this position for so many years. How could he not understand what was going on? When he saw Lucier standing by the bed with his eyes lowered and not saying a word, he knew that he must have been wronged. The dean of teaching was furious. What do you want me to say about you? Huh? You're a role model for teaching and educating people. Have you forgotten all about it? He put his hands behind his back and said in a low voice, "When the vice principal comes later, you'll have to explain yourself. I've already said this. If anything happens to Chiyu, you won't be able to escape responsibility." Breathing slowly, the dean of teaching turned around and asked the doctor, "How is Chiyu?" After listening for a while, the doctor understood what was going on. Autonomic nervous system dysfunction was a subjective illness. However, the doctor knew that Chiyu had not been able to eat or sleep for a long time. He was so weak that he did not even have the strength to speak. With this illness, he must avoid emotional fluctuations and fatigue. He should be able to wake up after resting for a while. If he doesn't wake up, we'll send him to a big hospital outside the school. 10 minutes later, the vice principal rushed over. Chiyu also slowly opened his eyes in a timely manner. He wasn't faking it completely. Even though he was getting used to it, the feeling of lava flowing through his veins was still very uncomfortable. Furthermore, he had no appetite for the past 2 to 3 days. His stomach was hurting from hunger, and his rapid heartbeat felt as though it was pounding against his eardrums. His throat was dry and hoarse. he said in a daze. I'm at the school hospital? The vice principal stood in front of the hospital bed and put on a warm and friendly smile. Student Chiyu, are you feeling better? Chiyu looked at the people around him and smiled shyly. Thank you for your concern. I'm feeling better. His gaze shifted to Wang Lilin. A trace of fear flashed in Chiyu's eyes. His body shrank slightly, and he hurriedly looked away. He forced himself to say the second half of the sentence, I'm feeling better. His subconscious reaction was seen clearly by everyone present. How traumatized must he be to be so scared? Chiyu bit his pale lower lip, grabbed the corner of the blanket, and tried to smile. I'm almost recovered. It's not a big problem. Principal, Dean, Teacher Yi, Teacher Wang, Class Rep, and Lucier, you can all go back first. Thank you for your concern, but please don't delay your work in classes because of me. Chiyu sighed in his heart as he spoke. Wow, I didn't expect my acting to be so good. I'm so good that I'm scared of myself. I must be like a little white flower swaying in the cold wind right now. I'm sensible, pitiful, weak, and helpless. Lucier stood by the bed. From his angle, he could see the unconcealed excitement in Chiyu's eyes. He put his hands in the pockets of his school pants and felt that it was quite interesting. This familiar scene reminded him of the school hospital. Chiyu pressed him down on the hospital bed and greedily licked the blood from the corner of his lips. His blood. The vice principal's forehead was covered in cold sweat on the way here. At that time, Shi Yaling from the Yunling group bought Jianing private school with a large sum of money. The vice principal lamented to the principal in private that Shi Yaling had nowhere to spend her money. She spent money to buy the school for her youngest son's happiness in school. However, this also made him understand how much Shi Yaling spoiled her youngest son, Chiyu. After buying Jianing private school, Shi Yaling said, I don't have any other requests. I just want Chiyu to be happy, safe, and healthy in this school for the rest of his 3 years in high school. Who would have thought that he would faint in the corridor as punishment when the second year of high school started? The vice principal wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chiyu, your health is the most important thing. If Madame Shi knew that you were sick and fainted, she would be heartbroken. Chiyu blinked and felt a little embarrassed. It's my own health that isn't good. Moreover, my mother flew overseas yesterday. She's very busy with work. I don't want her to worry about me. Principal, please keep this a secret for me. Keep it a secret? What a good child. The vice principal had always had a good impression of Chiyu. Everyone knew that Shi Yaling from the Yunling group had a strong and decisive personality. Her eldest son and eldest daughter were her right-hand men. They were equally decisive. However, the young master of the Chu family had been pampered since he was young. Because he was born prematurely and was in poor health, the Chu family protected him like the apple of their eye. Even in such an environment, Chiyu did not grow up crooked and had a good temper and personality. He did not cause any trouble in the first year of high school. He was extremely worry-free. With a plan in mind, the vice principal straightened up and looked at Wang Lilin coldly. Mr. Wang, come with me. The school was very efficient. By the time Chiyu slowly walked back to the classroom, the English teacher of Class A had already been replaced. Wang Lilin was suspended for investigation. Lucier had been dragged along by their homeroom teacher, Olji, and they had been chatting in the corridor for quite some time. In the classroom, Xianxia still had a lingering fear. He patted his chest and said, the dean is so scary when he's angry. His deskmate, Li Hua, patted Xianxia's shoulder and comforted him. Class monitor, it's been hard on you. Don't be afraid. You represent the class and participate in the fight against evil. We support you. Everyone in the class is unhappy with Mr. Wang. His prejudice is too strong. He always says a few words in class. It's as if he's rich and smart but has offended him. Chiyu also patted his chest and said, I'm scared too. As he spoke, he even peeled a candy for himself and put it in his mouth to calm himself down. It was not very sweet, but it was better than nothing. Before he could finish the candy, Lucier came in from the back door. Chiyu was curious. He turned around and asked, what did Olji talk to you about? Lucier sat down and saw that Chiyu's cheeks were protruding from the candy. She raised her eyebrows and said, I thought you couldn't taste it? It's about feelings. Chiyu rested his chin on his hand and asked, what did Olji talk to you about? You chatted for so long. Lucier satisfied his curiosity and said, there's a competition. He told me to prepare for it. A competition? This was a field that poor students did not know about. Chiyu lost interest and turned back to lie on his desk. Chiyu thought of something and reached into his desk for a long time. He found an orange-flavored candy and handed it to Lucier. Student Lucier, happy working with you. Lucier leaned against the back of his chair and sat lazily. He stopped twirling the pen in his left hand and looked at the colorful candy wrapper. Just one? Chiyu struggled for a few seconds and took out another candy. He put both of them in front of Lucier and said reluctantly, two, no more. Lucier lowered her eyes and said, okay. She put the candy into her uniform pocket in front of Chiyu. Chiyu's heart was in pain. In the afternoon, the confirmation form for after-school activities was given out. Zhang Yuashan signed up for taekwondo and Li Hua signed up for tennis. After the afternoon class, the students packed up and left the classroom one after another. Chiyu did not like to squeeze with people. He waited until most of the students had left before he got up and left the classroom. He walked towards the thermostatic botanical garden behind the sports field. The sky was covered with dense dark clouds and it looked like it was going to rain. The wind blew and the branches rustled. Chiyu's face was covered in leaves as he walked through the small forest. He walked slowly and felt dizzy. His stomach started to spasm and hurt. Chiyu guessed that his symptoms were starting to get worse again. Wave after wave, making him completely lose his temper. When he arrived at the thermostatic botanical garden, Chiyu opened the glass door and walked in with familiarity. Jianing Private Hospital was very generous. The thermostatic botanical garden was built very professionally. There were many rare and expensive varieties and the facilities were complete. The plants were lush and there was a fresh smell in the air. He stood in front of the main control panel and pressed the green button on the control panel. With a beep, the irrigation system began to operate automatically. After that, Chiyu had nothing to do. He moved his feet and found a smooth stone to sit down and rest for a while. He looked around and inadvertently saw that there seemed to be someone in the glass greenhouse next door. However, before he could take a closer look, his vision went black because of the pain caused by the spasms in his stomach. Chiyu could not stand it and squatted on the ground without caring about his image. Lucier saw Chiyu from the beginning. He arrived at the glass greenhouse early and brought a competition question book. After he turned on the switch, he sat down and prepared to do the questions. Before he finished flipping through the first page, he saw from afar that Chiyu seemed to be feeling unwell and squatted on the ground. Lucier did not intend to care. He held the pencil and continued to do the questions. However, when he finished 2 questions and looked up, Chiyu had already fallen to the ground and was no longer moving. Outside, the wind was blowing and the rainwater that had been accumulating for a long time began to fall. Lucier put down the book and walked through the corridor between the thermostatic botanical garden and the glass greenhouse toward Chiyu's position. Chiyu's eyes were tightly shut and he was lying on the ground. His breathing was heavy and he looked very uncomfortable. Lucier was not in a hurry to go over. He stood in the same place for a long time before he moved. As if he could not feel the pain, Lucier did not move his eyebrows. He scratched the sharp and hard edge of the plant's leaves with the tip of his index finger. In an instant, a small wound appeared and dark red blood immediately overflowed. He did not care about the blood dripping from his fingertip. He walked to Chiyu's side and helped him up. He was confirming his guess. Sure enough. Chiyu's thick eyelashes trembled slightly. He slowly opened his eyes and looked half-conscious. It smells so good, Chiyu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. What smells good? I don't know. Chiyu's voice was different from his usual clear and bright teenage voice. It was slightly hoarse and sounded a little aggrieved. I'm so hungry, thirsty, Lucier continued to ask, do you like the smell? Chiyu nodded. He was tempted by the smell and could not control himself. He began to try to find the source. Lucier pressed down on the small wound on his index finger with his thumb. The blood stopped flowing. Chiyu was at a loss for a moment. He wrinkled his nose and looked like he was about to cry. Lucier carefully observed his subtle expressions. Then, Lucier raised his hand and bent his knuckles. He unbuttoned the top button of his white shirt. Then, he unbuttoned the second, third, and fourth button until his cold white skin and delicate collarbone were exposed. He dipped 2 drops of blood from his fingertip into his shoulder. The strong contrast between the color of the blood and the color of his skin was almost magnificent. Lucier leaned against the lush tree trunk and looked down at Qiyu. His eyes were long and narrow. His tone was almost coaxing. "Are you hungry?" Qiyu nodded. Lucier pulled down the collar of his white shirt and said in a low and hoarse voice, "If you want, come over here." Qiyu approached him. He clung onto Lucier's back and pressed his lips and teeth against his thin shoulder. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked the blood on his skin. The rain outside was getting heavier. The torrential rain fell on the glass roof and gathered and flowed down like a stream. The rain enveloped the entire temperature-controlled botanical garden. The world became blurry because of it. Lucier raised his hand. Starting from Qiyu's waist, he moved up his spine and finally rubbed Qiyu's soft hair. Lucier lowered his head slightly and whispered in Qiyu's ear, "Good boy, bite down." 2 seconds later, he felt a slight pain on his shoulder. Blood flowed out. Qiyu greedily sucked on it. Lucier's fingertips could not help but tremble. As far as his eyes could see, rainwater trickled down the glass wall. Lucier breathed softly as if he was afraid of disturbing Qiyu. For the umpteenth time, the sharp female voice rang in his ears, "You bastard with dirty blood flowing in your body." Except for the sound of the rain, there was no sound. Lucier slowly closed his eyes. Qiyu felt as if he was being pulled into the center of the earth by a huge gravitational force, or as if his body was as light as a feather and thrown high into the clouds. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't even think about what time it was or where he was. Only the instinct in his blood drove him, urged him, and made him greedily suck the blood on his lips. When the blood entered his mouth, an indescribably sweet taste filled the air like nectar. The burning thirst in his throat was like dry land that welcomed a good rain, and the burning heat in his blood vessels and body gradually subsided. Countless amounts of blood were sucked into his body, and the great joy and satisfaction made Qiyu's body tremble uncontrollably. He clung tightly to Lucier's back, his fingers exerting force, and even subconsciously let out a soft moan. The dream that had haunted him for several days appeared in front of his eyes again. In the winding alley, the sunlight was dazzling. Lucier looked at him, his eyebrows dark, his eyes cold and sharp. Blood was flowing out of the wound on his left arm. The picture collapsed like a puzzle, and a trace of clarity appeared in his mind. Qiyu heard the heavy rain outside. Thousands of raindrops hit the glass wall, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. He heard Lucier's gentle breathing, felt the other's warm body temperature, and realized that the other's hand was on his hair. His limbs felt as if they were soaking in a hot spring, soft and powerless, and his eyelids gradually became heavy. He was sucking Lucier's blood. The moment Qiyu's body softened, Lucier raised his hand and held the waist of the person in his arms. He let Qiyu lean on his right shoulder. Lucier looked down and found that there were several bloody holes on his left shoulder, made by teeth. A little dark red blood seeped out of the wounds, and then they began to coagulate and heal at an abnormal speed visible to the naked eye. When he placed Qiyu on a smooth and flat stone, the wounds had already scabbed over. Lucier looked down at Qiyu. His soft light brown hair hung down naturally, revealing his smooth and white forehead. He didn't sleep very well, and his eyelids and eyelashes were constantly trembling, and his lips were stained with thick blood. It was as if an angel from the Holy Church had fallen into hell. It was really delightful. When Qiyu opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Lucier. The rain outside showed no signs of slowing down. The rainwater that flowed down from the roof was like a waterfall, isolating the entire temperature-controlled botanical garden from the rest of the world. Lucier still had his hands in his pockets and was staring at the glass wall in a daze. From Qiyu's angle, he could see the curve of the man's jaw, the thin line of his neck and shoulders, as well as the collarbone under his open collar. After staring at him for a long time, Qiyu finally spoke. His throat was no longer dry and hoarse, but Qiyu's voice was surprisingly hoarse. "Lucier." Lucier turned his head and looked down at Qiyu with a calm expression. Seeing no fear or disgust in Lu Shi's eyes, Qiyu subconsciously loosened his clenched fists. After taking a deep breath, Qiyu asked, "Last time at the school hospital, it wasn't a dream, right?" Lu Shi pretended not to hear the trembling at the end of Qiyu's sentence and replied, "Yes. This is my second time." Qiyu licked his dry lips and tried to calm himself down. He said the second half of his sentence, "The second time I sucked your blood, right?" "Yes." Qiyu was not stupid. Although he usually did not care about many things and was too lazy to think, he was not brainless. The strange fragrance he smelled at Xianxia Road, the long hair and nails he found when he went home to take a shower, the thirst in his throat that could not be quenched by drinking water, the hunger that could not be quenched by food, and the continuous fever that could not be identified. And why his body recovered when he woke up after sleeping at the school hospital. It was because he drank Lu Shi's blood. Looking at his nails that had grown a little longer, Qiyu felt that he should be feeling fear or panic right now. But what spread in his heart was only blankness. It shouldn't be, why did I? No, I shouldn't be like this. What's wrong with me? Lu Shi was very quiet as he watched quietly from the side. After a long time, Qiyu looked up at Lu Shi. His lips moved as he tried to smile, but there was no trace of a smile. "This is not a dream, right?" Lu Shi was quite patient and answered, "Yes, it's not a dream." His gaze shifted to Lu Shi's shoulder. The sweet taste seemed to explode on the tip of his tongue again. Qiyu tried his best to suppress the urge to suck it that seemed to surge from his bone marrow. He asked him, "The wound on your shoulder, it's already healed?" Lu Shi pulled down the collar on one side of his white shirt and showed Qiyu the wound that had already scabbed over. His pupils contracted. The last bit of hope in Qiyu's heart was crushed. He tried his best to guess and imagine that maybe he only had a rare psychological illness, which caused him to be bloodthirsty. Maybe there was something wrong with him, or maybe he was infected with a rare virus, which caused him to suck other people's blood. However, it was not normal for the wound to scab over so quickly, and it was even about to heal. Qiyu staggered to his feet. He was at a loss for a moment and did not dare to look into Lu Shi's eyes. He lowered his head and said, I'm going out for a while." After he finished speaking, he quickly walked out of the thermostatic botanical garden. The rain did not seem to be letting up at all. Qiyu walked in the rain with his head lowered. After a while, he was completely drenched. After a few brisk steps, he started to run. The rain hit his face, and it was cold and painful. After passing by the empty sports field and the teaching building, Qiyu stood at the school gate and said to the security guard, "I'm going out for a while." Qiyu was stunned. "Where should I go?" The security guards on shift all knew Qiyu. News spread quickly in the school, and they already knew about the incident at the school hospital at noon. Now that they saw Qiyu's drenched body, pale face, and hurried appearance, they guessed, "Are you going to the hospital?" The water flowed down from his forehead and the bridge of his nose. Qiyu nodded randomly. "Yes, I'm going to the hospital." "The rain is so heavy, please wait." When the security guard came out with an umbrella, Qiyu was already gone. Jianing Private Hospital was located in the inner circle. It was one street away from the bustling streets. After identifying the direction, Qiyu ran forward. His feet stepped into puddles, and his shoes and trousers were soon soaked. He ran all the way to the nearest hospital and entered the emergency department. He took 2 steps inside and hurriedly retreated. He could not go to the hospital and do a checkup. If they found out, it might be the same as before. There was no problem and he was very healthy. Or they might find something abnormal. The rain on his body dripped down. Soon, there was a small pool of water under Qiyu's feet. People passing by saw that he was drenched and looked confused, so they would take a second look at him when they passed by. However, too many deaths occurred in the hospital every day, so it was already a common sight. Qiyu took 2 more steps back and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a commotion from afar. Not long after, a young man was carried in. There was a deep wound on his thigh, and blood was gushing out. A bitter smell hit his face. Qiyu could not hold it in. He turned around and supported himself on the cement pillar at the entrance, retching. After hesitating for a moment, Qiyu walked into the hospital. There were many patients sitting in the emergency department, and many of them had bloody injuries. In the medical trash can, there were clumps of blood-stained gauze. Chiyu had not finished walking around when he could not hold it in anymore and retched again. It turned out that he did not want to suck all the blood. In fact, the smell of the blood was bitter and smelly to him, and he reflexively felt nauseous. Chiyu did not torture himself anymore. He walked out of the hospital and stood at the entrance for a while. He simply chose a direction and continued walking. The sky was already completely dark. The neon lights gradually lit up, and the gorgeous lights were vague in the heavy rain. He passed by a park in the middle of the street. After confirming that there was no one inside, Chiyu walked in and chose a step to sit down. Next to him were neatly trimmed green shrubs. Under the warm light of the street lamps, he could clearly see the dripping rain. Only then did Chiyu realize that he was so cold that his whole body was trembling. His wet clothes stuck to his skin, and his body temperature seemed to be sucked away. He hugged his arms, rubbed them, and exhaled. Footsteps sounded behind him. Chiyu was startled. He carefully turned his head and was instantly stunned. It was Lucier. Through the curtain of rain, Lucier was holding a white transparent umbrella. The raindrops formed a line along the surface of the umbrella. His eyes were hidden under the umbrella. His figure was thin and tall, and his hands were naturally in his pockets. He was walking over in the rain. For a moment, Chiyu didn't know how to react. Until Lucier stood beside Chiyu and pulled Chiyu under the umbrella to shield him from the heavy rain. Neither of them spoke. Chiyu stared at the puddles on the ground that reflected the dim light of the street lamps. After a long time, he asked softly, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lucier's voice was as cold as usual. "Afraid of what?" Chiyu's mouth twitched and he joked, "Afraid that I'll suddenly go berserk, subdue you, and suck your blood dry." Lucier caught a glimpse of his hands on the steps. He was so nervous that his hands turned white. He retracted his gaze and replied, "You can't beat me." Although this was the truth, was there a need to be so direct? However, perhaps it was the other party's attitude that strangely calmed Chiyu down. He gave up a seat to the side and asked Lucier, "Do you want to sit?" Lucier sat down. The transparent umbrella was above their heads, blocking the wind and rain. When they looked up, they could see the raindrops on the umbrella's surface and the dim light of the street lamps. Chiyu supported his chin with his hand and turned to look at Lucier's side profile. "When did you find out?" About me sucking your blood." Lucier's side profile was exquisite. There was a unique beauty between a teenager and an adult. His double eyelids and the extending ends of his eyes were very beautiful. He looked at Chiyu, who was pretending to be calm. "Earlier than you." "That's true. You're a prodigy, so your IQ must be higher than ordinary people." Chiyu guessed, "Did you come out from the school hospital?" "No, that's not right." "You were punished to stand, right? You noticed it when you asked me a few questions back then?" "Something like that." Chiyu glanced at Lucier's hand that was holding the umbrella. Under his cold, pale skin, there were blue veins. Chiyu forced himself to look away. He struggled for a while before he asked in a relaxed tone, "You? Seriously, do you think I'm a monster? Or a monster? I want to suck human blood. If I don't, it's like I'm going to die. I can't live anymore. I can die on the spot in the next second." His voice became softer and softer. Chiyu didn't know why, but his eyes were swollen and the tip of his nose was sore. If it weren't for his pride, he would have burst into tears on the spot. He sniffed and his voice was choked with sobs. With red eyes, he asked Lucier, "I'm asking you. Do you think I'm a monster? The kind that relies on sucking human blood to survive? A monster that scares people?" Lucier looked into Chiyu's eyes and said seriously, "Chiyu. Don't you think that compared to monsters, humans are scarier?" Chiyu was slightly startled. He felt that Lucier's dark eyes had too many things that he couldn't understand. Lucier raised his hand and touched Chiyu's wet hair. "So, don't be afraid." The heavy rain started in the afternoon and lasted for a few hours before it gradually stopped. A small brown frog jumped out of the dripping shrubs and splashed the water on the ground. Soon, it disappeared into the flower bed. Chiyu sat on the steps and picked up a branch that had been blown down by the strong wind. He lowered his head and poked at the water in the small puddle. He was originally at a loss and had some inexplicable fear. However, after listening to Lucier, he strangely found a fulcrum to balance his emotions. At least he had some buffer time to sort out his thoughts amidst the chaos. Chiyu was the first to emphasize. I really didn't cry just now. Lucier glanced at him and didn't refute. His voice was cold. Yeah. Chiyu poked the shadows of the two people under the street lamp with the branch in his hand. He was a little lost in thought again. A gust of night wind blew past, and a chill swept across his soaked clothes. He couldn't help but shudder and come back to his senses. I have a lot to say, but my mind is in a mess. I don't know where to start. Lucier had his head down and was patiently and meticulously folding the umbrella neatly. His fingers bent to form beautiful lines. After buckling the umbrella, Lucier turned his eyes and saw Chiyu's thick and curly eyelashes drooping. He looked listless. He took the initiative to start the conversation. First of all, we can be sure that you are not an ordinary or normal human being. Ordinary, normal humans don't have the ability to heal wounds at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chiyu nodded dispiritedly. Yes. In the restaurant on Qingchuan Road and in the corridor outside the classroom, you asked me the same question. You asked if I was hiding something delicious on me. Because you smelled a very fragrant scent on my body. Lucier's eyebrows were calm. He analyzed the situation in detail as if he was solving a math problem. When was the first time you smelled that so-called fragrant smell? Chiyu followed Lucier's train of thought. I remember that. Qingchuan Road. At Qingchuan Road, when you were fighting with that group of tattooed brothers, wasn't your left arm injured? It was bleeding profusely. That was when I smelled that very fragrant smell for the first time, and my throat felt dry and itchy. Never before? Chiyu was very certain. Absolutely not. Lucier asked him again, was there anything unusual after that? Abnormal? If you want to talk about abnormalities, there are a lot of them. Chiyu's thoughts gradually became clear, and he began to count on his fingers. I kind of entered a rapid growth period. My nails and hair grew very fast, and I had to cut my nails almost every day. Always thirsty, but not wanting to drink water. He was very hungry, but he had no appetite. His appetite was not good, and he would vomit after eating. Oh, that's right, it was the night I returned home from Qingchuan Road that I started to have a fever. I was so hot that my blood vessels were about to explode, but my body temperature was only 36.5. I was furious. Also, Chiyu stammered, I will have the same dream many nights in a row. What dream? Chiyu looked away. It's just that I dream of you. Why did it sound so awkward when he said this sentence? Lucier lifted his thin eyelids and looked at Chiyu. Me? Yes, it's just that I keep dreaming of you. After saying it out loud, Chiyu gave up and described it in detail. It's probably that you're standing in that small alley, looking at me expressionlessly. The wound on your arm keeps bleeding, and the color of the blood is dazzling. You don't have a deep impression of anything else in the dream. The deepest impression is the bleeding wound, right? Chiyu was startled, and suddenly realized that it was indeed so. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be sunlight, but when he thought about it carefully, he was not sure whether it was a sunny day or not. He also could not remember the surrounding environment clearly. Yes, that's indeed the case. Lucier's white shirt sleeves were loosely rolled up. His sitting posture was casual, and his voice was mixed with the moist night wind. It was very soft. I have two speculations. Their common premise is that before this, the blood-sucking characteristic in your body has always been in a dormant state. And my blood is a source of stimulation. When you smell my blood, the blood-sucking characteristic lurking in your body awakens from its dormant state. You begin to thirst for blood, and a series of changes also occur in your body. The first speculation is that you need to suck blood to survive. The blood here is not only mine, but also someone else's. Under this assumption, my blood and I do not possess any special properties to you. In other words, if you change the blood of another person on that day, it can also stimulate your blood-sucking characteristic. Chiyu rested his chin on his hand and listened carefully. What about the second possibility? Lusher's eyes were dark and calm as he stared at Chuyu's subtle expressions. The second possibility is that you need to suck my blood to survive. Under this speculation, my blood is special to you. Special. Chuyu subconsciously looked away again and no longer looked at Lusher. He was very sure that Lusher's blood was absolutely special to him. This was because whether it was smelling Hejihao's blood or the blood of countless patients in the hospital, not only did he not have any appetite, but if he tried to suck it, he would also feel physiologically nauseous. Only Lusher's blood. Lusher's blood was very fragrant. It was as if the taste buds on the tip of his tongue had exploded. After swallowing it, the discomfort in his body would immediately disappear. At the same time, it would produce a great sense of pleasure and satisfaction. He had only experienced it once, but it was engraved in his bones. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that if he did not suck Lusher's blood, he might not be able to survive. He would die. Chuyu's 5 fingers tightened around the branch. He was not prepared to say this sentence out loud. After all, he and Lusher had known each other for less than a month. Before this, they had not even communicated much, and their understanding of each other was even more pitiful. He had not reached the level of trust in Lusher. The second speculation is correct. Your blood is very special to me. Other people's blood smells bitter and stinky, but yours is different. Ji did not answer this question in detail. By the way, about that dream. Lusher obeyed his wishes and changed the topic. Ji chose his words carefully. In the evening in the botanical garden, after I sucked a lot of your blood, my consciousness was not very clear. However, I'm sure that the scene in the dream appeared before my eyes. It was the scene of you bleeding. But soon, the image shattered like a jigsaw puzzle. I have a feeling that I won't have the same dream again. Lusher, what are you thinking? I'm thinking, could this dream be a symbol or an instruction? It's not normal to have the same dream over and over again. After saying that, the corners of Chuyu's mouth twitched again. However, I'm not normal in any way right now. Lusher ignored the second half of his sentence and only analyzed objectively, you started having this dream after being stimulated by my blood. And the scene in the dream shattered and ended when you sucked a lot of my blood. If this dream is interpreted as a special reminder, then it makes sense. Chuyu understood what Lusher meant. The meaning of the existence of that dream was that after he awakened the blood-sucking characteristic, it repeatedly reminded him that he needed to suck blood, Lusher's blood. Once he had his fill, this notification would no longer have any meaning. So. Chuyu looked up. What? So, it's very likely that your blood-sucking characteristic has been completely activated. Or, you've completed a certain process in your growth stage. Chuyu nodded. That makes sense. It's not necessarily correct. It's just a rough guess based on what we know now. Lusher looked at Chuyu. He was almost certain that his blood had a special effect on Chuyu. It was not just the taste. It was even possible that Chuyu could only suck his blood. This guess made Lusher's eyes, which were as dark as the night, seem to be faintly decorated with a few stars. Let's go back. We still have class tomorrow. Lusher got up. He did not care about his soaked black school pants. He held the umbrella in his right hand and walked out of the park. At night, it was raining, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Chuyu was timid and afraid of ghosts. He quickly stood up, threw away the branch in his hand, and chased after him. Wait for me, I'll go with you. The two of them returned to the school. At the fork in the road, they saw Lusher walking in the direction of the cafeteria. Chuyu followed 2 steps and realized, right, he was full, but Lusher probably had not eaten anything yet. More importantly, he had sucked so much blood from him. For a moment, his heart was filled with guilt. Chuyu hurriedly took out his school ID card. Do you want? No, I have my own. Lusher looked at Chuyu's soaked clothes that were about to dry naturally. Go back and take a shower first. Huh? Oh, okay. Chuyu did not follow him. He stood in the same spot and watched Lusher slowly walk away under the dim warm light of the street lamp. Then, he came to his senses and walked back to the dormitory. After taking a hot shower and putting on his pajamas, Chuyu finally felt warm all over again. He held his phone, locked the screen, and unlocked it several times. Then, he held his breath and dialed a number. Mom, hello, young master. I'm President Sher's assistant. President Sher is in a meeting now. The meeting is expected to end in 48 minutes. If you have something urgent, I can pass the message on your behalf. He did not have time to adjust his expression. He was slightly stunned. However, for as long as he could remember, 9 times out of 10 when he called his mother was like this. Not only could he recite the same words, but he could also imitate the tone of his mother's voice perfectly. However, Chiyu was still not used to it. Chiyu leaned his back against the edge of the desk. He held a triangular ruler in his hand and lowered his eyelashes to hide his emotions. Then I'll call back in 48 minutes. Okay. The call was hung up. The system automatically returned to the main interface of the phone. Chiyu stood there for a while. He thought about it and wanted to ask Lucia if she had finished her supper. However, he immediately realized that he did not have Lucia's contact information. Lying on the bed, Chiyu aimlessly swiped through the interface of his phone. Suddenly, he saw QQ message 99. He opened it and saw that it was from the class group. Student Committee Fongziki, let's meet to study. It's a father-son game. Whoever puts down the pen first is the son. Do you want to come? Class monitor Xianxia, son, come. Commoner Li Hua, do you want to do an English test? Are you going to write to me again? Below, a string of ha 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 was mixed with the word come in response to the student committee. Chiyu tapped on the screen and typed. Campus bell, Chiyu, me too. Campus bell, Chiyu, no, why is my title the campus bell? Student committee Fongziki, because you're the campus bell. You're the campus bell. We're responsible for studying hard. You're responsible for being as beautiful as a flower. Campus bell, Chiyu, go away, go away. I love studying. Studying makes me happy. After sending 2 emojis, Chiyu switched to the main page of the class group and found Lucia's name in the list of members. Chiyu clicked on the temporary chat. His fingertips hovered over the keyboard. He did not know what to write. He was not familiar with Lucia. Although they had a strange connection now, they were still not familiar with each other. Chiyu hesitated for a long time before he decided to forget about it. Maybe the message would annoy her. Chiyu stared at the time. It was on time. He dialed the number again. The person who answered the phone was still the assistant. After a few words, the phone was handed to Xianxia. Chiyu subconsciously became nervous. Mom. Xianxia was used to going straight to the point. What's the matter? This mode, on the contrary, made Chiyu relax a little. Recently, his heartbeat suddenly quickened by half a beat. Chiyu stopped talking. He could not say it. At least, he could not say it all for the time being and expose Lucia's existence. Chiyu knew his mother's way of thinking and her way of doing things very well. If he told her that he was thirsty for blood, that he would die if he did not drink blood, and that he could only accept Lucia's blood, then the consequences would be completely out of his control. Whether it was for the Chu family or for him, his mother would never allow such a fatal weakness to be in Lucia's hands. In order to eliminate this risk, his mother would definitely take control of Lucia first. Perhaps, from tomorrow onwards, Lucia would be forced to be bound to him. Her freedom would be restricted and she would become his mobile blood bank until he no longer needed blood, or until he died. He remembered that on the steps of the park in the middle of the street, Lucia held an umbrella and gently touched his wet hair. Her eyes were calm as she told him not to be afraid. What's wrong recently? I'm very busy. Don't waste my time. Chiyu took a light breath until his heart rate returned to normal. Then he spoke in a tight voice, I've been feeling very unwell recently. I think I'm sick. I always feel very thirsty and hungry, but my appetite is not good. I can't eat anything and I vomit after eating. Also, my whole body has been burning up for a long time. My heart rate is also a little fast. After saying this, he became nervous again. He was very conflicted. However, if his mother knew something about blood-sucking, would she be able to find some clues from the symptoms he described? Chuyu, if you're feeling unwell, you should go to the family doctor, not me. Yaling's phone rang and her assistant reported in a low voice. Then, Yaling arranged things one by one. Chuyu waited quietly. He moved his fingers and realized that he was too nervous. His knuckles were stiff. After half a minute, Yaling's voice sounded again on the other end of the line. Is there anything else? No. Chuyu turned sideways and curled up. He said into the phone, take care of your body. You're too busy with work and need to rest properly. I understand. Then, the call ended. Chuyu faced the air and finished the second half of his sentence. Good night, Mom. Chuyu opened his eyes. The sky outside the window was slightly bright. He hadn't dreamt the whole night, so he was inexplicably not used to it. He half closed his eyes and hugged the quilt in a daze for a while. Then he raised his hand and slammed it hard on the wall. Damn, it hurts, Chuyu hissed in pain and gasped. He clenched his red fingers and sighed. As expected, I didn't awaken any magical abilities like copper skin and iron bones. Good food. After a nap, his mood had more or less stabilized. After rolling around on the bed twice, Chuyu jumped out of bed energetically to wash up. When he looked in the mirror, he saw a bunch of messy hair on top of his head. Chuyu pressed the hair with his left hand and held a toothbrush with his right. He thought of something. He bit his toothbrush, filled 2 glasses with water, and watered the potted crane orchid in the corner. Before he left, the hair was successfully pressed down and the hairstyle was intact. Chuyu was in a good mood and prepared to go to the classroom. When he opened the door and went out, the door next door opened. Chuyu looked up. Lucier, Chuyu stood in the same spot. He blinked his round eyes and opened the door expressionlessly. He went in, closed the door, opened the door again, and walked out. When he looked again, the person standing there was still Lucier. Chuyu murmured, so it wasn't an illusion. Lucier's gaze swept over Chuyu's wet hair. He inexplicably remembered the night before when he touched Chuyu's hair. He replied, yes, it wasn't. Perhaps because he woke up early, Lucier's voice was slightly hoarse. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes that he didn't hide well. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked downstairs. Chuyu followed him downstairs. After he recovered from his shock, he thought that it would be strange if Lucier didn't live next door to him. The luxurious single dormitory on this floor of Jianing Private Academy had top-notch living conditions. There were only a few rooms in total. Even if you had money, you couldn't stay there. For example, He Jihao wanted to be Chuyu's neighbor and live next door to him. Before the start of the first year of high school, he cried and wailed, but in the end, he still couldn't move in. As for Chuyu, after his mother bought the school, her assistant was very considerate. She specially chose the room on this floor that was furthest from the stairs for him to live in. He was quite satisfied. It was quiet and there wouldn't be many people passing by the door. It was convenient for him to sleep in. After living here for more than a year, Chuyu knew that on this floor, starting from the stairs, there were rooms next to each other. Basically, all the rooms were occupied by the first, second, and third places of each grade, as well as the strong contestants. As for Lucier, he was in the first year of high school at the branch. Now that he had moved to the headquarters, he would naturally move in as well. He reckoned that he was the only bad student on this floor. Following behind Lucier, Chuyu was hesitant about whether he should go up and talk to him. But, what should I say? I sucked so much of your blood. Are you dizzy? Do you want to eat blood-replenishing granules? I'll buy them for you. Did you catch a cold last night? What did you eat for supper? Before he could finish hesitating, Chuyu saw a tall and thin boy wearing glasses waving at Lucier from the second-floor corridor. He found the boy familiar and quickly recognized him. He was Zhu Jifei, whom he had dinner with before. Zhu Jifei was talking to Lucier. Lu Ge, did Stone call you? I've already received 3 phone calls. No, what's the matter? Lucier lowered his eyelashes and put his right hand in his pocket. His head was slightly lowered as he listened to Zhu Jifei talk. The lines of his neck were clean and beautiful. He said that tomorrow is Saturday and that we must go back. He has already bought the electric stove and hot pot soup base. He also found out how to make the soup base. Zhu Jifei adjusted his glasses. From Stone's tone, I heard that he was a little too excited. But Lu Ge, are you going back this weekend? Jianing Private School was not strict with its resident students. No one cared whether you were in school or not during the weekend. It was fine as long as you were in the dormitory on Sunday night. However, Zhu Zhifei knew that Lucier lived alone and had no one to talk to at home. Therefore, when he was at the branch, he would only go back to Qingchuan Road once every 10 days or half a month. Lucier held a black gel pen in his left hand. He woke up grumpily and looked cold when he was expressionless. Yes, I'm going back. I think after we leave, Stone will be lonely and won't have anyone to play games with. Zhu Zhifei was surprised to see someone walking 2 steps behind him. He stopped and greeted him. Young master? Lucier also stopped and turned to look at Chiyu. Chiyu felt uneasy. He said dryly, "Good morning." Lucier said, "Morning." "Good morning." Zhu Zhifei saw Lucier's cold face and was afraid that Chiyu would feel awkward, so he quickly said warmly, "Lu Ge and I are going to the cafeteria for breakfast. Do you want to come with us? The 3 of us are just right." He had a good impression of Chiyu. In addition, he had gossiped about the real person in front of Chiyu, so he was a little embarrassed now. However, after saying that, Zhu Zhifei felt a little regretful. Lucier did not like Chiyu from the beginning. On the first day of school, there were rumors that they were not on good terms. Would it be inappropriate for him to invite him so rashly? Chiyu had drunk too much blood at the temperature-controlled botanical garden yesterday afternoon. He had no appetite for anything, not even candy. When he heard the word cafeteria, he quickly refused. "I'm not hungry. You guys go ahead." Seeing that Chiyu refused, Zhu Zhifei heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Lucier's expression and did not try to persuade him again. "Okay, then Lu Ge and I will leave first. Let's hang out together next time." Chiyu arrived at the classroom much earlier than usual. However, Zhang Yuashan and Li Hua, who were sitting in front of him, were both straight-A students, so they arrived even earlier. Seeing that Chiyu had arrived, Zhang Yuashan looked him up and down. "Compared to yesterday morning, you look much better. How's your illness? Are you feeling better?" Chiyu nodded. "Almost." After saying that, he was stunned for a moment. It was only yesterday, but it felt like a long time had passed. Zhang Yuashan saw that no one was paying attention to him and asked softly, "Just now, I was discussing with my deskmate whether you really fainted or not yesterday." Chiyu did not hide it from him. It was fake. Li Hua did not dare to talk to Chiyu for the first 2 days. Now, he came over and said, "Wow, you really faked it. But aren't you the son of the school director? Why don't you be more arrogant? For example, like in TV dramas, you can slam the table and tell the English teacher that you want to disappear from my sight. Immediately, right now. Like this?" Chiyu pulled out a chair and sat down. He supported his chin with his hand and explained softly, "It's so good to be a weak and pitiful little white flower. Think about it. If I really did what you said, the principal would indeed fire this teacher for my mother's sake. But for me, I would be labeled as a bossy and domineering person who bullies others. I would be at a disadvantage. Also, no matter what Teacher Wang did, everyone would subconsciously sympathize with the weak. In the end, even though I was the one who was bullied, others would say that I bullied the teacher and caused him to be suspended and lose his job. Also, I still have 2 years of school to go. In these 2 years, how would the other teachers see me and treat me?" Li Hua was suddenly enlightened and clapped his hands. "Wonderful. That's brilliant." Zhang Yuashan also understood. "But it's different now. As the son of the school director, even though you were sick and felt wronged, you still followed the teacher's instructions and stood there as punishment. How respectful of the teacher. In the end, you even fainted in the corridor. How pitiful. Now that I think about it, I also feel that I'm very pitiful." Chiyu had a sly look in his eyes. "My brother and sister used to teach me that no matter what, humans are social animals. When dealing with things, we can't just do whatever we want. We still have to consider other things." After he said that, he suddenly remembered that Lucier, who had cooperated with him at that time, was not surprised at all when he fainted. Xianxia clasped his hands. I learned a lesson. He saw the study committee member, Feng Ziki, coming in from the back door and remembered something. By the way, Chuyu, have you done your homework? F*ck, I didn't do it. Wait, I had homework yesterday? Xianxia, Chuyu followed the principle of only copying multiple-choice questions and his hand speed was very fast. When Lucier entered the classroom, he had already finished copying. He took out a comic book and was reading it seriously. Chuyu's phone rang with a message notification. He tapped it with one hand and glanced at it. It was a message from his bank account. 100,000 yuan. Chuyu calculated the time. His mother was overseas and there was a time difference. She was probably done with her work by now. It had been like this since he was young. No matter if he was sick, sad, unhappy, or even had nightmares or insomnia, Xianxia would send him money when she found out. In elementary school, when everyone did not have much of a concept of pocket money, his daily pocket money was already close to 5 digits. Sometimes, he would think that the parents of his classmates, including He Jihao's parents, would ask He Jihao not to cause trouble in school, to study hard, and not to go out to play. However, Xianxia would never ask him to do that. Since he was young, all she asked of him was to be healthy, safe, and happy. As for whether he caused trouble or studied, his mother did not care. Chuyu stared at the content of the message on the screen for a long time before he typed a reply. Thank you, Mom. Take care of yourself. He thought about it and deleted the last 5 words and clicked send. The first class was the language class of their homeroom teacher, Olji. Olji taught well and had his own style. However, he was very long-winded. In the first 5 minutes of every class, he would give them a lot of chicken soup for the soul. Sometimes, he would be so moved that he would even compose a poem on the spot. On the podium, Olji was reciting a prose poem that he had written on the spot. His voice was full of emotion. Chuyu was hypnotized. He was lying on the desk and was a little sleepy. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a page being torn from the inside of his notebook. Within a few seconds, a piece of paper appeared on Chuyu's desk. It was passed from the desk behind him. There were only 3 words on it. What's wrong? Do you prodigies pass notes around in class? Do you pass them around in whole sheets of paper? After Chuyu finished reading, he took out a pen from under his desk and prepared to reply. Lucier's handwriting was extraordinarily good. He used a pencil to write. His handwriting was strong and firm, and the tip of his pen had a kind of fierce beauty. When he compared his own handwriting, Chuyu felt that the gap between them was not just a little bit big. He suddenly did not dare to reply to the paper. He really could not bear this cruel comparison. Therefore, he simply turned around and whispered to the desk behind him. I'm fine. I'm just sleepy because of Olji. From the corner of his eye, he saw a book in front of Lucier. It was quite thick. Anyway, it was not a language textbook. Okay. Lucier did not say much. He only responded with a grunt and continued to do the questions. After finishing a page of questions, Lucier was about to turn the page and continue when a ball of paper was thrown at him from the front. When he opened it, the paper was only the size of a palm. There was a line of words written on it. Student Lucier, do you think it's possible for me to join an organization like the Scarlet Rose Crusaders? Or will there be people like the Templar Knights coming to kill me? The handwriting was neat and tidy. The space on the paper was too small. Lucier was too lazy to write anymore. He directly said, Chuyu. Chuyu turned around and whispered, huh? Lucier raised his eyebrows. What comic are you reading? Chuyu revealed the colorful cover of the comic book in his hand. He answered honestly, The Forbidden Love of the Scarlet Rose and the Templar Knights. He was also a little curious. Then what are you reading? Lucier revealed the cover of the comic book. There were a few golden words on it. 3,000 mathematical Olympiad questions. Chuyu thought to himself, why did I embarrass myself? On Friday of the first week of school, the whole class was a little restless. Everyone had not fully recovered from their summer vacation syndrome. Olji emphasized 5 times in class that they should focus, but it did not have any significant effect. They were still floating around. Chiyu did not have this problem. Compared to the cold and quiet home, he preferred school. It was crowded and lively, and he could chat and play together. However, Xianxia, who was sitting in front of him, had been restlessly spinning the Rubik's Cube all day. Li Hua did not have the Rubik's Cube, so he spun his pen like a propeller. Chiyu could not sit still. The moment the bell rang, the whole building felt like it was about to collapse. Dong dong dong, the sound of tables and chairs moving and the dense sound of footsteps could be heard. Xianxia had packed his bag 5 minutes in advance. The second the bell rang, he stood up and said, "My friends, see you next week." Li Hua wanted to lighten his bag and finish his English homework before leaving. He did not even raise his head when he heard him. He dragged his words and said, "Bye-bye. Take care." Chiyu slowly packed his bag. He did not pack any textbooks. His bag was full of finished comic books. He was going to take them back and replace them with new ones. "Lu Gu." A shout came from the back door of the classroom. Chiyu's voice sounded familiar. He turned around and saw that it was indeed Zhu Zhifei. Lu Shi did not reply. He only made a hand gesture. Zhu Zhifei understood. He carried his bag and walked into the classroom. He pulled a chair and sat down to watch Lu Shi solve the questions. However, he gave up after a few glances. "Lu Gu is still the same old Lu Gu. How did you do it?" You finished the questions in one glance, spun the pencil twice, and the final answer came out. "I haven't even thought of AF*King formula to use." Lu Shi ignored him and sped up. He finished reading the remaining 3 big questions and skipped all the steps. He did not even use the draft paper. He did mental calculations and wrote down the final answer. After finishing the question, Lu Shi put down her pen and said, "Let's go." Zhu Zhifei stood up and said, "Let's go. My mom asked you to come to my house for dinner. She said that you have been studying hard and should eat more to nourish your brain." "I don't understand. How can this pig's trotter supplement the brain?" Lu Shi stuffed a few test papers, an exercise book, and a pencil into her bag, zipped it up, and hung it over her shoulder. Chiyu was sitting in her seat with her school bag packed. Seeing that Lu Shi was about to leave, she asked, "Are you going home this weekend?" Lu Shi lowered his head and looked at him. "Yes, I want to go back." He felt stuffy and loosened the top button of his white shirt. She thought of something and added, "We'll go back to the dormitory on Sunday night." "Oh, all right." Chiyu began to calculate the time in his mind. Saturday and Sunday. It was only 2 days. It was a little uncomfortable, but he should be able to last until Sunday night. At that time, he should be able to look for Lu Shi and drink some of his blood, right? He could acutely sense that Lu Shi was not afraid of him and did not object to him drinking his blood. When he thought of Lu Shi's blood, Chiyu could not help but swallow his saliva. How greedy. Seeing that Chiyu was quietly thinking about something, Lu Shi bent down and lowered his collar. The lines of his neck extended to the open collar of his shirt. He leaned closer to Chiyu and said in a volume that only the two of them could hear, "Come and find me if you're hungry." Chiyu subconsciously held his breath when the other party's cold aura suddenly came close to him. Too close, Lu Shi led Zhu Zhifei out of the classroom through the back door. Chiyu was still sitting in his seat. He vaguely heard Zhu Zhifei ask Lu Shi what they were talking about just now. Why were they so close to him? Chiyu patted his little heart and muttered in his heart, "That's right, that's right. Why are you so close to me if you want to talk?" He walked out of the school gate with a backpack full of comic books. The black Rolls-Royce was parked on the street outside the school gate. Uncle Chen got out of the car, took Chiyu's backpack, and helped Chiyu open the car door. As soon as he sat down in the back seat, before the car started, his phone rang. It was a call from his sister. Chiyu pressed the answer button. "Are you home yet?" Chiyu nodded. Remembering that his sister could not see, he replied, "Not yet. When I got in the car, Uncle Chen said that Aunt Lan made chicken soup and was waiting for me to drink it." "Okay. You're not in good health. Drink more, but remember to warm it first. Don't be in a hurry. If you burn your mouth, it'll hurt." Chiyu looked at the crowd outside the car window and replied, "Sis, I'm not a child anymore." "Why aren't you?" In my eyes, you'll always be that soft and adorable little cutie who raises his little arms and asks for a hug from his sister. The corners of Chuyu's mouth curled up into a smile. On the weekends, the road outside Jianing Private Academy was unusually crowded. The car drove very slowly. Chuyu inadvertently saw Lu Shi and Zhu Zhifei walking out of the school together. Zhu Zhifei kept gesturing and saying something excitedly. Lu Shi was expressionless, but he would respond from time to time. Everyone was wearing the same white shirt and black trousers, but when Chuyu looked at Lu Shi, he felt that Lu Shi was more eye-catching than the others. It was not just his looks. Lu Shi had a different aura or something. In any case, his presence was very strong. Chu paused for a few seconds on the phone. I heard from Catherine that you called your mother last night. Are you feeling unwell? Catherine was Shi Yaling's assistant. Yes, I was feeling a little unwell, but I'm fine now. Chuyu's smile faded. My mother transferred me a sum of money today. Chu paused for a moment before speaking again. Xiaoyu, it's not that your mother doesn't love you. It's just, I know. She's too busy. It's not that your mother doesn't love you. Why is that? Because she's too busy. Because in her heart, there are too many people and too many things that are more important than you. Chuyu suppressed the various emotions surging in his heart. He did not want Chu to worry, so he tried his best to sound relaxed. Okay, sis. You don't have to comfort me. I know. Xiaoyu, sis, I heard your assistant rushing you for a meeting. Hurry up and go. Go to bed early after the meeting. Don't always stay up late. You'll get old easily. Chu had no choice but to say, okay. Have fun this weekend. If you run out of money or want anything, you can tell me. Okay. Hurry up and do your work. After hanging up the phone, Chu put down his phone and spaced out for a while. When he looked out of the car window again, Lu Shi was nowhere to be seen. Early on Saturday morning, Chu changed his clothes and prepared to go out. He woke up in the middle of the night because he was hungry. His whole body was burning up and he kept dreaming. However, he could not run to Lu Shi in the middle of the night, so he could only endure it and stay awake until dawn. He asked Uncle Chen to send him to the intersection of Qingchuan Road. Chu got out of the car and was momentarily confused. He realized that there were times when the prodigy was unreliable. Before Lu Shi left, he told him to look for him if he was hungry. However, Chu did not know where Lu Shi lived. Chu was already used to the feeling of having a low fever and hunger, so he wasn't in a hurry to deal with it. He decided to wander around and try his luck to see if he could meet Lu Shi. As it turned out, his luck was indeed very good. He really did meet him. In the alley with mottled walls, Lu Shi stood there with a few gangsters lying around his feet. There was also a steel bar and a few plastic pipes that were thrown to the side in a mess. Chu sniffed and realized that there was no fragrance or stench. He guessed that there was no blood. He looked curiously at the people lying on the ground, but he could not see where they were injured. The only thing he could see was that this group of people could not move like dead dogs. Lu Shi was wearing a loose black short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans. He exuded a vicious aura. His dark eyes were very cold, like icicles. Hearing movement, Lu Shi turned around. When he saw Chu, he was not surprised. He only asked, "Are you hungry?" Chu nodded and did not dare to say much. "Yeah, I'm hungry." Ignoring the people lying on the ground, Lu Shi walked up to Chu. "When did you get hungry?" As he walked closer, Chu could feel that Lu Shi was in a bad mood. He was irritable. It would be an exaggeration to say that he had a murderous aura. He was very obedient and answered whatever Lu Shi asked. "Last night in the middle of the night, around 1 or 2 o'clock." "Okay." Lu Shi did not say much. He picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water from the ground. The bottle of mineral water was severely deformed. Chu could almost imagine that this bottle of mineral water must have been extremely lethal during the critical moment of the fight. Lu Shi unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to Chu. "Pour the water." The two of them cooperated. Chu poured the water, and Lu Shi washed his hands with the water. Paying attention to the angle of the bottle and the size of the water flow, Chu could not help but look at Lu Shi's hands. The shape of his hands was really beautiful. His skin was cold and white, his joints were long and slender, and his nails were neatly trimmed. He wiped the water off his hands with a tissue. Lucia raised his hand and pressed a finger to Chiyu's lips. Open your mouth. For some reason, Chiyu felt a little nervous. He opened his mouth slightly. Lucia put his finger in. His slightly cold fingertip, which was still wet, touched his wet and warm tongue. For a moment, both of them were stunned for 2 seconds. Chiyu was very hungry, but he did not dare to bite Lucia's finger. He only looked at him with his light-colored eyes. Lucia raised his eyelids. Are you afraid that I'll be in pain? Chiyu did not use much force to bite his fingertip and tapped his chin. If you're hungry, just bite. It won't hurt. Chiyu really could not take it anymore. He had been hungry for most of the night. When he was in a light sleep, he was biting Lucia's shoulder in his dreams. Following his instinct, Chiyu bit down gently. His skin broke and blood flowed out. After swallowing 2 or 3 drops, Chiyu restrained his desire for more and quickly stopped. When he let go of Lucia's fingertip, he subconsciously licked it with the tip of his tongue. The wound on his fingertip was very small. It healed completely in a short while and there was no trace of it. Is that enough? Chiyu quickly nodded. Yes, I'm not hungry anymore. He could feel that although he was not full, 1 or 2 drops of blood were enough to suppress the unbearable hunger and heat. Lucia was willing to let him suck blood, so he should not push his luck. Moreover, losing too much blood was not good for his body. Lucia did not say anything else and turned to leave. His back view was thin. Chiyu quickly followed him and looked back at the hooligans who were still lying on the ground. Those people, Lucia looked down at Chiyu. His eyes were cold and sharp, but his voice was very soft. Be good, don't disturb me. Chiyu followed behind Lucia and walked quietly and seriously. It had rained the night before, and the dilapidated cement walls on both sides of the alley were wet, with deep and shallow marks. The corners were covered with a layer of moss, and the ground had been trampled by pedestrians. After a few steps, his white shoes were splashed with sporadic black mud spots. Chiyu recalled the night of the heavy rain. Under the street lamp, Lucia walked over with an umbrella to block the rain for him. He even gently touched his hair and told him that compared to monsters, humans were more terrifying. Therefore, even if he really became a monster, he shouldn't be afraid. He knew very well that facing Lucia wasn't just because of the special relationship of sucking blood. What he missed more was Lucia's normal attitude, as well as that little bit of warmth and comfort. He subconsciously wanted to get closer to Lucia. But he also instinctively felt afraid. It wasn't just because Lucia was strong and didn't even bat an eyelid when fighting. It was because Lucia seemed to carry some kind of gloom that couldn't be removed. It was like layers of black clouds that covered the sky and the sun. This was something that Chiyu had never come into contact with in his previous life. His footsteps slowed down unconsciously. Looking at Lucia's back, Chiyu realized that the other party was like a black hole that swallowed the nebula. He had an infinite attraction to him. It made him tremble, but at the same time, he couldn't help but want to get closer. What's wrong? Seeing Lucia turn around, Chiyu realized that he was walking too slowly and had fallen behind by a lot. He hurriedly walked to Lucia's side. Chiyu was a little embarrassed. I was in a daze just now. Okay. Following Lucia, Chiyu didn't dare to ask where they were going. They walked all the way to the opposite side of the beef restaurant where they had eaten last time. They entered through the entrance of the auto repair shop and walked further in before finally stopping in a small courtyard. The courtyard was really small. There were a lot of tires, engine oil, plastic water pipes, and some equipment that Chiyu didn't recognize. There was only a palm-sized space left, and a square table was set up. Chiyu looked at the steaming hot pot on the table, the crudely cut dishes on the plate, and Wei Guanglei and Zhu Zhifei sitting at the table. He was a little confused. Wei Guanglei and Zhu Zhifei were also quite surprised. Young master? Zhu Zhifei adjusted his glasses and looked at Lucia, who sat down and opened the tab of a can of cold beer and drank it himself. He didn't know what was going on. What was this? Weren't Lu on bad terms with this young master? Why did he suddenly bring him here? Wei Guanglei didn't feel so conflicted. He had always had a good impression of Chiyu. Now that he was personally brought here by Lucier, he kicked a blue plastic stool over and greeted him. We meet again. Can I throw the stool next to Lu Ge? Qiyu was still in a daze. When he heard Wei Guanglei's question, he quickly nodded. Sure, I can sit anywhere. Thank you. You're welcome. It's not a big deal. Just call me Stone. Wei Guanglei took out a bowl and chopsticks and placed it in front of Qiyu. Zhu Zhifei came back to his senses and said to Qiyu, it's really fate. You're in luck today. This hot pot has an unusual origin. Qiyu was very supportive. What's its origin? Our chef, Stone, pretended to pass by every day for a week and went to the old hot pot restaurant on the street corner to steal tips. He bought the hot pot base and stir-fried it himself. The soup base was cooked by himself. Look at these potato slices of different thickness. These lotus slices were cut by our chef himself. Wei Guanglei kicked Zhu Zhifei and scolded him jokingly, get lost. Who's F** king different thickness? Open your eyes and look carefully. It's obviously so uniform. As someone who had never cooked by himself, Qiyu said sincerely, it's already very good. Wei Guanglei was a little embarrassed by the praise. He wiped his buzz cut and said, okay, stop talking. Come, let's eat quickly. Let's try the taste. As he spoke, he poured the meat and vegetables into the pot. The bottom of the pot was boiling. Along with the steam, there was a spicy smell. Qiyu took a sip of the soy milk used to reduce the spiciness. Through the steam, he secretly looked at Lucier. Lucier had already finished a can of cold beer. He took another from Wei Guanglei and bent his knuckles. With a click, he pulled the tab open. Thin wisps of white smoke came out. He raised his chin slightly and lowered his eyelashes. The alcohol flowed through his lips and teeth. When he swallowed, his Adam's apple moved up and down. It was a little beautiful. Qiyu always felt that the Lucier in school was very different from the Lucier on Qingchuan Road. In school, Lucier seemed to have hidden all his sharp edges and sharpness into a shell that was labeled as the god of studying. Just like Zhang Yuashan and Li Hua, who sat in front of him. During class, there were always many people who looked for them to discuss and communicate with the top students. However, no one ever looked for Lucier to discuss problems. Occasionally, Zhang Yuashan and the others would quarrel over the solution of a question. No one was willing to give up, so they would show the question to Lucier and let Lucier decide who was right and who was wrong. Or, if a question stumped a group of top students and no one could solve it, Zhang Yuashan would be the representative. He would hold the question and ask Lucier for the solution. Qiyu watched from the side. It was probably because Lucier gave people a sense of alienation. In any case, people didn't dare to get close to him. On the other hand, Lucier on Qingchuan Road had sharp icicles protruding out. He would beat people at the slightest provocation. He didn't even think about hiding the hostility that overflowed from his bones. Qiyu drank the soy milk. It was tasteless, so he just used it to moisten his throat. He thought again. Perhaps this was normal, right? Just like how his mother needed to wear a professional suit and sit in the office to strategize, sometimes she also needed to change into a luxurious and elegant evening gown, pick up a wine glass, and talk and laugh with people. It was a mutual deception. Every place had its own way of survival. Perhaps on Qingchuan Road, if one didn't fight, didn't use violence, and wasn't fiercer than others, one would be bullied and unable to survive. Wei Guanglei specially took a pair of serving chopsticks and a clean plate. He picked up a few pieces of beef and placed them in front of Qiyu. You're eating so little. Quick, look at Zhu Zhifei. If you don't grab it, there won't be any meat in the pot. Qiyu wasn't very good at rejecting other people's kindness, but he had just sucked Lucier's blood and didn't have much appetite. He couldn't eat so much meat. Just as he was feeling conflicted, a hand reached over from the side and took the entire plate of beef away. Wei Guanglei found it strange. Lu Ge, do you want beef? There's more in the pot. I'll get you a colander. There's too much. He can't eat it. Lucier explained and placed the beef in front of him. As soon as this sentence came out, Zhu Zhifei directly choked on the soy milk. He turned sideways and covered his mouth as he coughed violently. Wei Guanglei serving chopsticks almost fell to the ground. Oh, so that's how it is. Wei Guanlei came back to his senses and said to Chuyu, who was also dumbfounded, then, anyway, whatever you want to eat, just take it. We won't be polite. Chuyu swallowed a piece of cucumber in his mouth. Okay. The dishes were eaten very quickly. Wei Guanlei was wearing a camouflage vest, and his exposed arms, shoulders, and back were very strong. Naturally, his appetite was also very big. What surprised Chuyu was that Zhu Zhifei looked tall and thin, wore glasses, and had a scholarly air. He didn't expect that his appetite to be no less than Wei Guanglei's when it came to drinking and eating meat. The two of them were like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, quickly wiping out all the meat dishes. Most of the cans of beer under the table were also gone. Chuyu didn't drink. He quietly took small bites of fruit and listened to their conversation. However, Lu Shi rarely spoke. Most of the time, it was Wei Guanglei and Zhu Zhifei who were talking. Last time, didn't the newly opened auto repair shop on the next street stop the three of us? They even wanted to cripple us and force us to move out of Qingchuan Road. These pieces of trash need to be taught a lesson. After a beating, they won't dare to cause trouble anymore. Wei Guanglei finished the remaining beer in the can in one gulp and threw the empty can away. Fortunately, Lu Ge is here. Otherwise, with just the two of us, we would be in trouble. Zhu Zhifei laughed and said, that's right. My damn glasses almost broke. He finished the last piece of mutton. Sure too, are you keeping an eye on that shop? Is it closing or not? It's closing. It's about this month. They can't afford the rent. If they don't move, are they waiting to be kicked out? Chiyu interrupted, are you guys talking about the day when school started? Zhu Zhifei nodded repeatedly. Yes. It's that day. Weren't you late? Lu Ge was given the glorious title of Good Samaritan by me. Indeed, he was a good Samaritan. Lu Ge single-handedly saved the two of us. Wei Guanlei ate until his forehead was covered in sweat. After wiping his sweat, he pressed the beer can against his forehead to cool himself down. From the corner of his eye, he saw Chuyu reach for the fruit on the fruit plate. However, he was too far away and couldn't reach it. Lu Ge passed the whole plate of fruit to Chuyu. The whole plate of fruit was placed in front of him. Damn, when did Lu Ge become so helpful and loved by his classmates? Chuyu picked a small, round tomato to eat. He thought of something and asked hesitantly, by the way, the auto repair shop you guys were talking about, is it called Xianxia Auto Repair? Zhu Zhifei answered, yes, that's the name. But how did you know? Chuyu instinctively glanced at Lu Shi and answered, I passed by it once before, so I have some impression of it. In fact, when he had just seen Lu Shi fighting, he had inadvertently noticed that two of the people on the ground were wearing the same dark blue t-shirts with the same words printed on them, Xianxia Auto Repair. However, it seemed that Lu Shi wasn't prepared to talk about this. Chuyu ate his tomato quietly and didn't say much. There was always a chatting atmosphere when eating hot pot. Wei Guanglei and Zhu Zhifei started chatting. After a while, they talked about the illegal internet cafe on the corner of the street. The boss had finally replaced the old computer with a new one. The elementary school students on the street were overjoyed. They talked about the continuous rain and the rising water level of the nearby Qingchuan River. 2 days ago, Uncle Yang across the street cast a net and caught a lot of fish. He went from house to house and got 2. They even complained about last night's game. Lu Shi didn't participate in the game, so Wei Guanglei and Zhu Zhifei played 2 games together and lost 4 rounds in a row. The two of them pushed the blame to each other. They disliked each other and scolded each other. Chuyu held a bottle of soy milk and listened with great interest. The meat and vegetables were all eaten clean. Zhu Zhifei got up and rubbed his stomach. I'm going to Uncle Yang's across the street to get some tea to quench my thirst and take a walk to help with digestion. Who wants to come with me? Chuyu responded, I'll go with you. He felt that he was already eating and drinking for free. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Okay, let's go. Lu Shi and Wei Guanglei were left in the courtyard. Wei Guanglei put down the empty beer can, bent down, took out the last can from the box, and opened it. Let's have a toast? Lu Shi held the beer can and gently clinked it with Wei Guanglei's. After taking a big gulp, Wei Guanglei pondered for a few seconds and asked tentatively with a smile, "Didn't you hate this young master a lot the last time we met? The word despise is almost written on a wooden sign on your face." Lu Shi took a sip and put down the beer can. He didn't deny it. Yeah. Wei Guanglei's grades weren't good. He was quite young and had started to help out at his family's auto repair shop. He had seen many people coming and going, and his thoughts were more complicated than Zhu Zhifei's. He could tell that Lu Shi's attitude towards Qiyu was not quite right. But he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. Moreover, even though they had known each other for a long time, he couldn't control Lu Shi's temper. When Lu Shi first came to Qingchuan Road, he fought almost every day. But there were only so many people near and far, so how could there be so many fights? After watching a few times, he realized that many of the fights didn't even happen, but Lu Shi would deliberately taunt and provoke him. Sometimes, the words that came out of his mouth could make people's lungs explode and make them jump in anger. He guessed that Lu Shi probably had a lot of pent-up anger in his heart and wanted to use this opportunity to vent it. Perhaps, if he didn't have a way to vent, he wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Now, seeing that Lu Shi's attitude towards Qiyu was different from usual, Wei Guanglei became worried. "Lu Ge, this young master isn't the same kind of person as us. He's from a different world. At first glance, he's like a precious and delicate flower in a glass jar. He's been pampered, protected, and meticulously served by his family." He didn't say too much and didn't say too much. "I know." After drinking 2 more mouthfuls of beer, Wei Guanglei looked at Lu Shi's dark eyes. After hesitating for a while, he asked, "Lu Ge, don't think that I'm meddling in other people's business. I'll just ask you directly, what do you think of this young master?" What did he mean? Lu Shi's fingers pinched the cold beer can and shook it gently. There was the sound of the beer inside swaying. He seemed to hear Qiyu's subconscious sigh of satisfaction as he clung tightly to his back, bit into his shoulder, and greedily drank his blood in the temperature-controlled botanical garden amidst the pitter-patter of the rain. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Shi lowered his eyes and casually played with the empty beer can. His voice was stained with alcohol and sounded a little hoarse. "I want him to need me, rely on me, and never leave me again. Only me." F***ck, what happened? What kind of F***king declaration was that? Wei Guanglei almost dropped the can of beer in his hand. However, when he carefully observed Lu Shi, he realized that something was not quite right. Forget about the budding of love, the brilliance of love, and the nervousness of a crush. Lu Ji's eyes were as dark and cold as usual. It was as if nothing could enter his eyes, and there was not a single ripple of light in them. Wei Guanglei didn't know why, but when he thought back to those words just now, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. On the other side, Qiyu and Zhu Zhifei were standing at the entrance of the beef restaurant, waiting for Uncle Yang to make tea. They had originally wanted to just take a pot and leave, but Uncle Yang insisted that they wait for 2 minutes and make another pot. Zhu Zhifei was bored waiting, so he used the tip of his foot to crush a fallen leaf on the ground. He chatted casually, "Don't be fooled by the small size of this restaurant. The taste is really good. Uncle Yang has been running this restaurant for more than 10 years. When Shirtu and I were young, the adults at home were busy and there was no one to cook for us, so we would come here to eat. Uncle Yang would always give us a few more pieces of meat every time. He said that if we ate more, we would grow taller by 2 centimeters. Yeah, the beef stew is really delicious." Qiyu was puzzled again. "What about Lu Shi? Lu Ge? Do you want to ask why Lu Ge is not with us?" When he saw Qiyu nod, Zhu Zhifei smiled and said, "If I told you that Shirtu and I have only known Lu Ge for a year, would you believe me?" Qiyu was a little surprised. You thought that we grew up together?" "Yeah, right. I just felt that you lived close to each other and were neighbors. You went to school together and played together. You were very familiar with each other. Yesterday, when you came to look for Lu Shi after school, I heard that your mother invited Lu Shi to your house for dinner. I'm not lying to you. Lu Ge really moved here more than a year ago. It was around the summer break of the 3rd year of junior high. I heard from my mother that Shitu's mother, and Lu Ji's mother were best friends who grew up together. 10 or 20 years had passed, and they hadn't met again, but their feelings were still there. Luca moved into his mother's old house and became neighbors again. My mother and Aunt Ro asked me and Stone to bring Luca out to play and familiarize him with the surroundings so that he won't feel lonely. Zhu Zhifei lowered his voice. Unfortunately, my mother and Aunt Ro are too naive. How was it me and Shirtu playing with Lugu? It's obviously Lugu who's protecting both of us. Chiyu asked softly, protect the two of you? Of course. My mom and Aunt Ro still don't know about this. Lugu just moved to Qingchuan Road. Zhu Zhifei raised a finger and shook it. He fought 5 times in a week. Since then, he has become famous in Qingchuan Road. Those weaklings could only kneel and call him daddy. You can imagine, right? Stone and I were stunned at that time, and we obediently called him Lugu. If this isn't considered a big brother, what is? Hearing the last sentence, Chiyu remembered. Our class monitor, Xianxia, said something similar to you. Something similar? What did he say? If God Lu isn't considered a god, what is? An orange cat lazily walked past their feet. The sun broke through the clouds and sprinkled down a few rays. It was a little stuffy when mixed with the water vapor. Zhu Zhifei tugged at his collar to get some fresh air. He couldn't stop chatting and said, F***ck, speaking of Lu Ji's identity as a prodigy, it's too confusing. Doesn't Luga live alone? There's no adult at home to cook. My mother and Aunt Ro always feel that Lu Ji's studies are very hard and tiring. If there's anything delicious, their first reaction is to ask Luga to eat it. They keep circling around Luga every day. I'm no different from a rock. Chiyu felt that he could quite understand and added, moreover, Lu sure is quite good-looking. Zhu Zhifei clutched his chest and looked up at the sky sadly. Sigh, I'm so pitiful. How can I compete with him for attention? The herbal tea was placed in a black iron teapot. It was full and heavy. The two of them walked back to the small courtyard and realized that the atmosphere was a little strange. Chiyu sat down next to Lu Shi. Zhu Zhifei carried the teapot and filled the cups one by one. After taking 2 steps, I once again have infinite fighting power. Head chef, another plate of beef. Wei Guanglei stood up and asked Lu Shi, Lu Go, what else do you want to eat? Lu Shi shook his head. No. He clasped his hands behind his back, bent his knuckles, and knocked twice on the table. He looked at Chiyu. What about you? Chiyu hurriedly shook his head. I don't need it. I'll just eat some fruits. Okay. Wei Guanglei went into the kitchen. In less than 2 minutes, he came out with a plate of beef. He opened the fire and started eating. Zhu Zhifei's eyes were fixed on the meat. He did not even raise his head. By the way, Lu Ge, Manga called this morning and asked if you want to play basketball. They're all from your class. Since we're checking the dorms tomorrow night, if you want to play basketball, go back to school early. Who's Mangu? Chiyu had only started school for a week. A few days ago, he had not been feeling well and was in a daze. He was not in the mood to meet new classmates. In the last 2 days, he had suffered a huge blow and was a little dazed. In the entire class, other than the people he knew from before, he only knew Zhang Yueshan and Li Hua, who sat in front of him, and Fang Ziki, who was the study committee member who asked him to hand in his homework every day. Mangu? He's the sports committee member in your class, Luo Jiaxuan. He used to be in the same class as me at the branch school. Zhu Zhifei adjusted his glasses. That guy's basketball skills are terrible, but he's passionate. He wants to enter the NBA and lead the national team to the top of the world. Chiyu was shocked by this great dream. He thought carefully and had a slight impression of it. Then why do you call him Mango? Come. It's time for me to tell you this beautiful story again. Zhu Zhifei coughed twice and cleared his throat. When the first year of high school started, Manga played basketball during his lunch break and after school to fulfill his dream. He played too much and his stamina was a little low. He liked to sleep in class. One day, his chemistry teacher woke him up and asked him why Luo Jiaxuan always slept in class. Guess how this guy answered? Chiyu sucked on a grape and shook his head. How did he answer? This guy said, "Teacher, it's because the classroom is where dreams begin." This answer was too good. From then on, he was called Mango. Zhu Jifei's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He picked up a piece of beef, dipped it in seasoning and swallowed it in 2 bites. He then asked, "Brother Lu, are you going?" "I need to reply to someone." Lu Shi agreed. "Okay, I'll go." Zhu Jifei asked again, "Little master, do you want to play together?" Qiyu was bored at home alone. He didn't like to join in the fun with He Zhihao and the others. Qiyu glanced at Lu Shi and nodded. "Okay, I'll go to school early tomorrow afternoon. However, I don't really know how to play basketball." Qiyu was obsessed with basketball for a period of time in junior high. He even hired a professional basketball coach and was determined to dominate the basketball court. However, there was one time when he was playing a friendly game with the students from the next class. Someone deliberately bumped into him and he fell to the ground. It didn't hurt, but his cheek was scraped. Qiyu left the basketball court from then on. His face couldn't take such damage. It's okay. It doesn't matter if I play or not. Let's meet at the basketball court tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." On the weekend, Qiyu stuffed a few comic books into his bag and went to school. There was a traffic jam on the road. When Qiyu arrived, Lu Shi and the others were already playing basketball. Jianing Private Club was well equipped. It had both an indoor and outdoor basketball court. Outside, the sun was a little hot. The court smelled like plastic. Carrying his bag, Qiyu found a spot under the shade of a tree and sat down. He belatedly realized that he wasn't the only audience. There were many girls standing on the other side of the court. It was Qiyu's first time seeing Lu Shi play basketball. Lu Shi's playing basketball was a little similar to when he was fighting. He had a fierce aura. He was agile and had good stamina. When he attacked, the opponents couldn't defend at all. He dribbled the ball smoothly. In a few steps, he jumped, shot, and scored. "Ah! God, Lu is so handsome. So handsome." Many girls screamed from the opposite side. Qiyu understood that they were all here to see Lu Shi. However, Lu Shi was indeed very good-looking. Fortunately, he sucked. Qiyu rubbed his stomach and sighed. He was so hungry. He squinted under the sun. He thought for a while and took out a comic book from his bag to read. The sun shone through the gaps between the leaves. The mottled light fell on the pages of the comic. When the wind blew, the pages swayed. Before he could read 2 pages, a shadow fell from above. Qiyu looked up and saw Lu Shi in a loose basketball uniform standing in front of him. He leaned over and picked up a bottle of mineral water from behind him. A black wrist guard was tied around his left wrist. It looked inexplicably good against his cold white skin. It only took a few seconds. But for a moment, he was too close. Qiyu could even feel the heat from Lu Shi's body and the smell of hormones that overflowed from his skin after strenuous exercise. Lu Shi unscrewed the cap and drank half of the mineral water in one gulp. Sweat flowed down his temples, chin, neck, and finally over his collarbone and disappeared under his collar. Qiyu looked up. His soft hair glowed light brown under the sun and swayed gently in the wind. His gaze fell on his wrist and he was fascinated. Lu Shi raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" Qiyu was a little dizzy from the sun. His whole body was hot and he was hungry. Staring at the blue veins on Lu Shi's right wrist, he licked his lips and unconsciously said what he was thinking. "I want to bite." Lu Shi laughed softly. He reached out and rubbed Qiyu's lips with his thumb. "Okay, bear with it. I'll feed you later." Luo Jiaxuan dribbled the ball to Zhu Jifei's side. He tapped the ball and looked at the court. "What is God Lu doing?" "There's a big box of drinks at the bottom of the steps." "Why does he have to take the bottle behind the school bell?" The sun was scorching. He picked up the hem of his red jersey and smeared it on his face to wipe his sweat. Zhu Jifei panted and fanned himself with his hand. "Maybe Lu Ge doesn't like the bottle behind the school bell because the whole box of drinks is exposed to the sun? That makes sense." Luo Jiaxuan was 1.88 meters tall. He had a strong physique and a loud voice. He moved a step closer to Zhu Jifei and controlled his volume. I didn't expect the school belle to be here today. She's even sitting next to me. I can't let go of myself when I'm playing basketball. Zhu Jifei was puzzled. Mango, what's wrong with you? Why can't you let go of yourself? Luo Jiaxuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Didn't you hear the girls in class say that the school belle's skin is so good because she drinks dew and eats flower petals every day? I'm worried that if I accidentally hit her with the ball, I'll ruin her years of hard work. Zhu Jifei was speechless. You're thinking a lot. They watched from afar as Lucier finished a bottle of water and threw away the empty plastic bottle. He didn't walk towards the basketball court. Instead, he walked in the opposite direction. Chiyu stuffed the comic book on his lap into his bag. Then he picked up his bag and stood up to follow Lucier. Luo Jiaxuan was puzzled. What's going on? Is he asking for a fight? He had a deep impression of the conflict between the two of them as soon as school started. Zhu Jifei denied it. That's impossible. Lu Ji's relationship with the school belle isn't that bad. In any case, Brother Lu had personally brought the school belle over to eat hot pot with him yesterday. Although they weren't very enthusiastic, it shouldn't be to the extent of asking for a fight. Luo Jiaxuan bounced the basketball twice and thought of the most likely reason. He said with certainty, they must have gone to the bathroom together. Zhu Jifei glanced at the backs of the two people under the shade of the tree. He didn't think about it anymore. Maybe. Come on, let's play. Yes, let's play ball. After the game, I still have to copy homework. Hurry up. Chiyu originally planned to go to the thermostatic botanical garden, but there was basically no one there. Previously, although he was starving, Chiyu suppressed his hunger. He could barely endure it and even had the mood to flip through comics. However, when Lucier stood in front of him and said that he wanted to feed his blood to him, Chiyu couldn't help it. That kind of satisfaction and joy seemed to be deeply engraved in his bones. When he thought of the smell of Lucier's blood, Chiyu felt that he really couldn't bypass the teaching building and the sports field, pass through the small forest, and walk so far to the thermostatic botanical garden. Lucier brought him to the indoor sports stadium's locker room. It was the weekend, and the students hadn't returned to school yet. There was no one in the indoor sports stadium. When the locker room door opened, it was even quieter inside. Chiyu's eyes fell on Lucier and couldn't move away. The dry itch in his throat even brought about a slight pain. His blood flow accelerated, and his body felt hot as if it was being roasted over a fire. Lucier stood at the sink in the corner. He turned on the tap and lowered his head to wash his hands seriously. The transparent water flowed through the gaps between his fingers. Lucier looked at Chiyu through the mirror and saw that he was a little anxious. He lowered his eyes and turned off the tap. He took a piece of tissue and wiped the water clean. He asked Chiyu, "Where do you want to bite?" Huh? Chiyu looked at Lucier in confusion. Can I still choose? Yes. Lucier was quite patient. Chiyu chose his finger. Whether it was his shoulder or his neck, it was too intimate. He wasn't that familiar with Lucier yet. Fingers were different. There was a controllable distance between fingers. Holding Lucier's wrist, Chiyu carefully put his finger into his mouth and sucked on it with his teeth. Lucier had just washed his hand, so it was a little cold. Chiyu bit down gently. He realized that his teeth were probably different from before. He didn't even need to use much strength to bite through the skin of Lucier's finger. A familiar fragrance filled the tip of his nose. After swallowing a few drops of blood, Chiyu instinctively licked Lucier's fingertips. He released his lips and teeth and asked worriedly, "Does it really not hurt?" "Yes, it doesn't hurt." Lucier retracted his hand. At this moment, a cell phone rang. Lucier's phone rang. Chiyu was very self-aware. Then, should I go out first? Should I wait for you? He was just asking out of politeness. He didn't expect Lucier to take out his cell phone, glance at the caller ID on the screen, and say, "Yes, 2 minutes." This meant that she wanted him to wait. Chiyu went out of the changing room and even considerately closed the door. When he closed the door, he heard Lucier's voice coming from inside. "What's the matter?" His tone was different from usual. It was as if ice had been thrown into a glass. It was so cold that it emitted cold air. Chiyu waited outside the door. There was a mirror at the door for grooming. He had nothing to do, so he stood in front of the mirror and looked at his face. His eyelashes seemed to have grown a little longer. His skin also seemed to have become better than before. Chiyu grinned again, revealing his neat, snow-white teeth. He was worried, he didn't know if he would grow canine teeth. In the manga, blood-sucking creatures, regardless of race, seemed to have sharp teeth. Thinking of a scene in the manga, Chiyu raised his hand and bit the tip of his thumb. A drop of blood seeped out, and Chiyu licked it carefully. F*CK, it's too F*King bitter, Chiyu frowned. He covered his mouth and looked for the tap to wash away the bitter taste in his mouth. He looked around and remembered that the nearest tap was in the changing room. Chiyu leaned against the door. He remembered that Lucier was on the phone inside, but he was too embarrassed to knock on the door and go in. The soundproofing wasn't very good. Lucier's voice came faintly from inside. I don't want to come back for the time being. Chiyu hurriedly took a step back. It became quiet inside. After a while, the door of the changing room was pushed open from the inside. Lucier stood at the door. He had changed out of his basketball uniform. His expression was cold, and his eyes were dark. Chiyu saw him and felt an inexplicable chill. It seemed that in the 2 minutes before and after, Lucier's mood had dropped to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. Was it because of that phone call? When Lucier saw Chiyu's expression, he spoke in a relatively normal tone. What's wrong? When he heard Lucier's question, Chiyu frowned and complained, I'm so angry. I was a little curious just now, so I tasted my own blood. I didn't expect it to be so bitter that I almost died on the spot. Very bitter? Yes. It's super bitter. I'm traumatized. How can there be such a bitter taste in the world? Chiyu had been pampered since he was young. He was afraid of pain, suffering, and fatigue. When he was young, he would never open his mouth if there was no sugar coating. His eyes would turn red from crying when he took an injection. When he went out, he would always have a car to pick him up. He had been good-looking since he was young. His pitiful appearance could easily soften people's hearts. Were you? Chiyu said 2 words and suddenly stopped. He realized that Lucier was looking at him. That, you. Lucier, are you okay? He wanted to say, you seem to be very sad. Yeah. Lucier took a step back and called out to Chiyu, come in. Huh? Okay. Chiyu went back into the changing room and closed the door behind him. Then he saw Lucier leaning against a row of brick-red lockers. He raised his hand and slowly unbuttoned his white shirt one by one, until his collarbone and shoulders were exposed. When he saw Chiyu standing there, Lucier said in a very soft voice, didn't you say that your mouth was bitter? Chiyu didn't move. Lucier looked up. Why? Don't you want it? This look made Chiyu feel that if he really refused and said that he wasn't hungry, Lucier would cry in the next second. Of course, this must be his imagination. How could a gangster cry? Chiyu took 2 steps forward, stopped in front of Lucier, and slowly leaned over. The first 3 times he sucked blood, Chiyu was so hungry that he didn't care about anything else. This time, he put his arm around Lucier's back and pressed his lips an inch above Lucier's collarbone. Only then did he realize that Lucier was very thin and there was an indescribable clean smell on his body. He licked his skin gently and followed his instinct to bite down. The moment the blood flowed out, Chiyu noticed that Lucier's entire body trembled slightly. The sweet blood awakened all his taste buds and nerve endings. Chew. Yu was worried that Lucier would hurt if he sucked too much, so he restrained himself and swallowed in small mouthfuls. Lucier leaned against the lockers and felt a slight tingling and numbing sensation on his shoulder. The surroundings were very quiet. He could hear Chiyu's slightly rapid breathing. He stared at the light coming in through the window and the dust floating in the air. He remembered that Lu Xiaochu had asked him sternly over the phone why he didn't go home. Home? Lucier's lips curled into a sneer. Lucier felt the hand on his back loosen its grip. He conveniently held Chiyu's waist and supported the weak man. Is that enough? Chiyu released his lips and teeth. The corners of his eyes were red. Yes, that's enough. I'm so full. He realized that after sucking too much blood, his entire body felt like it was soaking in warm water. His limbs felt weak and powerless. Lucier lifted Chuyu's chin with his left hand, which was wearing a black wrist guard. He used his thumb to carefully wipe away the traces of blood on Chuyu's lips. The weekend passed in the blink of an eye. Early on Monday morning, Chuyu carried a school bag full of manga to the classroom. He found that everyone was quietly sitting in their seats and studying seriously. He whispered to Zhang Yuashan, class monitor, "What's going on today? Is there a check?" Zhang Yuashan was busy writing. He took the time to look up and answer Chuyu's question, "They're all copying homework." Sure enough, school just started, but no one is active. No one is active in doing homework? No, no one is active. They finished copying homework on Sunday night and piled it all up until this morning. Zhang Yuashan looked at the Chinese paper in front of him and sighed, "I didn't expect that I would be reduced to this state." Chuyu put down his school bag. He felt that he should also join in the atmosphere, so he took out the brand new test paper from his desk. But the question was, whose homework was he copying? He wasn't familiar with the people in the class. Yesterday, he met Menggu because of the basketball game, but Menggu was also busy. The 188-meter tall guy was bent over the narrow desk, gritting his teeth as he copied the answers. Chuyu silently recited an ancient poem in his heart. He picked up his pen and looked around blankly. At the door of the classroom, Lucier came in with a black school bag slung over her shoulder. Chuyu's eyes lit up as if he saw the dawn of life. After Lucier put the school bag on the desk, Chuyu turned around and grabbed the back of the chair with both hands. His eyes were bright. "Lucier, you didn't borrow your homework, right?" Zhang Yuashan, who was sitting in front of him, heard this, but it was too late to stop him. The whole class knew not to borrow homework from God Lu in the first week of school. If they didn't borrow it, they would be attacked by the prodigy's eyes. It would make people's hearts float with comments such as, "How dare you copy homework? You don't study hard and only think about copying homework. How can you be a socialist successor?" He felt a little sorry for the school bell. He didn't know if the school bell's heart was hurt. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, Zhang Yuashan heard Lucier's distinctive soft and hoarse voice, "Yes, which subject?" F***CK, Zhang Yuashan was shocked. The tip of the pen drew an oblique line on the paper. Then he heard Chuyu's cheerful reply, "Thank you, my benefactor, for saving me. Let me think, which subject? Oh, I want all of them." Lucier opened her bag, took out her homework, and handed it to Chuyu. Chuyu turned around with his homework and saw Zhang Yuashan looking at him with an unfathomable expression. He was puzzled. "You want to copy too?" No, I won't copy." Zhang Yuashan quickly waved his hand and refused. How could the work of a prodigy be tainted by mere mortals like them? He just wanted to admire the appearance of the person who was able to copy Xuexin's homework. Lucier's handwriting had been praised by their homeroom teacher, Olji, more than once. Chuyu looked at the entire scroll and found that it was indeed pleasing to the eye. Then he looked at his own. "Forget it, I'm confident and won't compare." As for the science papers, the surface of the paper was even cleaner. For a major question, Xuexin only wrote 2 to 3 lines of steps, which was very economical. When the math teacher saw that Lucier knew the importance of the matter and would write down the key steps during the exam, the math teacher didn't bother with him when he did his homework. Chuyu quite liked Lucier's way of doing questions. It saved pen and ink, and it was faster to copy. After copying 2 subjects, Li Hua hurried into the classroom with a sandwich in her mouth and a milk carton in her hand. When she saw Chuyu copying homework, she quickly said, "Campus bell, can you copy for me after you're done?" Zhang Yuashan winked at Li Hua. Li Hua was puzzled. "Are your eyes cramping?" Zhang Yuashan despaired of the tacit understanding between him and his deskmate. He said bluntly, "God Lu's homework." Li Hua took a deep breath and said 3 words, "I'm not copying anymore." After sitting down, Li Hua hugged her bag and swallowed her sandwich in a few mouthfuls. She whispered to Zhang Yuashan, "Class rep, what's going on? God Lu let the campus bell copy his homework? Did God Lu break the rules?" Zhang Yuashan's tone was very philosophical. "Maybe this is the difference between people." Li Hua, huh? Zhang Yuashan pointed to the back. Campus belle, beautiful. Li Hua nodded. Zhang Yuashan pointed to himself and then to Li Hua. You, me, ugly. Li Hua, what he said made sense. When Qiyu finished copying, the bell hadn't rung yet. The student committee member, Fang Ziki, was in the classroom urging everyone to hand in their homework. Qiyu handed in his homework for each subject and closed the lid of his pen. He felt like sheathing a sword. He thought of something and felt around in his pocket. He turned around and looked at Lu Shi. Lu Shizhen was holding a pencil and doing some practice questions. His hair hung down naturally, complementing his focused eyebrows. Qiyu admired her for 2 seconds and said, Lu Shi. Lu Shi's nasal voice was very soft. It inexplicably reminded Qiyu of yesterday afternoon in the changing room. When he was biting Lu Shi's shoulder, she leaned against his ear and whispered, Is that enough? Qiyu shook his head to get rid of the messy images in his mind. He said, Give me your hand. Lu Shi did as she was told. Her palm was facing up and her knuckles were slightly bent. This person's palm was bigger than mine. Qiyu raised his hand and placed his clenched fist in Lu Shi's palm. He loosened his fingers. It was a fruit candy. The wrapping paper was light pink and there was a drawing of a rabbit wearing a bow on it. Qiyu introduced, This candy is delicious. It's very sweet, but it's not cloying. He thought of Lu Shi's condition yesterday and added, You'll be in a good mood after eating it. He was afraid that Lu Shi wouldn't accept it. He blinked and said, Please, I don't even feel like eating this candy now. Help me eat it. Lu Shi's eyes were distant and cold. She looked at Qiyu with a nervous and expectant expression. Okay. He finally answered. Seeing that Lu Shi accepted the candy, Qiyu took out a small metal box from his bag. He opened it and passed it to Lu Shi. Lu Shi glanced at it and asked, Red dates? Yes, it's for replenishing blood. Qiyu placed the small metal box on Lu Shi's desk. He rummaged in his bag and took out a glass bottle the length of a finger. He even carefully inserted a straw into the bottle and placed it in front of Lu Shi. Blood-replenishing oral liquid. Lu Shi leaned back in her chair and waited to see what else Qiyu could take out. Soon, another thermos flask appeared in front of him. Longan, peanut, black bean, and black chicken soup. I asked the chef in the school cafeteria to cook it for me. It's been simmering for an entire night. It should be very fragrant. Qiyu personally demonstrated what it meant to be insatiable. His eyes were full of anticipation. You've already accepted the candy. These. He pointed at the other 3 items. You won't reject them, right? Although he said this, he was still a little nervous. He dared to test her because Qiyu was keenly aware that for some reason, Lu Shi was a little indulgent towards him. However, he didn't know where Lu Shi's indulgence was. Qiyu despised himself in his heart. Sure enough, he was a high-end player who opened a dye house just because he showed a little respect. Lu Shi's gaze moved from the tin box containing the red dates to the oral liquid with a straw inserted into it, and finally to the thermos flask. Next time, change the flask. The pink Hello Kitty is too ugly. Okay, tomorrow I'll change it to a blue Doraemon. Qiyu was a little happy. So, you'll finish it, right? Lu Shi twirled the pencil around her finger and nodded. Yes. Qiyu let out a sigh. Okay, there definitely won't be a situation where the prodigy dies of anemia. Don't worry, don't worry. Qiyu was in a good mood and didn't feel uncomfortable. He sat upright and listened attentively to the language class. Olji was very pleased to see that not only was he listening attentively, but he was also taking notes while listening. He deliberately got down from the podium and walked to Chiyu's table. He's so serious about his studies. I've already walked to his side, but he didn't divert his attention. His focus is commendable. Olji lowered his head and wanted to see what Chiyu was taking notes. Then, he saw that Chiyu was drawing a small comic on the notebook. There were 3 big words at the top: self-portrait. Those eyelashes that were about to pierce the sky, those big eyes that took up more than a third of the face, and that all-like chin. Is this really a self-portrait, Chiyu? Do you have some misunderstanding about yourself? Olji didn't have time to leave when he saw Chiyu write a poem next to the portrait. The poem was quite good. It was written by Li Bai. Hibiscus from clear water, naturally carved. He chose to leave. After class, Chiyu stretched and casually stacked his notebook and textbooks together. He took out his phone from his bag and lowered his head to play a game. This game was a shooting strategy game that was popular among all ages. Chiyu had just started playing a few days ago. He wasn't addicted, but his hands were itchy from time to time. As he was playing, Luo Jiaxuan came to look for Xianxia. When he passed by Chiyu's seat, he was instantly attracted to her. Campus Belle, you're playing Maintain Peace too? Chiyu had been called Campus Belle since the beginning of the first year of high school. Everyone was used to it, and he was used to it too. He replied, yeah, F***ck, my teammates are too trashy. As he said that, Chiyu directly sent a question mark over. He typed again, I'm throwing a handful of rice on the keyboard. Even a chicken is better than you. I'm reporting you. Luo Jiaxuan laughed heartily, max out your taunting skills. When Zhang Yueshan and Li Hua heard that, they turned around. F***ck, come. I knew you were playing too. Since there are 4 of us, let's play together. Chiyu was very self-aware. You guys are definitely better than me. I'm a noob. Zhang Yueshan liked people like Chiyu. Although they were noobs, they knew that they were noobs. What's the big deal? It's like learning. We can improve. Come, the 3 of us will teach you. Are you afraid that you won't be able to learn? Chiyu was very happy to be able to play games with everyone. Are you really going to teach me? If I cheat you guys, you're not allowed to attack me personally. Zhang Yueshan was already looking forward to the 4 of them playing together. Okay. Chiyu. Huh? After 2 seconds, Chiyu realized that the person sitting behind him was calling him. He turned around. Did we disturb you while you were doing your homework? Lucier put down the pencil in his hand and stretched out his hand. Phone. Oh, okay. Chiyu handed the phone over. Lucier held the phone and continued Chiyu's game progress. Luo Jiaxuan was a little surprised. He whispered, God Lu knows this game too? Zhang Yueshan glanced at it and whispered back, F***ck, he doesn't know anything. God Lu is learning it on the spot. He watched as Lucier went from not knowing where the skill button was to nimbly controlling the gun and killing the enemy hiding behind cover with 1 shot. Luo Jiaxuan scratched the back of his head. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. God Lu is still God Lu. He's F***king awesome. Lucier waited until the second class to return the phone to Chiyu. Chiyu scrolled through the battle results. F***ck, where did this king of kings come from to touch my phone? Lucier saw the surprise in Chiyu's eyes. He leaned back in his chair and casually put his hands in his pockets. You want to learn? Follow me and I'll teach you. Reality proved that following a big shot could really lead one to greatness. In the next 3 days, Chiyu experienced the thrill of riding a roller coaster. After lunch, Chiyu sat in his seat. Zhang Yueshan, Li Hua, and Luo Jiaxuan sat in a circle and the 4 of them played a game. Lucier stood behind Chiyu and leaned against the edge of the desk. His left arm rested on the back of Chiyu's chair as he watched him play the game. I've really sacrificed a lot for the team. I've been so arrogant every time. I've taken the risk of being shot and reported the number of players. I've even moved myself. Brothers, do not let me down. Luo Jiaxuan chattered nonstop. Before he could finish, he realized that Li Hua had fallen to the ground and died. F***ck, brother, you died beautifully. Just as he finished speaking, he died too. Luo Jiaxuan shook his phone vigorously. Is this a F***king hallucination? How did I die? Who F***king killed their father with a single shot? Li Hua leaned closer to look at Chiyu's phone. Seeing how smoothly he controlled the gun, he sighed. One-on-one tutoring classes are still needed. Chiyu diverted some of his attention and replied proudly, of course. Under the leadership of a big shot, I'm no longer the same person I used to be. Chiyu was very arrogant. His arrogance was reflected in the beginning. His game ID was I'm the most beautiful, save me first. But now, with a stroke of his pen, he changed his ID to I'm the most beautiful, come and kill me now. He was so arrogant that he wanted to run to the highest point and wave in the wind. Li Hua looked at Lu Shi standing behind Qiyu and wanted to bite his handkerchief. Jealousy. I also want a big shot who can lead me to greatness. Lu Shi tapped the back of Qiyu's chair with his fingertips and reminded him, there's a gunshot on the bridge. Luo Jiaxuan, who was watching the game, was at a loss. Someone just died. The shooter was on the bridge? Li Hua also shook his head in confusion. Lu Shi did not answer. Instead, he said to Qiyu, find a car and go through the container area to the bunker at the bridge entrance. We'll snipe them there. Zhang Yuashan held his phone and looked up. The opponent's equipment is better than the school bells. Will they be killed instead? I won't. Lu Shi leaned over and looked at his phone at the same level as Qiyu. When he spoke, it was as if he was speaking into Qiyu's ear. He answered Zhang Yuashan's question with certainty, Qiyu can. His hoarse voice was like a feather tickling her ear. Qiyu's ears felt a little hot. If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you getting so close? However, over the past 2 days, Qiyu had 100% trust in Lu Shi's judgment. He was also fired up by Lu Shi's answer. We can do it. Charge. Once again, it was proven that trusting Lu Shi was right. After a fireworks shot to celebrate their victory, Qiyu let go of his phone. F***ck, this is the pinnacle of my life. When Lu Shi retracted his hand, he casually rubbed Qiyu's soft hair. Yeah, you're amazing. Qiyu looked up and smiled at Lu Shi. He said excitedly, don't run away after school. Let's have dinner together tonight. It's my treat. Li Hua raised his hand. Can we go to the buffet restaurant on the top floor of the cafeteria? No problem. Jianing Private Restaurant's cafeteria was very big. It was on its own building. The first floor was standard, and from the second floor onwards, there was a full range of Sichuan, Cantonese, steaks, French, and Mexican dishes. The buffet restaurant on the top floor had a variety of dishes and was luxuriously decorated. Qiyu did not have much of an appetite. He casually took 2 dishes and sat down. Luo Jiaxuan had a big appetite. He ordered 3 steaks, 5 skewers, and 7 or 8 dishes in one go. The table was piled up to the brim. When he saw that Qiyu had a plate of fruit salad and dessert in front of him, Luo Jiaxuan was shocked. Campus Belle, what kind of chicken appetite do you have? Qiyu lazily propped up his chin with his hand. Have you ever seen such a good-looking chicken? He took a bite of a yellow peach. If I'm really, he was stuck. Qiyu instinctively looked at Lu Shi. Lu Shi placed the plate next to Qiyu and sat down. Pheasant. Yes. If I'm really from the pheasant family, then I'm also a little peacock. Zhang Yuashan and Li Hua laughed. The campus belle is always defending the dignity of her looks. When the boys gathered together, the topics they talked about were usually the same. They complained about the stupid opponents they had just met in the game, discussed the basketball game, and complained about the math teacher giving them too much homework. Qiyu remembered something. Didn't the math teacher ask us to hand in our homework before the evening self-study session? Zhang Yuashan nodded. Yes, did you forget again? It's okay, I'll give you mine. Lu Shi, who had been silent all this time, said, didn't you want to give your homework to Mangu? Luo Jiaxuan, who was focused on eating his steak, looked up when he heard this. Ah? Yes, I haven't even touched my math homework yet. Class rep, let me copy it when I get back. The math teacher is really ruthless. If you don't hand in your homework, you'll be punished to copy the example questions 80 times. Zhang Yuashan agreed. Then he thought of something. What about the campus belle? Lu Shi, she copied mine. Qiyu didn't care. It didn't matter who he copied. He just needed to hand in his homework. Moreover, he was quite willing to copy Lu Shi's homework. It would save him a few lines. Luo Jiaxuan suddenly put down his knife and fork. Hey, brothers, there's movement. Qiyu was curious. Mango, what movement? Zhang Yuashan and Luo Jiaxuan sat on the side and also noticed it. We are a group of outstanding young males. In this season of autumn leaves, we have been targeted by a group of similarly young females. They are hesitating whether to attack us. Li Hua swallowed the sushi and corrected Zhang Yueshan's mistake. I don't think that you and I, two young males, can be targeted by the other party. Zhang Yueshan said seriously, deskmate, this hurts your self-esteem. Li Hua had a profound expression. Young man, just admit it. If that girl isn't looking for God Lu, then she's looking for the campus belle. Of course, be careful. It's possible that she has bad eyesight and is looking for Mangu. What if she's really looking for the two of us? Li Hua, then there's no doubt. She's 100% blind. Not far away, there were 5 girls in school uniforms. They were whispering something while looking at Chuyu's table. Jianing Private School's uniform was designed by a professional designer. The material was good, and the style was exquisite and generous. It had always been the envy of other schools. However, no matter how beautiful it was, the girls would make changes to their uniforms. For example, they would cut the skirt shorter or tighten the hem of their shirts. The girl standing in the middle had a skirt that reached her knees. She wore socks and small leather shoes. Her hair was very long and her eyes were big. Luo Jiaxuan commented, so beautiful. Li Hua was sharp. Such a lack of adjectives. Old Yu will cry if he hears it. It's really beautiful. Zhang Yueshan was a fan of Lu Shi. His tone was firm. I bet she's looking for God Lu. I'll bet a packet of yogurt. Luo Jiaxuan finished his 3rd steak. I also think she's looking for God Lu. Then, I'll bet a can of Coke. Li Hua added, if she's looking for God Lu, I'll bet 2 grilled sausages. When he saw that Chuyu was about to speak, he stopped him. You're one of our contestants. You're not qualified to participate in the bet. Chuyu originally wanted to vote for Lu Shi. In the first week of school, Chuyu was in a daze from day to night. He also knew how popular Lu Shi was. Almost every class, there would be girls coming to the classroom door and window to watch Lu Shi. It was said that on the 2nd day after the class schedule was posted, someone tore off Lu Shi's name and student ID from the column. In any case, it was very fanatical. However, from the first time Chuyu met Lu Shi, he felt that Lu Shi was very good-looking. Therefore, those girls had good taste. As he thought about it, Chuyu tilted his head and looked at Lu Shi, who was sitting next to him. Then, he realized that Lu Shi's movements and posture when eating were also very good. It was the kind of standard that even his extremely strict etiquette teacher would show an appreciative smile when he saw it. However, his expression was too cold. There was no fluctuation at all. The long-haired girl walked closer. Li Hua and the others stopped eating and held their breaths. They wanted to see who her target was. Classmate Chuyu, can I exchange QQ numbers with you? Luo Jiaxuan almost choked on a fishbone. Li Hua wanted to shake the girl's shoulder to wake her up. You want to ask for Lu Shi's QQ number, right? Right? My grilled sausages. Chuyu didn't react. He pointed his fingertips at himself and asked carefully, me? Lu Shi, who was expressionless, stopped eating and looked at Chuyu. His eyes were dark, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. The long-haired girl nodded and tucked her hair behind her ear. She looked very nervous. Maybe you don't remember. When the first year of high school started, I had low blood sugar and couldn't stand properly. You passed by and gave me a candy. You even asked me if I wanted to go to the school hospital. Chuyu couldn't remember if this had happened. Ah, I see. You're welcome. It's nothing. Students should help each other. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Lu Shi was looking at him. Chuyu looked back and asked for help with his eyes. What should I do? What should I do? How should I answer? As if he didn't receive Chuyu's request for help, Lu Shi looked away. He picked up his glass with a cold expression and took a sip of mineral water with ice. He ignored him. The long-haired girl took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind. I've been secretly watching you for a year. So, do you have a girlfriend now? They didn't expect this girl to be so direct. The whole table fell silent. Only Lu Shi put the glass in his hand on the table, making a slight clinking sound. The ice cubes floating in the glass collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Chuyu was also stunned. I don't have a girlfriend. He spoke with a serious tone and a sincere expression. But you're not as good looking as me. I'll only date someone who's prettier than me. Otherwise, she'll feel inferior. It's not good for her physical and mental health. There was complete silence. Lucier picked up his glass again and took a sip of ice water to hide the smile on his lips. Chiyu became famous again. The next day, during the morning self-study session, a lot of people peeked at Chiyu from the front and back doors of Year 2 Class A's classroom. The freshmen were especially curious about what the campus belle of Jianing Private School looked like. Chiyu was very worried. The girl who asked him for his QQ number yesterday asked nervously after hearing his reason for rejection, "Then, do you think I'm pretty?" Chiyu nodded. "You're pretty, but not as pretty as me." He was telling the truth. This girl was very pretty, but not as pretty as him. The girl heaved a sigh of relief when she heard his answer. "So it's not that I'm not good enough. Thank you for finding a suitable reason to reject me. Not only did you make me give up, but you also gave me a way out." Her eyes curved as she tried to hold back her laughter. "After all, you've seen sprouts in spring, the shade in summer, the red leaves in autumn, and the snow in winter. None of them can compare to your beautiful face." Being mentioned again, Chiyu grabbed the collar of his school uniform and felt suffocated. Xianxia turned around, waved the homework in his hand, and went straight to the point. "Do you want to copy it?" Chiyu's thoughts were interrupted. He held his chin and shook his head. "I won't copy yours. I'll copy Lucier's. He doesn't have many words." "Okay, then I'll throw it to Mango." Zhang Yuashan comforted Chiyu again. "Don't worry. Everyone in Jianing Private School knows about your language fill-in-the-blank. Now, it's good to teach the juniors a lesson." Chiyu said weakly, "If you mention language fill-in-the-blank again, I'll cut ties with you." Zhang Yuashan couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, I almost fell off from laughing in the cafeteria yesterday. I finally understand that there's a reason to be single." Chiyu glared at him, but he didn't seem intimidating at all. The Student Affairs Committee member shouted from the podium, "Chiyu, you're on duty today. Remember to clean the blackboard." Chiyu raised his hand and waved it twice. "Okay, got it." At this time, a boy walked past Chiyu's table and coincidentally bumped into Chiyu's table. After the man left, Chiyu looked at the man's back. "He did it on purpose, didn't he? What's wrong with bumping into my table? He really did it on purpose." Zhang Yuashan finished his homework and felt relaxed. He pulled Chiyu aside and said, "That guy's name is Guan Yang. He's been chasing after Deng Mengmeng since the first year of high school, but Deng Mengmeng didn't even look at him." Chiyu asked the key question, "Who is Deng Mengmeng?" Zhang Yuashan had to hand it to Chiyu. "The girl who asked for your QQ number yesterday." Chiyu understood. "Oh, so I've been labeled as a love rival?" Zhang Yuashan nodded. "Yes, but an outstanding male will always be envied by the other males around him." Li Hua, who was memorizing words, turned around and stabbed him. "It's a pity that my deskmate, our beloved class monitor, has never had such an experience before. Get lost." During class, Zhu Jifei came from the next class to look for Lucier. Seeing Chiyu leaning against the wall and reading a comic book, Zhu Jifei greeted him and turned to Lucier. "Lu Ge, the time has been set. Tomorrow night at the same place." He couldn't hide the excitement in his tone. Lucier was holding a pencil and doing practice questions. After hearing this, he grunted and didn't say much. Chiyu held a comic book and looked up curiously. "What are you guys talking about? Is there anything fun tomorrow night? Can you bring me along?" Tomorrow was Saturday. Chiyu was determined to be wherever Lucier was. Once he was full, he didn't want to endure the sadness of being hungry again. Lucier spun the pencil twice between his fingers. He leaned back in his chair and looked up at Chiyu. "Do you want to go?" Chiyu saw that there was room for negotiation and nodded repeatedly. "Yes." Zhu Jifei looked at Lucier. Lu Ge, it's not very appropriate for the school bell to go, right? It's a mess there and there are a lot of people." Lucier only looked at Chiyu. "Do you really want to go?" "It's not appropriate for me to go." Chiyu was even more curious. I really want to go. Look at my big eyes if you don't believe me. Knowing what Chiyu was thinking, Lucier tapped the table lightly with the pencil. Okay, remember to follow me closely when you go. Zhu Zhifei wanted to persuade him again. Lu Ge, I'll protect him. Saturday night, 11 o'clock p.m. Even the wind was quiet on Qingchuan Road. The hustle and bustle of the day were silent, and only the silent street lamps were left. The wires were old, and the lights flickered from time to time, making a zee sound. Chiyu took a taxi and arrived at the entrance of Wei Guanlei's car repair shop. When he got out of the car, he saw that Lucier was wearing black ripped jeans and a black graffiti t-shirt. He took off his left wrist and put on a black wrist guard. The most flashy thing was that this person relied on his long legs to wear a pair of retro metal leather boots that wrapped around his ankles. The lines of his calves were extremely eye-catching. When he arrived, Lucier turned and walked into the car repair shop. Chiyu hurriedly followed. In the small courtyard where they had eaten hot pot last time, Wei Guanlei was wearing a camouflage vest and squatting with a cigarette in his mouth. When he saw Chiyu coming in behind Lucier, he waved and greeted him. Young master, it's been a week since we last met. Chiyu smiled and greeted him. Yes, it's been a long time. Wei Guanlei stood up and put the unlit cigarette in his mouth to his ear. He said to Lucier, today, a team called Black Snake is coming, so Brother Lai asked you to go. If you lose on your own turf, you'll be a laughingstock. Chiyu listened quietly. Where's Zhu Zhifei? As soon as Lucier asked, Zhu Zhifei ran out of the repair shop. Lu Ge, I'm here. Wei Guanlei laughed at him. I was doing a paper in the repair shop just now, and I actually finished one paper. Role model. The four of them stood in front of the roller shutter door. The door was sprayed with colorful graffiti. Wei Guanlei bent down, took out a key, and turned the lock with a click. The shutter door rolled up, revealing a square warehouse. The lights were not turned on, so it was dark and they couldn't see what was inside. Zhu Zhifei's movements were quick. In a few moments, he rushed in and turned on the lights. The items in the warehouse were revealed in their entirety. Chuyu's pupils shrank. He didn't even dare to blink. He held his breath and said, F***ck. Lucier turned to look at him and raised his chin. Who do you want to F***ck? Huh, Chiyu blinked. He was stuck. Lucier didn't wait for him to answer. He stepped into the warehouse. There was a black modified car parked in the warehouse. The lights, front cover, rear wing, tires, and probably the engine and oil cylinder were all modified. Under the dim lights, the body of the car was perfect. Every inch of the new paint was dazzling. It was like a dormant steel beast. Once it was activated, it would roar deafeningly in the mountains. There was no man who didn't like guns and cars. Including Chiyu. He only felt his heart beating a little faster and his palms heating up. Lucier put his hand on the door handle, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. Wei Guanlei and Zhu Zhifei, one on the left and one on the right, entered the back seat. The blue lights of the car lit up. Chiyu was still in a daze. Lucier rolled down the window. He raised his eyebrows and asked him, "You're not getting in?" Chiyu came back to his senses and hurriedly got into the front passenger seat. After a few seconds, Chiyu saw Lucier lean over, put his arm across his eyes, and pull the seatbelt from the side. Click. The latch latched. He then realized that he had forgotten to put on his seatbelt. Lucier sat back down. Let's go. The engine roared. The door on the other side of the warehouse opened and went straight to the road. The car drove out. Chiyu's throat was dry. Is it really okay to drive directly on the road like this? He couldn't help but look at Lucier. Lucier put his left hand on the side of the car window and held the steering wheel with one hand. The contrast between his cold white skin and the black leather of the steering wheel was obvious. When he was turning, his knuckles on the manual gearshift were well defined. Zhu Zhifei knew what Chiyu was worried about. He adjusted his glasses. Don't worry. Lu Ge is an experienced driver. He definitely won't screw up. Wei Guanlei also smiled. Yes, don't be afraid. Although we don't have a driver's license, no one will stop us on this road in the middle of the night. Chiyu finally calmed down as the slightly cold night wind blew on his face. In Heiji House Circle, there were many underage drivers. Even in Chiyu's own garage, there were a few sports cars parked there as gifts from his brother and sister. However, the cars were already dusty. Chiyu abided by the law and didn't participate in the games in Heiji House Circle. He planned to get his driver's license at the age of 18 before driving on the road. At this moment, he was sitting in the front passenger seat. Accompanied by the low roar of the engine, he drove all the way into the dark night. It made him feel as if he was going on a completely different road from his previous 17 years. Unknown. Very exciting. After driving for more than half an hour, the car finally stopped on an abandoned road in the suburbs. There were already many people gathered there. Chiyu looked out through the car window and could hear the clamor of people. In addition, when the car he was in stopped, many people looked over. Some people even excitedly took pictures of the car. The car door opened and he got out. Lucier hooked his car keys in his fingers and walked into the crowd. Zhu Zhifei and Wei Guanglei didn't follow him. They stood beside Chiyu. Chiyu wasn't stupid. He already understood why Lucier and the others were here. Lucier. When did he start racing underground? Wei Guanglei didn't hide it. When Chiyu asked, he said, first year of high school. Luca doesn't have money, so he started this. If he wins, he gets a prize. First year of high school. Chiyu realized that the closer he got to Lucier, the more he could feel that this person was very complicated. However, the more complicated he was, the more he had a strange attraction. Is he short of money? He's alone. Of course, he's short of money. But Xiaofei and I feel that there's nothing we can't do to earn money. Even if we work part-time at my car repair shop, the salary is enough to spend. But what? But it's very exciting to drive a racetrack. It's the kind of excitement where you might die if you flip the car. Wei Guanglei pressed the lighter and lit the cigarette. The spark flickered. He took a puff and continued, I think that what Luca wants is this kind of excitement. Excitement that can release the anger in his heart. He glanced at Chiyu. Chiyu could be seen at a glance. He was raised in a greenhouse. Recalling what Lucier said in the courtyard, Wei Guanglei couldn't help but think that warm water could melt ice. He didn't know if it was true. Lucier came back quickly. He took a cigarette and threw it to Wei Guanglei. Wei Guanglei caught it with both hands. Brother Lai gave it to you? Yeah. Lucier put his hands in his pockets. I'll run the first race. Zhu Zhifei clenched his fists and looked excited. Don't fight for sure too this time. I'll hold the car and take Lu Ji's passenger seat. Wei Guanglei didn't say anything. Lucier looked at Chiyu. Are you coming? Chiyu was surprised. Can I? Yeah, you can if you want. Since Lucier had spoken, Wei Guanglei and Zhu Zhifei didn't argue. In the end, Chiyu followed Lucier into the car. The crowd had already dispersed to both sides. The racetrack and the starting point were exposed. A tall girl in a tube top and hot pants stood in the middle of the white line. She held two small green flags in her hands. Lucier held the steering wheel with one hand and slowly drove the car to the starting point and stopped. Outside the car window, there were warm street lights. The lights reflected in his eyes like flames. He asked Chiyu, Are you scared? Chiyu didn't hide it. A little, but more than that, I'm excited. I feel like it's very exciting and my adrenaline is soaring. Yeah. Lucier looked sideways at him. It'll be more exciting later. The first whistle sounded. Lucier sat up straight and looked straight ahead. His hands were on the steering wheel. The second whistle sounded. Chiyu took a deep breath. The moment the third whistle sounded, the car shot forward like lightning. Chiyu's breathing suddenly stopped in these 2 seconds. His body was tightly bound by the seat and seatbelt. The smell of fuel filled the tip of his nose. The roar of the exhaust went straight into his ears. All his nerves and bones could feel the vibration of the engine. It was filled with the pure tension of the machine. There were screams and whistles on both sides of the racetrack. In the blink of an eye, they were left behind. The entire racetrack, the scenery, the lights, and the shadows passed by like smoke. The only thing left was the person sitting next to him. Chiyu's breathing tightened. He subconsciously shouted, "Lucier, Shu, we're going through the turn." As soon as he finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, Lucier braked with all his strength, went through the turn, and came out of the turn. In less than a minute and a second, he had already completed the first turn. Chiyu felt like he was almost thrown out of the car window by the strong centrifugal force. His heart was about to stop beating. When he finally managed to breathe again, the next turn appeared in front of him. "Lucier," he almost broke his voice. Lucier's soft and hoarse voice had a hint of a smile. "Yeah, I'm here." At this moment, Chiyu felt inexplicably at ease. After 3 consecutive turns, Chiyu's legs went weak. He felt like he was about to suffocate. However, adrenaline surged from his blood. It was as if a white light had exploded in his brain. This was 2F** king exciting. Panting slightly, Chiyu couldn't help but turn to look at Lucier. At this moment, everything outside the car window turned into a shadow. The endless road and racetrack and the cold night became the background of this person. The car drove past the finish line, leaving the cheering crowd behind, and stopped in a dark corner. The lush shade of the trees blocked the light from the street lamps. The sound of the engine disappeared, and the surroundings were so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. The roar of the engine and the night wind came from afar. The whistling sound was mixed with screams, but because of the glass of the car window, it was not very clear. Chiyu's scalp was numb, and he was panting slightly. All the 600+ muscles in his body were aching from extreme tension. His hands were weak, and with a click, he unbuckled the seat belt on his body. Only then did he realize that his forehead was wet with sweat. The adrenaline that had exploded in his blood had not subsided, and his fingertips could not help but tremble slightly. Lucier's hand, which was wearing a black wrist guard, was on the steering wheel. Unlike before, his dark eyes seemed to contain cold stars, but there was a faint light. He looked sideways at Chiyu and asked, "Are you hungry?" His voice was a little hoarse compared to usual. After being reminded, Chiyu realized that there was a familiar uncomfortable heat running up his spine. His heart was beating faster, and he could even feel the blood flowing from the back of his neck. His throat was dry and a little painful. "I'm hungry." Lucier leaned against the back of the seat in a relaxed posture. He tilted his neck, revealing the tight lines of his neck. "Come here." Chiyu stared at the exposed blue blood vessels under his cold white skin and did not move. Lucier closed his eyes and repeated again, "Come here." There was an inconspicuous command in his voice. Chiyu clenched his fingers, propped himself up in the seat, and knelt on one knee on the edge of the driver's seat. He supported himself with one hand on the side of Lucier's neck, and at the same time, he lowered his head and his lips and teeth were close to Lucier's skin. Lucier raised his hand, rubbed Chiyu's soft hair, and then pressed down slightly. With this small amount of force, Chiyu instinctively used his teeth to break the skin under his lips. As blood flowed out, both of their breaths became heavy. The sweet blood flowed through their lips and teeth, and flowed down their throats. A huge sense of satisfaction and joy mixed with the excitement in his body that had not yet subsided. An indescribable excitement followed his nerves and suddenly rushed to the top of his head. For a moment, Chiyu whimpered. She clutched Lucier's collar tightly and unconsciously called out vaguely, "Lucier." Lucier's hand stroked Chiyu's hair and moved down until her palm touched the back of his neck. She comforted him softly and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, I'm here." In front of him was the dense shadow cast by the lush branches and leaves of the trees. Lucier indulged in the pleasure of being desired. There seemed to be broken light flashing in his eyes. When Lucier drove back to the finish line, there were whistles all around. The onlookers were already used to it. After the car reached the finish line, everyone's nerves felt as if they had been electrocuted. They wanted to vent, and kissing in the car was too common. When Chiyu got out of the car, his whole body was weak. He had sucked a little too much blood, and it felt like he was stepping on clouds. When he saw Lucier casually closing the car door, Chiyu remembered something. He walked around the front of the car and stood beside Lucier. He took out a glass bottle the length of a finger from his pocket. Chiyu inserted a straw into the bottle and handed it to Lucier. "Blood replenishing oral liquid." Lucier looked at the familiar glass bottle. He put his hands lazily in his pockets and did not reach out to take it. Instead, he lowered his head naturally, bit the straw in Chuyu's hand, and drank it in 2 mouthfuls. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he swallowed. Chuyu was stunned for a second. Lu Gu. Zhu Zhifei and Wei Guanlei ran over. Wei Guanlei slapped Chuyu on the shoulder and laughed. How was it? Did it feel good to sit in Lu Ji's car? Did you feel like vomiting? I didn't vomit. It felt really good. Zhu Zhifei adjusted his glasses and beamed with joy. You're much more capable than me. The first time I sat in Lu Ji's car, my legs were weak, and I couldn't stand straight. I knelt down in front of a large group of people. Do you think everyone is like you? Are their legs made of flour? Wei Guanlei kicked Zhu Zhifei jokingly and looked at Lucier. Lu Gu, UF** King taught Black Snake how to be a human in a second. When you stepped on the accelerator, you were like an arrow released from a bow. They were slow and followed behind like tortoises. They didn't even see the rear of your car. It wasn't just the rear of the car. They probably couldn't even smell the exhaust. Zhu Zhifei was excited. The people around us were F** King booing us. If I were Black Snake, my face would have been crushed to the ground and I would never appear in front of you again in this life. Lucier's expression did not change. His tone was as calm as usual as he asked, "Where's Brother Lai?" Wei Guanlei pointed in a direction. Over there. He's probably waiting for you to find him. Brother Lai saw Lucier coming over and raised his fist. The two of them bumped fists in midair. Chuyu stood behind Lucier and quietly sized him up. This person called Brother Lai was older than Lucier and the others. He was well built, had a buzz cut, and had a deep scar at the corner of his eye. He wore a black jacket with the silver zipper open, revealing the tattoo on his chest. It was a complicated symbol with an unknown meaning, but it looked quite nice. Not bad. Brother Lai's voice was rough. As he spoke, he took a wine bottle and a glass from the side and poured wine as he spoke. Before Black Snake came over, he didn't F** King ask around. How dare they jump in front of me with their trash weight? He handed the glass full of wine to Lucier, then to Wei Guanlei, Zhu Zhifei, and finally to Chuyu. Chuyu knew that he had followed Lucier here. When the wine was in front of him, he had to accept it. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing and disappointing. In the end, the one who would be in trouble would be Lucier. He raised his hand halfway and heard Lucier say, "He doesn't drink." Brother Lai raised his eyebrows. He doesn't drink? Chuyu also looked at Lucier. Yes. Lucier's eyes darkened. He raised the wine glass in his hand, put it to his lips, and drank it in a few mouthfuls. He showed the bottom of the glass and then threw the empty glass away. Give me his wine. Brother Lai looked at Lucier, who was a little irritated. He knew that this person had a bad temper and did not make things difficult for him. He turned the wine glass in his hand and handed it to Lucier. There was a little interest in his eyes. Interesting. The first time he had seen Lucier was more than a year ago. At that time, Lucier was not as tall as he was now. He had the thin physique of a teenager, but no matter where he stood, his back was very straight. It was easy to notice him at a glance. As for the hostility in his eyes, it was much stronger than it was now. He was obviously young, but he was very smart. Racing was something that outsiders could not do, but Lucier had figured out the rules within a few days. Later, he had personally analyzed the wind direction of the track. With this skill, his team had won first place twice in a row. He wanted to keep him, but Lucier did not want to and wanted to compete on the track himself. He also wanted to take a look, so he agreed and gave him the car. The results also proved that this person's judgment was very accurate. If he could not do it, he would not do it. If he decided to do something, he would do it to the best of his ability. He had won first place 3 times in a month and received all the prize money. He was worried that other teams would snatch him away, so he drafted the contract and put it in front of Lucier. Unexpectedly, Lucier did not even look at it. He pushed the contract away with 2 fingers and rejected it. He asked if he had another team. Lucier shook his head. School starts on September 1st. I have to go to school. Brother Lai still remembered how he felt at that moment. He was full of curses, but he could not say it out loud. Thank you for giving me face and helping me with this. I will not take a single cent of the prize money. I have already transferred it to your account. Brother Lai shook the wine bottle. You are familiar with the place, so I will not pretend to be polite. Have fun. After they left, Chiyu whispered, I can drink that glass of wine. One glass is not a problem. Lucia looked down at him. Are you sure? If I really let you drink it, I will have to carry you back. Let's go. He turned around and walked to the parking lot. Wei Guanlei deliberately slowed down and walked behind Zhu Zhifei. He elbowed Zhu Zhifei. Brainiac, let me ask you. What did you mention before? The bridge effect? Zhu Zhifei walked around a drunk girl who threw herself at him. Puzzled, Zhu Zhifei asked, what bridge? A man and a woman, standing on both sides of the bridge, looking at each other. What kind of stupid experiment is that? What bridge? That is called the suspension bridge effect. You are indeed illiterate. Zhu Zhifei took off his glasses and wiped them. Dangerous or stimulating situations can promote feelings and foster dependence. I have read that if you like a girl in school, you will be scolded by the teacher together with her and be punished by the teacher. Through this effect, companionship can be developed and the distance between you will be shortened. Inviting a girl to a haunted house and riding a roller coaster is the same principle. For example, in a haunted house, a neurostimulant like phenylethylamine will be released. When the stimulation is in place, there will be progress in dating. Isn't it amazing? He leaned closer to Wei Guanlei. Sure too, do you have a goal? Are you about to leave the ranks of single dogs? Tell me, I will give you advice. Get lost. I am determined to dedicate my youth to the 98K and Summoner's Canyon. Are girls more interesting than games? Wei Guanlei bit the cigarette in his mouth and looked at Lu Shi and Chiyu walking side by side in front of him. Lu Shi's words were not said casually. He was determined to win. Pressing the lighter, Wei Guanlei lit the cigarette and took a deep breath. The four of them got into the car. Zhu Zhifei leaned on the seat and shouted, Lu Ge, I'm hungry. Let's go for supper? Lu Shi drove the car on the road. Without turning back, he asked Chiyu, are you in a hurry to go home? Chiyu shook his head and replied, no hurry. My family doesn't care about me. His mother was busy. His brothers and sisters were either abroad or in the country. The one thing they had in common was that they were extremely busy. After telling Aunt Lon that he was going out to play with his classmates, no one cared about when he went home. Okay. Lu Shi held the steering wheel with one hand. Let's go together then. It was already the second half of the night. The car did not drive back to Qingchuan Road. Instead, they drove along the dilapidated road to the river. There was a road built along the river that was not too wide. The street lights were on. Probably because it had not been repaired for a long time, the fence was rusty and a lot of it had collapsed. The embankment was a steep slope. Further down, there was a calm flowing river. There was a rusty blue road sign by the side of the road with the words Qingchuan River written on it. Below it, there were English words. Chiyu saw flashing lights in the distance. He asked Lu Shi, what are they doing? Fishing. Lu Shi pointed in the distance. Do you see the red light? Chiyu looked in the direction Lu Shi was pointing. He nodded. Yes, I see it. They're fishing at night. Wei Guanlei said, the water quality of Qingchuan River is not bad. There's a lot of fish. With a row of fishing rods, they can fish for a whole night. If they're lucky, they can catch dozens of catties. Chiyu was surprised. So much? Of course. Have you done it before? If you haven't and want to, you can ask Lu Ge to take you. He's good at fishing. The fish are crazy and will hit his hook. In the past, we used to fish for a whole night with 2 rods and have enough money to buy reference books. Zhu Zhifei could not help but say, Lu Ge, why do you know everything? Lu Shi walked in front and did not turn his head. Because I know how to use my brain. As they chatted along the way, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a slightly shabby stall. There were a few tables, plastic stools, and no menu. There was only a sign on a plastic sheet that was propped up. Riverside Barbecue. Riverside Barbecue Stall. It was a very appropriate name. Chiyu guessed that Lucier and the others knew the owner and ordered quickly. Lucier asked Chiyu, "What do you want to eat?" "Help me order." "Don't order too much. I'm a little full." Zhu Jifei was puzzled. "Did you have supper before you went out, Campus Belle? You're so strong that you're not hungry yet." Chiyu answered vaguely and could not help but look at Lucier again. Lucier ordered 2 fish. "Sit down." The 4 of them sat around a small square table. Chiyu pulled a piece of coarse tissue paper and wiped the table. Then, he realized that the black stains on the table were too stubborn and could not be wiped off. He was too lazy to wipe it off and pretended not to see it. The barbecue stall sizzled and the oil and smoke drifted away with the wind. After a while, there was a fragrant smell. Soon, the dishes they ordered were served. Zhu Jifei and Wei Guanglei each ordered a large plate of fried rice and a plate of barbecue. Lucier placed a stainless steel plate with a grilled fish in front of Chiyu and placed the other on his side. Zhu Jifei glanced at it. "Campus Belle, this fish is delicious. The owner personally fished it out from the river in the middle of the night. It's fresh and tender. Try it if you don't believe me." Chiyu took a pair of chopsticks and carefully picked out a piece of fish. His taste buds were dull and he could not really taste it, but he could feel that the meat was very tender. Indeed, it's very delicious. However, the fish bones were small and the lights were dim. Chiyu almost choked after a few bites. He picked up the water, but before he could take a sip, a hand wearing a black wrist guard appeared in his line of sight. Lucier silently gave his plate to Chiyu. Chiyu looked carefully and realized that every bone in the fish on Lucier's plate had been picked clean. Zhu Jifei was engrossed in eating his fried rice and did not notice that Lucier had changed his plate. Wei Guanglei caught a glimpse of it and glanced at Lucier, who was drinking tea from a disposable plastic cup. He did not say anything. Ever since they had hot pot last week, he had felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. This sense of uneasiness was even more obvious now. The Lucier he knew did not have particularly strong emotions about anything. He was always indifferent. He played games to accompany him and Zhu Jifei to play games and lead their brothers. He was also not like Zhu Jifei and himself, who would be irritable and unwilling if they lost. Lucier's expression did not change whether he won or lost. Running a racetrack and fishing were all for the sake of earning money. As for studying, Wei Guanglei felt that his IQ was there, and he was used to being outstanding. Lucier had said that if he got first place in the exam, he would get a full scholarship, live in the best dormitory, and obtain a certain degree of freedom. If he could get first place, why wouldn't he? Therefore, Wei Guanglei originally thought that his brother's emotions were too indifferent, and he even had a slight dislike of the world that was not obvious. He reckoned that no existence could easily arouse his attention and emotions. Until Chiyu appeared. This person was like an accident. Wei Guanglei could not help but overturn his own judgment. Speaking of which, he was actually not too sure about the situation between Lucier and Chiyu. However, he could tell that Lucier cared about Chiyu more than anything else. It was even beyond the normal range. Whether this kind of care was the excitement of a hunter when facing his prey, the possessiveness of not letting go, or something else, Wei Guanglei felt a little apprehensive. All of his intense emotions were focused on one person. On the surface, it seemed like he was strong and had taken the initiative. But in reality, all of his attention, thoughts, and emotions revolved around that person. He had already completely fallen into a passive position. The Qingchuan River flowed slowly. The wind blew very gently, bringing with it moist water vapor. After finishing half a plate of fried rice, Zhu Jifei finally filled his hungry stomach. He raised his head and sighed. This is life. He then rubbed his stomach. What a pity. When I think about how I still have to do 2 sets of papers when I get home, my heart hurts so much. Chiyu, who was eating fish, was surprised when he heard this. It's almost 2 o'clock. You still have to do the test paper when you get home? How late will he have to stay up? My mom signed me up for 2 tutoring classes. They're for the whole day tomorrow. There's also homework. Let's write as many as we can tonight. I won't be able to sleep when I go back anyway. Zhu Zhifei poked the remaining half plate of fried rice with his chopsticks. My mom is really something. The second year of high school has just started, and she's already looking up the third year's recipes. She's afraid that I'll overuse my brain, so she even asked the neighbors what soup is best for the brain. So, this indicates that my mother has just started to work hard. She has only signed up for 2 tutoring classes. She will probably be occupied on all Saturdays next semester. No one in Chuyu's family cared about his studies, so it was up to him whether he wanted to make up for extra classes or not. Now, just listening to this made him feel stressed. The night was quiet. There was wine, food, and buddies. Zhu Zhifei started to talk. Ever since I was in elementary school, my mom has been nagging me to study hard so that I can earn a lot of money and move out of Qingchuan Road. I know myself well. As for me, my talent is average. I can't be compared to the best, but I'm better than the worst. I'm probably not close to her expectations. But I've tried my best. He finished a stick of dried tofu in 2 bites. When I entered Jianing private school in my first year of high school, my mom probably became arrogant and said that she wanted to send me overseas. How can I not know how much money my family has? Even if I sold everything I had, I wouldn't have enough money. Also, if the school didn't give me a 50% discount on tuition and miscellaneous fees, and I also got a scholarship, I wouldn't have entered Jianing private school. Wei Guanlei waved his hand and asked the boss to bring 2 cans of pineapple beer. He pulled the tab open and placed it beside Zhu Zhifei's hand. Zhu Zhifei laughed and scolded, "Get lost. I'm going back to do the test papers." Why would I drink? Although he said that, his hand was very honest and accepted the beer. Wei Guanlei laughed. Isn't this to match the atmosphere? What atmosphere? A confused teenager pouring out his thoughts by the river at night. Zhu Zhifei was amused. You're the confused teenager. I know it very well. Study hard, get into a good school, earn a lot of money, and support my mom when she's old. My goal is stable and clear. What's there to be confused about? Don't talk nonsense. It's so uncivilized. Wei Guanlei held the can and drank the pineapple beer. But if your mom hears you say that, she'll be very happy. She'll definitely cook you an extra egg for breakfast tomorrow. Don't worry about whether I can cook an extra egg for breakfast. Zhu Zhifei felt that his glasses were in the way. He took them off and placed them beside his hand. What about you, sure too? Have you thought about it? Do you still want to study? Lu Shi, who had been silent all this while, also raised her head and looked at Wei Guanlei. Qiyu ate quietly and consciously did not interrupt. Wei Guanlei put the half-empty can on the small square table and smiled indifferently. I don't think I'll study anymore. I'm not like you and Lu Ge who can find a way out by studying. Besides, if I study, what will happen to my family and my shop? Zhu Zhifei lowered his head and neatly placed the barbecue skewers one by one. He lowered his voice. Your dad, there's still no news? I thought he was dead a long time ago. Wei Guanlei's expression dimmed and the corners of his mouth curled up mockingly. He gambled too much and lost. He hid it from my mom and borrowed money from loan sharks. He couldn't pay them back and ran away. From the day he abandoned me and my mom and ran away without a trace, I thought he was dead. My mom and I are doing pretty well now. At least we don't have to worry about food and clothing. So to me, whether I study or not is really not that important. Qiyu ate the fish bite by bite. He suddenly felt that he was already very lucky. Although his father passed away in an accident before he was born and his mother was too busy to care about him, he still had his older brother and sister. He was financially well off and had a car and a house. He didn't have to worry about food and clothing. He didn't have to work very hard and he had already obtained what many people dreamed of. Compared to most people, he was born in Rome. Zhu Zhifei patted Wei Guanlei's shoulder. Okay. Your dad is really inhumane. It's pretty good to be like this now. After all, it's better to let you perform on the spot than to do functions and memorize chemical formulas. Wei Guanlei laughed and kicked Zhu Zhifei's stool. F***ck off. Are you trying to bully me? Zhu Zhifei laughed and took the plastic stool back to hide. Lu Shi took a sip of tea and said to Wei Guanglei, remember to tell me if you don't have enough money. Okay, I'll be able to pay you back on time for the next 2 months. If I really can't, I'll ask you to lend me some more. Wei Guanglei held the can and clinked it with Lu Shi's plastic cup. Good brother, I won't say thank you. Wei Guanglei drank while Lu Shi drank tea. Okay, I often eat at your house. Wei Guanglei smiled. Seeing that the boss was going to the river to reel in the net, Zhu Zhifei casually put down the plastic stool and called out to Chiyu from a few steps away. Campus bell, do you want to go and take a look? Chiyu was quite interested in these things. Yes. Wait for me. The boss wore a head-mounted searchlight on his head. Chiyu and Zhu Zhifei followed behind. The slope of the riverbank was wet, slippery, and pitch black. They didn't go down and just watched from the shore. Zhu Zhifei stretched in the night wind and said casually, actually, sure too didn't have this name in the beginning. Chiyu retracted her gaze from the river and looked at Zhu Zhifei. Then what was it called? Wei Jiaqiang. Ha ha ha, isn't it very old-fashioned? He changed this name himself after his father ran away. Zhu Zhifei's tone was very relaxed as he said it to Chiyu. Guanglei, it means open and aboveboard. At that time, his family was being chased by loan sharks. They threatened him and splashed him with paint. Shirtu said that in this life, he would never be like his father, a coward who despises everyone on the street. He wants to live openly and aboveboard. Chiyu couldn't explain what she was feeling. He listened to the splashing sound of the fishing net and said, it's a very good name. Yes, with Shitu's education level, he must have flipped through many dictionaries to come up with this name. It's not easy. Zhu Zhifei mercilessly criticized Wei Guanglei. He adjusted his glasses and said, Lu Ge and I have always been very concerned about whether Shirtu wants to continue studying or not. For a family like ours, it is destined that we can only move forward by studying. That's why Lu Ge still wants to tutor Shirtu. But now, I feel that people are really different. Although my family doesn't have much money, we have enough to eat and wear. There's nothing for me to worry about. I just need to focus on studying. Shirtu is different. He's already shouldering the burden of his family's livelihood. So, as his brother, shouldn't I respect his choice? School bell, do you think I'm right? Chiyu didn't nod or shake her head. My brother taught me that everyone has their own way of living. It's not a good thing to forcefully interfere with other people's lives. Perhaps life is like drinking water. Only you know whether it's hot or cold. Zhu Zhifei looked at Chiyu with a little surprise. School bell, I didn't expect you to be such a school bell. Then what did you think I was like? Zhu Zhifei touched his nose. Probably. Why don't you eat minced meat? Ha ha ha, after all, you and I, sure too, are really different in terms of the environment we grew up in. Chiyu glared at him. I'm not stupid. Zhu Zhifei smiled and apologized. Yes, it's my fault. I took it for granted. The owner of the barbecue stall was dragging the fishing net up. Zhu Zhifei raised his voice and asked, how is it? How much? The owner chuckled and looked very happy. Even the wrinkles on his face seemed to be smiling. These fish are brainless. They're all jumping into the net. Zhu Zhifei laughed heartily. Chiyu also laughed. They felt that this moment was very delightful. On the way back, Chiyu looked at the shabby barbecue stall from afar and saw Lu Shi and Wei Guanglei sitting at a small square table. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Zhu Zhifei's goal was to study hard, get into a good school, find a good job, earn money, and take care of his family. Wei Guanglei's goal was to repay his debts, take care of the auto repair shop, and share the burden of his mother. Even the owner of the barbecue stall might have the goal of attracting more diners, catching more fish, earning money, supporting his family, and raising his children. Then, what about himself? What was his goal? Chiyu stopped in his tracks. He suddenly realized that after living for 17 years, he actually couldn't tell what his goal was. After driving away from the riverside, they arrived at Qingchuan Road in a few minutes. Chiyu looked around and was surprised. We're so close to the riverside? Yes. Wei Guanlei pointed in a direction. Over there. After going around the alley, go straight down and you'll reach the riverside. Qingchuan Road is a good place to live. There's a river breeze and it's cool in summer. The car drove back to the warehouse. Wei Guanlei pulled down the roller shutter door and locked it. Wei Guanlei patted the dust off his hands and looked at Qiyu. What do you think? Do you want to stay here? Qiyu waved his hand. It's no trouble. I'll take a taxi home. It's quite convenient. Wei Guanlei didn't force him. He asked Lu Shi, Zhu Zhifei will be going home to do some papers in a while. Lu Ge, how about you? Shall we continue? There's braised food at home. Lu Shi put his hands in his jeans pocket, revealing a black wrist guard. No, I'll send him home. Huh? Qiyu didn't like to trouble people. I'm not a girl. You don't have to send me home. Lu Shi didn't say anything and turned to leave. In the end, he still sent him home. Qiyu didn't know if it was because of the excessive adrenaline secretion during the race or because he had sucked too much of Lu Shi's blood in the car, but as soon as he got into the car, his whole body went soft and he couldn't open his eyes. After driving for a short distance, Qiyu's head leaned against the glass window and he fell asleep in a daze. The taxi drove on the empty road. The street lights along the way kept receding. The warm light shone through the car window, casting layers of light and shadow. They drove into the tunnel. The scene in his field of vision was unchanged. Lu Shi turned his eyes and saw Qiyu's eyelashes casting a fine and distinct shadow under the light. He didn't sleep well. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed. His fingers were curled and loosely holding the cuffs of his sleeves. His breathing was quiet and harmless. After looking for a while, Lu Shi lowered his eyes, reached out, and pulled Qiyu over to rest on his shoulder. His movements were very gentle. Qiyu instinctively rubbed against Lu Shi's shoulder and muttered unconsciously, Lu Shi. They drove out of the tunnel. There were few people on the street. Outside the car window, there were cold neon lights flashing by. After a few seconds, Lu Shi replied softly, yeah. The taxi stopped outside the villa area on South Island. In the back seat, Qiyu was leaning on Lu Shi's shoulder. His eyes were closed, and his breathing was steady. There was no sign of him waking up. Lu Shi looked down at Qiyu's hair. I know you're awake. There was no movement. Lu Shi spoke again, 5 minutes ago, I saw you open your eyes and close them quickly. Even if he was exposed, Qiyu was still very calm. After a few seconds, he slowly sat up, rubbed his eyes, and pretended to have just woken up. He looked around in confusion. We're here? His words sounded groggy, but Qiyu was not very calm. How did he fall asleep on Lu Shi's shoulder? And he slept all the way. When he opened his eyes, he found himself sleeping on Lu Shi's shoulder. He was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes again. Lu Shi watched him perform seriously. He remembered how Qiyu pretended to be unconscious in the corridor outside the classroom. His acting had not improved and was still very bad. Qiyu's house was on Green Island, a famous mansion in S City. The entire villa area covered nearly 50,000 square meters, and there were only 18 villas built in it. Other than the sound of insects, there was almost no sound of people. The deeper they went, the quieter it became. The streetlights elongated their shadows. Lu Shi turned his head and saw Qiyu with his head down. He did not know what he was thinking. He said, You've been in a daze since we came back from Qingchuan River. Qiyu came back to his senses and did not react. What? What's wrong? Was it because he felt that there was something on his mind that he insisted on sending him back? Actually, Qiyu stared at the messy shadows of the trees on the ground. It's nothing. It's really nothing. No, there's still something. After hesitating for a while, he said, Lu Shi. Yes? Let's talk about a serious topic. Qiyu felt inexplicably ashamed to be so serious, but his mind had been revolving around this since they came back from Qingchuan River. Do you have any goals? Lu Shi put his hands in his pockets and straightened his back. He looked down at Qiyu and answered, yes. Qiyu's eyes widened slightly as he asked curiously, what's your goal? Get first place in the national competition? Go to a super awesome university and study abroad? Or perhaps, earn a lot of money? Start a business? You're doing that kind of amazing and cutting-edge research? Neither. As expected, the thought process of a prodigy was something that a slacker would never be able to guess. Chiyu held his breath. That is? Lucier, I'm not telling you. All right. Since Lucier didn't want to talk about it, Chiyu didn't ask further. He was in a daze for a while and looked dispirited. Actually, when I heard Shirtu and Zhu Jifei talking today, I suddenly thought about what my goal is. This question is quite broad and doesn't have much practical meaning, but I just suddenly realized that I didn't seem to have any goals in the past 17 years. When he thought about it this way, he felt a little lost. Haha, isn't it too pretentious? Why don't you have any goals? It's probably because I'm asking for a beating. But it's true that no matter what I get, it's very easy. Chiyu gave an example. I have a primary school classmate whose goal is to buy figurines. He's very thrifty and saves up a week's worth of pocket money. But I have a lot of pocket money and don't need to save at all. I can just swipe my card and buy a bunch of figurines. There's also a sister surnamed Lin who takes good care of me. Her goal is to inherit her father's business and expand the business territory. So, she has been working very hard and will definitely achieve this goal in the future. Looking at the person walking beside him, Lucier seemed to see a familiar figure. He seemed to have been this lost before. Lucier asked seriously, have you ever thought about inheriting your family's business? As if he had been poked, Chiyu hurriedly waved his hand. My brother and sister are very capable. There's no need for me to inherit the family business. Moreover, I'm not interested. Are you not interested, or did someone tell you not to be interested? Chiyu was startled. What do you mean? Lucier said bluntly, many people should have told you that you're the youngest son and don't need to inherit the family business. You also don't need to be outstanding or hardworking. How do you know? Chiyu deliberately relaxed his tone. That's indeed the case. Many elders, including Aunt Lan who took care of me when I was growing up, all said that. And my friend, He Jihao, also said that. He still remembered that He Jihao had once said to him enviously, Chiyu, you have such a good life. Your family's wealth has been accumulated for so many years, your mother's skills are superb, and your brother and sister have completely inherited your mother's intelligence and skills. Most importantly, they didn't ask you to learn this or that. In any case, you don't have to worry about eating, drinking, and playing in this lifetime. Even if you spend money every day, you can spend it all your life. Chiyu used to think so too. Even if the sky fell, it would not be his turn to hold it up. He knew very well that many people had instilled this idea in him in order to avoid the embarrassing situation of brothers fighting against each other. He himself had no intention of fighting for the family business. He felt that it was enough for him to be able to do what he liked in this lifetime and live every day happily. As for working hard, and setting a goal to achieve, he had never considered these things. Therefore, after listening to Zhu Jifei and Wei Guanglei's words, he suddenly realized that the other way of living was actually like this. Looking back at his first 17 years, it seemed like he had lived in a daze and had left nothing behind. Chiyu loosened his tightly clenched fingers and stopped. He looked at Lucier and asked, there's a problem with this kind of thinking, right? His eyes were filled with pure confusion. It was as if he had encountered a difficult problem that he couldn't solve and subconsciously looked for Lucier, wanting to get an answer or suggestion from Lucier. He was unconsciously relying on Lucier. Lucier looked back and did not answer directly. Instead, he said, it doesn't matter if I say it's right or wrong. Only you can answer this question. Okay. Chiyu's eyes darkened. He took 2 quick steps forward and stood in front of Lucier. He turned around and walked backward step by step. He asked Lucier, you really can't reveal what your goal is? Really? Really? No. Lucier's eyes were dark as if there was a vortex hidden in them. With his back to the light, it was hard to tell the emotions in his eyes. His voice was soft and hoarse. It will scare you. Chiyu suddenly did not dare to speak. He felt that Lucier's words made him feel inexplicably cold. His tone was clearly calm, but it seemed like he was suppressing a sense of irritation. He remembered what Wei Guanglei had said. Lucier had not only become a car racer for the money, but also for the thrill of it. The thrill of it could release the anger in his heart. So, what exactly had Lucier experienced in the past? The conversation ended. The two of them did not speak again until they reached Chiyu's house. Chiyu stopped and pointed at a white building with a light on behind him. "We've reached my house. You should go back quickly. Otherwise, the sky will be bright soon." "Thank you." Seeing that Lucier was about to turn and leave, Chiyu called out to him again. "Wait." Lucier looked at him. "Yes?" Chiyu did not know what to say for a moment. His lips moved and he said, "Be careful." On Sunday night, Chiyu returned to school. First, he watered the pot of crane-gazing orchids by the window. When he heard his phone ring, Chiyu reached out for it. He opened it and saw that it was from the class group chat. "Commoner, Li Hua, Blackjack. Those who want to play, raise your little hands. Study committeeman, Feng Ziki, my dormitory. Come quickly, friends, campus bell, Chiyu, raise your hands. I'll be there soon." Study committeeman Feng Ziki lived in a double room downstairs of Chiyu's dormitory. When he entered, he realized that Feng Ziki's roommate was actually Meng Guo. Zhang Yuashan, Li Hua, and Guan Yang were all inside. The two of them looked at each other. Guan Yang looked away and did not even look at Chiyu. Chiyu did not mind. He pushed the door open and entered. "Request to join the battle." "Approved, approved. Welcome to the battlefield." Feng Ziki smiled and waved his hand. "Campus bell, peanuts, melon seeds, pistachios. What do you want to eat?" "Melon seeds." Chiyu was not familiar with the study committeemen. Their conversation only stopped at "hurry up and hand in your homework, and soon. Wait for me to finish copying the last question." However, Zhang Yuashan had told him about the study committeeman's gossip. He said that the study committeeman used practice questions as nourishment for his life. He was obsessed with his studies. In the last semester's final exam, he advanced 5 places in one go. After receiving the results, he was too excited and laughed too wildly. His face was paralyzed and his mouth and eyes were crooked. He spent the entire summer in the hospital receiving transfusions and acupuncture. Finally, he regained his dignity before school started. Chiyu had a very deep impression of this. Holding a bag of melon seeds that Feng Ziki threw over, Chiyu stood by the table and watched them play a round of blackjack. He was so scared that he did not even have the mood to eat the melon seeds. A good gambling game was turned into a math problem by these straight-A students. Feng Ziki was the banker, and Guan Yang was the challenger. After 2 rounds, while Chiyu was still in a daze, he saw Zhang Yuashan holding a notebook and calculating with a pen. There are 43 cards left. If Feng Ziki doesn't want to lose, the next card has to be a 4. 4 out of 43. The probability is 9%. Li Hua threw away the draft paper and gave a more accurate number. The 4 could be held by Guan Yang, so the probability is between 97% and 9%. Chiyu grabbed a melon seed. "You can even count this?" Guan Yang held the cards and looked at Chiyu mockingly. He tilted his head and said, "You really can't count. Blackjack is not only a chess game, but also a game that involves very complicated probability calculations. It also has a positive correlation with the player's mental arithmetic ability." However, for Chiyu, other than being able to calculate that 3 plus 2 equals 5, you can't figure out anything else, right? But then again, you don't need to figure it out. Since you have a lot of money, you can just pay up if you lose. Guan Yang said this in a normal voice. The entire dorm room was silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. The sound of Chiyu cracking melon seeds became clear. He didn't lower his voice. He leaned closer to Zhang Yuashan and whispered loudly, "Who is this student? Is he from our class? Is there something wrong with his brain?" Zhang Yuashan clearly remembered that during last week's self-study session, he had introduced Guan Yang to Chiyu, as well as the love and hatred between them. However, when Chiyu asked, he replied, "He's Guan Yang. He's from our class. There's nothing wrong with him." Chiyu nodded and dragged out his words. "Oh, so there's nothing wrong with him. Then why does he talk like he's not thinking straight?" Why does he scold everyone he sees? Guan Yang was so angry that his face turned ashen. The cards in his hand were all folded. Chuyu, who the f*ck are you talking about? I'm talking about the person who scolds everyone he sees. Did I say something wrong? Guan Yang threw the cards in his hand on the table and sneered, if your mom didn't buy the school, how could you get into class A with your scores that I can get with my eyes closed? Stop *king dreaming. Aren't you just relying on your family's money? If your surname wasn't Chu and you didn't have a mother who dotes on you, you're nothing. Chuyu's face was calm. Since he was young, he had heard this kind of sentence pattern too many times. He could recite it just by opening his mouth. In any case, it was just a few sentences back and forth. There was nothing innovative about it. Chuyu had always told himself not to stoop to the level of a crazy idiot. Otherwise, he would look like an idiot too. That was probably because he hated the rich. That was why he was blabbering blindly. He threw away the melon seed shell and nodded. Oh, I'm relying on my family's money. So what? Guan Yang's face darkened. He kicked the stool away and stood up. Do you dare to make a bet? Whoever loses will kneel down and call me daddy. Call me daddy? Chuyu calmly munched on another melon seed. I refuse. If you're not handsome enough, I won't have an ugly son like you. His words were obviously disdainful. You don't dare. Guan Yang took a deep breath and stared at Chuyu. You won't even let me finish my sentence. Are you afraid? There are still 2 more weeks until the monthly exam. Do you know that? There are 10 classes in the entire grade. There are a total of 420 students. Your standards are terrible. I'll be fair and give you a handicap of 100 places. If you can get into the top 320, I'll immediately kneel down and call you daddy. Do you dare to make this bet? Chuyu couldn't be bothered with him. Guan Yang continued, or are you saying that you're very clear about your standards? You can't even get into the top 320. By the way, did your mother also know that you're useless, so she spent money to buy a school for you? Chuyu felt like he was being stabbed. This time, it was so painful that he couldn't breathe. Did your mother know that you're useless, so she bought you a school? Xianxia was standing next to them. He noticed that after Guan Yang finished speaking, Chuyu's expression changed slightly. He panicked and hurriedly pulled Chuyu's clothes from behind. He could tell that Guan Yang was really a thief. He had probably chased after Deng Mengmeng for more than a year, but Deng Mengmeng ignored him. Now, he was asking for Chuyu's QQ number. This was really exciting. But could this bet be made? Of course not. Zhang Yuashan had sat in front of Chuyu for a few days, so he had a rough idea of what kind of standard Chuyu was. Guan Yang was different. Guan Yang's family didn't have much money and he got in based on his grades. Zhang Yuashan didn't like to interact with this person because Guan Yang's close friends were quite extreme in their thinking. They believed that the rich people in the class were all vermin and that those with lower grades were all idiots. Speaking of which, Zhang Yuashan had just started being the class monitor. He thought that the biggest problem in the class would be the friction between the students from the headquarters and the students from the branch. But later, he realized that he had misunderstood. The biggest conflict was actually the conflict between the rich and the poor. Guan Yang was a top student from an average family background. From the beginning, he couldn't stand Chuyu, who was the representative of the rich second-generation heirs, and he often complained about it in private. Now, he directly put the conflict out in the open with a bang. Li Hua couldn't stand it anymore. Guan Yang, is there any point in making this bet? It's not fair to use your own advantages as a bet. Why don't you compete with Chuyu? Let's compete. He couldn't think of anything and turned to ask Chuyu, Campus Belle, what do you want to compete with? Guan Yang sneered, sure, I don't care. Other than competing with who has more money, I'm willing to play with you. I'm just afraid that some people can't afford to lose a bet. If they lose, they will run to their mother and cry. Then, they will expel me from Jianing private school. I won't bet with you. You're not qualified to compete with me. Guan Yang's hands on the table suddenly tightened. His masseter muscles bulged and he wanted to say something. Chuyu's face was cold and the corners of his lips were tight. He suddenly smiled and directly interrupted Guan Yang's unfinished words. He said in a relaxed tone, "As for the monthly exam, you can just sit there and wait for me to rank 220th in the grade. I'll give you a chance for glory and let you call me dad." Xianxia took a deep breath. So stubborn? Guan Yang's face was extremely ugly. "Then I'll wait." After Guan Yang closed the door and left, the dormitory was quiet for 2 seconds. Feng Ziki was still holding the cards in his hand and was stunned. "I still haven't reacted." Why, aren't we playing cards?" Chiyu scooped up the melon seeds expressionlessly. Feng Ziki stuttered when he was nervous. I shouldn't have yelled about playing blackjack today." Chiyu sighed and comforted him. "It has nothing to do with you organizing the game. Guan Yang doesn't like me and was determined to provoke me and make trouble for me. Even if today's game didn't happen, he would have found another way to find me." Manga clicked his tongue and sighed. "Men can't be petty." Chiyu lowered his head again and didn't let anyone see the expression in his eyes. He knew very well in his heart. He said that he wanted to get into the top 220 of the cohort, but it had nothing to do with Guan Yang. Zhang Yuashan was a little worried. "Chiyu, it's okay." Chiyu cracked the melon seeds and smiled. "So, brothers, I've already made the announcement. How am I going to get into the top 220 of the cohort?" Zhu Zhifei ran upstairs in a few steps, identified the room number, and started to knock on the door. After a while, the door opened. Lucia wasn't wearing her school uniform. She had put on a loose white t-shirt and her hair was still wet. She had probably just taken a shower. "What's the matter?" Zhu Zhifei took 2 steps in and closed the door behind him. He shouted anxiously, Lu Ge, the school bell is in a fight with someone." Lucia narrowed his eyes and walked towards the desk. "What's the matter?" Zhu Zhifei followed behind Lucia and explained the situation in a few sentences. "The whole cohort has heard about it. It won't be long before the whole school knows about it. Guan Yang made a bet with the school bell. Whoever lost would have to kneel down and call him father. The school bell rejected him and said that she didn't want such an ugly son. Ha ha ha. If I were Guan Yang, I would vomit blood and die on the spot." Lucia sat down with a paper in front of him. His expression was calm as usual. He twirled the pencil nimbly in his fingers and said confidently, "Yes, he's not impulsive. Yes, but the school bell is playing big this time. I remember that Guan guy. He has slanted eyes and looks gloomy. He thinks about disgusting things all day long. The school bell said that he will get into the top 220 of the cohort in the monthly exam. I don't know why, but I'm full of confidence. The school bell looks smart. Maybe she will really get into the top 220 and make Guan Yang regret his decision." Zhu Zhifei adjusted his glasses and said, "In my opinion, this Guan Yang is crazy. He chased after Deng Mengmeng, but Deng Mengmeng doesn't like him. It's normal for him to like the school bell. The school bell is good-looking and has a good temper. Don't many girls like her?" "Who is Deng Mengmeng?" "She's the girl who asked the school bell for her QQ number in the cafeteria. Guan Yang had his eyes on her since the start of the first year of high school. He didn't expect that the moon would shine in the ditch. I guess this time, she was provoked and wanted to take revenge on Chiyu." "Got it." Zhu Zhifei paced back and forth on the spot. "Wait, Lu Ge, is this your reaction?" Lucia looked up at him. Zhu Zhifei kept quiet. "Alright, I'll leave first. I'll go and see how the school bell is doing." Chiyu's dormitory was very lively. Zhang Yuashan and Li Hua each took out their precious teaching materials and stacked them on the table. The stack of materials for each subject was thicker than a brick. Feng Ziki reluctantly put a set of photocopies on the table and said, "These are the classic exam questions that I collected. You can't buy them outside. Li Hua has been coveting them for a long time, but I didn't take them out. School bell, do your best and finish them. If you really finish them, not to mention the top 220, you can even get into the top 20. Li Hua exposed him. "Why didn't you get into the top 20? Feng Ziki looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "I haven't finished them yet, have I?" Manga also joined in and donated an exercise book. 2 years ago, a big shot recommended this to me when he was playing basketball. He said that this was the reason why he got such a high score. Although I haven't figured it out yet, the big shot can't be lying to me, right? Li Hua threw a phone number to Chiyu. This is a special teacher who specializes in one-on-one tutoring. He's expensive and has a bad temper, but his standards are there. School bell, you can give it a try. Chiyu looked at the teaching materials and exercise book in front of him and felt dizzy. He said carefully, I have to finish them all? Manga slammed the table. Yes. Even if you're on your last breath, school bell, you have to finish them all. Guani Yang is really not a good person. He's too vicious. Don't worry, we'll fight him. Let's see who's the one with an iron head. Chiyu touched his head and thought to himself, my head is not iron at all. My hair is very soft. When Zhu Jifei entered the door, he was greeted by everyone's scrutiny. Zhang Yuashan spoke as the representative. You didn't bring anything? Zhu Jifei looked confused. What did I bring? You don't have to bring anything. Chiyu quickly said, since you're here, the intention is there. You don't have to bring anything. Zhu Jifei closed the door and said worriedly, this semester's monthly exam will be held during the holidays. School bell, do you have a plan? Li Hua spoke on behalf of him. Not yet. Zhu Jifei adjusted his glasses. It's September 13th today. There's not much time left. We have to think about it carefully and come up with a plan. He thought for a moment. Why don't we try doing a set of exercises first? We can see where the weaknesses are and then focus on improving? This suggestion was approved by everyone. Soon, a pen and a piece of paper were placed in front of Chiyu. Everyone looked at him. Zhang Yuashan looked even more encouraging. School bell, you can do it. Chiyu picked up the pen. He wrote the paper very quickly, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Putting down the pen, Chiyu pushed the paper forward. Okay, I'm done. Fang Ziki took out the standard answers and began to mark them. When he reached the end, his hands trembled. Zhang Yuashan was a little excited. Why are you so agitated? Is the school bell deliberately hiding her genius and showing her true ability at the crucial moment? Fang Ziki finished marking and didn't know what to say for a moment. After pondering for a long time, he looked at Chiyu. School bell, how did you do it? Not a single question on such a big paper was correct. Under everyone's gaze, Chiyu said innocently, it's probably because I have a talent skill that allows me to perfectly avoid the correct questions. Li Hua took Chiyu's paper and read it from the beginning to the end. He had to admit, this talent skill is really amazing. The answers were all guesses. There were 4 choices for each question, and there was a 25% correct rate. But not a single one of them was correct. Manga sighed from the bottom of his heart. It's really amazing. I admit that I can't avoid the correct questions 100% of the time. After the first learning promotion meeting for the school bell, everyone left the table full of teaching materials and papers and returned to their respective dorms. They agreed to continue the meeting tomorrow. Chiyu sent them off, closed the door, and lay on his bed. After thinking for a while, he got up and picked up a random paper. Oh, it looked like a physics paper. First question. No, skip. Next question. No, I'll skip it. Next one. Skip. Skip. Within a few minutes, Chiyu finished the paper. He blinked and muttered, I can't believe it. Not a single question in the entire paper could stop me. Chiyu took out another math paper. He finished it in less than 5 minutes. The moment he closed his pen, Chiyu sighed. He felt like a scumbag who passed all the questions without a single problem. He spun his pen and looked at the words printed on the paper. He remembered what Guani Yang said. Did his mother buy Jianing private because she knew that he was useless? A bitter feeling rose in his heart. Chiyu looked at the date and suddenly didn't dare to count how many days it had been since he last saw Shi Yaling. Chiyu put down his pen and went out. Chiyu stood at the door of the room next door. He raised his hand and put it down hesitantly. In the end, he gently knocked 3 times. Soon, the door opened. Chiyu saw Lucier standing behind the door. He didn't know why, but his eyes felt a little sore. He tried his best to curl his lips into a smile. Are you busy now? Can I come in? Chiyu consciously closed the door and looked around. This was his first time in Lucia's dormitory. He found that it was similar to what he had imagined. The overall style was very cold. Anyway, it was either white or gray. The books on the bookshelf were arranged in order from the highest to the lowest, as if they had obsessive-compulsive disorder. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded, and the floor was spotless. When he compared it to his room, Chiyu secretly comforted himself. My room just has a more lively atmosphere. Lucia pointed to the chair next to the desk. Sit. Chiyu sat down. His sitting posture was very casual. His legs were spread apart, and he hugged the back of the chair. His chin was resting on his hand. He tilted his head and looked at Lucia as if he had no bones. The desk lamp was on. There was a test paper spread out on the desk. It was almost half done. Chiyu said vaguely, "Do the questions. Don't worry about me." Hearing Chiyu's words, Lucia really did not care about him. He held the pencil and continued to do the questions. Chiyu looked at Lucia quietly. Lucia's silhouette was delicately outlined by the pen under the table lamp. Eyes, nose, lips, jawline. Like an oil painting, there was not a single spot that was not exquisite and beautiful. His heart slowly settled down. Chiyu didn't know why, but after sitting beside Lucia for a while, he suddenly felt much more at ease. After finishing the 2 questions, Lucia turned around and met Chiyu's gaze. "How long are you going to watch?" Chiyu was stunned by the question. Before he could answer, Lucia continued, "If I didn't let you in just now, were you going to stand at my door and cry?" It was not a question, but a statement. Chiyu was furious. Who wants to cry in front of your door? Point it out and explain clearly." Lucia turned sideways and leaned lazily against the back of the chair. He raised his hand and pointed his fingertips at Chiyu. There was a subtle smile in his voice. "Yes, I've pointed it out." Chiyu didn't know if it was an instinctive reaction or because he was too angry, but he moved forward and skillfully opened his mouth to bite Lucia's fingertips. "Wait, what am I doing?" Seeing Chiyu's eyes widen subconsciously and his thick eyelashes fluttering, Lucia lowered his eyes and put his fingertips into Chiyu's mouth a little. His voice was soft and hoarse, as if mixed with the dark night outside the window. "Are you hungry?" When it entered Chiyu's ears, his eardrums felt like they were being scratched by something. It was itchy. Chiyu felt a little strange and his heart beat faster. He let go of his teeth and looked away uncomfortably. Not hungry yet." "Okay." Lucia retracted his hand and asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Chiyu shook his head gently. "Is there something you want to tell me?" He shook his head again. After 2 seconds, Chiyu nodded again. "You should know by now, right? About me calling you Dad?" He didn't know why, but when Lucia said this, it felt inexplicably childish and a little shameful. Chiyu nodded and explained, "Actually, I didn't intend to talk to Guani Yang. After all, the school is getting bigger and we're bound to meet 2 idiots." "But," Lucia continued, "what did he say to make you so concerned?" "How do you know what he said?" Chiyu sat up straight. His lips moved and he repeated the sentence with some difficulty. "Did your mom know that you're useless and that's why she spent money to buy the school?" "That's what he said." "You care a lot?" "Yes, I care a lot. I should say that I care a lot more than I think." Chiyu lay on his stomach unhappily. His gaze fell on the floor or somewhere in the air. "Actually, I don't really understand why my mom bought Jianing private school." He lowered his voice. "My brother and sister went to boarding schools overseas when they were in primary school. They successfully got into the top 5 universities in the world. They're the kind of outstanding students that people can only look up to. They don't have any reference points, so I don't know if my mom would buy the school and let them go if my sister or brother didn't have good grades." He looked up and looked at Lucia. He couldn't suppress the fear in his eyes. "Lucia, I'm so scared." He couldn't tell what he was afraid of. He was already used to his mother's indifference to him, but when someone suggested another hypothesis, it felt as if a steel needle had pierced his heart. He couldn't even find any evidence to prove that the other person's guess was wrong. He couldn't even find a good reason to refute it. My mom didn't buy the school because she thought that I'm useless. Lucia released his fingers that were tightly gripping his sleeves one by one. Chuyu then realized that there was a row of fingernail marks on his palm. Chuyu. Yes? The moment he looked up, a teardrop overflowed. Chuyu wanted to raise his hand to wipe away the evidence that he was crying. But before he could do so, he realized that Lucia's fingertips had brushed past his eyes. Lucia used the tip of her tongue to taste the wet mark. Her voice was very soft. You're crying. Chuyu couldn't react in time. His mind was replaying the scene that had just happened on a loop. Lucia put her finger to her lips. The tip of her tongue stuck out and licked her fingertip, rolling away the tear. His tear. He even forgot about his sadness. Chuyu stared at Lucia's finger in a daze. He didn't notice that Lucia's expression had turned cold because of his crying. Lucia stood up. Let me take you somewhere. Where are we going? There was no answer. Lucia reached out to pick up a thin black jacket and asked, Do you want to go? Chuyu nodded hurriedly. Yes. Lucia threw the jacket in her hand to Chuyu. She opened the wardrobe and took out a new jacket. Let's go. Chuyu thought that Lucia was just taking him around the school. When they stood under a low wall in a remote corner, Chuyu couldn't remain calm. Are we going out? Yes. Lucia was agile. She went behind the low wall, squatted down, and extended her hand to Chuyu. Come. There was a round bone protruding from her wrist. It was thin but very strong. Chuyu put his hand on it. After jumping off the low wall, Chuyu suddenly remembered. Won't we be caught by the surveillance cameras? No, the surveillance wires are damaged. The school workers didn't connect a new wire and installed a new surveillance camera at another location. This place has become a blind spot. Chuyu didn't ask any more questions. He wrapped Lucia's thin jacket around himself and followed. The two of them hailed a taxi. After getting out of the car, Lucia led Chuyu through the narrow alley with familiarity. They stopped by a small door and spoke to the person inside. I'm here to get the keys. The person inside handed a bunch of keys to Lucia. Brother Lai said that you can play with it for a few days if you want to. Chuyu listened for a while and understood. In the taxi just now, Lucia called Brother Lai. But what exactly did he borrow? After taking the keys, they went to the back of the building. Lucia walked to a corner and reached out to pull down a black waterproof tarpaulin. Under the tarpaulin was a heavy-duty motorcycle with a steel seat. The tail line was strong, and the design was simple. It was pure and strong. The motorcycle was painted black and some parts were covered with silver powder. Chuyu's eyes lit up. Is this a tomahawk? No, it's a modified version of a tomahawk. Lucia placed his long legs on the ground and stepped onto the motorcycle. He ordered, come up. Chuyu sat at the back. He had consciously given up on asking Lucia if he had a driver's license. Lucia slowly put on the silver and black gloves. He lowered his eyelids and asked Chuyu, do you know what to do when you're in a bad mood? What to do? Let it out. The moment he finished speaking, the engine suddenly roared. The entire tomahawk sped out like a sharp arrow piercing through the wind. Chuyu was pushed back by the force. He was so scared that he quickly hugged Lucia's waist tightly. The wind was very strong. Chuyu took a while to get used to it. He closed his eyes. When he opened his mouth was filled with the wind. Are we going to the abandoned road from last time? His ear was pressed against Lucia's back. He could feel the warmth of Lucia's skin and the slight tremor in his chest when he responded. The underground racetrack was on an abandoned road. It was surrounded by barren land. Without the noise of the crowd, the surroundings seemed empty and quiet. The light from the street lamps stretched far into the distance. There was nothing but the whistling of the wind. Lucia stopped the motorcycle in the middle of the starting point. Then, he got out of the motorcycle. Chuyu was confused. Lucia? Lucia took off the silver and black gloves and threw them to Chuyu. Chuyu quickly caught them. He suddenly realized what was going on. You want me to drive? Lucia put his hands in his pockets and stood very straight. His naturally hanging hair was blown up by the wind. He lifted his chin and asked, "You know how to drive a motorcycle, right?" Qiyu nodded. "Yes, I do, but how could driving an ordinary motorcycle be the same as driving a modified car?" Lucier asked Qiyu to sit in front. He squatted down and carefully adjusted the height of the seat and the position of the controls. After making sure that there were no problems, he got up and sat behind Qiyu. Their chests were pressed against each other. They were so close that they could feel each other's heartbeat. Lucier's chin rubbed against Qiyu's shoulder. He leaned close to his ear and said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." After saying that, he reached out from his waist and helped Qiyu put on the gloves. Then, he held Qiyu's hand and placed it on the motorcycle's handlebars. His throat was dry and itchy, and his breathing was heavy. Qiyu couldn't tell if it was because he was too nervous and excited, or because he was thirsty for blood. Or perhaps, it was both. Lucier put the helmet on Qiyu's head. It was as if a switch in his body had been turned on. Qiyu gripped the clutch tightly. The rubber tires rubbed against the ground, and the motorcycle only shook slightly. Through the helmet's windshield, everything became blurry. The warm light from the street lamps on both sides of the road turned into lines and disappeared behind his vision. The moment the motorcycle reached its highest speed, Qiyu felt as if his whole body was being pulled up by the airflow. It was as if a pair of wings had grown out of his back. The huge lift effect made him feel as if he was about to be suspended in the air. At that moment, all the grievances, confusion, sadness were scattered with the roar of the engine in his ears. Qiyu let go of the handlebars and panted heavily in the helmet. He felt as if all the blood in his body was flowing backward, and his blood vessels were about to burst. His chest tightened, and he felt as if he was going to suffocate in the next second. It was as if he was on the verge of death. The helmet was taken off. The wind in the wilderness brought in enough oxygen. Qiyu's soft forehead hair was already wet with sweat and stuck to his forehead. When the wind brushed past, it left a chill. However, his eyes were very bright, as if they contained the stars in the sky. Lucier stood beside the motorcycle, holding the helmet in his hand. He asked him, "Are you still sad?" At this moment, the wilderness and the falling sky became his background. Qiyu looked at Lucier. The next second, his sore and weak hands grabbed Lucier's jacket. He straightened up and climbed up. His lips pressed tightly against the lines of Lucier's shoulder and neck, and he bit down. There was a sharp pain in his shoulder, and it was heavier than usual. Lucier raised his hand and shielded the person in front of him. "Be gentle." There was a slight hoarseness in his voice. Lucier said again, "Forget it. It's up to you." This time, Qiyu only bit a small wound on his skin, but it was a little deep. After he let go of his teeth, it took a while for the wound to heal completely. Qiyu was wrapped in a thin black coat that was one size too big. He sat on the heavy motorcycle with his head lowered. Lucier adjusted his collar and raised his eyebrows. "Are you reflecting on your actions?" "I couldn't hold back just now." The moment he let go of the motorcycle handle, Qiyu's body was very restless. Although he didn't have much strength left, his fingertips were still trembling with excitement. The desire to suck blood surged up and couldn't be suppressed. When he bit down, he didn't restrain himself as he usually did. Qiyu hurriedly promised, "I'll be gentler next time." If it was in the past, or even during the day today, Qiyu would be nervous and worried that Lucier would be angry because of this. But now, he wasn't afraid at all. He even reached out and tugged at Lucier's clothes. He looked up and said in a serious tone, "Really?" "Yes." Lucier put his left hand in his pocket and used his right hand to push Qiyu's wet hair back, revealing his eyebrows. He lowered his head and looked directly into Qiyu's eyes. He asked in a low voice, "Are you still sad?" This was an extremely aggressive and forceful action. Although Lucier did it, Qiyu didn't feel repulsed at all. "I'm not sad anymore." Qiyu lowered his eyes. His fingers unconsciously played with the metal zipper of Lucier's jacket. "I just can't accept it for a while." Compared to when he was in Lucier's dormitory, his tone was calm. "Everyone around me thinks that my mom dotes on me very much. She buys me whatever I want. She even spends money to buy a school for me so that I can have a happy time in school. She's not as strict and demanding as she is to my siblings. They think so and instill this in me. So, in the past, I also thought that it was true. Even all her coldness towards me, I tried hard to attribute it to her being busy with work. But how can she be so busy? She just doesn't care and even ignores it. Lucier listened quietly. Chiyu wrapped the jacket around himself. The clothes were Lucier. They were a size too big and smelled of Lucier. My mom attended my brother and sister's graduation ceremonies from elementary school, middle school, and university. At my graduation ceremony, the person who occupied that seat was always Auntie Lon. I was scared before, so I lied to myself. But now that he thought about it, what was there to be afraid of? But it's just an admission. He tightened his grip on Lucier's zipper. After a long pause, he said softly, "She's just admitting that she doesn't love me." Saying it out loud didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. My mother is a typical person in power and has the mindset of a superior. In other words, she would only invest her attention and energy on capable and useful people. As for me, it was probably because we were related by blood, so she gave me the best living environment, gave me an endless amount of money, and built me a glass greenhouse. She told me to stay inside obediently and not give her any trouble. You see, even her requirements for me were to be healthy, happy, and safe. She didn't want me to worry. Chiyu's mind gradually became clear. His words didn't make any sense. When I was young, my mom treated me like my brother and sister. She hired many teachers for me and my classes were full. I was lazy and didn't show that I was particularly smart. I wasn't self-disciplined either. I liked to sleep in and play. When I was older, my mom stopped hiring a tutor for me, and she didn't ask me to attend classes or get good grades. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Now that I think about it, my mom probably felt that there was no hope for me at that time and gave up on me. Chiyu. Yes. Chiyu looked up and widened his eyes. I'm not crying. Really. If you don't believe me, look. I know. There was no pity in Lucier's eyes, nor were there any other emotions. She only said, "Do you want me to comfort you?" What comfort? What comfort do you want? Chiyu couldn't think of anything for a moment, so he suggested tentatively. A hug? Okay. Before Chiyu could react, Lucier took action. He leaned forward, stretched out his arms, and hugged Chiyu, who was sitting on the heavy motorcycle and wrapped in a large black coat. Chiyu fell into Lucier's arms. The tip of her nose lingered with the familiar clean smell of laundry detergent. Chiyu froze and didn't dare to move. After a while, she relaxed and rested her chin on Lucier's shoulder. Am I very useless? No. Really? Yes. On the way back, Lucier rode the motorcycle very slowly. The night breeze was very light. Chiyu leaned on Lucier's back and was quiet for a long time. Suddenly, he asked, if I really get into the top 220, or even the top 120, or the top 20, will my mom take a look at me? Do you want to try? Yes, I want to try. The heavy motorcycle rushed into the tunnel with the deep roar of the engine. In the wee hours of the morning, there were no other cars. The orange light at the top of the tunnel shone down, like the light of the setting sun. Chiyu grabbed Lucier's clothes and looked at the dazzling street lights. She didn't know if she was talking to Lucier or to herself. She's probably still not satisfied. She's not willing to be abandoned so easily. I'll help you. Lucier stopped the motorcycle by the side of the road, propped his long legs on the ground, and turned to look at Chiyu. But no matter what the result is, you're not allowed to cry. Chiyu was provoked by this sentence again. I'm not a crybaby. How can I cry so easily? Lucier chuckled and sat back down. Hold me tight, little crybaby. Let's go back to school. They returned the motorcycle, hailed a taxi, and climbed over the wall to return to school. When he reached the dormitory door, Chiyu suddenly remembered. Wait for me. He took 2 quick steps and opened the door a crack. He squeezed in and closed the door with a bang, not giving Lucier a chance to peek inside. There was a sound from inside the door. Soon, Chiyu opened the door and came out again. He was holding 2 bottles of oral supplements in his hand. He inserted a straw and handed it to Lucier. He said in annoyance, "Hurry up and drink another bottle." "It's my fault. I didn't control myself." "What if you become anemic?" Lucier was too lazy to reach out his hand. He took Chiyu's hand and lowered his head to drink it in 2 mouthfuls. He commented, "It tastes strange." "You have to drink it even if it tastes strange. I've already asked the cafeteria chef to make black chicken soup. I'll bring you a thermos tomorrow." After saying a few more words, Chiyu yawned. "I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow." After returning to the dormitory, Chiyu quickly took a shower, put on his pajamas, and lay on the soft bed. He was too excited while riding the bike. His limbs were only now completely exhausted. He closed his eyes and was about to sleep when he vaguely smelled a familiar scent. He propped himself up and saw the thin black jacket that was casually thrown beside the bed. Only then did he remember that he had not returned the jacket to Lucier. After sitting for a while, Chiyu picked up the jacket and placed it beside the pillow. Chiyu lay down again. He clutched an inch of the jacket and slept soundly. They were separated by a wall. After taking a shower, Lucier sat in front of his desk with his hair still wet. He had not finished the test paper on the desk. He took a pencil and started to solve the questions. The white light from the desk lamp only covered a small area in front of him. It was all dark behind him. His phone vibrated. Lucier glanced at it. It was a number he recognized. He did not answer and continued to solve the questions. He let his phone vibrate again and again. Lucier only answered the call when he wrote the final answer in the blank space under the question. "Lucier, are you not going to answer your father's call? Where are your manners? Where are your manners? Do you really think that I have so much time to waste with you over and over again?" After taking a shower, Lucier did not wear his black wrist guard or watch, revealing his thin wrist. He twirled the pencil in his left hand nimbly. There was nothing in his dark eyes. His voice was light. "I'm doing questions. My phone is on silent mode." Lu Xiaochu's emotions stabilized a little. "It's so late and you're still doing questions. Is it hard on your studies?" "It's not hard. You didn't want to study in City A and insisted on going so far away. You're the one who's going to suffer." Lu Xiaochu brought up the old topic. "Your mother misses you a lot. Your grandfather also misses you a lot. When are you coming back?" "I'm busy. I don't plan to come back for the time being." "Lucier." Lu Xiaochu's voice suddenly rose. He could not suppress his anger. "Busy, busy, busy. Do the math yourself. How long has it been since you came home?" "A year and a half. Last year at the New Year's dinner, everyone was asking why you weren't there. How do you expect me to answer? Where's your mother supposed to put her face? Do you really think that you can fly away and not come back?" "Ah." Lucier listened silently to Lu Xiaochu's scolding. His expression did not change. Lu Xiaochu softened his tone. "Lucier, your mother has been having headaches recently. The family doctor has seen her a few times, but she doesn't seem to be getting better. I'm not home, so I can't take care of her. She raised you. If you have a conscience, come back and visit her. She'll be much happier when she sees you." Lucier said coldly, "I don't think you want to hear me repeat what I just said." Lu Xiaochu did not speak for a few seconds. "I've transferred 300,000 yuan to your card. If you don't have money, just tell me." Lu Xiaochu exhaled. After giving him the candy, he lectured and threatened again. "I'll take it that you're in the rebellious phase of your youth. But let me tell you, Lucier, I've taught you a lot. There's a limit to everything. I'm giving you 10% of my patience. You know it in your heart. If you really cross the line, you know what the consequences will be." After hanging up, Lucier threw the phone on the table with a clang. After sitting quietly for a while, Lucier took out a piece of white paper and wrote seriously with a pencil, stroke by stroke. "Seeing the blooming of peach blossoms, I must believe that spring comes early in Jiangnan. There are also a few scattered flowers, scattered all over the floor, unswept. Seeing off the eyes, the pavilion is far away, and there's hardly anyone, but the letter comes. But I'm afraid that there are other feelings, and I've forgotten the oath of alliance. Finally, he wrote down the title of the poem, The Slow Moon in the West River. He used too much force. His knuckles turned white and the tip of the pen trembled slightly. The words sank on the paper. His gaze fell on the pencil tip that had been smoothed out by the paper. Lucier pulled open the drawer, took out a pencil sharpener, and sharpened the pencil. Wood shavings and lead dust fell on the pure white paper, covering the last 3 words of the poem and dirtying the paper. The blade was sharp. Lucier suddenly stopped sharpening the pen. The sharpener moved down and the blade finally stopped at the wrist of his left hand. On his cold white skin, there were several thin scars of varying depths. They were eye-catching and dazzling. Lucier's eyes became focused when he recalled the scene of the blade piercing his skin and the blood flowing out, as well as the sobering pain. The tip of the knife pressed down. His skin sank and tingled. But this time, Lucier did not use any force to push the tip of the knife deeper. He threw away the sharpener and closed the drawer. Under the light, Lucier stared at the blue veins under the skin of his wrist. His blood could not be wasted. If there was no blood to drink, that little crybaby would cry. When Qiyu entered the classroom, even Li Hua had not arrived yet. Most of the seats were empty. Xianxia was memorizing classical Chinese when he inadvertently saw Qiyu enter the classroom. He rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself, F***ck, did I do too many questions last night and am having hysterics this early in the morning? Qiyu slept late last night, but he was in good spirits. He spread his fingers and waved his hand in front of Xianxua's eyes. 3, 2, 1, class monitor, come back to your senses. Xianxua cooperated and leaned back. He turned around and saw Qiyu put his heavy bag on the desk. That's strange. Why are you so early today, campus bell? Because from today onwards, I'm going to study hard. As he spoke, Qiyu took out a wet wipe and wiped the desk. When he was done, he wiped it again with tissue paper. Then, he took out a brand new pen from his bag. It was colorful and arranged from long to short. His bag was like a treasure chest. Qiyu took out a ruler, eraser, pencil sharpener, highlighter, printed paper, notebook, post-it notes, and even a telescope. Xianxua pointed at the pile of stationery. This pile is preparation work for studying hard. It's complete, right? It took me more than 20 minutes to choose this draft paper. Doesn't one of the beautiful sentences often used in essays say that opportunity only favors those who are prepared? If I prepare so well, opportunity will definitely favor me. Xianxua felt that it made sense. He turned his finger and pointed at the telescope. Then, this? I'm sitting at the back, so I might not be able to see the small words on the teacher's PowerPoint. I definitely can't miss any moment of learning, so I prepared this telescope. Xianxua savored these words in his mind and felt that it made sense, but who the hell uses binoculars in class? Are you sitting on the field, or are you actually trying to see the mole under Old Ye's eye? Campus bell, you're very creative. What kind of high-end operation was this? Lucier came late today. Qiyu waited for a long time before he finally arrived. Qiyu took out a blue thermos flask with Doraemon printed on it and handed it to Lucier. Today's chicken soup. The top 3 buttons of Lucier's white shirt were unbuttoned, revealing the outline of her collarbone. His expression was very cold, and there was a bit of irritation between his brows. He didn't say anything. She took the thermos flask in her hand and put down the black school bag that was slung over her shoulder. Then, she lay on the desk and closed her eyes to sleep. Seeing Lucier frowning slightly, Qiyu was worried. Lucier, you didn't sleep well? Xianxua sucked in a breath of air. Watching this scene from the front, he was scared witless. In the past, almost everyone in the branch knew that Lucier had a bad temper when she woke up. Her temper that day was directly related to whether she had slept well. During the first semester of the first year of high school, Lucier was lying on her desk to catch up on her sleep during class. There was a tall and strong boy who was known as a bro in school. When he heard that Lucier was recognized as the school hunk, he was not convinced and brought a few of his underlings to provoke her. The boy stood in the aisle and slammed Lucier's desk. Bang bang bang. He shouted and asked Lucier to raise his head and show everyone if he was worthy of the title of the school hunk. Lucier did not raise her head at that time, but she accurately grabbed the boy's wrist. Before anyone could see what she did, they heard a painful cry. The boy, who was more than 1.8 meters tall and full of muscles, was thrown into the sanitary corner at the back of the classroom by Lucier. His dislocated wrist was in a sling as he lay on a broom and a mop. His face was full of shock and fear, and he did not get up for a long time. According to many people at the scene, Lucier's expression was very scary. In the next few days, many people would rather take a detour when they saw Lucier sleeping than walk past Lucier's desk. They were afraid that they would also end up in the sanitary corner. Just as Xianxia was filled with worry, he heard Qiyu ask worriedly, "Are you still feeling unwell? Lucier, are you anemic? Are you dizzy?" Xianxia was already prepared to pull the school bell away if the situation went south. Then he saw Lucier, who was lying on her stomach, prop her back up. She looked at Qiyu with half-closed eyes. "Yeah, I couldn't sleep last night. I'm not anemic." Her voice sounded obviously hoarser than usual and she sounded tired. Qiyu sighed in relief. "That's good. Lie down for a while. I'll wake you up when the teacher comes." "Okay." Everything was calm. Xianxia felt as if he had a pair of artificial eyes. It wasn't until the third period that Lucier finally sat up and stopped sleeping. After drinking half a cup of black chicken soup, Lucier pulled out a light blue notebook from the pile of exercise books beside her and handed it to Qiyu. "Take a look." Qiyu was confused. He took the notebook and flipped it open. The more he read, the bigger his eyes widened. After quickly flipping through more than 10 pages, he suddenly turned to Lucier. "Didn't you say you wanted to give it a try?" Last night, Lucier looked indifferent. "I couldn't sleep. It was too boring. I had to find something to do." Qiyu was speechless for a moment. There were more than 20 pages of review materials in the notebook. Every word was handwritten. The knowledge points were divided into categories and were organized clearly. Below each point was a question type, specific solution, and precautions. Even the function diagrams next to it were drawn very accurately. The handwriting on the paper was neat, and there was a kind of fierce beauty in it. He didn't know how long it would take Lucier to organize these knowledge points and question types and how much effort it would take. Last night on the road in the wee hours of the morning, Lucier stopped the car, turned to look at him, and said, "I'll help you, but no matter what the result is, you're not allowed to cry." Lucier twirled the pencil in her hand. "Read it first. Ask me if you don't understand anything." Hearing this, Qiyu felt as if his blood was boiling. He was suddenly full of confidence. "Okay." However, reality always gave people a head-on blow. After spending most of the morning, Qiyu finally finished reading the 20 pages of knowledge points. He turned around and told his desk, "I'm done." Lucier closed the exercise book and asked him, "What do you not understand?" Qiyu pointed to the first page. "Here." He turned 2 pages. "Here and here." Then he turned 6 pages. "Here." Finally, he turned to the second last page. "And here." "You don't understand these?" "No." Qiyu was very honest. "Other than these, I don't understand anything else." Even Qiyu himself felt that he was a noob, but Lucier wasn't surprised at all. He just tapped the table with the pencil and told Qiyu, "Come to my dorm tonight. I'll give you tutoring." That night, after taking a quick shower, Qiyu put on his pajamas, picked out a few of the nicest pens, a few pages of printed draft paper, and a notebook. Then he rushed to Lucier's dorm. The 2 chairs were placed side by side in front of the desk. Qiyu consciously went to the right and sat upright. His pair of light-colored eyes looked at the ground. Under the reflection of the table lamp, the amber light inside seemed to sway and overflow. Lucier asked him, "Are you having fun tutoring?" "Yes." Qiyu took out a glass bottle from his pocket, inserted a straw into it, and handed it to Lucier. "This is the 3rd bottle of oral liquid for blood today." Lucier held his hand, lowered his head, bit the straw, and drank it. Qiyu was used to this. When Lucier finished drinking, he threw the empty bottle into the trash can. The two of them rubbed shoulders and started tutoring. After a while, Chiyu realized that he could understand almost all of Lucifer's points. Damn, is this the power of being a prodigy, or am I actually a smart, talented, and good-looking young genius who was held back in the past? He couldn't concentrate easily. After listening for a while, he stared at Lucifer's hand that was holding the pen. Chiyu. Huh? Lucifer saw that he was distracted and didn't talk about any new points. He took an exercise book, opened it, picked up the pen, and ticked off 20 questions. Done. Okay. Seeing Lucifer get up, Chiyu quickly asked, "What about you?" "I'm going to sleep for a while. Wake me up when you're done." The dorm room quieted down. Only the sound of the tip of the pen rubbing against the paper could be heard. Chiyu finished 3 questions in one go and felt a sense of accomplishment. In the past, when he was doing mathematics, he would first write down the solution and then review the questions. If he didn't understand, he would write down the solution to the next question. Or after a mathematics exam, the other students would be discussing whether to choose B or C for a certain question. At this time, Chiyu would be deep in thought. Have I seen this question before? Have I really seen it before? Could it be that I didn't do the same set of papers as you guys? But at this moment, he suddenly felt that he had risen to a higher level. Not only did he recognize these words, but he also knew the meaning of these words when they were connected together. Chiyu, you're amazing. By the time he finished the 20 questions that Lucifer had ticked, more than an hour had passed. Chiyu stretched, put down his pen, and turned to look at Lucifer. On the bed, a thin, light gray quilt was spread out. Lucifer was lying on his side facing the desk with his eyes closed. There was only one desk lamp in the dorm room, so the range of light was limited. In the dim light, he could barely see Lucifer's side profile. His skin was cold and fair, and there were light blue veins on his forehead. When his eyes were closed, the ends of his eyes were long and narrow. His eyelashes were drooping, thick and dense. His eyebrows were high, and his facial features were sharp. He didn't sleep well the night before, so there were faint blue shadows under his eyes. He didn't know if he was dreaming. His brows were furrowed, and he didn't look very happy. The sleeping Lucifer didn't have the coldness and sharpness that he had during the day. He even seemed gentle and harmless. Chiyu squatted by the bed and stared at Lucifer in a daze for a while. Then he began to hesitate. Should he do as Lucifer said and wake him up after he finished the questions? Chiyu couldn't bear to do that. He always felt that Lucifer seemed to be carrying something very heavy on his shoulders. It made him unable to be happy even if he wanted to. Only in sleep could he relieve the heavy burden and get a short respite. Forget it. Chiyu didn't want to wake Lucifer up. He wanted to let him sleep well and go back first. As for the hunger and low fever from his thirst for blood, he could endure it for a while. Standing up, Chiyu bent down again and gently adjusted the quilt for Lucifer. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. A strong force pulled him down. Unable to resist, Chiyu instantly lost his balance and fell unsteadily on the bed. His head rubbed against Lucifer's shoulder and hit the pillow. Lucifer's voice sounded sleepy. His lips were close to Chiyu's ear. Are you done? His warm breath brushed against his sensitive skin. It was numb and itchy. Chiyu instinctively trembled. When he didn't hear an answer, Lucifer's eyes were half closed. His eyes were dark as he looked at Chiyu. So you're hungry? Then, Chiyu felt Lucifer's slightly cold fingertips against his lips. He even unconsciously wiped his lips. It was very itchy. Chiyu held his breath. Lucifer's nasal voice sounded tired. He seemed to be impatient and urging him. Chiyu woke up. He subconsciously opened his lips slightly and bit Lucifer's fingertips. After sucking 2 drops of blood, Chiyu quickly loosened his teeth and asked worriedly, Lucifer, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Lucifer closed his eyes. His fingertips stopped on Chiyu's lips as he asked in a hoarse voice, do you want more? His voice was soft at the end, giving people a feeling of gentleness. Chiyu still remembered that he had bitten Lucifer last night and felt bad. He quickly said, it's enough. Really, I'm not hungry anymore. Upon hearing this, Lucifer opened his eyes and replied with a nasal voice, okay. He lay lazily on the bed like a feline with its claws tucked away under the sun. He didn't want to move at all. His fingertips were pressed on Chuyu's lips, caressing them from time to time without any intention of moving away. Chuyu's lips were itchy from the caressing and he instinctively wanted to bite them. However, he knew that he had sucked a little too much blood in the past 2 days. He was worried that Lucia would faint while doing questions one day. Thus, he kept telling himself in his heart that he couldn't bite him. It was very difficult for him to restrain himself. However, Lucia seemed to be doing it on purpose. He only opened his eyes when his lips were a little numb. He sat up and glanced at the desk lamp. "Are you done with the questions?" "I'm done." Lucia got out of bed. Unlike usual, his hair was a little messy from sleep and he looked lazy. He wore a large black t-shirt and his back view was thin. He stood in front of the desk and pulled out a chair. Lucia sat down, picked up a pen, and began to mark the questions. Chiyu even relaxed his breathing. He finished marking very quickly and took less than a minute. Lucia announced the results. "Out of 20 questions, you got 2 correct. The accuracy rate is 10%. He was about to say, "Don't cry," when he saw Chiyu heave a sigh of relief. He patted his chest as if relieved of a heavy burden. "Sure enough, I'm very smart. I actually got 2 correct." "Really?" "Yes." Chiyu rested her chin on her hand. She was easily satisfied and beamed with joy. "It's a qualitative leap. I used to be able to perfectly avoid the correct answer." Lucia took back her words and went along with the compliment. "Yes, you're indeed very smart." Chiyu hadn't read a comic book for a long time. He reached into the table and touched the cover of the comic book. He hesitated, gritted his teeth, and retracted his hand. The closer it was to the monthly exam, the more anxious Chiyu became. He kept thinking of ways to divert his attention. However, he was also very self-aware. With his lousy self-control, once he took out the comic book, he would break his vow. He reckoned that he wouldn't even want to pick up the pen and flip through the pages until the day of the monthly exam. Xianxia listened to Chiyu sigh several times in a row. The tip of her pen was almost poking through the draft paper. He advised, "School beauty, calm down. If you really can't do it, hurry up and take a look at the notebooks that Godlu gave you. Did you see that? The halo of a prodigy is shining on it. With Godlu's protection, what's there to be nervous about?" As soon as this topic was brought up, he beat his chest with jealousy. F***ck, Godlu personally organized the notebooks. Personally. Chiyu was listless and didn't want to get up. A top student doesn't know the pain of a bottom student. Zhang Yuashan was amused by his expression. He didn't try to persuade him anymore. He looked behind Chiyu and asked, "Hey, where's Godlu? Manga is really addicted to basketball. Lucia doesn't need to study, so she was dragged to play basketball." Chiyu was in a daze for a while. Suddenly, he remembered something and took out a small cross from his bag. It was quite small, not even half the size of his palm. Zhang Yuashan was curious. "What's this for?" Chiyu didn't answer. He reached into his bag and took out a thumb-sized Virgin Mary ornament. Then, Manjushri, Maitreya, Jade Emperor, Literati Star, and Lord Laozi all appeared on the table. The 7 idols were lined up in front of Chiyu. Chiyu frowned and began to hesitate. Which one should I worship? Before Zhang Yuashan could react, he heard Chiyu talking to himself. Forget it, I'll worship them all. I can't be biased. After he finished speaking, he clasped his hands together and emphasized, there's no order. In my heart, all the great gods are boundless. After Chiyu said what he wanted to emphasize, he took out a bright red apple from his bag and placed it in front of the row of idols. Please enjoy. Zhang Yuashan was shocked by this magical operation. He saw Chiyu give him a crazy look. He couldn't figure out what that look meant. Me. Too? Chiyu nodded. Of course. You can sit in front of me. You're within the range of the holy light. Also, how can one apple be enough? Zhang Yuashan thought about it and felt that it made sense. With so many gods, 1 apple definitely wouldn't be enough. Thus, he offered the cream puffs that he hadn't finished in the morning. Li Hua was writing an English essay. He put down his pen and said, me. Right away. As he spoke, he rummaged in his bag for a long time and found a hazelnut chocolate. He placed it on Chuyu's desk with both hands and said, blessed by the holy light. Feng Ziki happened to come over with a test paper and looked for Xianxia and Li Hua to discuss the question. Seeing this scene, he slapped his forehead and said, great. Why didn't I think of that? He rushed back to his seat, took a banana, and placed it on Chuyu's desk. He clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and prayed. Great gods, please bless me. This time I'll be able to move up 4 places. That's enough. Guaniyang deliberately walked past them and glanced at the things on Chuyu's desk. He sneered and said sarcastically, pray to the gods and Buddha? Does this mean that you're well aware of your own garbage level? However, no matter how powerful these gods and Buddhas are, I don't think they'll be able to bless you with getting all the right answers and rushing into the top 220 of the cohort. Chuyu's lips curled up. Just as he was about to retort, he saw Lu Shi, who had returned at some point, walk over and stand behind Guaniyang. Make way, you're blocking the way. When he passed by Chuyu's desk, he took out a mint candy from his pocket and placed it on the desk. Here. Chuyu's eyes were full of smiles. Thank you, classmate Lu. Mangu was holding a basketball and sweating profusely as he followed behind Lu Shi. He saw a lot of things on Chuyu's desk. He rummaged through them and finally found a pack of napkins. I hope the great gods don't mind. Li Hua's eyes were sharp. The napkins are full of cute pink strawberries. Mangu, are you being targeted by a girl again? Mangu lifted his leg and kicked Li Hua's chair. You have sharp eyes. He scratched the back of his head. This napkin was given to God Lu by a cute girl who was guarding the basketball court. God Lu said, thank you. He didn't even look at her and left. I was afraid that the girl would be embarrassed, so I took it. TSK, the napkin was sprayed with perfume. The smell made me sneeze 3 times in a row. Li Hua and Zhang Yuashan burst into laughter. Jiu turned around and looked at Lu Shi. Lu Shi's hair was slightly wet. He put down his half-drunk bottle of mineral water and handed a loose sheet of paper to Chiyu. Do these 10 questions. After 2 weeks, Chiyu was already used to it. He took it and said, okay, I'll check it for you when you're done. After the lunch break, the bell rang. The classroom was still noisy. Zhang Yuashan began to ask everyone to fill in the intention to stay at school for National Day. Chiyu was the second last to fill in, and Lu Shi was the last to fill in. When he saw Lu Shi tick the stay at school option, Zhang Yuashan sat back in his seat and whispered to Chiyu, are you and God Lu staying at school on the 11th? Chiyu was doing the questions set by Lu Shi. He didn't even raise his head when he heard the question. Yes, aren't we going back to school on the 8th of October? Lu Shi said that we might as well stay at school and not go back. Also, Chiyu didn't really want to go home. He always wanted to wait until he got some results before standing in front of his mother and letting her know that he shouldn't be given up so easily. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the pen. It was so tight that it hurt a little. This was the first time in his life that he wanted to do something. He wanted to prove himself. Chiyu took a deep breath and told himself not to think too much. He calmed himself down and continued to do the questions. As he did the questions, he thought that this was the most serious moment in his 17 years of studying. Almost half of the class stayed at school during the 7-day National Day holiday. The classroom, the library, and the study room were all filled with people. Chiyu had the illusion that it wasn't a holiday at all. During this time, He Jihao called him and asked him to come out and play. Chiyu thought to himself, I can't even finish the questions. How can I be in the mood to play? After refusing, Chiyu stared at his phone in a daze for a while. He moved his stiff fingers and continued to do the questions. On the afternoon of the 7th of October, the exam venue arrangements were posted on the bulletin board. The first one was Lu Shi's name. Exam Room 1, Exam Room 1, Exam Room 1. The exam venues of Grade 2 Class A were also very strange. Most of the students in their class were evenly distributed between the first 2 exam venues and the last 2 exam venues. It was obvious that there was a huge difference in grades. Zhang Yuashan was last in exam room 1. Li Hua and Feng Ziki were in exam room 2. As for Chu Yu, since he even wrote blindly in English last semester, it was natural that he would be in the last exam venue. Chu Yu woke up early the next morning. He didn't sleep well the whole night. It was fine if he kept dreaming, but when he woke up at 5 o'clock, he couldn't fall asleep with his eyes open. After being in a daze for a while, he realized that he really couldn't fall asleep. He simply took the notebook beside his pillow and started to read. Lu Shur had organized the revision materials for him. Each subject was written in a notebook. In the past half a month, he had flipped through the pages of these notebooks until the edges were rough. Chu Yu wrapped himself in the quilt and lay in bed. When he saw Lu Shur's sharp handwriting, he inexplicably felt less panicked. Chu Yu woke up at 7 o'clock. After brushing his teeth, he picked up his phone and wanted to send a message to Shi Yaling to tell her that he had a monthly exam today. However, he thought that even if he sent the message, his mother probably wouldn't have time to read it. In the end, he decided to forget about it. After changing his clothes, Chu Yu opened his bedroom door. The door next door happened to open as well. The two of them walked towards the stairs. Along the way, they didn't talk about anything else. Chu Yu muttered to himself as he memorized the poems and classical Chinese fill-in-the-blanks that Lu Shur had ticked out for him. Lu Shur put his hands in his pockets and lowered his head slightly. He listened carefully and corrected him from time to time. After hurrying to the cafeteria for breakfast, they walked to the teaching building. Chu Yu's exam venue was on the 4th floor, while Lu Shur's was on the 1st floor. "I'll go up then." Lu Shur handed a black pen and a pencil to Chu Yu. Chu Yu found it strange. He waved the transparent stationery bag in his hand and said, "I brought a pen. If you can't calm down during the exam, think about it. This is a pencil covered by the halo of a prodigy." Chu Yu laughed for the first time all morning. He raised his chin and said, "What about me? You're under my protection." In the last exam venue, there were many acquaintances of Chu Yu. The one he was most familiar with was He Zhihao. As soon as Chu Yu stepped through the door, he heard He Zhihao's voice. "Our young master Yu is here." Chu Yu laughed and scolded, "Get lost. Who's your young master? Are you getting more and more arrogant?" He Zhihao grinned and complained, "You didn't even come out during the holidays. What are you busy with?" "Studying." "What the f***ck?" He Zhihao quickly pulled a chair and sat beside Chu Yu. "Someone told me that you didn't even go home during the National Day holiday and spent every day studying. I thought they were just bluffing. In the end, you were. Serious?" He lowered his voice and said, "Is it because of the bet? That Guaniyang is too arrogant. Does he really think he's a big shot? You don't have to do anything. As long as you say the word, I have 800 ways to make him cry, kneel down, and call me daddy." Chu Yu thought for a while before he remembered who Guaniyang was. He shook his head. "Who wants him to call me daddy? If you have so much free time, why don't you sleep more? Whether I study or not has nothing to do with Guaniyang. I'm doing this because..." He paused. "Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you." "What won't I understand?" However, when he saw that Chu Yu really didn't take that person to heart, He Zhihao didn't mention it again. "All right. Let's get together after the monthly exams. You haven't been out for a month since school started. Even Sister Lin has been talking about you countless times. Now, when they see me, they all say the same thing. Where's Chu Yu? Why don't I see you?" Chu Yu thought about it and realized that it was true. He nodded and said, "All right then. I'll have time after the exams. Let's get together." "That's it. Don't go back on your words. I'll make a call and book a place right away. Let me know when the time and place are decided." Chu Yu looked at the time. There were still 20 minutes before the exams. He chased them away. "You can leave now. I'll make use of the time to study." There were still 10 minutes before the exams. The invigilator asked them to hand in their books and other things. After that, she took a knife and started to open the sealed paper bag. Chu Yu handed in his books and walked back from the podium. On his way back, he saw that many people were writing notes. Some were writing on their palms, while others were copying on their desks. All of them were very focused. Just as he sat down, someone poked his back with a pen. Chiyu turned around and saw that it was someone he knew. He was in the same class as him in the first year of high school. He wasn't very familiar with him. His name seemed to be Yang Xingxiang. Yang Xingxiang whispered, "Campus bell, I've made an extra copy of the notes. Do you want it?" He was very generous. Chiyu rejected him. He thought to himself, "To be honest, I can memorize all the notes that you've made." At this moment, Chiyu felt that he was probably the most impressive person in the entire exam room. When the exam papers were handed out, Chiyu was worried that he would forget. He flipped to the back and filled in the blanks for the poems and ancient prose. After filling in the blanks, he realized that he had actually memorized all the sentences in the exam. Chiyu sat up straight and took a deep breath. He inadvertently saw that the student sitting in front of him did not even look at the exam paper. He picked up a pencil and spent half a minute filling in the multiple-choice questions. Then, he started to stare at the wall clock above the blackboard in a daze. The student on his left was writing an essay. He wrote a few words and changed a line. Just like a prose poem, he had finished half a page in a short time. The student on his right was the most impressive. He cut 3 pieces of draft paper and folded 1,000 paper cranes. Not long after, the table was filled with paper cranes. As for the invigilators, one of them sat behind the podium and played with his phone. The other one stood at the door of the classroom and chatted with others. They were probably not afraid that the answers would be copied. Even if the answers were copied, they would not be able to do anything. Chiyu did 2 multiple-choice questions. He was a little impatient. He stared blankly at the pen Lusher gave him for a while and then continued to do the questions. When it was time to hand in the exam paper, Chiyu's essay finally came to a full stop. He did not understand the essay material, but Lusher gave him a standard discussion template. He memorized it quite well and wrote it quite smoothly. The exam time flew by. Chiyu did the questions slowly. He had to finish all the exams in the last minute. When he finished the last exam, English, Chiyu felt that he was a useless person. He lay on his desk and did not even want to lift his hands. Until someone bent their fingers and tapped on his desk twice. It was Lusher. "Why are you here?" Chiyu looked up and looked at Lusher. He did not even have the strength to speak. Lusher's exam room was on the first floor. He definitely could not squeeze into the elevator. He had to climb the stairs. "Let's go." Seeing that Chiyu did not move, Lusher reached out and put the pencil, ruler, and eraser one by one into a transparent stationery bag. He touched Chiyu's soft hair and asked, "You're not leaving?" Chiyu stood up slowly. After taking a few steps with Lusher, Chiyu thought of something and said excitedly, "This is the first time I've been so serious about an English exam. I even wrote enough words for the essay. Also, mathematics. I actually knew a lot of those questions. Also for the science exam. It was so touching. According to what you said, I basically did what I knew. I didn't spend time looking at the questions that I didn't know. Anyway, I didn't understand them." "What about the Chinese exam?" "I filled in the blanks." Chiyu was very excited along the way. He said that he forgot the formula when he was doing physics. He almost bit off the tip of his pen before he remembered. He also said that the second question in mathematics was almost exactly the same as what Lusher had taught him. He was sure that he would get full marks. After that, he complained about the English essay. It was always Li Hua. He did not know why Li Hua had so many foreign friends who wanted to come to China to play. There were also so many summer camps and competitions to participate in. Lusher was very patient. He walked beside Chiyu and listened quietly. From time to time, he would respond. Chiyu's mouth was a little dry from talking. He stopped and remembered. "Today is Thursday. I heard from Olji that they're working overtime to mark the papers. The results should be out tomorrow." There was nervousness and apprehension in his voice. "Chiyu." "Yes?" Lusher stopped and looked down at him. "Promise me that no matter what the results are, you're not allowed to cry." Chiyu did not get angry this time. He understood what Lucia was talking about. Okay. When the two returned to the classroom, Olji was not there yet. I got all the questions wrong. Feng Ziki was holding a book of questions and sighing. It's over. I didn't do well in math. My average score is going to be dragged to death. Manga opened a blue can and drank Coke. When he heard Feng Ziki's words, he glared at him. F***ck off. I didn't do the last two questions and didn't say anything. You got one choice wrong and you still have the cheek to complain. After that, he took another sip of iced Coke. I had to draw lots for the last 3 multiple-choice questions in math and physics. The invigilator stood next to me for a long time and watched me draw lots before leaving. My hands were shaking when I drew the lots. Feng Ziki covered his mouth and tried to hold back his laughter. Xianxia comforted him. It's okay, Mangu. 25% accuracy. If you're lucky, your hit rate might even be quite high. That makes sense. It's all about luck. Manga changed the topic. Speaking of which, he saw Chiyu and Lucia coming in from the corner of his eye. He quickly waved. Campus bell, God Lu, come and listen. Chiyu leaned over. What do you want to listen to? Manga pretended to cough twice and lowered his voice mysteriously. You definitely won't be able to guess who sat in front of me during the exam. When they heard that there was a story behind it, they all came closer. Who was it? Manga scratched the back of his head. He was 188 meters tall and looked a little shy. It was that girl who wrapped strawberries and napkins by the basketball court last time. Xianxia was shocked. F***ck, it's fate. How did we meet again? Mangji's smile became brighter. Yes. That girl's grades were better than mine. She sat in front of me because she didn't perform well in the final exam. She said she would let me copy her paper. Although I was tempted, how could I agree? Ji didn't understand. Why didn't you copy it? He suddenly realized. Manga, you have such integrity. Manga waved his hand. Campus bell, why do you look like you haven't woken up yet? If I were to really copy it, I would lose so much face. How would I be able to leave a glorious impression in the hearts of the girls? He thought for 2 seconds. Chiyu came to a realization. So, Manga, you're interested in, Manga covered Chiyu's mouth. Quiet. Chiyu hurriedly nodded. Only then did Manga remove his palm. Chiyu lowered his voice and said, Manga, you actually took a fancy to her. At this moment, the student who was keeping watch at the door shouted, Olji is here. Everyone returned to their positions at lightning speed. When Olji walked into the classroom, the entire class sat in their seats obediently and quietly. Olji was very satisfied. He placed his hand on the podium and formed a trapezoid shape. Later, all the teachers will be gathering to mark the papers. We won't have time to care about you. All of you, be more self-aware. The results will be out tomorrow. Tonight will probably be your last celebration. Tomorrow, those who want to cry will cry, those who want to repent will repent, and those who want to call your parents will call your parents. It was rare that Olji didn't give them chicken soup for the soul. He was probably really in a hurry. After saying a few words, he left. The desks and chairs moved and the classroom became noisy. The committee member in charge of general affairs arranged the day's shift at the top of his voice. Manga asked loudly if anyone wanted to form a team to play basketball. Chiyu packed his bag. After stuffing 2 problem books into his bag, he suddenly remembered that the exams were over. He didn't need to stay up late to study and do practice questions, so he put the books back. Lucia saw his actions and asked, What do you want to do tonight? Chiyu thought for a moment. I guess I'll read comics? I haven't taken out my comic books for 3 weeks. If I don't accompany them, they will be very lonely. Okay. Lucia nodded. I'm going to eat dinner. Seeing Lucia walk out of the door, Chiyu suddenly noticed that Lucia didn't even have a pen in his hand. Was he not going to do practice questions tonight? Chiyu didn't have much of an appetite. He walked slowly back to the dorm, took out the comics that he hadn't read, and picked one. The floor was covered with a light-colored carpet. Chiyu was barefoot. He held the comic book and sat down on the edge of the bed. After flipping through a few pages, Chiyu realized that he was impatient. He stared at the pictures on the page and couldn't focus. His mind was a mess of exam questions. After the exam, he felt guilty. To protect his fragile little heart, he didn't ask Lucier to check the answers. When Zhang Yuashan and the others checked the answers, he didn't participate. He had done his best. Throwing away the comic book, Chiyu lay on the carpet and stared at the wide green leaves of the crane orchid in a daze. If he didn't do well, he wouldn't cry. After all, he was very self-aware. He was a fast learner, the kind who was taught by a guru. That was. At most, he would try again and study hard. After the monthly exam, there was still the midterm exam. If he didn't do well in the midterm exam, there was still the final exam. Anyway, at least I can show my mother that I can do it well. After thinking about it in his heart and preparing himself for the worst, Chiyu picked up the comic book again. After some time, there was a knock on the door. Chiyu got up and went to open the door with the comic book. When he saw the person standing at the door, he was stunned for 2 seconds and said quickly, "Give me a minute." The door slammed shut again. Chiyu looked at his dorm room, scratched his head, and started to tidy up. His clothes were thrown into the dirty laundry basket, and his shoes were arranged neatly. He swept all the messy things on the table into the drawer, closed the wardrobe door, and put the pillows in place. When the dorm room was ready to be tidied up, Chiyu opened the door again. Come in." Lucier entered the room. She pretended not to see the drawer that wasn't closed properly, the wardrobe door that revealed a corner of the fabric, and the wrinkled bed sheets. Her gaze fell on the comic books piled up by the bed. Lucier sat down on the carpet naturally, leaned back against the bed, and looked up to ask Chiyu, "Want to read them together?" "Okay." Chiyu agreed and didn't think there was any problem. He asked Lucier, "What kind of theme do you like?" "I'll find it for you. I'll read the one you like the most." Chiyu handed the comic book to Lucier and sat down next to him. Lucier didn't say much, and Chiyu didn't say anything either. The room was quiet, and only the soft sound of pages flipping could be heard. Perhaps it was the effect of Lucier's calmness, but Chiyu didn't feel so panicked anymore. At least he could finally read the comic. However, after reading for a while, Chiyu felt that his eyelids were a little heavy, and his head was a little heavy. His foundation was too weak, and he didn't have enough time to prepare. In the past 3 weeks, he studied intensively every day. He woke up at 6 or 7 in the morning and went to bed at 12 at night. Even in his dreams, he was doing questions and memorizing books. He was fighting with all his might. After the exams, once his nerves relaxed, his whole body couldn't muster up any energy, and he was very tired. Lucier straightened his left leg and bent his right leg. He used his knee to support the comic book and flipped the pages one by one. Before he finished reading half of it, he felt a weight on his right shoulder. Chiyu closed his eyes, and his soft hair caressed the skin on the side of his neck. His breathing was gentle, and there was a faint shadow under his eyes. He fell asleep. Lucier stopped flipping the pages of the comic book. He sat quietly and didn't move again. The next day, Chiyu carried a thermos of black chicken soup. As soon as he arrived at the classroom, he was stopped by Feng Ziki. "Campus bell, are the celestial decorations that you took out before still here?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Feng Ziki was restless and anxious. Quick, say goodbye to me again. I have an ominous feeling. When I woke up early in the morning, my eyelids were twitching. I think my grades are going to drop." Chiyu asked him, "Which one do you want to worship?" "Wen Chu Xing, yes, Wen Chu Xing." Chiyu placed the Wen Chu Xing on the table. Feng Ziki put his hands together and muttered a lot, but no one could hear what he said clearly. Li Hua also had dark circles under his eyes. "Student Commissar, you can't be superstitious. Also, the grades are out. Now that you're worshipping Wen Chu Xing, how can the numbers on your report card change out of thin air? Wake up, you. Who's the one who actively prayed before the exam?" Feng Ziki's face darkened again. "Praying to God and Buddha is only for peace of mind. Young man, you don't understand. As soon as Fong Ziki finished speaking, the other side of the classroom burst into laughter. A boy's voice was very high. Ha ha ha, Guani Yang, if you become a father, can we also bask in your glory and become uncles? I don't want to be an uncle. I have to give my nephew pocket money during the new year. It's not worth it. Anyway, he's rich. Maybe he'll be filial to you during the new year. Guani Yang dragged his voice. Keep a low profile. The results aren't out yet. We don't know how you did in the exam. The boy with the high voice laughed even louder. Guani Yang, you're wrong. Do you really believe some people's harsh words? After saying that, he pinched his throat and shouted, "Ah, you're my father." Several people roared with laughter. Fong Ziki's face darkened. He was about to go over when Chiyu stopped him. The results are out soon. The higher they jump now, the more painful their faces will be. Fong Ziki felt that it made sense. He looked at Chiyu expectantly. School bell, your attitude is really good. You're so calm. Chiyu smiled faintly. I'm pretending. Actually, he was very nervous now. The homeroom teacher, Olji, walked in under everyone's eager gazes. Lucier came in late today and followed behind Olji. Is everyone here? Olji put down a stack of white report cards. His eyes were bloodshot, but he was in good spirits. Yesterday, I was marking the papers and my horizons were broadened by everyone. I walked into the office excitedly, put on my glasses, and picked up my red pen. When I looked carefully, what was written in the reading analysis? What was written in the use of language? Was this what I taught? So I decided to switch places with the teacher from the next class to mark the essay. Oldie's face was solemn and he lamented bitterly. The essay was 100 flowers blooming essay. I even got a prose poem. It was estimated to be only 8 sentences, less than 70 words. In order to make up for the word count, the poet wrote his prose poem praising the delicious food in the cafeteria 40 to 50 times. Manga knocked on the table in his seat. Teacher, if you don't announce the results, I'm going to explode on the spot because of my heart rate. Olji stopped his long-winded speech. Okay, in order to prevent Lu Jiaxuan from dying on the spot, let's announce the results next. The classroom suddenly quieted down. Chiyu clenched his fists on his thighs and took a deep breath. Li Hua whispered, the snow-white line on the report card seems to be a death notice. As he spoke, he spun the pen like a propeller. Zhang Yuashan did not reply. He began to spin the Rubik's Cube again. Olji picked up the report card and began to read. Lucier, first in class, first in grade. Except for language, second in grade, first in all other subjects. The scores for each subject are, everyone in the classroom sucked in a breath of cold air. The people from the branch were more used to it. Wasn't it just crushing? They were all calm when it came to crushing. From time to time, they would even bet on how many points God Lu could leave in second place. Those from the headquarters who had not been with Lucier before all turned to look at Lucier, admiring the glory of the prodigy. Someone whispered, is this really a result that a human can achieve? Is God Lu a machine in human skin? As a fan of Lucier, Zhang Yuashan said excitedly, God Lu will always be you, God Lu. Lucier stood up and went to get the report card. His face was expressionless as usual. Olji continued to read. Yang Yushi, Zhang Yuashan, Fong Ziki, the names of the top students were read one by one. Chiyu felt his breath tighten. His heartbeat pounded on his eardrums. Even his palms were burning. Until he heard his name. Chuyu, 21st in class, 199th in grade. 148 marks in English, second in grade. Olji read out the score and ranking inside. When the results came out, the teachers in the office were so shocked that their jaws almost dislocated. The English teacher even took out Chuyu's test paper and looked at it. In the end, he sighed. His English essay is really good. I heard that he went to an international school in elementary and middle school. But this elementary school handwriting hurts my eyes. But he couldn't hide his smile. Chiyu sat still. It wasn't until Lucier shouted Chiyu from behind that he came back to his senses. Standing in front of the podium, Olji handed the report card to Chiyu and said gently, you've improved a lot. Thank you, teacher. Jiyu took the report card and returned to his seat in a daze. Zhang Yuashan and Li Hua turned their heads in unison. Zhang Yuashan sighed. Awesome, school bell. Jiyu was still a little dazed. He stared at the numbers on the report card and felt like he was in a dream. No, with these results, he wouldn't even dare to dream about it, Li Hua said in a low voice. I feel better now. All the blood in my body is flowing smoothly. I was staring at Guaniyang just now. When he heard your ranking and that you scored 148 in English, his expression was too shocked. His eyes said, I don't believe it, I don't believe it's fake. Now his face is so dark that it's about to drip ink. His deskmate kept looking over, as if he was grieving for his parents. He still wants to be an uncle. Even if he kneels down and calls you uncle, it depends on whether you give him the chance. Jiyu ignored Guaniyang. He turned around and looked at Lucier. Yeah. As if knowing what he was going to say, Lucier looked into Chuyu's eyes and said in a soft and hoarse voice with a hint of a smile, You've worked hard. When he heard Lucier say these 3 words, Chuyu's eyes felt a little sore. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. In the end, he nodded and smiled. After the first period, Manga rushed to Chuyu's side and slapped Chuyu's shoulder. He shouted excitedly, My F*King school bell is awesome. She studied hard and actually got into the top 200. What kind of brain do you have, huh? Fong Ziki was also very excited. I feel like I'm going to cry like an old mother. I'm only 17 years old. Jiyu was also very happy to be swung around by Mango. His eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. I also think that I'm awesome. Why am I so good? Manga laughed. King told you that it's impossible for the school bell to say something like I didn't perform well enough this time, I'll continue to work hard next time. As he said this, he sighed. I wonder if some people will have the chance to kneel down and call me daddy. Manga turned his head and glanced around. He realized that the key person was not there. Where did that black-hearted bastard Guaniyang go? Did he find a remote place to practice how to call me daddy? Ji didn't take this matter to heart. He was thinking about whether he should call Shi Yaling in the afternoon or wait until the evening. Or he should call in the afternoon. His mother might work overtime at night, so she should have time to rest at noon. Moreover, he really couldn't help but want to tell his mother this news. At this moment, the Dean of Teaching appeared at the door of Class A Chiyu. Chiyu looked up. Come to my office. Chiyu put his report card in his book and went to greet the homeroom teacher. While he was there, Olji praised him again. The English teacher was also there. Chiyu was in a trance. He felt like he was the shining star in the sky. When he came out of the office, Chiyu saw Lucier waiting at the door with his hands in his pockets. I'll go with you. Chiyu thought that he had been to the dean's office several times and was familiar with the place. He really didn't need to accompany him. However, he saw that Lucier had already started walking out. He followed him. Perhaps, Lucier had something to discuss with the head of teaching. The weather was gloomy. The clouds were very thick and there was no sunlight. However, Chiyu was in a good mood. He couldn't stop talking to Lucier along the way. I didn't expect to get 199th place. I couldn't even dream of getting such a high score. Chiyu knew very well. He smiled at Lucier. Thank you. Lucier looked straight ahead and said calmly, Thank me for what? With a smile in his light-colored eyes, Jiyu began to count with his fingers. The reading comprehension answer template, the language use answer template, the ancient poetry and prose fill in the blank that you gave me, and the essay template, I used all of them. Also, the mathematics, physics, and chemistry questions you picked out were all very accurate. 1 question, 2 questions, 3 questions. Almost every one of them looked very familiar. What kind of god are you? After he finished speaking, he bent down and looked up at Lucier's face with an exaggerated expression. God Lu, why are you so amazing? Lucier took his hand out of his pocket and rubbed his hair. Walk properly. The two of them walked slowly to the dean's office and found that the door was closed. Chiyu knocked on the door and went in. Teacher, why are you looking for me? As soon as he finished speaking, Chiyu saw two people sitting on the sofa on the left side of the office. They were Guaniyang and Fang Mingzhi. He remembered Fang Mingzhi, the one who sat in front of Guaniyang and loudly said that he wanted to be his uncle. The smile on Chiyu's face faded and he looked away. "Teacher, you were looking for me?" The office wasn't big. Behind the dark brown solid wood desk was a bookshelf. There were many books such as Adolescent Psychology, Digest, and Introduction to Educational Psychology. Dark brown three-seater sofas were placed on both sides, serving as the reception area. The Dean of Teaching was sitting behind his desk. When he saw Chiyu enter, a kind smile appeared on his face. "Student Chiyu, thank you for coming over. Sit." Seeing Lucier come in with him, he said, "If you don't have anything urgent, you can go back to the classroom first and come to the office to look for me in the afternoon." Chiyu sat down on the sofa and said, "Lucier came with me. So that's how it is. Lucier, you sit down too." After the two of them sat down, the Dean of Teaching cleared his throat. "I invited student Chiyu over to investigate something." His expression became serious. Two students reported that Chiyu cheated in the monthly exam. After hearing this, Chiyu wasn't surprised at all. He looked calm and his gaze swept across the two people sitting across from him. He replied, "I didn't." The Dean of Teaching looked at Guaniyang and Fang Mingzhi. "Fang Mingzhi, repeat what you just said in front of Chiyu." Fang Mingzhi seemed a little uneasy. He shifted his seat slightly and glanced at Chiyu sitting across from him. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, but he seemed to muster up his courage and said, I couldn't sleep for the past 2 days because I felt guilty. I shouldn't have done what I did, especially to those students who are serious about their studies and want to get good grades. It's too unfair." Chiyu looked at Fang Mingzhi and asked, "What did you do to make you feel so guilty that you can't sleep?" Fang Mingzhi's hands, which were resting on his thighs, suddenly clenched into fists. He didn't answer Chiyu's question. Instead, he turned to the Dean of Teaching and said, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I helped Chiyu cheat in the exam." Chiyu said, "Then why don't you tell me how you helped me cheat?" Fang Mingzhi's tightly clenched fists started to tremble. "It was in the men's restroom. There were only the two of us at the time. You asked me if I could get into the top 50 in every exam. I was right. Then you asked me to send you the answers during the exam." Fang Mingzhi closed his eyes and said, "I didn't agree. I said that this wasn't good. The exam is about real ability and it's shameful to cheat. But you said that if I didn't cooperate with you, you would." Chiyu said, "What would I do to you? Expel me from Jianing private school." Fang Mingzhi looked at the Dean of Teaching and his lips trembled slightly. "Teacher, I was wrong. My family doesn't have much money. My dad is a taxi driver and my mom is a housewife. It wasn't easy for them to send me to Jianing private school. I didn't want to be expelled, there were many such students in Jianing private school. Their family background was average or even not very good. They gave up public school and came here to study because of the scholarships and free tuition fees provided by the school." The Dean of Teaching frowned. "So you helped Chiyu cheat?" Fang Mingzhi bit his lower lip and nodded. "Yes." He continued, "Chiyu also said that I wouldn't be found out and that I didn't have to worry. The invigilators in the last exam room weren't strict enough. I wouldn't be caught." "Okay." The Dean of Teaching looked at Chiyu again. "Student Chiyu, do you have anything to say?" Chiyu's tone was flat. "Before this, I didn't say a word to this person." Fang Mingzhi suddenly looked up at Chiyu. He wanted to say something, but there was a flash of fear in his eyes and he kept his mouth shut. Chiyu, Guaniyang, who was sitting next to Fang Mingzhi, said, "I know you're under a lot of pressure because of our bet. You had no choice but to resort to other means to get good grades and save your face. I'm sorry. That bet was too childish. I take it back. But..." He looked at Chiyu and advised sincerely, "You can lose your face, but you can't lose your principles." "Student Chiyu, don't you think so?" Chiyu raised his chin. "What you're saying is that I was worried that I would lose the bet, so I threatened Fang Mingzhi to give me the answers during the exam?" Guaniyang nodded his head. Chiyu laughed out loud. "Tisk, Guaniyang. Do you think you're so important that I would ask someone to help me cheat because of a bet that I didn't even accept? Guan Yang was provoked by Chiyu's smile. He clenched the sofa with his hands that were hidden behind his back. He pursed his lips and said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted on impulse and made you make a mistake. As he spoke, he noticed from the corner of his eye that the dean of teaching believed him even more. This kind of spoiled second-generation heir couldn't take any provocation. In order to save face, he would definitely threaten someone to help him cheat. Guan Yang felt the pleasure of revenge. When the homeroom teacher read out Chuyu's results, countless people looked at him. Some were surprised, some were malicious, some were mocking, and some were waiting to see a joke. He even heard some people say that now that Guan Yang had a new father, would it be changed to Chui Yang in the future? Moreover, this new father was so rich. He wondered if he would give Guan Yang pocket money to improve his meals. When he thought of this, Guan Yang felt a surge of sullen anger. He looked directly at the dean of teaching and said, Teacher, do you believe that a person who has always been at the bottom of the grade since he entered the school and handed in blank papers for mathematics and physics would be able to improve by leaps and bounds overnight and enter the top 200 of the grade? His face was full of righteousness as he said, I don't believe it. Many students don't believe it either. We demand that the person who cheated be punished according to the school rules and that everyone be given a fair exam environment. If Chiyu can do whatever he wants just because he's the son of the school board's chairman and can't be punished, then what dignity and deterrence does the school have? As Chiyu listened, he suddenly felt that Guan Yang wasn't that stupid after all. Guan Yang obviously believed that he must have cheated to get such results, so he chose to expose him directly. As for who exactly cooperated with him to cheat, this wasn't important. What was important was to expose the fact that he had cheated. After that, he even hinted that if they didn't punish him for cheating, the school wouldn't be able to convince the public. The dean of teaching was also considering this. He felt that he understood Chiyu quite well. The young master of the Chu family was considered to have a good temper among the rich second and third generations. However, he had never taken his studies seriously, and his family didn't ask him to do so. This time, he suddenly got such good results, and there was also the matter of the bet. There was indeed a high possibility that he had used unconventional means. However, this matter wasn't easy to deal with. He had to take the Chu family's reputation into consideration. He asked Fang Mingzhi, do you have evidence? This was subconsciously leaning towards Guan Yang and Fang Mingzhi's explanation. Fang Mingzhi shrunk his neck and looked fearful. Chiyu instructed us beforehand to delete all the answers immediately after they were sent to him in order to prevent any evidence from being exposed. Not a single word was left behind. This was what Fang Mingzhi and Guan Yang had discussed. They were going to pour all the blame on Chiyu. The dean of teaching had seen many cases of cheating, so he would naturally help them fill in the details. They would rather die than believe that a complete flunky could get to the 199th place in the cohort in just 3 weeks. Even if he didn't cheat, he must have stolen the test papers and memorized the answers beforehand. Once Chiyu couldn't refute it, then this accusation would be confirmed. At that time, even if the dean of teaching tried to downplay the matter, this news would still spread. Chiyu would lose for sure. In a hidden corner, Fang Mingzhi and Guan Yang looked at each other and quickly looked away. Chiyu felt that this was meaningless. Sure enough, when the school grew bigger, there would always be a few idiots. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Guan Yang and Fang Mingzhi. He looked directly at the dean of teaching. These 2 students kept saying that I cheated, and I feel quite sorry about that. It's easy for them to slander me, but it's also easy for me to prove myself. Guan Yang's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, he heard Chiyu say, doesn't the school have the B test papers? Or we can let the teachers come up with the questions on the spot. Give me the test papers. I'll take the test again right here in front of everyone. Chiyu turned to Guan Yang and Fang Mingzhi. There was obvious disdain in his eyes. Look at my marks and see if they're real or fake. Fang Mingzhi and Guan Yang sat on the sofa in shock. A layer of cold sweat appeared on their backs. This was different from what they had expected. The dean of teaching nodded. Yes, this is a good idea. Since Chiyu is willing to cooperate, I'll ask the teaching and research department to bring the B test papers over. Sorry to trouble you, teacher. Chiyu looked at Guaniyang and Fang Mingjie and smiled. I just hope that after I finish the test papers, some students won't say that I peeked at the test papers and memorized the answers beforehand. The dean of teaching waved his hand. That's impossible. Because it's a spare test paper, only one copy was printed and sealed in a sealed bag. It's not opened, so it's impossible for it to be leaked. Not long after, the test papers sealed in a craft paper bag were sent over. Chiyu borrowed a pen from the dean of teaching. He used a book as a cushion and started to answer the questions. The office was quiet. During this time, the dean of teaching received 2 phone calls and did not leave. When he finished the last major question, he heard footsteps approaching from outside the office. The sound of high heels on the marble floor could be heard. Soon, there was a knock on the office door. A young woman in a beige suit opened the door and stepped aside. The dean of teaching quickly got up and greeted her respectfully. Director Sure, sorry to trouble you to take the time out of your busy schedule to come here. Chiyu's pen tip slid across the paper. With a TSS sound, it went through the paper. Chiyu did not look up. Until a familiar voice called his name. Chiyu. Holding the transparent plastic stem of the black pen, Chiyu looked up. His mother, Shi Yaling, was wearing a white bow tie, a silk shirt, and a hand-tailored black suit jacket. She was standing at the door of the office and looking at him. Mom. Chiyu called out. He felt as if his voice was not his and he had lost control of himself. He realized that he had not seen Shi Yaling for 2 to 3 months. For a moment, there was a sense of unfamiliarity. Shi Yaling looked at the dean of teaching. Tell me the details. The dean of teaching quickly told her the whole story in detail. Initially, he thought that since Chiyu's cheating was a matter of reputation, he would report it to Shi Yaling's secretary for safety reasons. He did not expect Shi Yaling to come personally. Got it. After Shi Yaling heard this, she looked at Guaniyang and Fang Mingjie, who were sitting on the sofa. What gave you the confidence to go to such lengths to accuse Chiyu of cheating? She did not look gentle. On the contrary, after being in a high position for a long time, she had a domineering aura. Guaniyang's face turned pale, and Fang Mingjie's breathing became erratic. They did not expect the dean of teaching to be so afraid of trouble that he even invited Chiyu's mother to the school. Chiyu looked at this scene and was not surprised. His mother swore to protect him in front of outsiders because this was related to her and the Chu family's dignity. Chiyu lowered his head and finished the rest of the questions. Then, he raised his hand and said, Teacher, I'm done. The dean of teaching quickly took the math test paper, compared it with the standard answers, and started to mark it. Soon, he announced the results. Chiyu scored 109 points on the math paper. Impossible. Fang Mingjie suddenly said. When he realized that all eyes were on him, he swallowed hard and said in a hoarse voice, Chiyu, he can't possibly score so many points. How could he possibly score so many points? He must have cheated. With his level, it's impossible. Fang Mingjie, the dean of teaching, looked at Shi Yaling, who had a cold expression, and scolded Fang Mingjie. The facts have proven that Chiyu finished this paper on the spot and scored 109 points. Fang Mingjie wanted to argue, but Lu Shi, who had been inconspicuous all this time, suddenly said, I just remembered that I overheard a private conversation in the sports equipment room a few days ago. As soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, a recording sounded in the office. Did you get the questions? It was Guaniyang's voice. Another male voice said, I got it. F***ck, I was scared to death. Fortunately, my dad's habit of 20 years can't be changed. The key to the drawer was in the vase, and I found it. Yang, you should finish these papers first and memorize the answers. Your grades are always unstable, but this time, don't drop the ball at the crucial moment. Score high and stomp on that Chu guy. Let's see how arrogant those second-generation rich kids can be. Okay, I know. There won't be a problem. In the recording, Guaniyang laughed and said, You're making a mountain out of a molehill. With Chiyu's level, how many points can he score? Fang Mingjie's voice was not as timid as before. He laughed and said, That's hard to say. I heard that God Lu is tutoring Chiyu. God Lu's ability to guess the key points of the questions is probably off the charts. So, to be safe, hurry up and finish the paper. The recording ended there. In this recording, one of them is Guaniyang, the other is Fangmingzhi, and the other is the dean's son, Xinzhongming. I bumped into them by chance and followed them sneakily. In the end, I recorded their conversation. Lu Shi's eyes were dark and cold. He sat on the sofa and stared at Guaniyang. I'm suddenly very curious. Besides you, Xinzhongming, and Fangmingzhi, how many of you want to slander Qiyu and stomp on him? The dean of teaching broke out in cold sweat. He started to blame himself for thinking too highly of himself. When Qiyu was suspected of cheating, the first thing he thought of was to call Xianxia's assistant and give her a heads up. After that, no matter what the result was, he would not be blamed for it. Now that Xianxia was here, she heard with her own ears that her son was being ostracized and framed by his classmates. Director Shi, this. Teacher Zhang, Xianxia said, I think the matter is clear. As for how to deal with it, we can refer to the school rules. She turned to Qiyu, who was writing a physics paper, and said, come with me. Qiyu put down his pen and followed Xianxia out of the office. They entered the small empty conference room next door. With a soft bang, the door was closed. Qiyu's voice was dry, but he deliberately said in a relaxed tone, Mom, why are you here? There's a meeting at 11 o'clock nearby. I happened to pass by your school. Okay. Even if you're busy, remember to eat lunch. Otherwise, your stomach will feel uncomfortable. After saying this, Qiyu's throat hurt. He did not care that the dean of teaching suspected him and that Guaniyang and Fangmingzhi framed him. After all, if he took these things to heart one by one, he would have been so angry that he would have died a sudden death. Furthermore, if he didn't cheat, then he didn't cheat. Every point was scored by himself, so he was confident. However, without the eyes of others, Qiyu put down his composure and suddenly felt very wronged when he faced Xianxia. Mom, I didn't cheat. In this monthly exam, I ranked 199th in the cohort and came in second in English. The homeroom teacher said, Qiyu. Xianxia interrupted Qiyu. She saw that his eyes were red and he looked a little wronged. She frowned and said, I don't care what your results are like. I don't care if you cheated in the exam or if there are any problems with your interpersonal relationships. These are all your problems. I don't want you to be like a weakling who can't even solve these small problems. I'm very busy. I don't have the time to help you solve your problems or watch this immature and petty farce between minors. Do you understand? Qiyu was stunned. At this moment, his breathing tightened, and even his heart began to ache. His fingers that were hanging by his side trembled. Mom, he wanted to say, I didn't understand in the past, but now I do. My monthly exam results have improved a lot. I study hard and I'm still very good. I'm actually very smart. I can concentrate on my studies. For the past half a month, I haven't read a single page of comics. So, can you not give up on me so easily? Look at me. Xianxia got up. Her silk shirt and white bow tie drew an arc. I'll be leaving first. Qiyu lowered his head and did not say anything. The sound of high heels on the floor echoed in the conference room. He turned his head and looked at Xianxia's back. He called out in a hoarse voice, Mom. Xianxia turned back and frowned. Is there anything else? Qiyu subconsciously clenched his fingers. He shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, nothing. The door of the conference room was closed again. It was quiet. There was no noise at all. The leather seats surrounded the oval conference table. The lights were not turned on. Qiyu stood on the spot and looked at the dust particles floating up and down under the light. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curved upwards. He suddenly felt that he was a joke. Xianxia did not care at all whether he had really cheated or had been wronged and framed. She also did not care how many marks he had scored, whether he had improved or regressed. Her only request was that he be healthy, happy, and safe. She did not want him to encounter any danger, get into any trouble, or waste any of her time and energy. She had completely given up on him a long time ago. Qiyu felt a little cold. The coldness traveled up his spine and spread through his countless nerves, spreading to his entire body. He slowly squatted on the ground and hugged himself. He felt that his fingers were stiff and even breathing was difficult. There was no sunlight. The overwhelming coldness surged towards him. The door of the conference room was pushed open and closed again. It was the sound of light footsteps. Chiyu turned his head slowly and saw a person walking towards him against the light. It was Lu Shi. He stood in front of Chiyu and saw that the corners of his eyes were red and he was looking up at him in confusion. Lu Shi stretched out his hand as if he was squatting on the low wall of the school and pulling Chiyu up. Chiyu's gaze froze. He looked at the hand in front of him. His skin was cold and pale, his veins were green, and his fingertips that he had bitten countless times. More than 10 seconds later, Chiyu carefully placed his hand on it. He held it tightly and pulled him up. Lu Shi's voice was as cold as ever. "Do you want to be comforted?" Chiyu looked at him in a daze and did not answer. Lu Shi did not ask any more questions. He raised his arm and pulled him into his arms. "Although I asked you to promise me that no matter what the result is, you are not allowed to cry. But if you want to cry, you can cry quietly. I'll pretend that I don't know." Chiyu responded in a low voice, his nasal voice heavy. "Lu Shi." "Yes, I'm here." Chiyu raised his hand, wrapped it around Lu Shi's waist, and tightened it. His fingers clutched Lu Shi's shirt tightly, causing a circle of creases to form. "Lu Shi. I'm here." Lu Shi lowered his head and rubbed his lips against Chiyu's ear. He said softly, "Cry for her for the last time, okay?" After a long time, Chiyu's reply came. His voice was very soft, and the ending of his words was still trembling. "Okay." Lu Shi smiled and stroked Chiyu's hair comfortingly. "Very good." The conference room was empty. Lu Shi hugged him and looked at the closed door. He thought of the conversation he overheard when he was waiting at the door and Xianxia who passed by him. "You personally pushed her to my side. If you don't want it, I want it." The academic affairs office was very efficient. Early the next morning, a disciplinary notice was posted on the board. Many people gathered around to see. "Guaniyang? That name sounds familiar. Isn't that the guy who made a bet with the school bell? I remember that the school bell ignored him and even said that she couldn't possibly have such an ugly son. Here's the problem. Guaniyang wants to kneel down and call the school bell daddy. Will the school bell give him the chance? TSK, stealing the exam papers and cheating. That's a good move. However, I remember that his results are not bad. He's just worried that he didn't perform well and will be crushed by the school bell. He won't be able to put down his pride then. This guy's character isn't too good. He deserves to be famous here. But the school bell is 2F** King awesome. Some people's brains are really envious." Manga rushed into the classroom like a messenger from the border rushing into the palace. "Report. How satisfying. Guaniyang and the other two are famous." When Zhang Yuashan went to eat breakfast, he also saw the disciplinary notice posted and began to gossip. "I heard that because the exam papers were stolen, the director of the teaching and research office was called over by the principal and scolded one after another. If I had a son like Shin Zhongming, my hair would have turned white by the age of 30. That's right." Manga pulled a chair over and beamed with joy. "I'm also comfortable now. Guaniyang and the others are 2F** King sore losers. I really look down on them. I'll mock them every time I see them in the future." From the corner of his eye, he saw that Chiyu, who was sitting in her seat, didn't say anything. He tilted his head and looked. "Hey, school bell, I haven't seen you reading comics in a long time." Chiyu had a piece of candy in her mouth. She looked up and smiled. "The exams are over." "Yes." Manga punched his palm. "That makes sense. It's time to make up for all the comics that I've missed." He moved his chair closer. "By the way, didn't you release a new one about basketball? It's called Hot-Blooded, I have Hot-Blooded Confrontation. It's in the dorm. I'll give it to you later." "Campus Bell, you're a good person." Chiyu nodded, then lowered his head and continued reading the manga in his hand. When Zhang Yuashan saw Chiyu's lowered head, he felt that Chiyu wasn't in a good mood. She was fine yesterday morning, but after she came back from the dean's office, she was listless. Chiyu also realized that his condition wasn't quite right. It seemed that even the comic book in his hand could not arouse his interest. For the first 3 weeks, more than half a month, he pestered Lu Shi every day to ask questions, memorize books, study, and do practice questions. It was like a dream. Everything became unreal. Then, he thought back to the time when the exam results were given out. The feelings of uneasiness, nervousness, happiness, satisfaction, and anticipation were like rainbow-colored bubbles that had been blown out. Once poked, they would shatter completely. Chiyu pinched the pages of the book with his fingertips. He felt that it was quite boring. Throwing the comic book aside, Chiyu lay down, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. During class, someone shouted from the back door, "Campus bell, someone's looking for you." Chiyu opened his eyes and looked at the door. He saw that it was He Jihao. He got up lazily and walked over to the railing in the corridor. He Jihao asked, "What's the matter?" He Jihao opened his mouth and said, "Our young master Yu is awesome." Chiyu covered his mouth and yawned. "How am I awesome?" He Jihao started to flatter Chiyu. "Look at your score in the English section. 148. I didn't even score a fraction of yours. Isn't that awesome? If I could score as high as yours, my parents would probably wake up laughing in their dreams and hold a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights at the hotel." Chiyu's expression dimmed. His heart, which had already been protected by a layer of heart armor, hurt slightly. He changed the topic. "Didn't Uncle He want you to go abroad? You always score so little in English. It would be strange if he wasn't worried." He Jihao shrugged. "I really don't want to go abroad. Even if I come back with a diploma from a nobody, who in the circle doesn't know how much that diploma is worth. If I'm really as good as your brother and sister, getting a diploma from one of the top 5 schools in the world would be awesome. Also, it's so fun to be in China. Growing up, my social circle is all in China. If I go abroad, I won't know anyone. What's the point?" He remembered again. "Oh right, the time and place have been set. Sister Lin and the others heard that you came out of seclusion and directly flew back from overseas. You're really influential." Chiyu looked over the railing in the corridor and asked, "When and where?" "Saturday night at 8 p.m., Ulysses. Are you going by yourself or do you want me to pick you up?" "You have so many people to pick up. I won't take up any space. I can go by myself." Because of the National Day holiday, there was a full day of classes on Saturday. Chiyu didn't take his bag and prepared to leave empty-handed. Thinking of something, Chiyu turned around and spoke to the table behind him. Lu Shi. Lu Shi was holding a pencil and doing some questions. He looked up. "Yes? I'm going out to play in a while. In Ulysses, I'm with He Jihao and the others. I also have some friends that I'm familiar with or not. Uncle Chen's car is parked at the school gate. He'll send me there." After Chiyu finished speaking, he was stunned. Why did he have to report his schedule to Lu Shi? On second thought, it was probably a habit he had developed in the past. In the past 3 weeks, Lu Shi had asked him to tell him which subject he was doing at noon, which knowledge points he planned to review at night, or which formulas he had memorized in the morning. The effect of this was obvious. Lu Shi was very clear about his learning progress and was very efficient in tutoring him. However, what was the use of doing well in the exams? Seeing that Chiyu was distracted while talking, Lu Shi asked him, "Do you drink?" Chiyu came back to his senses. He Jihao and the others will definitely drink. "I won't drink." "Okay, if you drink, remember to call me." The car stopped at the entrance of Ulysses' private clubhouse. The light from the colorful lights shone down, and the square tiles on the ground were reflected in red and orange colors. The fountain gurgled, and an angel with wings spread out was lying on a rock, seemingly sleeping soundly. The doorman quickly walked up to them and opened the car door. He smiled and bowed. "Good evening, young Master Yu." "Good evening." Chiyu got out of the car. He was wearing a black trendy long-sleeved t-shirt and dark jeans. He had a flamboyant, youthful aura and was refreshing. He followed the waiter to the private room. As soon as the door opened, a wolf howl came from inside. Chiyu could tell that He Jihao was singing. When he saw Chiyu come in, He Jihao held the microphone and stopped singing. Where's the microphone? Chuyu, come and sing with me. Chuyu firmly refused. He was very experienced. No matter how good a microphone hog was, once they sang with He Jihao, they would be led astray without exception. Lin Wangxi waved from the sofa. Chuyu, over here. Chuyu sat down and smiled as he greeted her. Sister Lin, long time no see. Indeed, it's been a long time. Lin Wangxi pointed to the necklace around her neck. Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. I don't want to take it off after wearing it. Lin Wangxi was wearing a white silk dress. She looked very bright and beautiful. Her hair was tied into a simple ponytail, and she looked neat and tidy. It's good that you like it. At that time I really didn't know what to give you. I remembered that you mentioned before that you liked George Luana's new set of jewelry, so I asked someone to buy it. Chiyu said it very simply, but Lin Wangxi knew very well that this set of jewelry was very difficult to buy. She accepted his kindness and asked, "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" She was 2 or 3 years older than Chiyu and He Jihao were all younger brothers. She was a little worried when she saw Chiyu pouring a glass of ice water and sipping it slowly. Chiyu swirled the glass in his hand and listened to the crisp sound of ice cubes colliding with each other. When he heard Lin Wangxi's question, he shook his head. No, I just don't have the energy. Okay, anyway, take care of yourself. The temperature has been dropping recently, so be careful not to get sick. Lin Wangxi reminded Chiyu, He Jihao's cousin is here too. He's here too? Chiyu didn't have a good impression of He Jihao's cousin. He played with He Jihao and occasionally bumped into He Ziyuan. Unlike He Jihao's carefree, straightforward, and playful personality, He Ziyuan, who was only 2 years older than them, always gave Chiyu a bad feeling. He noticed several times that He Ziyuan was staring at him with a strange gaze. Chiyu was disgusted by this gaze and told He Jihao not to bring He Ziyuan to him. Lin Wangxi knew this and explained on behalf of He Jihao, He Ziyuan happened to be playing here and bumped into you. Okay. When they got together, singing, drinking, and playing games were inevitable. Seeing that Chiyu wasn't in high spirits, He Jihao didn't force him to play. Instead, he threw the dice in his hand and sat beside Chiyu. I'm not playing anymore. I'm here to chat with you. Chiyu laughed at him. Everyone else is having so much fun. Can you stay calm? The diamond earring sparkled under the light. He Jihao shrugged. My brother is in a bad mood. How can I have fun by myself? He didn't ask Chiyu why he was in a bad mood and gave him random advice. Do you want to drink? If you want to drink, I'll give you something tasty. Try it? Maybe after you get drunk and sleep, all your unhappiness and sadness will disappear with a burp. Don't all wines taste the same? Although Chiyu said this, he didn't refuse. You can order it. He Jihao snapped his fingers and called the waiter who was guarding the door over. He said a French name, give me 2 bottles. Use the crystal glasses from the Baroque church. Then, he turned to Chiyu. I know you. If the glasses are ugly, you definitely won't like to drink them. That glass from the Baroque church looks really good when it's filled with wine. It definitely suits your taste. When the wine and glasses were served, the waiter opened the wine bottle with a wine opener and poured the amber wine into the glasses. At that moment, it was as if he saw the stained glass windows in the Baroque church. He Jihao said proudly, I didn't lie to you. It looks good, right? Chiyu nodded. He picked up the wine glass and looked closer. He smiled and said, it's very beautiful. He Jihao sighed exaggeratedly. You're finally smiling. He also picked up the wine glass. Come, try it and see if it's good. Thus, when Lin Wangxi came back from a phone call, she realized that the 2 bottles of wine in front of He Jihao and Chiyu were already empty. He Jihao drank most of the wine, but Chiyu also drank 3 or 4 glasses. She saw that Chiyu's eyes were dazed and unfocused. It was as if there were water in his eyes that would overflow with a slight movement. Lin Wangxi took the half-full wine glass from Chiyu's hand and put it aside. She asked He Jihao, it's not like you don't know Chiyu's alcohol tolerance. Why did you still ask him to drink? He Jihao was still very sober. He shouted that he had been wronged. Sister Lin, I saw that Chiyu was in a bad mood. Something must have happened to him. I thought that he might be in a better mood after getting drunk and sleeping. Nonsense. Lin Wanxi glared at He Zhihao and called for Chiyu again. Chiyu, how is it? Chiyu looked up and glanced at Lin Wanxi. He lowered his head again and remained quiet. He's drunk. Lin Wanxi took her bag. Let's go and send him back. Seeing that He Zhihao still wanted to stay, Lin Wanxi raised her delicately drawn eyebrows. Why? Both of you are underage. Do you want to stay the night in a hotel? If anything happens, see if his brother and sister won't cut you into pieces. Lin Wanxi's voice softened as she looked at Chiyu. Chiyu, let's go. We're going back. Going back? Chiyu was confused for 2 seconds. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He took out his cell phone and started to make a call. His voice was muffled and low. He Zhihao, who was sitting close to him, could only hear the words, "Come and pick me up." After greeting all the friends present, He Zhihao and Lin Wanxi helped Chiyu out. He Ziyuan followed them out. He Zhihao was puzzled. Brother, you're leaving too? He Ziyuan smiled gently. Yes, I received a call from home. They asked me to come back early. He turned to look at Chiyu, who had his head lowered. Chiyu, what's wrong? He drank 2 more glasses of wine. Sister Lin and I will send him back. When the elevator arrived, He Ziyuan asked again, how, can you support him? Do you want me to give you a hand? As he said this, he reached out to help Chiyu. Chiyu took a step back and avoided him. It was an obvious rejection. He Zhihao felt that the situation was a little awkward. He laughed and hurriedly helped Chiyu into the elevator. When they reached the entrance of the lobby, Chiyu was unwilling to leave. He said that he wanted to wait for someone to pick him up. Thinking that Chiyu had called, He Zhihao and Lin Wanxi thought that it was probably his family's chauffeur, so they waited with him. He Ziyuan didn't leave either. The 3 of them chatted intermittently. After 10 to 20 minutes, He Zhihao suddenly saw a person walking towards Ulysses. What the F***ck, Lucier? Lin Wanxi was playing with her cell phone. When she heard this, she looked up. Someone you know? Yes, she's the prodigy of our school. Her grades are heaven-defying. Her brain is probably innately different from ours. When school started, she didn't get along with Chiyu. Later on, they seemed to have reconciled. Some time ago, she even tutored Chiyu. He Zhihao was a little puzzled. Why was Lucier here? Lin Wanxi looked carefully. Lucier was wearing a simple black t-shirt, black pants, and classic sports shoes. His figure was thin, and he had a cold temperament. His facial features were handsome. He was about 17 or 18 years old. With this kind of appearance and aura, many young girls were infatuated with him. She joked, everyone in your school is so good-looking. Do you feel inferior every day? He Zhihao ran his fingers through his hair. Nonsense, I'm a romantic and elegant young master. Lin Wanxi laughed. She took a closer look and felt that this person seemed familiar. Lucier walked closer and stopped in front of He Zhihao. Hello. He Zhihao was quite confused. In school, he didn't even have a nodding acquaintance with Lucier. It didn't make sense for her to come and greet him when they met here. He replied carefully, hello. Lucier looked at Chiyu. I'm here to pick him up. Huh? He Zhihao didn't react. Pick up who? Chiyu. He Ziyuan, who was standing at the side, interrupted, Chiyu is a little drunk. We're worried. In other words, it wasn't a Tom, Dick, or Harry who could casually pick him up. Lucier didn't answer. She only looked at Chiyu. Chiyu, come here. Chiyu was dozing off with his head tilted to one side. When he heard a familiar voice calling him, he looked up in a daze and saw Lucier standing in front of him. Lucier, he took a step forward and was about to walk over. But he was drunk, his legs wobbled, his body tilted, and he fell onto Lucier. Lucier reached out and held him firmly. 20 minutes ago, he called me and asked me to. Lucier paused and quickly continued, pick him up. Chiyu's head was buried in his shoulder. He was licking the skin on the side of his neck like a cat. His breathing was a little difficult. He was probably hungry. Lucier patted the waist of the person in his arms twice to comfort him. Without further delay, he said, "I'll take him away first." Beside the pedestrian path was a tall Chinese parasol tree with dense foliage. Lucier stood in the dark with his back against the tree trunk. He hugged Qiyu and pulled down his collar with one hand. Qiyu stared at the exposed skin and didn't move. Instead, he looked at Lucier. "Okay, bite him." Qiyu leaned over and bit Lucier's shoulder. There was a slight pain and itch in his shoulder. The faint smell of alcohol lingered at the tip of Lucier's nose. He looked down at the shadows of the two of them. The wheels rolled over the ground. A black Porsche stopped by the side of the road. The window of the driver's seat rolled down, revealing He Ziyuan's face. He saw that Qiyu was lying in Lucier's arms. He didn't want to be separated at all. He looked extremely dependent on Lucier and didn't resist at all. Their gazes met. The night wind blew, and the wide leaves of the Chinese parasol tree slowly fell. Lucier moved his hand up and rubbed the back of Qiyu's neck. He turned his head slightly and the corner of his lips brushed against Qiyu's hair. Lucier's eyes were cold and ruthless. He said to He Ziyuan silently, as if declaring his sovereignty. "My man." The old-fashioned street lamps were dim. Small advertisements for drugs, locks, and medicine were plastered all over the metal pillars. The rain and wind had turned the paper yellow. The posters for Harmonious Neighborhood were not glued to the gray cement wall and were rustling in the wind. They entered the building through the low door. There was a narrow corridor and a staircase railing that had almost lost all of its green paint. The voice-activated lights were alarmed and lit up with an orange light. Qiyu was in a daze. He looked around with half-opened eyes and asked in a soft voice, "Where are we going?" "My house." They stopped in front of the door. Lucier held him in his arms with one hand and opened the door with the other hand with the key. Qiyu's brain worked slowly. After sucking the blood, his whole body felt weak and weak. He only realized that he had arrived at Lucier's house when he heard the door close. The lights were turned on. It was neat, clean, and empty. Qiyu looked at the furnishings and decorations in the room and felt a little cold. Other than the necessary furniture, there were no other decorations in the house. In the narrow living room, the walls were painted white. There was just enough space for a wooden table and a two-seater sofa. It was spotless. The bedroom door was open. He could see a lot of exercise books and teaching materials piled on the old-fashioned desk. Qiyu was a person who liked to enjoy life. He was used to decorating the place he lived in to be exquisite, warm, and comfortable. The floor was carpeted, and beautiful paintings were hung on the white walls. The bookshelves were not just for books. There were also all kinds of small decorations and gadgets. As for the table, there were a lot of small things scattered around. After that, he would also put green plants in the room to add vitality and greenery. Sitting on the sofa, Qiyu held the glass of water that Lucier handed him. He suddenly felt that Lucier had almost eliminated all the feelings of indulgence in material desires. Like an ascetic monk, he abandoned all the things around him that would sway his mind. He remembered that Zhu Zhifei had once told him that Lucier had moved to Qingchuan Road alone more than a year ago during the summer vacation. And this was his mother's house. Qiyu. Qiyu looked up and answered without thinking, "Here." There was a hint of a smile in Lucier's eyes. "Sit down and finish the water." "I'm going to take a shower." Qiyu held the glass of water and nodded. "Okay." Lucier finished speaking and walked to the bathroom. As he walked, he crossed his arms and pulled up his shirt to take off his black t-shirt. His figure was thin, but after taking off his clothes, one could see his taut muscles, which were extremely toned. Black trousers wrapped around his long legs, and the waistband of the trousers wrapped around his skinny waist, accentuating the coldness of his skin. It was mesmerizing. Qiyu's eyes. He even forgot to drink the water. As if he knew that Qiyu was looking at him, Lucier turned sideways and asked, "How long do you want to look?" His voice rose slightly, carrying an inexplicable meaning. Then he walked into the bathroom. When Lucier came out of the bathroom with his hair half wet, Qiyu was already asleep on the sofa. His head was tilted and his breathing was even. His hair fell naturally and covered his eyebrows. He had finished drinking the water in the glass and was holding it loosely with both hands. It was October and the temperature had started to drop. The night was chilly and he curled up a little in fear of the cold. Lucier stood there for a while. He realized that the sound of another person's breathing in the house was not as repulsive as he had imagined. Lucier walked closer and did not try to wake Chiyu up. Instead, he bent down and picked him up. It was very light. After putting him on the bed in the bedroom, Lucier took out a clean blanket from the cabinet and covered Chiyu with it. Lucier turned off the lights and lay down next to Chiyu. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chiyu had a dream. The clock in the world seemed to slow down and every second was infinitely long. In the enclosed meeting room, he stood there and watched as his mother's brows gradually furrowed. Her eyes were full of impatience as she said, "I've completely given up on you a long time ago." Every syllable was dragged out very, very long. Finally, it turned into an icicle. The scene changed. When he was young, he skipped tutor classes and secretly ran to the garden to look at ants. He even plucked a flower and prepared to give it to his mother. He turned around and saw Xianxia standing on the lawn. She instructed, "Other than etiquette, you don't have to arrange any other classes for Chiyu in the future." He did not notice anything at all. He handed the flower in his hand to Xianxia and smiled. "Mom, this is for you, Chiyu. I've completely given up on you." The flower in his hand quickly withered and scattered like ashes. He panicked. "Mom, why did you give up on me?" The scene changed. His sister, Chu, walked over. "Mom only cares about people who are useful to her. She's stingy with spending any energy or attention on others." "Chiyu, don't you understand?" "I understand. I understand now." After waking up from the dream, Chiyu closed his eyes. He felt as if he had broken out in a layer of cold sweat and his forehead was cold. His temples were swollen and uncomfortable. He also felt a little palpitating when he woke up. When he opened his eyes, his vision was pitch black. There was no light. He realized that something was not right. The bed was very hard. The thin blanket covering him was soft and had a familiar clean smell. "Did you have a nightmare?" A soft and hoarse voice was right next to his ear. It was very low and sounded a little displeased that he had woken up. Chiyu's breathing stagnated. He turned his head in the direction of the voice. He was not very sure. "Lucier?" "Yeah." Lucier seemed to have turned her body sideways and asked again, "What dream did you have?" Chiyu did not want to talk about it. In the darkness, a finger touched the tip of his nose. Then, it moved to his eyes and wiped away the wetness at the corners of his eyes. There was a warmth on the fingertip. Chiyu shivered slightly. He felt as if he had been burned by a spark. Lucier's voice was very soft. "I heard you calling for your mother and asking her why she gave up on you. You even cried." Sure enough, he was a little crybaby. The emotions that were the most difficult to reveal were exposed without any hesitation. Lucier was like a sharp sword and a long spear. She used the sharp blade to open the bloodiest wound and did not give Chiyu any chance to dodge or breathe. Chiyu did not say anything. He lay on his side. His legs were bent and curled up. It was a position where he did not feel safe. After a long time, Chiyu said softly, "Are you laughing at me in your heart? I was so focused and devoted that I did so much useless work for so long. I thought that by proving to her that I'm very capable, she would change her view of me. But in fact, she had already judged me from above and completely given up on me before I realized it. She won't even look at me again." He suppressed his voice. He was confused and self-deprecating. "But I was so full of myself that I had to rush to the wall in one breath. Only when my head was broken and bleeding did I wake up and recognize reality. It's like a joke. It's really too funny." "Do you think you're funny?" Lucier asked him, "Do you still remember what I told you?" "Yes. No matter what the outcome is, you're not allowed to cry." In the darkness, Lucier's voice was like an ice spring. It hit his eardrums coldly. "Since you've set a goal and are willing to do it, you have to recognize the risks involved. There are some things that can't be achieved just because you do it and do your best to do it. Lu Shi stopped talking. Her voice was as deep as a pool. Getting an answer and ending is, after all, better than walking on a dark road. No matter what you do, the exit is still out of reach. That feeling of hopelessness and powerlessness is better. Ji felt that Lu Shi seemed to be talking about himself. This was the first time he heard Lu Shi use such a tone. He didn't dare to ask further. Ji instinctively realized that this was Lu Shi's forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter. Ji turned over and lay flat on the bed. He looked at the ceiling and could vaguely see the outline of the ceiling lamp. His chest rose and fell as he took a deep breath. Actually, this isn't a big deal. It's not a big deal, right? Yes. I thought that compared to being abandoned, it would be more difficult for you to accept that you've suddenly become a monster that needs to drink human blood. Ji was strangely comforted. That's right. I have to rely on drinking blood to survive. What's the big deal? He hadn't had a good night's sleep during this period. Once he convinced himself for the time being, Chiyu yawned. He wrapped himself in the thin blanket and quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Wei Guanlei knocked on Lu Shi's door before the hustle and bustle downstairs could be heard. After a while, the door opened. Lu Shi stood at the door, his brows furrowed in annoyance. Knowing that he was grumpy when he woke up, Wei Guanlei hurriedly showed him the things in his hands. My mom boiled some soup for the whole night. It's especially fragrant. She asked me to bring it to you immediately. She didn't want you to miss out on this steaming hot delicacy. Lu Shi stepped aside. Wei Guanlei entered the door. He had just said one word when Lu Shi interrupted him. Don't say anything. Huh? Wei Guanlei didn't understand. He felt that Lu Ji's grumpiness was getting worse. Lu Shi couldn't be bothered to explain and pointed to the bedroom. Wei Guanlei was puzzled. He took 2 steps forward and glanced at the door. There was a bulge on the bed. A person was buried in the soft pillow, half of his face exposed. He was sleeping soundly, wrapped in the blanket. It was Chuyu. Good-looking people looked good even when they were asleep. Wei Guanlei thought that if he filmed this scene and threw it on TV, it could probably be used to advertise mattresses and pillows. He was just about to ask Lu Shi why the young master was sleeping here when his retreating gaze suddenly froze. F***ck, Wei Guanlei cursed silently. His gaze stopped at Chuyu's exposed hand. Her fair fingers were clutching a gray piece of clothing. Lu Shi didn't have many clothes, so he wore them one by one. Wei Guanlei remembered clearly that Lu Ge had 2 gray t-shirts made of pure cotton. They had bought them together and were used by Lu Shi as pajamas. Now, one of them was hanging on the balcony to dry and was being blown around by the wind. As for the other one, Chuyu was clutching it as he slept. Turning back to look at the white t-shirt Lu Shi was wearing, Wei Guanlei had an idea in his mind, but it wasn't very clear. Wei Guanlei leaned over and lowered his voice. He asked Lu Shi carefully, Lu Ge, the thing in the young master's hand seems to be your shirt? Yes. Lu Shi's eyes were faint, and there was a hint of restlessness in them. He was in a deep sleep and wouldn't let go of my shirt, so I took it off and gave it to him. Wei Guanlei thought seriously about what kind of expression he should make at this moment. But on second thought, a man shouldn't be so easily frightened. He had even seen fish bones being picked out. Stay calm, Wei Guanlei placed the stainless steel thermos on the only table in the house. He urged, hurry up. My mom told me to make sure you finish it. Then he saw Lu Shi enter the kitchen and take out a porcelain bowl and a small spoon from the cupboard. He scooped out half a bowl of soup and put it aside. There's more at home. I'll drink it when I get back. You don't have to share, Wei Guanlei was at a loss for words. He turned to look at the closed bedroom door and then at the soup bowl in front of him. Pfft. It would be strange if he poured it for him. He was shocked, but he soon calmed down. Wei Guanlei sat down. By the way, why did little master sleep here last night? Lu Shi explained, he was drunk and called me to pick him up. It was too late, so I brought him back. No. Wei Guanlei felt that this sentence was strange. Lu Ge had never brought anyone back to this house, let alone spend the night in his bed. Moreover, little master was drunk. Shouldn't he have asked his chauffeur to pick him up? Why did he call you? Lucier drank the soup with his eyes lowered. His expression was unreadable. He replied, "Before I left, I told him to call me if he drank." Wei Guanglei's heart skipped a beat. I want him to need me, rely on me, and be unable to leave me. He still remembered clearly what Lucier had said. For a moment, Wei Guanglei didn't know what to say, so he just kept quiet. After Lucier finished the soup and cleaned the thermos, Wei Guanglei wasn't in a hurry to go back. He sat on the sofa and played games on his phone. He raised his arm and waved. "Lu Ge, I'm going to train a new hero. Can you give me some advice?" "Sure." Lucier simply picked up an exercise book, held a pencil, and sat on the other side of the sofa to do the exercises. From time to time, he would give Wei Guanglei some advice on how to dress up. When Qiyu woke up, he opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. This was the scene he saw. He had just woken up, and he was drunk. His head was heavy, and he was not very clear-headed. "Lucier?" "Yes." Lucier stopped calculating and pointed in the direction of the bathroom with her pen. "The toothpaste and toothbrush are in the bathroom. The light blue towel is yours." "All right." Qiyu shuffled to the bathroom to wash up. After a while, he popped his head out and asked, "Lucier, do you have a hairdryer at home?" "No." "Oh." After a while, the bathroom door opened again. Qiyu was a little embarrassed. Can I borrow some clothes to wear? The one I'm wearing smells." Lucier stood up, took out a white t-shirt from the wardrobe, and threw it to Qiyu. After half an hour, Qiyu finally came out of the bathroom. Only Wei Guanglei was left on the sofa. With his hair half wet, Qiyu looked around. "Where's Lucier?" "In the bedroom, talking on the phone." F*ck, these three F*king people came to surround me. You think too highly of me. Wei Guanglei suddenly remembered. "Oh, right, there's soup on the table. Luke especially left it for you. My mom boiled it all night, so it should taste pretty good." Qiyu sat over and took a sip. He couldn't really taste it, but the warm soup was very comfortable. Before he finished the bowl of soup, the bedroom door opened. Lucier stood at the door and said to Qiyu, "Come here." Qiyu put down the bowl of soup and walked over. The bedroom door closed. The white t-shirt Qiyu was wearing was a size too big and was very loose. He was curious. "What's the matter?" "I need to go out for a while. I'll be back tomorrow or the day after." Qiyu blinked. "Then the school, I've already applied for leave." "Okay, then take care of yourself." Qiyu looked at Lucier. He felt that although Lucier appeared as calm as usual, compared to usual, there was a hint of anxiety and urgency. Seeing that Lucier's fingers were turning white from gripping the phone so tightly, he guessed that it was probably related to this phone call. Although he was guessing in his heart, Qiyu didn't ask further. Lucier's thin eyelids drooped. "What if I'm hungry?" "I'm fine. Although it's uncomfortable, I'll just bear with it. Anyway, you'll be back tomorrow or the day after. It won't take long." If it were any other time, Qiyu would insist on going wherever Lucier went and ask if he could tag along like before. But this time, it was obvious that Lucier didn't want to. It probably wasn't suitable for him to tag along. "Okay." Lucier put the phone in his pocket. "I'll be back as soon as possible." Wei Guanglei wasn't surprised to hear that Lucier was leaving. As far as he could remember, Lucier had suddenly left for 2 or 3 days at a time 3 or 4 times. Lucier never said what he was going to do or what he was going to do, but every time he came back, he wasn't in a good mood. He would always be depressed for a few days, the kind that would explode with a poke. "My mom also said that she'll stew pig trotter soup for you tonight to nourish your brain. I'll go back and tell her that I'll make it next week." Lucier carried a black backpack and hung it on one shoulder. "Okay, help me thank Aunt Ro." Lucier got on the bus to the bus station. He clicked on the call log and dialed a number. A hoarse male voice answered the phone. "Hello?" Lucier held the ring and stared at the slow-moving street outside the window. He asked, "Are you sure?" "There's an 80% chance." The male voice on the phone said conservatively, "It's been too long, so it's not easy to check." The address I found this time is much more reliable than the previous times, but I can't guarantee it. Okay. Also, the mother-in-law I found is not very clear-headed. Whether I can get anything out of her depends on the heavens. Lucier, don't get your hopes up. The bus was moving slowly. As it swayed, the rings made creaking noises. Through the glass window, they could hear the sound of horns outside. Sugarcane, 10 yuan a bag, 10 yuan a bag. Lucier narrowed his eyes under the sunlight. He lowered his voice and said, "Thank you. You're welcome. I've taken your money, so it's only right for me to help you." After taking the bus to the bus station, Lucier got on the bus to a place called Xianxia County. After 2 more transfers, they finally arrived at a place called Xianxia Town. According to the address he received on his phone, Lucier stopped in front of a small supermarket. At the entrance of the supermarket was a big blue sign with the words "Monly Supermarket" written on it. The supermarket was not big, and the shelves were compact. There was not a single customer inside. There was a rickety car at the entrance. It was electrified, and red and green lights flashed. Behind the cashier was a woman in her 30s or 40s. She wore a black dress and was playing with her phone. Lucier entered and said, "Hello, I'm looking for Xianxia." "That's my mom." "Who are you?" There were only 2 streets in Xianxia Town. There were not many people coming and going. Occasionally, they could see old people chatting on the side of the road. When they saw Lucier, they would all look at him. The woman in the black dress introduced herself as Monly. She pulled down the shutter door of the small supermarket, locked it, and led Lucier into the alley. "A few years ago, my mom always talked about how she used to be a nanny for a rich family when she was younger. I didn't quite believe it. With her cooking skills, which rich family would hire her to be a nanny?" Monly laughed as they walked around a pile of construction rubbish. "I didn't expect it to be true." Lucier was a man of few words. He listened to Monly and responded from time to time. They passed by a brick wall with the words "Adhere to Sustainable Development" and stopped in front of a small courtyard. Monly took out her keys and opened the door. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Mom, where are you? Someone's looking for you." "Monly, you're back?" An old man stepped out of the door. He held the doorframe and stood still. "Who's looking for me?" Monly pointed at Lucier. "He said his surname is Liu. Didn't you always say that you used to be a nanny for a rich family? That person's child is here." Xianxia sat down on a rattan chair at the door. "Surname Liu." "Liu." She paused for more than 10 seconds before saying, "Are you the child in Mrs. Liu's belly?" Monly brought a chair for Lucier and asked Lucier if he wanted some tea. Lucier politely declined. He answered Xianxia's question, "Yes, I am." He looked at the old man in front of him and asked slowly, 18 years ago, you took care of a pregnant woman in S City, right?" Lucier was even a little nervous when he asked this question. The string in his heart trembled slightly. Xianxia nodded. "Yes, I took care of her. That Mrs. Liu liked to eat the hot and sour shredded potatoes I made. She had a big appetite when she was pregnant and would eat a big plate of them for every meal." Lucier's throat was a little dry. "That was my mother." "Can you?" He said calmly, "Can you tell me what happened back then?" Xianxia recalled, "I'm old and my memory is not good. I only remember that Mrs. Liu was good at greeting people and liked to read. She would even make phone calls and discuss problems with others. I was uneducated and couldn't understand. Mr. Liu was busy and came home late at night. Mrs. Liu would read a book and wait for him. No matter how I tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. When one was old, when one recalled the past, they were all small and trivial matters." Lucier asked, "Were they close?" "Yes, very close. They were very loving. Mrs. Liu was pregnant and her feet were swollen. It was not easy to wear shoes. When Mr. Liu came back, he helped her put on her shoes and even massaged her feet. The anti-slip mat in the bathroom was also specially bought by Mr. Liu. He took very good care of her." Xianxia looked at Lucier again. "Mrs. Liu also said that when the child was born, she would give me a hug. Unfortunately, I couldn't wait. My husband was seriously ill, so I rushed back to my hometown. Before I left, Mrs. Lu gave me a lot of money. This is all kindness. When did you leave? When? When? Oh, I left when Mrs. Lu was 8 months pregnant. At that time, she was standing at the door with her big belly to send me off. She was all smiles and told me to be careful on the road. At this point, Wang Jinshu's words were not very clear. One moment, she said that the fire in the kitchen was still burning. The next moment, she said that it was almost dark and that Monli was not back yet. Li Monli came over from the side. Mom, I came back a long time ago. Did you forget again? She turned to Lucia apologetically. I'm old and not very clear-headed. I'm confused. Lucia sat there for a while. It was not until Li Monli helped Wang Jinshu back to her room to sleep that he thanked her seriously and got up to leave. After leaving Shali town, Lucia took a bus to the neighboring town. It was too late, so there was no bus back to Shali town. He found a hotel near the bus station and stayed there. Early on Monday morning, Chiyu carried his empty bag to the classroom. The seat behind him was empty. Chiyu glanced at it and felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. When Zhang Yuashan saw him, he asked, "God Lu is on leave. What's the matter?" Chiyu looked listless. After sitting down, he propped his chin up with his hand and said slowly, "Class rep, I don't know either. I thought you would know." Zhang Yuashan sized up Chiyu again. "Campus bell, are you having a relapse again?" "What do you mean?" Chiyu did not even have the strength to glare. Since the early hours of last night, he had felt a low fever all over his body. It was so uncomfortable that he could not sleep. When he woke up in the morning, the sound of his heart thumping was so loud that it hurt his eardrums. The blood vessels on both sides of his temples felt like they were about to explode. "It's the illness you got when school started." Zhang Yuashan tried hard to recall. "It's called autonomic nervous system disorder." "Yes, that's the name." "Yeah, something like that." Chiyu said weakly and was about to lie down again. Zhang Yuashan remembered. "Oh right, God Lu isn't here. Who did you copy your homework from?" "I'm not copying anymore." Chiyu lay down and said indifferently, "I'm too lazy to copy." He thought that Chiyu was not in the mood to study because the monthly exam had just passed. Zhang Yuashan thought of something. "I heard the news last night. Guaniyang transferred schools." Chiyu's brain was slow. It took him a few seconds to react. "The guy who tried to call me dad? That's him. Not only him, but also Feng Mingzhi, who framed you for cheating, and Shen Zhongming, the son of the Teaching and Research Department's director. They all transferred schools." Li Hua was covering his ears and reciting the text. When he heard them gossiping, he turned around and quickly joined in. Also, Shen Zhongming stole his father's keys and opened the drawer to steal test papers. I heard that he was hung up and beaten at home. His cries could be heard at the entrance of the neighborhood. He added, his family lives on the 20th floor. Then, Zhang Yuashan began to discuss with Li Hua whether Shen Zhongming's cries could be heard at the entrance of the neighborhood since his family lived on the 20th floor. Chiyu did not participate. He was so uncomfortable that he was a little irritable. He turned around and looked at the empty seat behind him. He felt even more uncomfortable. Chiyu lay like this for the whole day. When the sky darkened, the street lights downstairs gradually lit up. After the bell rang, the teaching building felt like it was about to collapse. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps were everywhere. Chiyu supported himself on the table and stood up. He was about to go back to the dormitory and continue lying down. Zhang Yuashan packed his bag and saw Chiyu unsteady on his feet. He was worried. "Campus bell, can you do it? Do you need me to help you?" Chiyu knew what to do. He waved his hand. "No, I can still walk." Zhang Yuashan was still worried. He followed Chiyu and accompanied him all the way downstairs. At the age of 16 or 17, they had a big appetite. If they did not eat supper at night, they would wake up hungry in the middle of the night. Zhang Yuashan pointed in the direction of the cafeteria. "Can you really walk back?" "Then, I'll go first." Chiyu was also hungry, but there was nothing for him to eat in the cafeteria. For a moment, he felt very sad. He nodded slightly. Okay, see you tomorrow. When they returned to the dormitory, Chiyu did not even turn on the lights. He just lay down. He closed his eyes and was in a daze. In his daze, he heard his phone ring. He reached out and groped for it for a long time before he picked up his phone. He opened one eye and saw that it was a call from Lucier. Chiyu immediately sat up straight. Hello? When the call connected, Chiyu could hear the sound of wind blowing through the receiver. It's me. Lucier's voice came through, mixed with a faint electric current. Are you hungry? Chiyu leaned against the wall and lowered his head. He unconsciously dragged out his words and answered honestly, I'm so hungry. He asked again, where are you now? I'll come and find you. By the Xianxia River. Lucier's voice was hoarser than usual. It was mixed with the wind by the river, making him feel inexplicably sad. Don't come over. I'm going back to school. Open the door for me later. After hanging up the phone, Chiyu lay on the bed and listened attentively to the movements outside the door. He felt that waiting was too king unbearable. He wondered aimlessly again. Where did Lucier go? She was so mysterious. Also, when he listened to her voice, he did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that she was a little different from usual. Chiyu recalled a memory. In the changing room, Lucier also sounded the same when she finished the call. She sounded like she was about to cry in the next second. Every minute and every second was extremely difficult to bear. Until there were 3 soft knocks on the door. Chiyu did not even wear slippers. Barefoot, he stepped on the carpet and ran to the door in 2 or 3 steps. Lucier entered the dormitory and closed the door behind him. The room was pitch black. You didn't turn on the lights? Before he could finish speaking, Lucier felt someone pounce on him. He followed the other party's soft strength and sat down on the carpet. In the darkness, he could vaguely see the other party's silhouette. Lucier was pressed down by Chiyu, so he simply relaxed and let him do as he pleased. He felt Chiyu fumbling around his collar and pulling it open. Soon, he felt a slight tingling on his shoulder and the subtle sound of blood being sucked. Lucier wrapped his arms around Chiyu's waist and pulled him into his arms. His voice was soft and hoarse as he whispered, I know you're hungry. Be good and don't rush. Drink slowly. He had been running back and forth for the past 2 days, but like before, he had not gained anything. The night wind of early autumn blew, and even his fingertips were cold. The person in his arms was like the warm sun in spring, extremely warm. Lucier lay on the carpet and hugged Chiyu. He slowly closed his eyes, and his tense nerves finally relaxed for a moment. The lights were turned on. Chiyu came back to life in a second. Pulling open the drawer, it was filled to the brim with blood-replenishing oral liquids. Chiyu took one out and inserted the straw. Seeing that Lucier was still sitting on the carpet, he sat down and put the straw to Lucier's lips. Drink it. Lucier bit the straw and drank it. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Seeing that Lucier's shoulders and collarbones were still exposed, Chiyu couldn't help but reach out to help him fix his collar. He remembered that he had just pressed him to the ground and felt a little embarrassed. Chiyu squeezed the brown glass bottle of oral fluids in his hand and squeezed it. He asked hesitantly, how did it go? Did it go well? Yes, it went well. Lucier got up and looked down at him. Sleep early. I'm leaving. Okay. After Chiyu answered, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Where are you going? Lucier put his hand on the door handle and turned to look at Chiyu. He put his index finger on his lips and said, Shoo, pretend that I didn't come back. Lucier took advantage of the fact that he had applied for leave and skipped class. This was Chiyu's conclusion the next afternoon. The desk behind him had been empty all this time. The math teacher was talking about the monthly exam. When he reached the second to last question, he asked habitually, Lucier, tell me, what's your idea and solution to this question? Manga raised his hand and reminded loudly, Teacher, the person you want to see is not here. Lucier is still not back? The math teacher looked at Mango. Then, Lu Jiaxuan, please put down your binoculars and tell us your idea. The binoculars that Chiyu had prepared for his studies were borrowed by Mango. The reason was that Manga suddenly realized that he seemed to be slightly short-sighted. However, he was too tall. If he sat in front, he would block the view of the students behind him. Olji did not allow him to change seats. Therefore, he asked to borrow Chiyu's binoculars. Chiyu didn't need it himself, so he generously lent it to Mango. Manga stood up with his binoculars and scratched his head. He picked up the test paper and looked at the question carefully. He answered, "When I saw this question, I thought it looked familiar. I did it." So I tried my best to recall and think. What was the standard answer again? Unfortunately, when the exam ended and I handed in my paper, I didn't even think about it. Therefore, teacher, I have no idea how to answer this question. The math teacher praised, "Not bad. At least you know that you've done these questions before. Sit down." After class, Manga rushed forward and jumped to Chiyu's desk. "Hey, campus belle, where did Godlu go? Why isn't he back yet? I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 days. I miss you." Chiyu held the comic book and looked up. "Why are you all asking me? I don't know either. You're the only one in our class who's close to Godlu. But if you don't even know the campus belle, then Godlu's whereabouts are really a mystery." Manga touched his chin and pulled Zhang Yuashan's chair. "Basketball court at noon? Are you coming or not?" There was still some time before the next monthly exam, so there was no urgent study task. Zhang Yuashan agreed immediately. "Let's go." Chiyu lowered her head and continued reading her comic book. However, Manga and Zhang Yuashan's basketball agreement did not come to fruition. Manga held the basketball with his 5 fingers and stood in the corridor. He stretched out his hand to test the water. "Isn't this rain too heavy? Could it be that God wants to test whether my willpower is strong enough to let me dunk in the rain?" Zhang Yuashan stood firm. "I won't play basketball with you in the rain." Manga turned off the engine. "Okay, it's a pity that the future star player of my generation is blocked by the weather." The rain continued to fall until the sky turned dark and showed no signs of stopping. When Chiyu went to the thermostatic botanical garden to turn on the irrigation system, the soles of his shoes were soaked with water when he stepped on them. The main control was turned on and the irrigation system started to operate. Chiyu glanced at the glass greenhouse next door and walked over to it. He also turned on the main control while he was at it. He stood there and listened to the sound of the sprinkling water. He muttered softly, "Lucier, if you don't come back soon, all the plants in the greenhouse will die of lack of water." When he came out of the thermostatic botanical garden, the sound of footsteps on water could be heard from afar. A person holding a blue checkered umbrella was running towards him. It was Zhu Jifei. "Campus belle." Chiyu saw Zhu Jifei in a hurry and his heart skipped a beat. He blurted out, "What's wrong with Lucier?" "Hey, how did you know that I was looking for you because of Lu Guo?" Zhu Jifei came in a hurry and there were raindrops on his glasses. He didn't have time to care about it. "Stone called me and said that Lu Guo is going to race tonight." "It's raining so heavily?" "Yeah, it's raining so heavily. I don't know if it will stop at night. That track is full of sharp bends and steep slopes. If water accumulates there, one slip and you'll be in trouble." Zhu Jifei adjusted his glasses and said quickly, "Stone is anxious and said that he can't persuade Lu Guo. He called me and asked me to bring you along to see if you can persuade him." Chiyu felt that he might not be able to persuade Lu Guo even if he went over. However, he gripped the handle of the umbrella and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you." The distance from the school to the abandoned road was quite far. There was also a traffic jam on the road because of the rain. When they arrived, the sky was already completely dark. The rain didn't seem to have any intention of letting up. The dense raindrops were clearly visible under the lights. Thousands of raindrops fell on the trees and grass, making rustling sounds. Chiyu and Zhu Jifei got out of the car and walked for a while. When they arrived, they realized that there were many people gathered there. They were all wearing raincoats and holding umbrellas. Because of the rain, the weather, and the terrain, the difficulty of the race had increased. Everyone was discussing excitedly. Zhu Jifei didn't squeeze into the crowd. He stood by the side of the road and took out his cell phone to make a call. After a few minutes, Wei Guanglei walked out of the crowd. When he saw Chiyu standing with Zhu Jifei, he quickly walked over. The three of them stood under the streetlight. Raindrops fell on the umbrella, making pitter-patter sounds. Zhu Jifei asked anxiously, "Stone, what's going on? Didn't Lu Gu take a leave of absence? Why is he here again?" "How would I know?" Wei Guanglei's skin was tanned. He frowned and said, "I didn't know beforehand. I was playing games at home in the afternoon. Later, I went to the shop and realized that something was wrong. When I opened the storage unit, the car inside was gone. I was so scared that I hurriedly made a call. Later, a friend of mine told me that there was a race here tonight and that Lu Gu would be competing. My King heart almost stopped beating. The surroundings were very noisy." He raised his voice slightly and said, "I guessed that Lu Gu would definitely go crazy like the previous few times when he came back. If he wasn't looking for a fight, then he was looking for excitement to vent his anger. But King running a racetrack on a rainy day. Is that a joke?" Chiyu caught the main point. "The previous few times?" Zhu Jifei explained, "Yeah, Lu Gu went out for a day or two at the last minute. He's come back a few times. Every time he comes back, he's in a very bad mood. Anyway, we can't afford to offend him." Wei Guanglei took a breath of the muddy, damp air and lit a cigarette. "I can't persuade him anymore. The two of you have to work harder." Zhu Jifei exposed him. "You don't dare to persuade him, right?" Wei Guanglei gave him a sidelong glance. "You dare?" Zhu Jifei immediately shut up. The two of them turned to look at Chiyu in unison. Chiyu took half a step back warily. "Why are the two of you looking at me?" Wei Guanglei reached out and put his hand on Chiyu's shoulder. He pulled him forward. "Let's go, young master. Come with me to see Lu Gu." Under the canopy in the preparation area, Lu Shi had his hands in his pockets and was staring at the small holes made by the raindrops on the soil. His figure seemed to be soaked by the autumn rain, and he looked cold. There was even a hint of loneliness. When he heard footsteps, Lu Shi turned his head and saw Chiyu. His eyes were dark and emotionless. He only said in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Chiyu took a step closer to Lu Shi. Chiyu didn't find an excuse and told him the truth. "Zhu Jifei said that you were here and that you were going to compete. I was a little worried, so I followed you here." "Yeah," Lu Shi responded. His voice was clear and faint, as if it would be easily drowned out by the sound of the rain. Chiyu didn't know what to say. His ears were filled with Wei Guanglei's words. He advised Lu Shi not to get on the track, not to touch the steering wheel, and to play games or eat barbecue if he was in a bad mood. But when he really stood in front of Lu Shi, he felt that he couldn't say anything. The light from the street lamp outlined the contours of Lu Shi's side profile. Chiyu hesitated. "You." He looked away and stared at the rain outside. "Are you sad?" "How can you tell?" That meant that he was really sad. "I don't know." Chiyu shook his head. "I can feel it. It's the kind of feeling that I'm very sad." Lu Shi took his hand out of his pocket and rubbed Chiyu's soft hair. Someone in a black raincoat stepped on the puddles and ran over. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Number 1, get ready. We'll start in 10 minutes. After saying that, he ran off again. Lu Shi looked at Chiyu. Chiyu clenched his fists. "You'll still go on the track, right?" He continued, "You'll be happy if you go on the track and run. 1 lap, right?" "Yes, yes." Chiyu took half a step back. "I really want to persuade you not to go, but if you have to go, you have to be careful." His thoughts wandered quickly, and he added carefully, "It's often on the news. Speeding on a rainy day, overturning a car, serious injuries, broken arms, broken legs, hit the head, memory loss, and so on. Yes, disfigurement. In any case, you have to be careful." When he said the word disfigurement, his voice trembled. Lu Shi nodded and agreed. "Okay." The car drove to the starting point. A tall girl with a ponytail stood in the middle of the road in the rain and raised a small green flag high. A sharp whistle sounded. On the third whistle, the green flag was waved violently. At the same time, the two cars shot out of the white line at the starting point. The engines roared and the rear wheels kicked up huge splashes. The light from the taillights was blurred by the rain. Not long after, the cars could no longer be seen. Only the faint sound of the engines could be heard. Qiyu sighed. I've let you down. Wei Guanglei bit his cigarette but did not light it. He threw his lighter up and caught it. I didn't have much hope in the first place. I just tried everything that I could. Zhu Zhifei also comforted him. The school bell is braver than me. Usually, when Lu Ji's temper is bad, I'm scared. At least you dared to stand in front of Lu Ge. Looking at the wet driveway, Qiyu was a little distracted. Then, have there been any accidents when driving on a rainy day? Why not? Not to mention the rainy day, there are many accidents during the usual illegal races. Illegal races are different from regular races. There are not as many protective measures. The prize money is higher, but it's also much more dangerous. Just this summer, didn't it rain for several days in a row? I came with Brother Lu to watch that race. A red car's tire skidded and it flew out of the field. He's lucky and didn't die. He was seriously injured and is still lying in the hospital. Qiyu's heart was hanging even higher. You saw it at the race? Then why did Lu Shi? Zhu Zhifei took off his glasses and wiped them with the corner of his shirt. Lu Ge knows this very well. In the past, when Stone wanted to touch the steering wheel and drive around, Lu Ge didn't let him. So I told Stone that Lu Ge was probably a little bored. He even seemed like he could die in the next second. It wasn't a big deal, but, Wei Guanglei continued, but it seemed like there was something that was barely keeping him alive. Zhu Zhifei agreed. Yes, that's it. As they spoke, the three of them quieted down. Wei Guanglei pressed his lighter and wanted to light his cigarette. But the butt was a little wet from the rain and he couldn't light it up. At this moment, a surprised voice came from the loudspeaker that was broadcasting the racetrack in real time. What the F***ck is going on? What happened to number 1? Lu Shi was number 1. Wei Guanglei's hand trembled and the lighter fell to the ground, splashing water and mud. Then, the faint sound of an engine sounded like an auditory hallucination. The crowd cried out in surprise in the distance. Qiyu was stunned for 2 seconds. He suddenly realized something and pushed through the crowd and ran to the front. He couldn't see anything. Qiyu continued to run along the track. He tripped and quickly steadied himself. At the turn, the rain was heavy. A car's headlights broke through the darkness and reflected the fine raindrops like a net. Qiyu put his hands on the metal railing and subconsciously leaned forward. He didn't dare to blink. The rain fell and his hair and clothes were all soaked. Even his eyelashes were covered with water. The rainwater flowed into his eyes and hurt. Qiyu opened his eyes. Then, a black modified car stopped in front of him. The blue lights of the car flashed and the rain continued to flow down the windshield. The car window slowly rolled down. Lu Shi sat in the driver's seat and turned to look at Qiyu. Qiyu's voice was dry and hoarse. He stared unblinkingly at Lu Shi through the falling rain. Why did you come back? Some people are going to cry if I don't come back. After a long period of heavy rain, it finally stopped. The tires ran over puddles of water from time to time. The faint sound of running water could be heard in the grass by the road. The front passenger window was open for a while. Qiyu felt a little cold. He had changed out of his rain-soaked clothes and was now wearing the spare clothes that Lu Shi had left in the car. There was a familiar smell of detergent. Lu Shi saw him rubbing his arms and raising the window. He whispered, "You'll catch a cold." Zhu Zhifei and Wei Guanglei were still arguing loudly in the back seat about whether the barbecue stall by the river was open or not. Lu Shi was too lazy to argue. He drove the car directly to the bank of the Qingchuan River. The water level of the Qingchuan River had risen a lot. The standing street signs were washed clean by the rain. The riverside was quiet and there was no one around. The rain was too heavy. Even the people fishing at night were nowhere to be seen, let alone the barbecue stall. Wei Guanglei and Zhu Zhifei squeezed to the side and leaned against the window. They sighed together. "Ah, there's no supper." Lu Shi turned the steering wheel with one hand and asked Qiyu, "What do you want to eat?" "I don't want to eat anything." Qiyu thought for a while and said, "I'm a little cold." Something hot will be fine. Okay. The car lights turned on. Lucia turned the car around and drove back onto the road. They parked the car in the garage of the auto repair shop. After a few turns, they finally arrived in front of a small shop. The door of the shop was very small. There were 2 pots of aloe vera in brownish red terracotta pots at the entrance. Next to the pots was a menu board written in red paint. 2 small lights were on in the shop and there were 5 small square tables. Lucia sat down on a blue plastic stool. He asked Chiyu, "Is fermented glutinous rice dumpling okay?" Chiyu had no objections to eating anything. Sure. Wei Guanlei and Zhu Zhifei were already hungry. They ordered all the signature meat dishes. While waiting for the food, they were so hungry that they even finished an entire plate of peanuts. Zhu Zhifei rubbed his empty stomach and thought of something. He beamed with joy and said, "By the way, our allies sent us a battle report today." Wei Guanlei was pouring himself a cup of tea. What allies? It's about Guaniyang and Fang Mingzhi. The 2 of them transferred schools quickly and went to 11th high school. I happen to have a few junior high school classmates who are all in 11th high. When I was on the phone, I accidentally revealed that the 2 of them worked together to frame the campus bell for cheating and that they stole the test papers to cheat. Wei Guanlei helped Zhu Zhifei fill his teacup. Bro, well done. It's nothing. Zhu Zhifei adjusted his glasses and said in a more serious tone, "These 2 people have good grades, but their character is really bad. If they don't learn their lesson, they might do something else to frame others in the future." Some people were just like that. They never reflected on the terrible things they had done or how badly they had caused others. They thought that by changing schools and patting their butts, they would be able to turn over a new leaf and clean themselves up, acting like a white lotus that had just emerged from the water. Who knows, they might even slander the victims after they're done. Chiyu said, "Thanks." Zhu Zhifei touched the back of his head. "You're welcome." The dishes were served. Wei Guanlei and Zhu Zhifei had meat in front of them. Lucia only asked for a bowl of noodles. Chiyu had a bowl of glutinous rice dumplings in front of him. Lucia placed her fingers on the sides of the bowl naturally. "It's very hot. Drink it slowly." Okay. Chiyu held a porcelain spoon and scooped a spoonful of soup. He blew on it before putting it into his mouth. The heat traveled down his throat to his stomach and warmed up his whole body. No one spoke while they were eating. When they put down their chopsticks, Zhu Zhifei looked at Chiyu. "Oh yes, campus bell, are you going back to school tonight? Or will you go back tomorrow?" Jianing Private School was not strict in this area. They usually did not check on the dormitory. As long as the roommates did not say anything, no one would know even if they were not at school for the whole night. Before Chiyu could say anything, Lucia said, "It's too late. You go back home. He'll sleep at my place." Zhu Zhifei nodded and then said, "Oh yes, Lu Ge, you can't sleep on the sofa in your house, right? Is it crowded for 2 people to sleep on the 1.8-meter bed? I have an empty bed at home. Why don't you go back with me, campus bell?" Lucia looked up and did not say anything. Chiyu quickly said, "It's okay. Uncle and Auntie, I'll stay with Lucia." Zhu Zhifei did not insist. "Okay, that's fine." Chiyu went back home with Lucia. After turning on the lights, Lucia said, "Aren't you cold? Go take a hot shower first." Chiyu had been drenched in the rain. Although he had changed his clothes and his hair was about to dry naturally, his physique was not very good. To avoid catching a cold tomorrow, Chiyu went to the bathroom to take a shower. Chiyu came out with his wet hair. Just as he was about to dry his hair with the towel he used last time, Lucia handed a light blue hair dryer to him. It was brand new. The wires were still tied together and had not been removed. The last time he came, he had asked Lucia if there was a hair dryer at home. Lucia said there was no one at home. Chiyu blinked and reached out to take it. "You bought it?" "Yeah." Lucia answered and walked around Chiyu to the bathroom. The bathroom door closed with a soft bang, followed by the sound of the shower running. The surroundings became quiet. Occasionally, the sound of a car horn could be heard from afar. The damp air mixed with water vapor flowed into the room through the open window. It was a little cold. Chi found an outlet in the bedroom and blew his hair dry. On the track, Lucia rolled down the car window to look at him. Then, he inadvertently jumped out of his mind. After being in a daze for a while, Chiyu's gaze turned to Lucia's desk. There were a lot of exercise books and a few pieces of white paper piled up on the desk. Different words were written on the paper with a pencil. The handwriting was familiar, and each stroke had a sharp edge to it. Chiyu read the contents of the top piece of paper in a low voice. The spring breeze is faint, the clear day is eternal, the fallen heroes are thousands of feet away, the peach and apricot trees are scattered in the suburbs, the clear bees come and go, the fragrance wafts in the air. He had studied seriously for half a month, so he was sure that this was not something he had learned before. Chiyu picked up the phone next to him and checked it. He found that the name of this poem was The Slow Moon in West River, which was not included in the textbook. He changed the words written on the rest of the paper and searched them one by one. He found that the writers were different, but the name of the poem was the same. They were all The Slow Moon in West River. Could this be Lucia's hobby, or could it be that he simply practiced writing while doing exercises? Chiyu did not pay any more attention to this. He unplugged the hairdryer and wrapped the cord around the hairdryer. He started a game and played while waiting for Lucia. However, after playing for less than 2 minutes, Chiyu became sleepy. He wrapped himself in a blanket and began to tell himself stories to hypnotize himself. This was a habit he had developed since he was young. When he was young, his mother was not at home. His brothers and sisters were studying abroad in boarding schools. They only came back a few times a year. Every time he turned off the lights, he would close his eyes tightly. However, he would still be too scared to fall asleep. Slowly, Chiyu learned to tell himself stories to hypnotize himself. Just as he was whispering the stories to himself, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Chiyu carefully opened one eye and glanced at the door. He saw someone standing there. Lucia had just finished showering. He was wearing a loose gray t-shirt. He said with great interest, "Little Turtle Butch heard about this and hurriedly went out to climb a mountain?" His voice was soft and hoarse. It was very pleasant to the ears. There was even a hint of a smile at the end of his voice. It made people's ears tingle. Chiyu realized that he had been exposed. His acting skills instantly reached their peak. His face was full of confusion. "What are you talking about? What little turtle?" Lucia did not expose him. Lucia lay down on the other side of the bed and turned off the lights. "Are you sleepy? Go to sleep." Chiyu was furious. "I can tell. He must be laughing at me." Just as he was about to bite the pillow in embarrassment, Lucia's finger reached over and touched the corner of his lips. "Do you want it?" Chiyu opened his mouth angrily and bit Lucia's fingertip. The next morning, Chiyu woke up late. When he sat up in bed, he was the only one in the room. The sky was already bright outside. He looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. Chiyu wrapped himself in the blanket and rolled around on the bed. He stared at the ceiling in a daze for 3 seconds. He decided to send a message to Xianxia to ask about the situation. Xianxia replied quickly. He asked if Chiyu was feeling better. After asking again, he found out that Zhu Zhifei had already applied for leave on his behalf. The reason was that he had caught a cold and had a fever after being drenched in the rain. He went to the hospital and could not come. Chiyu instantly calmed down. He threw his phone away and went back to sleep comfortably. Only then did he slowly get out of bed. Opening the curtains, Chiyu was blinded by the light outside. Lucia's bedroom window did not face the main street. Instead, it faced the small alley behind Xianxia Road. It was less noisy. After closing the window, he could not hear the noise outside. Chiyu stretched lazily and hummed a few songs in a good mood. Suddenly, his line of sight stopped. F***ck, isn't that Lucia downstairs? In the narrow alley, Lucia had his hands in his pockets and was talking to someone. There were a few people standing opposite him. Chiyu took a closer look and realized that they were familiar faces, the tattooed men he had met before. The tattooed men were obviously afraid of Lucia. They stood at least 3 meters away from him. However, when Chiyu saw this situation, he tensed up. Wei Guanglei had mentioned that Lucia was a good fighter. He was even better at provoking people. When he thought about how Lucier had been in a bad mood for the past 2 days and how he had almost gone racing yesterday, Qiyu felt a little uneasy. Before he could react, Lucier said something, and the tattooed man in red shorts shouted. In the next second, he led his underlings to surround Lucier. F***ck. Qiyu turned around and ran down the stairs. He was not familiar with the roads here. After going downstairs, he went in the wrong direction. When he realized that something was wrong, he changed directions and continued running. When he arrived at the battlefield, half of the tattooed men had already fallen. There were many people on the other side. Lucier's arm was probably hit and he was not very agile. Xianxia really did not want to fight with Lucier. Early in the morning, he led a group of underlings from one end of Qingchuan Road to the other end, collecting protection fees one by one. He was quite happy collecting them and had already thought of where to hang out at night. After passing through the alley and taking a shortcut, he was about to leave when he unexpectedly bumped into a boy in a school uniform with breakfast in his hand. A few of his underlings were new. They were a little addicted to collecting protection fees. When they saw that there was no one else with them, they felt that they were easy to bully. They opened their mouth and said, "Hey, who's the one in front? Are you giving your pocket money and breakfast money to me to spend?" He originally thought that the figure looked familiar, but before he could recall anything, he saw the boy who was called turn around with soy milk and buns. Xianxia held his breath. What kind of F***king bad luck was this? How could he bump into a demon like Lucier? Xianxia was very traumatized by Lucier. This person was young, but he was very ruthless. Until now, he still remembered that Lucier's knee had hit his stomach. The feeling of his intestines almost being torn apart. But his underlings were watching and he had been called. If he did not do something, as the big brother, he would really lose face. Xianxia began to ponder whether to continue acting cool or retreat quickly. However, Lucier did not give them the chance. The sound of footsteps approached. Xianxia lay on the ground with both hands covering his stomach. He turned his head with difficulty, wanting to ask a passerby to call the police. Today, Lucier was much more ferocious than the last time. His gaze was as if he was dipped in ice dregs, and his entire body was filled with ruthlessness. He wanted to ask, who the F***ck provoked you and made you act like a madman? But when he saw the person clearly, he did not expect to catch his breath. F***ck, it's that Communist Party member. It was not the first time that Qiyu had seen Lucier in a fight. He walked around the immobile Xianxia and stood beside Lucier anxiously. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Lucier saw that Qiyu's hair was still in a mess and his clothes were not properly dressed. It was obvious that he had rushed down in a hurry. You're awake? Yes, I'm awake. I'm still. Qiyu paused and wrinkled his nose. He smelled a very bitter smell. It was a little similar to the smell of a big box of Chinese medicine being boiled in a big pot. Following the smell, Qiyu turned around and saw a person lying in the corner. The wound that had not healed yet had ruptured, and a lot of blood was flowing out. It was red and eye-catching. It was the first time that Qiyu had smelled such a strong bitter smell. He could not help but take a second look at the wound. The smell was so bitter and unpleasant. It was really rare. He did not notice that Lucier, who was standing behind him, suddenly turned cold and dark when he saw him looking at the blood flowing out of the wound. Lucier could no longer suppress the strong hostility in his heart. He put his hands back into his pockets and took half a step forward. His lips were close to Qiyu's ear, and his voice was very soft. Are you smelling his blood? Qiyu. Qiyu didn't sense that something was wrong. He wrinkled his nose and said, yes, you're right. When he was full, if he didn't deliberately focus on smelling other people's blood, he wouldn't be able to pick up too many scents. However, the blood of the person in the corner was too bitter and smelly. It was as if the smell was drilling into his nose. He had no choice but to smell it. When he realized that Lucier had retreated behind him, Qiyu found himself in front of his nose with his hand. When he turned around, he was stunned. In the plastic bag that Lucier had casually placed on the ground, there were steamed buns and soy milk, as well as a white, transparent straw. At one end of the straw was a sharp, slanted opening. Lucier took out the straw, held it in his right hand, and made a cut on the tip of his left index finger. In the next second, dark red blood overflowed. It looked like thick ink on the cold white skin. Chiyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He never knew that a straw could pierce the skin so easily. Moreover, the moment the tip of the straw pierced the skin, Lucier's hand movements didn't hesitate or stop. His expression was even more calm. It was as if he was doing something that he was used to doing. Behind the two of them, a few people with tattooed arms saw the opportunity. They supported each other and quickly ran away. Soon, only Chiyu and Lucier were left in the narrow alley. Lucier approached Chiyu. He lowered his eyes and meticulously smeared the blood on the tip of his index finger on Chiyu's lips. His movements were slow and could even be said to be gentle. "Does my blood smell good?" Chiyu's nose was already filled with a familiar fragrance. He stood in the same spot and let Lucier smear his lips. When Lucier asked him in a low voice, he looked into Lucier's eyes and answered, "It smells good." His fingers stopped moving. Lucier's voice sounded like a lover's whisper. It was soft and hoarse. "Then, why do you want to smell other people's blood, huh? Does his blood smell better than mine?" Chiyu realized that Lucier's current state was somewhat abnormal. She didn't have her usual aloofness and carelessness. She wasn't cold and aloof like she usually was in school. She also wasn't ruthless like when she was fighting. His eyes were dark, as if they were covered with a layer of ink, and no light could penetrate them. There was even a kind of shocking paranoia. Chiyu felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart trembled. The blood on his lips had dried up, and there was an uncomfortable tightness. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat seemed to be constricted, and no sound came out. Lucier did not get an answer. All of a sudden, his expression turned cold and he took a step back. The two of them went to school together in the afternoon. As usual, there was a long line of people lining up at the elevator on the first floor. Chiyu and Lucier did not squeeze in and chose to take the stairs instead. When they reached the fourth floor, they bumped into their homeroom teacher, Olji, who had just come out of his office. Olji saw Chiyu walking in front of him and smiled. His expression was very gentle as he asked with concern, "Student Chiyu, are you feeling better?" His impression of Chiyu was getting better and better. This student's temperament and character were good, and he was smart. When it came to studying, he could calm his heart. At least, there were very few people who could study for half a month and get into the top 200 of their grade. Whether it was the bet or the youthful spirit, it all proved that this student was very good. Chiyu remembered the leave application that Zhu Zhifei had helped him fill in and hurriedly nodded. "Thank you, teacher. I'm much better after taking the medicine." "Good, good, good. Also, you can't ignore your health just because you're young." Olji glanced at Lucier, who was a few steps behind. "Lucier, you're here too. Have you settled your family matters?" Lucier nodded. "Yes, I've settled them. Teacher, I'll go back to the classroom first." "Okay, go look for your classmates to take a look at the class notes for the next 2 days. Don't forget them." Seeing Lucier walk towards the classroom, Chiyu wanted to follow. Olji remembered and stopped him. "By the way, there were some problems with your poem yesterday. Come, let's talk in my office." Olji had a scholarly temperament. When facing students, he rarely spoke harshly. If there was anything, he would say, "Come, let's talk in my office." However, most of the students in Class A did not like to talk with Olji in his office. This was because Olji was too good at talking. He could talk about everything from Yaoshan to the Western Paradise to Confucius to the Eastern Paradise to cutting trees in Washington. Olji picked out Chiyu's poem from the stack of dictation papers. The dictation before the monthly exam was basically all correct. But this time, there were a little too many mistakes. Chiyu was very clear in his heart that there were not a little too many mistakes at all. He did not memorize them and was too lazy to secretly flip through the books. If he had an impression, he would just casually write a few words. If he did not have an impression, he would just leave it empty. Olji did not nag as usual. He did not say anything more. If you didn't write it down from memory, memorize it carefully. Go back to the classroom and rest. No matter what, you can tell me. Chiyu came out of the office and walked along the corridor to the classroom. A sparrow landed on the railing. After a while, it flapped its wings and flew away. Chiyu remembered that time when he stood in the corridor between classes to take a few breaths of fresh air. His mind was full of poems and formulas circulating around. Before this, he could not imagine that he could work so hard in order to achieve something and achieve a goal. But what was the use? Chiyu did not think about it anymore. Chiyu had just returned to his seat when Xianxia turned around. He used a book to cover the lower half of his face and asked in a low, muffled voice, "School bell, you came with God Lu?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Xianxia was worried. "God Lu's aura today is 8 meters tall. When I walk past him, I feel like I'm going to get frostbite. I've been saving up questions for 2 or 3 days. I wanted to ask him, but I couldn't muster up the courage to succeed." Chiyu suggested, "Class monitor, why don't you save up the questions that you don't know?" "Okay, I'll ask when God Lu is in a better mood." It was English class in the afternoon. The English teacher entered the classroom with textbooks and lesson plans. She was very energetic when she greeted them, but the response she received was mediocre. Afternoon was the time when it was easy to get sleepy. Many people in the classroom were dozing off. Only a few students in the front row with good grades responded positively. Most of the rest were displaying fancy sleeping positions. The English teacher was very used to this situation. She exchanged a few words with the English class representative. When she opened her English book, she asked Li Hua to read the text aloud. Perhaps because the name was particularly affectionate, the English teacher was very fond of Li Hua. As a result, Li Hua never dared to doze off in English class. Ever since Chiyu scored 148 on the monthly English test, Chiyu quickly became the favorite of the English teacher. Sure enough, as soon as Li Hua sat down, Chiyu was called to answer a question. Li Hua turned around and whispered, "I've achieved 2 consecutive questions." Halfway through the class, Chiyu lay down. It wasn't that he was sleepy. He slept very well last night and didn't wake up early in the morning. He just couldn't help but think about what happened in the morning. The wound caused by the plastic straw and Lu Shi's gloomy expression when she smeared the blood on his lips. He began to recall. The first time he sucked Lu Shi's blood, it was in the school hospital. He didn't realize it and even thought it was a dream. After that, Lu Shi opened her clothes in the glass greenhouse and let him bite her. After that, almost every day, he sucked Lu Shi's blood to fill his stomach. Lu Shi's attitude and reaction were too normal and natural. As a result, Chiyu seemed to have entered a blind spot. He didn't realize that something was wrong. He and Lu Shi didn't have a deep friendship or a close relationship. After all, they hadn't even known each other for long. However, Lu Shi quickly accepted Chiyu's bloodlust and was even willing to provide blood to him day after day. No, Lu Shi even discovered the problem of bloodlust before Chiyu himself. Chiyu held the pen and unconsciously drew countless messy black lines on the paper. They intertwined together like a ball of wool. He suddenly realized that he needed Lu Shi's blood. No, he only needed Lu Shi's blood. This point seemed to have an extremely special meaning to Lu Shi. This was why Lu Shi reacted so strongly when he went to smell the blood this morning. She asked him why he wanted to smell other people's blood. Was other people's blood better than his? At that moment, Chiyu admitted that he was scared and didn't even know how to answer. But now that he thought about it, Lu Shi seemed to be even more scared than he was. Xianxia and Li Hua were the first to realize that something was wrong. The two of them sat in front of Chiyu and had a deep understanding of the relationship between the two of them. At first, they didn't see eye to eye. They didn't want to sit at the same table as each other. Then, they arranged their tables one after the other. Later, for some reason, the two of them started to talk occasionally. Later on, the school bell brought Lu Shi chicken soup every 2 to 3 days. Lu Shi was even more conscientious in tutoring Chiyu. Under these circumstances, they thought that the two of them had entered a harmonious relationship. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, it was as if winter had arrived. Xianxia rubbed his arms and sighed. "Ah, it's so cold." Li Hua seemed to understand. He rubbed his arms and sighed. "Ah, it's really cold. When will spring come back?" The two of them looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. When will this cold winter pass? Manga came over to play. When he saw Xianxia and Li Hua rubbing their arms together, he sneered, "Ha ha ha, you two weaklings. I asked you to play basketball with me to strengthen your bodies, but you refused. It's not even winter yet, but you're already having goosebumps." Li Hua said faintly, "You don't understand." As he said that, he glanced carefully and realized that Qiyu was lying on his stomach. His posture had not changed, so he didn't know if he was asleep or not. Lu Shi was doing practice questions. His expression was colder than before. At this moment, the cold from western Siberia chilled his heart. The atmosphere between the two of them was getting colder and colder. Until the end of the evening self-study session, Qiyu and Lu Shi did not say a word. Qiyu turned his head a few times, but he still did not say anything. He did not know what to say, or rather, he had not thought it through completely. When the bell rang, Manga rushed out of the classroom from the back door with a basketball in his arms. Xianxia and Li Hua packed their bags and gave each other a look. In the end, they asked Qiyu, "School bell, do you want to go to the cafeteria together?" Qiyu was thinking about something, so his reaction was slow for 2 seconds before he answered, "Forget it. You guys go ahead. I'm not going. I'll go straight back to my dorm." Without taking his textbook, Qiyu picked up the unfinished comic book and got up to leave. Lu Shi did not even look up. Xianxia and Li Hua looked at each other again. It seemed that the friendship they had cultivated with great difficulty had been ruined. Qiyu spent 1 to 2 hours reading the comic book. He had lost count of the number of times he had spaced out. Just as he was about to get up and take a shower, his phone rang. It was Zhu Jifei. "School bell, have you seen Lu Gu? He's not in the dorm?" "No, I went to his dorm and knocked on his door. He's not in. The cafeteria is also empty. Actually, Lu Gu is already an adult. I shouldn't be so nervous, but I've been a little paranoid these past 2 days. I'm worried that Lu Gu will do something exciting if he's unhappy." Zhu Jifei sighed loudly. "I'm only 17 years old, but I already have the heart of an old mother." "I don't think so," Qiyu comforted Zhu Jifei. "I'll also look around the school. I'll contact you later." It was October. After the rain, the night became cold. Before Qiyu left, he grabbed a jacket. When he walked out of the door, he realized that it was Lu Shi's jacket. He did not return it after he wore it. Lu Shi did not mention it, so he had forgotten about it. After putting on the jacket, Qiyu went downstairs. Street lights were on everywhere in the school. The teaching building was only a dark silhouette under the dark blue sky. When he reached downstairs, Qiyu wrapped the jacket around himself and realized that he did not know where to find Lu Shi. Lu Shi was very self-disciplined. His daily activities were in the classroom, the dorm, and the cafeteria. Occasionally, he would go to the basketball court with Manga to play basketball. After thinking about it, Qiyu decided to try his luck and go to the basketball court to take a look. It was too late, so there was no one at the basketball court. The street lights on the side sent some light over, and there were shadows. Qiyu went in and looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he was about to go to another place to look. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of someone sitting under the basketball hoop. With just one glance, Qiyu was sure that it was Lu Shi. He walked over. Lu Shi was sitting there. When he saw Qiyu, he was not surprised. "Are you hungry?" "No." Qiyu stood there for 2 seconds before he sat down next to Lu Shi. The night breeze blew over, and the greenery planted by the basketball court rustled. This scene reminded Qiyu of the night when he found out that he needed to suck blood. He was sitting on the steps of the park in the middle of the street. Lu Shi also sat next to him like this. Neither of them spoke. After a long time, Qiyu asked, "The wound on your finger. Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Qiyu wanted to refute. How could it not hurt? He used a plastic straw to prick open a layer of skin. Just thinking about it hurt a lot. He placed his heel on the ground and subconsciously rubbed it twice. "Lu Shi." "Yes." Qiyu swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Before he could come to a conclusion, Lu Shi stood up. "I'll go back first." But the next second, his sleeve was pulled. It was not a strong force, but he could not break free. He could not move at all. Jiyu tightened his grip on the fabric of his shirt. His voice was not loud, and his vocal cords were even dry. It's not like that. What's not like that? Jiyu had a feeling that Lucier was waiting for him to express his opinion. It was like a tacit understanding. Lucier was waiting for his answer the whole afternoon and night. Or perhaps, a guarantee. Every word was said very clearly. Jiyu looked up and met Lucier's lowered gaze. Only your blood smells good. Lucier, only you. Lucier lowered his thin eyelids and repeated in a low voice, only me? Yes, only you. In an instant, all the gloomy thorns in Lucier's body were suppressed into the deepest part of his heart with these words. He smiled, like the moon breaking through the clouds. The two of them walked towards the dormitory building. The silent street lamps cast long shadows on the ground. Jiyu wrapped himself in a thin jacket and thought back to the scene just now. If his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, did Lucier just smile? He thought of something and tilted his head to ask Lucier, did you deliberately wait for me at the basketball court? He didn't realize it at first, but now that he thought about it, he realized that if Lucier really wanted to avoid him, there were many places he could hide. But he didn't. Instead, he chose the basketball court. Lucier's figure was thin and his back was straight. He put his hands in his pockets and lowered his head slightly to listen to Jiyu. He replied, yes, I'm afraid that you won't be able to find me anywhere else. Jiyu didn't know how to answer. He was so angry. What did he mean that he wouldn't be able to find him anywhere else? But on second thought, it seemed to be true. Other than the classroom, the dormitory, the cafeteria, and the basketball court, he didn't have any other clues. If Lucier wasn't at the basketball court, he would probably have to look everywhere for a long time. Jiyu exhaled and explained to Lucier, the blood of the person in the morning. Just as he finished the first half of his sentence, Lucier's expression suddenly became a bit colder. But he still had to explain. Jiyu continued, his blood tasted very bitter. It smelled like a bunch of Chinese herbs boiled in a big pot. It smelled very, very bad, so I took a second look. Lucier stopped. Jiyu also stopped and asked curiously, what's wrong? Lucier's hands were in his pockets for a long time, but his fingertips were still cold. He used his cold fingertips to trace Jiyu's lips and spoke gently. You're not allowed to. No matter if it's bitter, smelly, unpleasant, or anything else, you're not allowed to smell it. You're not allowed to be curious about anyone's blood other than mine. Okay? Although he used the words okay at the end, he didn't give Jiyu any choice at all. Jiyu felt a light itch on his lips. Can I say no? No. How domineering. Jiyu ridiculed in his heart, but he knew that he was the one who allowed this to happen. He was the one who told Lucier that he could do this and make such a request. He also promised him that as long as your blood smells good, I will only drink your blood. Jiyu was a little confused. Why did things suddenly become like this? Before he could figure it out, Lucier spoke again, Jiyu. His train of thought was interrupted. He turned to look at Lucier. Lucier stretched out his left index finger in front of him. There was a dark red scab on it, the wound caused by the plastic straw. Then he heard Lucier say, Jiyu, it hurts. His voice was soft and hoarse, and it drifted into her ears along with the cool autumn breeze. Who was the one who said it didn't hurt? Me. Lucier did not feel guilty at all. That was just now, and this is now. Jiyu, it hurts so much now. In front of Chiyu's eyes, Lucier's indifferent expression when he pricked his finger with the straw appeared again. He compromised, pursed his lips, and gently blew on the wound. Does it still hurt? It hurts. Jiyu was conflicted. In the end, he leaned closer and used the tip of his tongue to gently lick the wound a few times. He stopped and looked up, only to meet Lucier's unreadable gaze. Inexplicably, Jiyu stuttered a little. Lucier, are you still in pain? Lucier retracted his hand and put it in his pocket. His voice was a little hoarse. Yes, it doesn't hurt anymore. He had already bitten Lucier's fingertips countless times, but this time it felt a little strange. But he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange about it. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lucier sat down, their school bell turned around and handed him a thermos flask. Today's chicken soup, drink it quickly. Lucia took the flask, unscrewed it, and drank it for real. Xianxia and Li Hua looked at each other. Is this? Winter is over? Li Hua's face darkened. Sure enough, men are fickle. After the monthly exams, the autumn sports meet was just around the corner. Manga stood on the podium and banged on the table. His voice was loud and clear. Brothers and sisters, can you take a look at me? No, look at the registration form in my hand. Look, isn't the registration form especially shiny? No one paid any attention to him. Manga was already used to such treatment. He sighed and started to ask one by one, Dear, are you interested in the sports meet? Do you want to learn more? It's free. Fong Ziki burst out laughing. F***ck, Manga, don't hold your throat when you speak. You're so big, it's disgusting to talk like that. Ha 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 ha. Manga slammed the table, but his voice was still very thin. So, dear, do you want to sign up? Do you want to listen to the free explanations of all the sports? Fong Ziki couldn't take it anymore. Yes, yes, yes. Please don't explain it to me. I don't want to hear it. I want the runner. Forget about the sprints. I don't have explosive power, but I'm good at long-distance running. Okay. Manga was very happy to have recruited a strong man. He was even more enthusiastic and continued to run around the classroom while holding his throat. When Manga stood beside Chiyu's desk, Chiyu was focused on reading a comic. Manga glanced at the comic and cleared his throat. Campus Belle, do you want to be like the main character in the comic, running on the track and spilling the blood of youth? Chiyu looked up at him and refused, I don't want to. Why? Chiyu had a good reason. Last year at the sports meet, the one who ran 200 meters. Her leg cramped and she fell. Her face was scraped and scabbed. There are still scars even now. Manga dragged a chair and was very patient. Then, shot put? No, shot put will hit your face easily. High jump or long jump? It's easy to fall face first. Swimming? It's too ugly to have wet hair. Tennis? Before Chiyu could answer, Manga asked and answered his own question. The ball will hit your face. Yes. Manga scratched his head and was worried. Then what can you participate in? Chiyu also frowned and thought about it. She tentatively suggested, probably, a beauty contest? F***ck off, sports meet is nothing like a beauty contest. Chiyu held the comic book and her shoulders shook as she tried to hold back her laughter. Manga gave up. He skipped over Chiyu and aimed at Xianxia. Class rep, it's time for you to shine. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Manga filled in Xianxia's name behind the men's 5,000-meter relay and shot put. Xianxia pointed at the tennis column. I'll sign up for that too. Manga was grateful. Class rep, you're the best. Afraid that he would change his mind, he quickly wrote his name. Lucia just came back from outside. Mangji's eyes lit up and he waved his thick arms. God Lu. Sports meet, what event did you sign up for? Lucia didn't answer. She first asked Chiyu, what did you sign up for? Chiyu looked innocent. Her pale eyes had a hint of slyness. I wanted to sign up for a beauty contest, but there's no such event. Okay. Lucia ruffled Chiyu's hair and asked again, what event do you want me to sign up for? Huh? Chiyu didn't know how to react. Was Lucia asking him to make a decision? Chiyu glanced at the registration form. He wasn't sure. How about the 3000 m? You want to see me run? Yeah. Lucia turned to Manga. Manga quickly came back to his senses. Okay. Thank you for shining for the class, God Lu. As he wrote Lucia's name, Manga muttered in his heart. It doesn't seem like he's shining for the class, but more like, shining for the school bell, F***ck, what a dangerous idea. Before he left, Manga dutifully reminded them, class rep, God Lu, there's still half a month before the sports meet. You guys should practice more long-distance running. Otherwise, it'll be very painful if you get a cramp or sprain your ankle or fall on the track. Chiyu remembered this sentence. During class, he was restless. He thought for a bit, tore a piece of paper, wrote a line of words, rolled it up, and threw it on Lucia's desk. Lucia was multitasking. He was listening to the class and doing practice questions at the same time. When he saw the small paper ball in front of him, he looked up and saw the fluffy back of Chiyu's head. He opened it. It was written in his usual elementary school student handwriting. "Do you want to make a long-distance running practice plan or something? I'm so scared." Lucia replied on the note. "What are you scared of?" The note was too small to write. Chiyu changed to a piece of printed draft paper and wrote down his worries. "I'm so scared that you'll fall while running. What if you scratch your face?" After he finished writing, Chiyu felt that it wasn't enough to express his tone and feelings. He added 3 more exclamation marks and drew a crying little person at the end. When Lucia received the note, he stared at the little person at the end for a while and didn't reply. After class, Lucia called out Chiyu's name. "Chiyu." "Yes?" "Since you're scared, can you make a training schedule for me?" After that, Chiyu continued to look up information and make a training schedule until the evening self-study session ended. Books like kinesiology and track and field physical education made him dizzy. But at least he made a training schedule. Chiyu handed a thin piece of paper to Lucia and lifted his chin. "Look at my final result." Lucia read it from beginning to end. "Okay, we'll do as you say. We'll go to the field tomorrow morning at 6:30. "Okay." After Chiyu agreed, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Wait, I'll go with you?" Lucia held the piece of paper in one hand and leaned back in his chair. He looked up at Chiyu. "Aren't you going to supervise the field?" Chiyu thought that it made sense. After all, he was the one who made the training schedule. How could he not be there personally? "Okay." However, imagination and reality were always different. Early the next morning, Chiyu heard 3 knocks on the door. He turned over in bed and stepped barefoot on the carpet in a daze. He went to open the door. Before he could see who was standing at the door, he floated back to bed like a ghost and fell asleep wrapped in the quilt. The door closed with only a slight sound. In the room, there was a faint scent of incense floating in the air. The curtains were tightly drawn. Only a small night light in the corner was on, spilling a faint warm light. Chiyu held the corner of the quilt and his breathing was calm. Lucia stood by the bed, bent over, and pulled Chiyu's quilt. "Time to get up." Chiyu reacted to Lucia's voice. He gripped the quilt tightly with his fingers and muttered vaguely, "No. I want to sleep. I want to sleep for 5 more minutes." Lucia waited quietly for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Lucia pulled Chiyu's quilt again. 5 minutes are up. Chiyu could not open his eyes. He grabbed Lucia's clothes and sat up with difficulty. He was still wobbling and looked like he would fall back onto the bed in the next second. Lucia said softly, "Sit properly." Chiyu instinctively chose to listen. His mind was covered with a layer of sleepiness and he was not very awake. He subconsciously raised his arm. Lucia looked down and saw that Chiyu's soft hair was messy from sleep. He sat on the soft quilt with his head lowered and looked like he was dozing off. He took the school uniform from the side and unfolded it. Then, he helped Chiyu take off his pajamas and put on the white school uniform shirt. His well-defined fingers patiently buttoned the shirt one by one. After buttoning the top button, his fingertips inadvertently touched Chiyu's Adam's apple. Lucia suddenly wondered if someone had helped him put on his clothes like this in the past. For a moment, his heart felt like it was being pricked by the thorns of the roses. His eyes darkened. Lucia bent his fingers slightly and lifted Chiyu's chin. He asked him softly, "Who am I?" Chiyu did not open his eyes and answered vaguely, "Lucia." "Okay, good boy." Chiyu's sleepiness was instantly blown away by the cold wind as soon as he stood on the sports field. He subconsciously hid behind Lucia and shrunk his neck pitifully. "It's autumn, why is it so cold?" Chiyu firmly refused to wear thick clothes, no matter how cold it was, for the sake of looking good. Before leaving, Lucia asked him to put on a thin V-neck sweater over his white shirt, but Chiyu refused. As soon as he stood on the sports field, he was taught a lesson by the cold wind. "Do you want to run together?" Chiyu quickly refused. No, I'll stand and count laps for you. I won't run. The wind is so cold. My face can't take it. Okay. Lucier led him to a spot where the wind was blowing. He took off his jacket and threw it to Chiyu. Chiyu quickly caught it with both hands and hugged it tightly, barely blocking the wind. Your jacket. Huh? Chiyu was puzzled when he saw Lucier reach out his hand, but he still handed the jacket over. The next second, Lucier took half a step forward, raised his arms, and hugged Chiyu between his arms and his chest. The jacket, which was still warm, was draped over his body. Lucier looked down and helped Chiyu tighten his collar. He asked him, "Are you still cold?" Chiyu blinked. His reaction was half a beat slower. No, I'm not cold anymore. It wasn't even 7 in the morning, so there weren't many people on the sports field. After Lucier finished his warm-up, he went on the track. He had excellent proportions. His body was thin, and his legs were straight and slender. No matter what, his back was always straight, and his temperament was outstanding. Most importantly, his face was good-looking. Chiyu noticed that as soon as Lucier went on the track, 3 girls who had finished their run and were about to leave talked to each other, then returned and started running again. This gave him a hunch that the number of people running in the morning would probably double tomorrow. Godlu was amazing. He had single-handedly made a huge contribution to the sports industry of Jianing Private School. Chiyu yawned. Wrapped in Lucier's jacket, he felt a little sleepy again. Chiyu felt that he couldn't just stare at Lucier. If he stared at her for too long, he would feel sleepy. Chiyu's eyes darted around and suddenly froze. Holy shit, Mangu, today's Mangu was obviously dressed up on purpose. In this cold weather, Mangu took out the limited edition Houston Rockets jersey that he had kept for a long time. The empty Chiyu felt cold just looking at it. She was wearing a pair of branded AJ shoes, and her hair was gelled so that every strand was distinct. He was very patiently walking backwards and jogging with a girl. According to Meng Ji's 1.88 meters long legs, it could be considered a race walk. Most importantly, Chiyu was standing next to the track. Manga did not see him when he passed by. Chiyu listened carefully. Manga controlled his deep voice and said to the girl shyly, "I missed you so much yesterday." The girl replied in disappointment, "Don't miss me. Think more about your exam results." Manga felt aggrieved. "Oh, okay. Chiyu, Chiyu stood still. Manga walked past him once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Holy shit, he still hasn't seen me. At this moment, Chiyu heard someone speak beside him. Hello. Turning his head, Chiyu saw a girl in a high school uniform standing in front of him, looking a little nervous. Chiyu said politely, "Hello." The girl heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she handed a box with pink and blue vertical stripes and a bow tie to Chiyu. "This is strawberry nougat made by my classmate. She was embarrassed, so she asked me to give it to you. She said that she doesn't like you, but she likes your looks." Huh? Chiyu was a little confused. "Please accept it." Without saying anything else, the girl threw the box into Chiyu's arms, turned around, and ran away. Chiyu caught it subconsciously. When he looked again, she had already run away. Familiar footsteps approached. Chiyu turned his head and saw Lucier standing beside him. He said subconsciously, "Someone just gave me a gift. I think it's handmade strawberry nougat. Do you want to keep the candy?" Lucier's voice seemed to be mixed with the mist of the early autumn morning. It was cold. Chiyu quickly shook his head. No, I don't like candy. I don't want to waste other people's kindness." Manga happened to pass by. This time, he was not blind and greeted happily, "School bell, God Lu, you're here too?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bag of candy was thrown into his arms. He caught it in confusion. When he looked again, Lucier had already left with Chiyu. Manga pondered and felt that God Lu and the school bell were indeed tactful. They knew not to be third wheels and left quickly. Chiyu was wrapped in Lucier's jacket and was talking about the enemy he had just scouted. "I noticed that there were a few students from Class B and 2 from Class C on the track. I'm familiar with them. I think they're preparing for the sports day." He lowered his voice. Also, Manga has a situation. He was too focused on talking to that girl. He forgot about his friends and blocked out the whole world. He passed by me 800 times and didn't see me. TSK. Lucier, I saw him twice. After the evening self-study session and in the cafeteria. Chiyu was guarding Lucier's blood at night. He didn't need to go to the cafeteria at all. He thought for a while. Hey, is that girl the one who sat in front of Manga during the monthly exam and asked him to copy? Lucier nodded. Yes, that's right. At this moment, Lucier suddenly stopped talking. Chiyu was puzzled. What's wrong? Did you take something away? No. Lucier lowered his head and held Chiyu's wrist. He put his hand under his nose and sniffed it. It was itchy. Chiyu was puzzled. What's wrong with my hand? It smells. How can I be smelly? As a delicate boy, Chiyu firmly disagreed with this statement. He leaned over and sniffed it himself. He was not convinced. What smell? It smells good. He thought of something. It should be the perfume sprayed on the candy packaging. That's why my hand smells a little. Lucier, it smells. At this moment, Chiyu seriously suspected that there was something wrong with Lucier's sense of smell. After walking for a while in the direction of the school building, Lucier suddenly grabbed Chiyu's wrist and pulled him to the sink. Lucier turned on one of the faucets and reached out to test the temperature of the water. Then, he pulled Chiyu's hand under the faucet and started to wash it for him. The water was slightly cold. They squeezed in front of the same faucet and were very close to each other. Chiyu shifted his gaze and could see Lucier's side profile. His eyelashes were drooping, and he could see the thin purple veins on his thin eyelids. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, forming a beautiful arc. His palm was grazed by the other party's fingertips. A tingling sensation traveled up his arm and all the way to his heart. Chiyu even forgot to struggle. The faucet was turned on. Lucier lifted Chiyu's wet hand and smelled it again. He said with satisfaction, "It doesn't smell anymore." Chiyu thought to himself, of course it doesn't smell anymore. With the way you're rubbing and scrubbing, even the gaps between your fingers, there won't be any smell left. When they reached the classroom, Chiyu looked around. Sure enough, Manga had not returned. Xianxia and Li Hua had already arrived and were discussing a difficult problem with Feng Ziki. Chiyu sat in his seat and waited for them to finish their discussion before prodding each of them with one hand. Guess what I saw today? Xianxia was curious. What? Li Hua and Feng Ziki also turned around. Chiyu looked around and whispered, I saw Manga jogging with a girl on the field. That girl even urged Manga to study hard. Li Hua's face darkened. It's autumn. Manga is no longer the same as before. His expression changed. Anything else? Lucier said that after the evening self-study session, he saw him twice in the cafeteria. Xianxia decided. Something must have happened to Manga. Sure enough, a man's mouth is a liar. Who the F***ck swore that in order to enter the NBA, he would love basketball wholeheartedly, pour his blood on the court, and resolutely not look at girls and not fall in love early. Feng Ziki rolled his eyes and said, Do you believe his lies? Chiyu and the other two looked at Feng Ziki. You're Meng Ji's roommate. Do you have an insider tip? Yes. Feng Ziki yawned. Anyway, Manga is in trouble. You guys don't know that Manga has a hard time getting out of bed, and it's even harder to wake up early. It's different now. He wakes up at 6 and goes to the field at 6:30 every day. Half an hour earlier? Yeah. Otherwise, how would he have time to worry about what to wear and what to do with his hair? Every F***king morning, I hear his alarm clock. Feng Ziki pinched his throat. Alipay has been transferred to my account, 500,000 yuan. F***ck, it still goes off every 2 minutes. I've dreamt more than once that I suddenly became rich, dropped out of school, started my own business, and reached the peak of my life. That alarm clock is poisonous. Li Hua nodded. I'm studying. Xianxia quickly pressed his deskmate's head. Li Hua, calm down. We shouldn't use such an unrealistic alarm. Fang Ziki sighed again. Maybe Mango will be the first one to find a girlfriend. His girlfriend is cute and pretty, and she's good at her studies. Zhang Yuashan and Li Hua looked at themselves, who were still single, and sighed together. Qi didn't feel anything. He felt that it was good to look in the mirror every day. Qi woke up too early. He wasn't sleepy, but he felt that he didn't get enough sleep. He had to make up for it. During class, he nimbly lay on his desk. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard someone shouting, "Campus bell, someone's looking for you." Chiyu half opened his eyes and saw He Jihao waving at him. In the corridor, Chiyu asked him, "Why are you suddenly looking for me?" "I sent you a message, but you didn't reply, so I had to climb the stairs to find you. My heart aches for my feet." Chiyu suddenly remembered that he had left his phone in his bag. It was still on silent mode. "What's the matter? Why did you climb the stairs to find me?" He Jihao sized up his expression. "My brother is coming over tonight. He wants to ask if you have time to have dinner together." Chiyu leaned against the railing and asked curiously, "Your brother doesn't have classes?" "I guess, his university schedule is more relaxed." He Jihao knew that Chiyu had never liked his cousin. "My brother insisted that I ask you, so I can't reject him directly." "If you don't want to, I'll just reject him." Chiyu never forced himself. He nodded. "Okay, go back. Just say that I'm not going." At 5 o'clock, the bell rang. They all agreed to have dinner together. No matter how many dishes there were in the cafeteria, one would get tired of eating them every day. Zhang Yuashan suggested that they eat outside the school for a change of taste. They all agreed and walked out together. Mangu was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. He couldn't wait to teleport to the restaurant. He urged them to hurry along the way. Jianing Private School was like most schools. There was a food street at the back of the school. There were stalls of all sizes and it was dazzling. Li Hua commented, "Other schools only have simple and plain names like Lingering Fragrance and Home-Cooked Dishes. The shops in our school's food street have names like Amorous Turkish, Above the Clouds, Champagne Pavilions, and Thorns and Roses. It's full of decadent capitalist exaggeration." Chi was standing beside Lucier, playing games on his phone. He nodded vigorously. That's right, that's right. I went to that shop called Thorns and Roses in my first year of high school. I was prepared to eat exquisite French food or something. I didn't expect that shop to sell barbecue. But I haven't eaten barbecue in a long time. Why don't we have barbecue? As long as there was meat, no one had any objections. After entering the shop, Ji was about to look for an empty seat when he heard someone calling him. "Chu Yu." "He Jihao?" Ji looked around and saw He Jihao sitting opposite He Ziyuan. The two of them walked over. He Ziyuan smiled gently. "Are you here to eat with your classmates? Do you want to sit together?" "It's my treat." Mango, who had always been carefree, didn't say anything. He waited for Chuyu's reaction. Chiyu never cared about giving face to others, especially to people he didn't like. "It's okay. You can eat with He Jihao. I'll eat with my classmates." He Ziyuan's expression froze for half a second. He immediately put on a smile. "In that case, it's really a pity." After eating and returning to the classroom, Manga asked, "Campus Bell, who was the person who said that he wanted to treat us to a meal?" He looked gentle and smiling, but why did he give off the feeling that he wasn't a good person? He Jihao's cousin. Manga scratched the back of his head. "I don't know if it's my imagination, but I keep feeling that the man's gaze was a little disgusting." Chiyu felt the same way. During the evening self-study session, Chiyu read comics for a while as usual. His hands were itchy, so he took out his phone and started a game. The game was new. Chiyu had just started playing, so he wasn't very familiar with it. More importantly, this game couldn't be paid for. Then, Chiyu, who was bad at playing and didn't have the aura of a pay-to-win player, was defeated. He didn't believe it. He started another game, but he was still defeated. How infuriating! Chiyu recognized his level and turned around swiftly. Lucier, do you have time?" Lucier closed his book. "Yes. Chi was excited for a second. He passed his phone to Lucier and said in a low voice, I'm so angry. I've been defeated for so long. Do you know how to play this game? Can you teach me? You don't have to be very good. You just have to be invincible among the newbies. Is that okay? He added, please, please. His eyes were full of anticipation, as if there were stars hidden in them. Lucier took the phone and looked down at the screen. He said in a low voice, Chiyu. Yes? Speak properly. You don't have to act coquettishly. Chiyu? Who the hell is acting coquettishly? After the evening self-study session, Chiyu consciously followed behind and entered Lucier's room. 2 chairs were placed side by side in front of the desk. Chiyu sat down and looked at Lucier expectantly, waiting for the Almighty to guide him. Seeing him sitting upright like a primary school student, Lucier unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his white shirt and sat down. Aren't you worried that I'll cheat you? Impossible. Chiyu was bursting with confidence. Lucier was the person who had single-handedly brought his trashy grades from the bottom of the grade to the top 200. 2 hours later, Lucier was holding a pencil and doing practice questions while Chiyu was quietly playing games on his phone. Chiyu was still in disbelief when he saw the fireworks explode one after another on the screen. F***CK, did I win? Lucier wrote 2 numbers on the paper with the tip of the pencil. He looked up and asked him, Are you unhappy? Of course I'm happy. Chiyu's eyes seemed to be flowing with amber. He pretended to sigh with emotion. Sigh, I can't be a pay-to-win player, but I have the strongest cheat. He deliberately asked, Do you know what my cheat is called? Lucier was very cooperative. What is it? Chiyu's eyes curved into crescents. It's called Lucier. Lucier rubbed Chiyu's soft hair and said, Go back to sleep. You have to wake up early tomorrow. Chiyu's face turned bitter. However, he remembered that he was the one who chose the sports event Lucier signed up for. He was the one who came up with the training plan. He had to take responsibility and not give up halfway. With this thought, he was full of fighting spirit. Then you must wake me up tomorrow. Okay. Early the next morning, there was no difference from the day before. Chiyu opened the door like a wandering soul and went to sleep again, wrapped in the quilt. Lucier stood by the bed and looked at him attentively. There was a faint scent of orange blossoms in the air. Chiyu's skin was very good, and his eyelashes were thick. He rested his head on the soft pillow and had a look that said, Don't wake me up even if the sky falls and the earth shatters. Lucier called out to him, Chiyu, wake up. Chiyu replied with a nasal voice, his eyelashes did not even flutter. Chiyu. This time, he couldn't even be bothered to reply. Lucier didn't say another word. Instead, she reached out and pinched Chiyu's nose. Ah, Lucier, let go of me. Chiyu opened his eyes. He placed his hand on Lucier's wrist and groaned. Only then did Lucier loosen her fingers. Time to get up. Chiyu rubbed against the blanket and said in a hoarse voice, Pull me up? Lucier stretched out his hand. Chiyu slowly took his hand out of the blanket and sat up with the help of Lucier's strength. He yawned. His thick eyelashes were wet from his tears, like crow feathers that were wet from the rain. Shaking his groggy head, Chiyu saw Lucier take out a white hoodie from the wardrobe. He consciously took off his pajamas, raised his arm, and cooperated with Lucier to help him put on his clothes. It wasn't until Lucier helped him tidy up his hoodie that Chiyu vaguely realized that something was wrong. Was it inappropriate for Lucier to help him put on his clothes? However, Lucier's expression and actions were too normal. The only unnatural feeling in Chiyu's heart dissipated. His head was still a little groggy. Chiyu stepped barefoot on the carpet and rushed into the bathroom to wash up. In less than 2 minutes, Chiyu came out with a toothbrush in his mouth. He shouted vaguely, F***CK, it's Saturday today. Lucier had one hand in her pocket and was looking at the lush cranes. She nodded when she heard him. Yes, it's Saturday. I thought it was Friday. Then why do I have to get up early? No, I have to run, okay. When he returned to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror, Chiyu was shocked to realize that he had been living in a daze for the past few days. Every day, he played with his phone, slept, and read comics. The next day, he repeated what he did the day before. There was no change. It was quite boring. Qiyu spat out the white bubbles in his mouth. He took a tissue and wiped the water droplets off his face. His eyes were dim. After breakfast, Qiyu was a little depressed. He asked Lucier, "Are you going home? With Zhu Zhifei?" "Yes. I'm not going with Zhu Zhifei. He went back last night." "Oh, okay." Qiyu thought for a while. "Then I'll go back too. I've been at school for National Day. I haven't been home in a long time." Qiyu called the driver to pick him up. Lucier waited for him to leave before taking the bus back to Qingchuan Road. The bus stop on Qingchuan Road had not been repaired for several years. Other than small advertisements, there was also messy graffiti on the bus stop. There was a hole in the awning, and only one of the 3 plastic seats could be used. The other 2 were either broken or had been thrown away. Only the rusty base was left. There was water inside, and a few barbecue skewers were stuck in it. Lucier walked home with a black backpack slung over one shoulder. He walked under the dense and messy black wire network. He had earphones in his ears. The black cord of the earphones contrasted with the lines of his neck and his cold, fair skin. It zigzagged and finally disappeared into his pocket. When he walked downstairs, he suddenly heard a sharp whistle. An orange stray cat was lying down and taking a nap. It was startled by the whistle and quickly ran away. Lucier stopped and turned around. He saw a Maybach 62S with a yellow license plate. The body of the car was much longer than a regular car and occupied most of the road. The triangular metal logo on the front of the car and the shiny black body of the car were incompatible with the rest of Qingchuan Road. The door of the driver's seat opened. A driver wearing white gloves got out and respectfully opened the door of the back seat. Lu Xiaochu was wearing a dark blue suit. He looked at Lucier, who was standing motionless. Their eyes met. Lucier had no intention of speaking. In the end, it was Lu Xiaochu who spoke first. The wrinkles on his cheeks were very deep. His masseter muscles moved slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Do you want me to get out of the car personally?" Lucier got into the car. The interior of the car was very spacious. It was covered with a dark gray carpet. The intelligent control fragrance system was running. There was a strong fragrance in the air. Lucier felt suffocated and even disgusted. Lu Xiaochu's wrist was half exposed. He put his hand on his knee and instructed the driver to turn off the light music. Then he turned to Lucier. "Do you really want me to come and find you?" Lucier did not answer. Instead, he said, "Let's talk somewhere else." He was implying something. "Don't you think that it's abrupt and inappropriate for you and your car to be here?" Lu Xiaochu stared at Lucier for a few seconds and instructed the driver, "Go to Ruimao Hotel." The Maybach slowly drove out of Qingchuan Road, leaving the shabby and noisy place behind. Lu Xiaochu pinched his eyebrows and asked, "You just came back from school?" "Yeah. The monthly exam should be over by now." "You got first place again?" "Yeah. I checked your accounts. You didn't touch a single cent on that card." "What happened?" "I have my own money." "Lucier." Lu Xiaochu's voice deepened with anger. "You have money? Where did you get it from? That little bit of prize money from the underground racing? That money you earned from hanging out with those people from all walks of life?" Seeing Lucier's cold expression and silence, Lu Xiaochu said sternly, "Lucier, you're the only heir of the Lu family. Even if you're rebellious and like excitement, don't joke around with your life. Don't you know what's important?" Hearing this, Lucier turned and met Lu Xiaochu's eyes. The two of them were father and son. Their noses and mouths were similar, but their eyes were completely different. Lucier's eyes showed a hint of mockery. His voice was calm. "You took time out of your busy schedule to come here. Are you afraid that I'll get into an accident and leave the Lu family without an heir? Is that why you're here to scold me? How tiring." Lu Xiaochu rubbed his temples again. "I've been staying up late for meetings for 2 days straight. I don't have the energy to waste on you." Lucier looked out of the car window. "Then let's not waste any more time. Isn't it good to live in peace?" The car stopped in front of Ruimao Hotel. A manager in a black suit was waiting with a few people. Seeing Lu Xiaochu and Lu Shi get out of the car, the manager hurriedly went up to them. His expression and attitude were very appropriate. "President Lu, young Master Lu, the private room has been prepared according to your request." Lu Xiaochu didn't want to expose his family's dirty linen in front of outsiders. He straightened his suit and said, "Thank you. Lead the way." After speaking, he glanced at Lu Shi. Seeing that Lu Shi followed him and didn't leave, he felt a little comforted, at least he was willing to give him some face. The carved door of the private room closed. The lighting was good, and the large oil painting on the wall was vivid. The thick and soft carpet absorbed all the sound of footsteps. After Lu Shi put down his bag and sat opposite him, Lu Xiaochu straightened his sleeves. "I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare a few of your favorite dishes. You've been out for so long. You haven't eaten properly, right? You've lost weight." Lu Shi looked up at him. "Don't play the affectionate card. What do you want to say?" With a thud, the teacup was put down. Lu Xiaochu said, "You have to come back for your grandfather's birthday banquet. How can you let outsiders see your only grandson when he's not around?" He softened his tone. "I know you're angry that we lied to you for more than 10 years. But touch your conscience and think about it. Who doesn't know that your mother?" Seeing that Lu Shi's expression had turned cold, Lu Xiaochu changed his words. "Wei Yun has been good to you since you were young. She took good care of you and really treated you like her own son. Even if you're not related by blood, she has raised you for more than 10 years. No matter what, she has feelings for you." Lu Shi didn't comment. "Is that so?" Lu Xiaochu used to be proud of Lu Shi's determination and intelligence at a young age. He was the best candidate for the heir. Now, he finally understood what it felt like to have a son who was too stubborn. "Lu Shi, let's be reasonable. As your father, I can understand that you suddenly found out that the mother you've been calling for more than 10 years isn't your biological mother. I'm trying my best to understand. So when you said that you wanted to leave home and not meet Wei Yun or even me, and come to Qingchuan Road to live alone, I also understand and agree. But there should be a limit to everything, right?" He put on a magnanimous expression. "Now that you're done rebelling and your mood has calmed down, it's time to go home. Your grandfather misses you very much and talks about you every few days. Wei Yun too. A few days ago, she was still nagging about how the temperature has dropped. She doesn't know if you've caught a cold or fallen sick. We're all worried about you being outside alone." Lu Shi didn't answer. He turned to look at the paper bag Lu Xiaochu was carrying. "What's inside?" "A gift for your mother, for Wei Yun." Lu Xiaochu smiled. "Do you want to take a look? You've known Wei Yun's preferences since you were young. You didn't do anything wrong. Help Dad check if this gift was bought correctly." "Okay." Hearing Lu Shi agree, Lu Xiaochu thought to himself, sure enough, it's just that she can't change her mind. The relationship between mother and son is still there. He handed the gift box over. Lu Shi opened it and saw a set of jade jewelry with excellent luster. "The shape of the necklace is wrong. She'll like the rest. You've always known her preferences." Dad is relieved. Lu Xiaochu intended to ease the relationship between the two of them. He said, "Wei Yun always wears the diamond necklace you gave her. When she attends those tea parties and salons, she tells everyone that this is a gift from you. You don't know how many people envy your filial piety." Lu Shi lowered his eyelashes, making it impossible to see the emotions in his eyes. "Okay, it's good to wear it." The air was stuffy. Lu Shi got up. "I'm going outside to get some fresh air. I'll be back soon." When he left Lu Xiaochu's sight, Lu Shi's expression couldn't help but turn cold. His eyes were deep, like an ice field shrouded in the dark night. The irritation that was firmly suppressed in his heart kept rising, like a black fire burning his rationality. Lu Shi clenched his fists until his nails dug into his flesh, causing a sharp pain. Only then did he calm down a little. Ruimao Hotel was a 5-star high-end chain hotel under the Lu Corporation. This hotel in S City had a sky corridor overlooking the city. Lu Shi walked over. The sky corridor was very large, planted with a variety of flowers and trees. The winding walkway had the effect of moving and changing scenery. The wind from the tall building blew, and the surroundings were quiet. Lucier stood for a while until the cold wind blew through his body. After confirming that his expression and state were correct, he turned around and prepared to return to the private room. A voice came from behind the bushes next to him. The voice was somewhat familiar. "Did you get the medicine? The one with the best effects. The price is not a problem, but there must be no mistakes. Are you sure? You won't be able to taste it if you throw it into a cup. It will take effect in 10 minutes, and you won't have any consciousness for the next 3 to 4 hours, right?" The person who spoke laughed twice. "It doesn't take so long. 3 hours is enough to taste it. Any longer and it will arouse suspicion." Lucier didn't know what the person on the phone said, but the voice also laughed. "The delicate young master is young, so the taste must be good, but it will be troublesome. Once I try it, I'll fulfill my wish. No one will know. I can't be greedy and lose myself. Okay, let's not talk about it. I came out halfway and can't stay too long. I have to go back to socialize." Lucier stared at a sharp thorn on the vine. On the other side, Xianxia didn't know that someone was next to him. He found a number in his phone's address book and called it. "How, are you busy? I want to ask you for a favor. Can you ask Chiyu out in the next 2 days? I know that he doesn't like me. Maybe he has misunderstood me. I rarely ask you for a favor. Can you help me this time and ask him out? I'll try my best to explain it to him. If Chiyu can change his opinion of me, wouldn't that be a good thing? Okay, I'll decide on the location." The time, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The numbness traveled along his nerves to his fingertips. Xianxia felt as if he had been electrocuted. He loosened his grip and the phone fell to the ground with a bang. Immediately after, someone neatly dislocated the joints of his wrists and ankles. His knees were heavily stepped on. The intense pain made him scream out loud and his vision turned black. Before Xianxia could recover, someone suddenly grabbed him by the neck and dragged him forward. His brain was quickly deprived of oxygen. His vision started to blur and the blood vessels in his temples swelled as if they were about to explode. When he finally reacted, he was already at the edge of the corridor in the sky. Behind him were railings and tempered glass that were half the height of a person. There were also dozens of floors of suspended glass. The wind was very strong. Xianxia quickly broke out in a cold sweat and started to tremble. "You are," he spoke with difficulty. His vision gradually focused and he saw the person in front of him clearly. Xianxia suddenly stopped talking. He had seen the person who was strangling him before. He had heard this person's name from Xianxia. It was Lucier. Lucier's fingers tightened around Xianxia's neck. He saw that his face was red and purple and he was having difficulty breathing. However, the strength of his fingers did not relax at all. He even pushed Xianxia a little, causing half of his body to be suspended in the air. Her other hand was loosely tugging at the hem of his shirt. His eyes and brows were full of hostility. At this moment, Xianxia instinctively felt danger. Lucier wanted to kill him. Or, he wanted to let go and throw him down. The wind in the tall building was raging. It was like a broken bellows rushing down from the sky. Xianxia's eyes bulged. His face was purple-red. Beads of sweat flowed down along his swollen temples and were quickly blown away by the strong wind. He couldn't stop trembling. Even tears and snot flowed out and covered half of his face. Because of fear, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. His throat struggled to breathe. Lucier's expression was cold and stern. Even his breathing was steady. His knuckles were pale. At this moment, the phone in his pocket rang with a series of message notifications. Lucier didn't have many friends. There were even fewer people in the chat app list. Zhu Zhifei and Wei Guanglei were used to calling him. The only person who would often send him messages was Chiyu. Pressing Xianxia against the tempered glass metal pillar, Lucier spoke for the first time. His voice was very soft. Mixed with the whistling of the wind, it made people feel infinite fear in their hearts. "Don't you dare touch him." The message was from Chiyu. He told Lucier that he had won 3 rounds in a row in the game and had successfully swept away all the players in the newbie division. killing them instantly. Lucia replied, okay. Before returning to the private room, Lucia went to the washroom. He carefully washed his hands 3 times and finally wiped them dry with a paper towel. Especially his fingertips, he wiped them especially meticulously. When Lu Xiaochu saw that Lucia had returned, he put down his phone and asked, "What took you so long?" "The dishes are cold." Lucia sat down and said in a cold voice, "Get someone to take care of the surveillance cameras in the air corridor." Lu Xiaochu's chopsticks paused. He realized that something was wrong and frowned. "What happened?" "I got into a fight with someone." Lu Xiaochu's frown disappeared. He nodded. "You only need to take care of the surveillance cameras?" "Yes." "Not bad, not bad. You know how to fight." "Very good. I found a famous teacher to teach you martial arts since you were young because I was afraid that you would be kidnapped and bullied." Lu Xiaochu was quite relieved to hear that his son had gotten into a fight. He joked, "I'm already mentally prepared to help you send him to the ICU." Lucia glanced at him and did not say anything. Lu Xiaochu was not annoyed by Lucia's cold attitude. He called the manager over and instructed him to take care of the matter. After that, he felt that this feeling was quite fresh. Unlike now, Lucia had been extremely obedient and sensible since he was young. He was self-disciplined and never caused trouble. He was the perfect successor. Lu Xiaochu had heard many people praise him with envy. They said that the Lu family must have burned incense for 8 lifetimes to have raised such a considerate son who was smart and sensible. He said that it was nothing and that he did not know what would happen when the child grew up, but he was very happy. Lu Xiaochu was busy with work and Fang Weiyun took care of the family. Children were always full of admiration for their parents. Lucia was no exception. He liked Fang Weiyun very much. Even when they were young, when Lucia was asked why he studied so hard and got first place in the grade, he would answer seriously, "To make my mother happy." Perhaps it was because of this that Lucia had such a big reaction when she suddenly found out that the mother she had called her since she was a child was not her biological mother. Sighing inwardly, Lu Xiaochu deliberated. This knot had to be slowly untied. This son of his had a very upright mind. If he forced him to scold him, it might even have the opposite effect. He looked at Lucia again, feeling more and more satisfied. His son was good-looking, smart, and had a good temper. Although he was young and rebellious now, wasn't this inherited? When he was young, he had also been rebellious. These didn't affect him at all. Picking up the serving chopsticks, Lu Xiaochu picked up a piece of stewed beef and placed it in Lucia's bowl. His voice was gentle as he said, "If you don't want to go home for the time being, it's okay. You can live outside and take it as an experience to enrich your life experience. You're grown up now and have your own thoughts. Dad won't interfere too much. But I have 2 requests. First, you have to come back for your grandfather's birthday banquet. Second, take good care of yourself. Don't put yourself in danger. You're the only successor of the Lu Corporation. You can't have any accidents. Do you understand? Otherwise, the upheaval and consequences are something we can't fully estimate." This time, Lucia answered quickly, "Okay." After the meal, the 2 of them got up and left. Lu Xiaochu didn't notice that the piece of stewed beef he had picked up for Lucia was still in Lucia's bowl. Lucia hadn't eaten a single bite. When they walked out of the private room, the manager was waiting outside and reported respectfully, "I followed your instructions and completely destroyed the surveillance footage." After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Lucia, who was standing quietly behind Lu Xiaochu. Subconsciously, he was a little scared of this little prince. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, he personally watched the surveillance footage from beginning to end. Lucia's expression was cold the whole time, but his ruthlessness was extremely frightening. There were even a few times when he thought that Lucia would let go of the man and throw him down the stairs. Moreover, even when Lucia pressed the man against the railing and hit him, there was no excitement or anger on his face. However, it was this kind of calm and unperturbed expression that was the most shocking. The manager added, "We found out that the person who had the conflict with young Master Lu was the grandson of the CEO of Hingyuan Jiahe Group. His name is He Ziyuan. He's a university student." Lu Xiaochu looked at Lucia. "As expected of my son. He really knows how to cause trouble for me. Lucia retorted, you call this trouble? Lu Xiaochu laughed. You're right. Not just anyone can be called trouble. The Maybach 62S stopped in front of the entrance of Ruimao. The car windows reflected a cluster of flowers. Lu Xiaochu got into the car and asked Lucia, you really don't want me to drive you? Lucia had a black backpack slung over his shoulder and refused. No, I'll go by myself. You don't have to take care of me. Hearing this, Lu Xiaochu did not insist. Okay, then Dad will go back first. The car wheels rolled and the black Maybach gradually disappeared from sight. Lucia plugged in his earphones again and walked in another direction. At an illegal internet cafe on Qingchuan Road. The door was very narrow and there were no signs or eye-catching signs. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was hit by the hot air. The smell of instant noodles and takeout mixed together with the sound of howling. F***ck, do your ancestors know how to play games? I can play with one hand with my eyes closed better than you. Mages, pull up the table, come get the bread. F***ck off, what are you blabbering about? This is called ritual. Boss, give me a plate of fried rice and 2 eggs. I'm still growing. The owner of the internet cafe was an uncle with a beard. He wore a long-sleeved black t-shirt and was sitting behind the bar, dozing off with his chin propped up. When he heard movement, he opened his eyes and saw that it was Lucia, so he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Lucia had a clear goal. He bypassed a group of elementary and middle school students who were skipping class to go online and walked to the corner. 2 pots of green plants half the height of a person barely concealed this area. In front of the computer sat a boy wearing glasses. He was 16 or 17 years old and very thin. His skin was pale and he wore black-rimmed glasses. He was controlling his game character to mine and collect herbs. Lucia bent his fingers and knocked on the table. The boy took off his earphones and was about to say something, you're disturbing me while I'm playing games, when he saw that it was Lucia. His face lit up with surprise. God Lu. I'm looking for you. Do you have time? Yes. Of course I do. What's the matter? Help me investigate someone. Chiyu arrived at Lucia's house in the afternoon. The door was slightly ajar. As soon as he entered, he heard the crackling background music of the game. When Wei Guanglei saw Chiyu, he shouted, young master, hurry up and replace Zhu Jifei with this noob. This is a 2-player game, but I feel like I'm playing a single-player game. There's also a teammate who comes back to life from time to time. The game experience is terrible. Zhu Jifei was not convinced. Dad, I didn't even dislike you. Why are you disliking me first? School bell, hurry up and replace the stone. Otherwise, I can't play this game anymore. Chiyu glanced at the phone screen and quickly left the battlefield. I don't know how to play this game. You guys can hurt each other. He looked around. Where's Lucia? Wei Guanglei scratched the back of his head. I think he went downstairs to buy something. He'll be back soon. He told me to tell you to wait for him at home. F***ck, Zhu Jifei, I didn't see you for a second. How did you die? When Chiyu heard that Lucia was not around, he sat down and watched Wei Guanglei and Zhu Jifei play the game. After watching for a few minutes, he realized that both of them were newbies. They were brand new and hadn't even familiarized themselves with the skill keys. In a team of 6, both of them were useless. Chiyu felt sorry for his other 4 teammates. In an underground internet cafe, Pei Lu adjusted his glasses. His palms were sweaty from excitement. He pointed at the rows of video files on the screen. God Lu, this guy is a treasure. I originally thought that he was just a rich second-generation heir who liked to play around and shoot videos or something. I dug deeper. F***ck, he's a complete piece of scum. These were all videos recorded after he drugged people and knocked them out. He's evil and likes both men and women. He even likes those younger than him. Pei Lu pulled out another folder. These are the records of him buying drugs and equipment. Some of them are not clear, such as xylitol, sugar pills, and those kinds of drugs. This person has probably succeeded every time and hasn't been discovered. He's getting bolder and bolder. The frequency of him buying drugs is also increasing. He licked his lips. God Lu, what should we do? It's best to crush this kind of scum to death. Lucia rested his hands on the table and looked at the videos. His eyes were dark. When he heard the door open, Chiyu instinctively turned to look at the door. He was immediately urged by Zhu Zhifei. Campus bell, look at the screen. F***ck, don't look at Lu Gu. Look at the screen. His health bar is almost empty. He's going to die. When he saw that Chiyu was distracted, Zhu Zhifei became anxious. He snatched the phone and did it himself. He barely managed to protect his last bit of health. When he saw Chiyu sitting on the floor and looking up at him, Lucia sat down beside him. Playing games? Yes. Chiyu concluded with one sentence. The journey of 3 rookies. Wei Guanglei took the time to speak. How is this cheating? We're just teaching our teammates how to adjust their mentality in the face of failure. At this moment, someone sent a message in the team chat. Do you know how to play? Don't primary school students have lessons? Primary school students? Wei Guanglei cursed. F***ck off, primary school students. Your father clearly graduated from junior high school. Ha ha ha, Zhu Zhifei laughed out loud. He was shaking so much that he almost couldn't hold his phone properly. Sure too, are you here to play games or to be funny? Wei Guanglei also laughed out loud. Then, he pulled a long face. What are you laughing about? Focus on the game. Lucia sat closer and asked Chiyu, did He Zhihao call you? He Zhihao, Chiyu was laughing with Zhu Zhifei. When he heard Lucia's question, he thought for a while. He didn't call. It's rare for him to have a holiday. He probably went somewhere to have fun. He won't have time to look for me. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiyu's phone rang. The name displayed on the screen was He Zhihao. Chiyu felt that it was a coincidence. As soon as he answered the call, he heard He Zhihao say hurriedly, Chiyu, I'm in the hospital now. My brother was beaten up. It's a bit tragic. His bones are fractured, his wrists and ankles are dislocated, his meniscus is cracked, and 2 or 3 of his ribs are injured. He said firmly that he was beaten up by Lucia in the air corridor of Ruimao Hotel. I think his brain was beaten silly. Let's not talk about whether Lucia will appear in Ruimao Hotel. The important thing is that there is no record of him in the hotel's surveillance cameras. Someone was urging him. He Zhihao said anxiously, isn't Lucia close to you? Ask Lucia to be careful these days. If my brother is really not clear-headed, he might take revenge. Before Chiyu could reply, He Zhihao hung up the phone. Lucia, He Zhihao, come with me. The 2 of them entered the bedroom and Lucia closed the door. Chiyu was a little puzzled. He Zhihao said that you beat up He Ziyuan. Did He Ziyuan do something stupid to provoke you? What about you? Are you hurt? Subconsciously, he was completely biased towards Lucia. I'm not hurt. After hearing this, Lucia's expression softened slightly. He unlocked his cell phone and handed it to Chiyu. For you. Chiyu was a little puzzled, but he still took it. After reading the contents of the file, Chiyu was not shocked or had any other expression. He was still quite calm. Chiyu touched the slightly warm metal surface of the cell phone and suddenly asked, He Ziyuan wanted to lay a hand on me, but you found out. You beat him up and investigated his background, right? Yes. Sure enough, that was the case. Having known Lucia for so long, Chiyu knew very well that although Lucia liked to fight, he liked to poke people's lungs and provoke them to fight with him. However, he knew how to act according to the person and the occasion. He Ziyuan was badly injured, which meant that Lucia had really beaten him to death. Chiyu was very serious. Lucia, thank you. He exhaled and waved the cell phone. So, you gave me the evidence. Now I can take revenge however I want. Okay. Chiyu did not go home that night and slept in Lucia's bed for the night. He slept until the sky was bright outside. Chiyu lay on the pillow and dawdled, not wanting to get up. His brain worked slowly. After a while, he remembered. Chiyu rubbed his eyes and picked up his cell phone. He opened a few news apps one by one. The headlines were all about He Ziyuan. He then opened Weibo. Sure enough, He Ziyuan's happiness was the #1 trending topic. The following trending topics were hashtag He Ziyuan's father hashtag He Ziyuan's school response hashtag He Ziyuan taken away by the police hashtag He Ziyuan expelled hashtag and hashtag Hengyu and Jiahe Group stock price plummeting hashtag. Jiyu felt refreshed. When he switched to the chat app, he saw that his brother and sister had left him messages. There were a lot of gifts for him to get over the shock. Jiyu rolled around on the bed happily. He felt that the sky was so blue and the sun was so bright. Humming a song, Jiyu brushed his teeth. Halfway through, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. He was so scared that he almost choked and spat out bubbles. F***ck, what kind of dream did I have last night? Lucier in women's clothing, I can't think about it, I definitely can't think about it. Standing in front of Lucier, who was doing practice questions, Jiyu pondered for a long time before he asked carefully, haha, the weather is so good today. Last night? I didn't say anything in my sleep, right? He looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was panicking inside. Please, I definitely didn't say anything in my sleep. I definitely didn't say anything, I did. Jiyu was so scared. He trembled with fear. What did I say? Lucier held a pencil and sat down on the sofa. She looked up at Jiyu. You said, my beloved concubine, don't cry. I love you. After you said that, you even put your hand on my face. Jiyu stood. Rooted to the ground as if he had been struck by lightning. Why was my mouth so unreliable in my dream? Lucier got up and stood in front of Jiyu. He was much taller than Jiyu. He was wearing a black hoodie and jeans, looking very casual. Lucier habitually put his hands in the pockets of his jeans. He lowered his head and put his lips close to Chiyu's ear. His voice was soft and husky, but there was a hint of danger. So, Chiyu, who is your beloved concubine? Chiyu vaguely sensed danger. He realized that ever since he promised Lucier that he would only suck his blood, the person in front of him seemed to have removed a high wall. His emotions and actions became more direct and more insatiable. And more realistic. You're distracted. A soft and hoarse voice entered his ears and quickly pulled Chiyu back to reality. He felt that he couldn't cope with the current situation. Moreover, not only did he dream that he was the emperor, but he even dreamt that Lucier was his beloved concubine. And dressed in women's clothing, Chiyu, you're so perverted. After stuttering for a while, Chiyu stammered, I forgot. Yes, I forgot. I only remember that I became the emperor, sat on the dragon throne, and attended the morning court. What beloved concubine? I have no recollection of it at all. He tried hard to open his eyes wide, hoping that Lucier could see the sincerity in his eyes. You forgot? Lucier's voice was very soft. She raised her hand and gently touched Chiyu's fair and delicate earlobe with her fingertips. Her fingertips slid down his cheeks and cheekbones to the end of his eyes slowly. You really forgot? Chiyu didn't dare to move as if he had been cursed. He met Lucier's dark eyes. His throat was dry and he spoke with difficulty, yes, I really forgot. Lucier looked at Chiyu for a while and suddenly stood up straight. She withdrew her hand and put it back into her jeans pocket. Forget it then. The weather was getting colder and it was getting harder for Chiyu to get out of bed. After waking up for the third time as if he was sleepwalking to open the door for Lucier, Chiyu felt that he couldn't go on like this. He took out the spare key to the dormitory from the drawer and handed it to Lucier. Here, open the door and come in yourself in the morning. This way, I can sleep for 3 more minutes. For someone who wanted to return to sleep, 3 more minutes was precious and hard to come by. Lucier took the key, hooked it around her finger, and held it. Okay. That night, Chiyu found it very convenient. It didn't matter if she forgot to bring her keys. Lucier had them, so she wouldn't be locked out. After another day, Chiyu was too lazy to bring his keys. Anyway, Lucier would help him open the door. Perfect, November 1st, sports meet. A few days ago, the entire campus of Jianing Private School was filled with colorful flags and banners. There were slogans such as Youth Soars, Run, You, Me, and Him. Live to 98. The opening ceremony was at 7:30 in the morning, and they were required to gather at the field at 7 o'clock. Chiyu was having a difficult tug-of-war with the quilt. Hearing the sound of the door being unlocked, Chiyu half opened his eyes and reached out to Lucier, who had just walked in. He mumbled, "Quick, give me a hand." "Let me get off the pillow." Lucier shook Chiyu's hand. Then, Chiyu loosened his grip and fell asleep again. When the alarm clock persistently rang again, Chiyu reluctantly opened his eyes. He sat up and habitually raised his hand to let Lucier help him put on his clothes. After putting on his clothes, he realized that Lucier had put a tie around his neck. Chiyu yawned and then remembered that this was Zhang Yueshan's idea. At first, Zhang Yueshan and the class committee discussed whether they should buy uniform clothes. Everyone would wear them to the field. It would look good in the class and also help treat obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, the clothes were too ugly. They couldn't find anything eye-catching. Everyone expressed their disdain. In the end, Zhang Yueshan couldn't be bothered to choose anymore. He simply bought a black narrow tie and a dark green bow tie. The boys each had a tie, and the girls each had a bow tie. They would wear the white shirt of the school uniform. Everyone was quite satisfied and passed with a unanimous vote. Thinking of this, Chiyu opened his eyes and looked at Lucier. Then, he dozed off for a few seconds and woke up. Jianing Private School's uniform was finely tailored and fitted. Anyone wearing it would look tall and youthful. Usually, Lucier had the habit of unbuttoning the top 1 or 2 buttons and loosening the collar. This time was no exception. Therefore, the black narrow tie was very loosely tied and hung there casually. It was not strict, formal, or in line with etiquette. But there was a careless look to it. In addition, Lucier had a cold and indifferent aura that didn't match his age. Mixed with the youthfulness, it was simply amazing. Chiyu couldn't take his eyes off him. His eyes, nose, lips, Adam's apple, and a little exposed collarbone. How did this person look so good? Lucier lowered his head and nimbly tied Chiyu's tie for him. He asked him, "What are you looking at?" "You." A smile flashed across his eyes. Lucier put down his tie and patiently and meticulously tidied Chiyu's white shirt collar. "Do I look good?" Chiyu nodded repeatedly. "You look good." "Okay. Put on your pants and go to the field." When Chiyu and Lucier arrived, the field was full of people. Zhang Yueshan was holding a blue sign with Grade 2 class written on it. When he saw Chiyu, he said, "School bell, are you sure you can't be the team leader and walk in front? Are you sure you won't reconsider?" Usually, for this kind of thing, they would either find the tallest or the most good-looking person in the class. Chiyu from Class A was recognized as the most good-looking person. However, Chiyu didn't want to take on this task. "It's silly to hold up a sign." "I don't want to." Zhang Yueshan's eyes were filled with disappointment and bitterness. "School bell, that's not what you said a few days ago." Chiyu said confidently, "Class monitor, that's not what you said a few days ago either. We clearly said that we would go to the horse ranch to get a horse. I would wear a riding suit and hold up a class sign. How cool would that be? Now that we don't have a horse, you've also lost me." Manga elbowed Zhang Yueshan and gloated, "Class monitor, that's right, that's right. It's your fault." Zhang Yueshan used the class sign as a crutch to support himself on the ground. "I also want to get a horse to show off, but horses need to poop. What if we leave a pile of poop on the ground when we enter?" Zhang Yueshan scratched his head and threw the class sign aside. "Mango, I'll entrust this glorious and difficult task to you." Manga looked shocked. "Me?" Zhang Yueshan winked and put his hand to his mouth, pretending to block it. "Let me tell you. I've already asked around. Do you know who the leader of Class B is? It's the fairy you're chasing. Do you want to stand in a row with her? Do you want to look at her affectionately through a colored flag?" "Yes." Manga happily took the off-duty sign. "I'll raise this sign." After Manga left, Chiyu tried to recall. "Class monitor, isn't the leader of Class B there one? 9M Tall P committee member?" Zhang Yueshan covered Chiyu's mouth. "Keep your voice down. Don't let Manga hear you. We'll trick as many as we can." His face darkened. "Sigh, why is Manga easier to trick than you?" "Chiyu?" After class I finished their entrance ceremony and stood in their designated position. Chiyu saw Manga standing straight like a pole. He looked at the empty space beside him from time to time with a face full of anticipation. As class chanted their slogan and walked around the field, Manga got a little excited. However, he still looked straight ahead with a straight face. Class B walked from the back to the front and stood in their designated position. Manga prepared himself mentally. His eyes were full of affection as he turned his head to look at them. What he saw was a dark-skinned man who was even stronger than him. The PE committee member of Class B smiled brightly, showing his big white teeth. He nodded in a friendly manner and asked Manga, "Brother, what's wrong? Are your eyes cramping?" Manga shook his head. He felt his heart breaking. He turned around abruptly and stared at Xianxia. Xianxia looked up at the sky. He was determined not to meet Mengji's death stare. Next, it was the principal's speech, the vice principal's speech, the referee's oath, and the athlete's oath. After the entire process, Chiyu was tired of standing. He followed Lucier and stood at the end of the line. His legs were a little weak from standing, so he moved slightly towards Lucier. When he felt that the distance was about right, he started to lean on Lucier. Lucier noticed this and didn't move away. Instead, he stood up straight and let Chiyu lean on him more comfortably. Chiyu was very self-aware and muttered softly, "Hey, Chiyu, you're so delicate." Lucier played along with his tone. "You know that too." It wasn't easy to complete the entire process. Every class sat down in their designated area. It was quite quiet for the first 2 minutes, but after a while, it was as if the ban had been lifted. Melon seeds, jerky, chocolate, and snacks could be thrown from the front to the back. Olji was happy and didn't care. He even smiled and said emotionally, "This is the flying youth." Chiyu was a little sleepy after reading comics until late the night before. He yawned and asked Lucier, "When is your 3000m race?" Zhang Yuashan held the race schedule in his hand and answered, "It's starting right away. The men's 3000-meter race is the second event. There are still 5 minutes before God Lu can set off for the record check." He was full of confidence. "God Lu, the top 3 will get points. The top 5 in the class will get a bonus. When I was calculating the points, I gave you first place." Okay. When Lucier went to the record check, Chiyu looked from afar. He estimated that it was about time and started looking for his bag. Zhang Yuashan helped him carry his bag from the side. "What's wrong, campus bell?" Chiyu took his bag and raised his eyebrows. "I'm going to cheer for Lucier." After speaking, Chiyu carried his big bag and walked to the front of the class. He unzipped his bag and took out 3 craft paper boxes. When the boxes were opened, Chiyu took out the things inside and placed them on the ground one by one. The homeroom teacher, Olji, was very interested. He saw 3 metal stands lined up on the ground with a red rocket pointed upward. He asked Chiyu, "A small rocket model?" "Chiyu, what's the use of this?" Chiyu was very excited. "It's for cheering for Lucier. I'll demonstrate it right away." As he spoke, he took out a lighter that he had prepared beforehand from his bag and lit the fuse. With a bayou sound, the arm-length rocket rose into the air. A long red banner with a few big words on it said, "Everyone has it. No need to fight." Everyone in the stadium focused their attention on him. Chiyu ran to the second stand and lit the fuse. With another bayou sound, the small rocket rose into the air. This time, the big red banner said, "First place, Lucier." With a final bayou sound, the banner said, "Thanks for letting me win." It was very arrogant, domineering, and impressive. Everyone was shocked by this move. Olji looked up at the red banner floating in the wind and commented, "You have a humble attitude and know how to let me win. Your creativity is also very good. It's just that the couplets are not very neat. Chiyu, you can work harder on your use of language." Mangu was standing at the side of the track with a bottle of mineral water and chocolate glucose in his hands. He was ready to save a student if he fell to the ground. Looking at the banner floating in the wind from afar, he could not help but say, "F***ck, the school belle is really arrogant. Her skill at attracting hatred is superb." Lucier was standing at the starting point. When he heard this, he asked, "Is there a problem?" With a bang, the starting gun sounded, followed by the sound of cheering. There were many girls gathered at the side of the track. They were all here to see Lucier. After Chiyu released the small rocket, he ran to the finish line to see Lucier's race up close. After all, he was the one who chose the program and created the training plan. He had to come and see. Looking around, Chiyu wondered, is everyone's enthusiasm for sports events so high? Menge, they're all here to see God Lu. To see Lucier? Yeah. Menge felt that this was not something to be envious of. He thought about it and was worried that Chiyu would be sad, so he added, "It doesn't matter if you're the school belle. If you're running, there will be so many girls watching. You're also very popular." Chiyu nodded and did not say anything. Lucier had good stamina and explosive power. He was running in first place and was half a lap ahead of the second place. Xianxia held the race schedule. He was nervous and excited. God Lu will have no problems, right? Can he get first place? Can he? Can he? Our class will have a good start. Chiyu said, he'll definitely be first. There's no doubt about it. However, he was still a little nervous. It wasn't until the second half of the last lap that the second place started to speed up. Lucier also sped up and rushed towards the finish line like the wind. Xianxia sighed. The kid in second place won't be able to surpass God Lu unless he's on the wind-fire wheels. Menge had already prepared a towel, mineral water, and chocolate. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Go God Lu! Go!" Chiyu watched as Lucier got closer and closer. For some reason, he stood behind the finish line. It was like a long lens. In his line of sight, Lucier was so close that he could clearly see the lines of his tight muscles and the traces of sweat on his skin. He crossed the finish line. The referee next to him announced the result. First place. Because of inertia, Lucier continued to run for a while after crossing the finish line. Finally, he stopped in front of Chiyu. He lost all his strength and fell on top of him. Chiyu took half a step back. He leaned against the plastic track and steadied himself. He supported Lucier with both hands. They were too close. He could feel the heat from every inch of Lucier's skin. The sweat from his wet hair dripped onto his skin. He could also hear the sound of his panting. It was as if he was the one who had run 3 kilometers. Chiyu's heart beat a little faster. Lucier let out a hoarse laugh. "You're so obedient. You're here to pick me up?" "Yeah." Chiyu was a little speechless. Lucier chuckled and called his name again. "Chiyu." "What? Do you want to bite me?" Lucier's voice was very low. He was breathing heavily. "I want to." The two of them returned to the classroom. The entire building was empty. They could even hear the soft sound of footsteps. On the sports field, they could hear the sound of starting guns, whistles, shouts, and the recitation of cheers from the radio. Lucier walked in front with a bottle of mineral water in her hand. Chiyu felt an itch in his throat. The classroom door opened. The windows were open and the wind blew in. The desks were neatly arranged with various textbooks and supplementary books stacked on top of them. The open test papers and notebooks rustled in the wind from time to time. Lucier put the bottle of mineral water on the desk and leaned against the edge of the desk. Chiyu stood in his seat and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He asked hesitantly, Are you tired?" "No." Lucier asked directly, "Your shoulder?" "Huh? Okay. Chiyu licked his slightly dry lips. Suddenly, Lucier leaned over and placed his hands on the side of his waist, exerting force. Before Chiyu realized what was going on, he found himself being carried by Lucier and sitting on the desk. The pen on the desk fell to the ground with a thud. Lucier let go but did not back away. Instead, she moved closer and put her shoulder in front of Chiyu's mouth. "Bite it." It was very close. His whole body seemed to be enveloped by Lucier's breath and body temperature. Chiyu was a little nervous and did not react for a few seconds. Lucier asked softly, "You don't want to?" "No." Chiyu quickly denied it. He touched it with the tip of his tongue first. There should be a little sweat and a salty taste. After biting it, blood flowed out. In an instant, an indescribable sweetness filled his mouth and slid down his throat. Lucier made a soft hiss in his ear. It did not sound like pain, but more like pleasure. Ji did not care about this anymore. He was fascinated and slowly sucked Lucier's blood. Because he was not hungry, it was more like he was savoring the taste. A huge sense of joy exploded in his mind and spread through his entire body through his nerves. Even his fingertips couldn't help but tremble. He instinctively raised his hand and wrapped it around Lucier's back. He unconsciously tightened his grip until there were obvious creases in her clothes. Time seemed to be stretched out. It wasn't until the sound of a gunshot came from afar that Xiu seemed to be awakened and suddenly came back to his senses. She loosened her grip on Lucier's shoulder and licked the wound out of habit. Enough? Yes, that's enough. Xiu's tone was a little soft. His eyes were bright as he added, it's not good for your body if you take in too much. Lucier casually adjusted his collar. There was no one else in the classroom, and all the voices were very far away. Xiu's fingers, which were resting on the side of his body, moved across the table and hesitated. Lucier. Xiu lowered his eyes. I was reading a comic last night. It was about vampires and hunters. I couldn't sleep after reading it. Why? That's right. Xiu's fingertips tightened and his voice became softer. I was thinking, what if I suddenly have a problem with sucking blood and it doesn't go away in the future? What if I have to suck blood for the next few decades? Actually, I rarely take the initiative to think about these problems, but I'm quite afraid. Afraid of what? I'm afraid that I'll change species and that I'll live for hundreds of years or only a few years. I'm afraid that I'll have to rely on sucking blood for the rest of my life without knowing why. Xiu said in a joking tone, I'm also afraid that you'll have someone close to you in the future and have your own life and career. I can't always pester you and suck your blood, right? No matter how much he pestered her, he couldn't pester her forever. Xiu didn't sleep until early in the morning last night. It was as if all the thoughts that he usually suppressed had all erupted uncontrollably like a volcano. His mind was in a mess. As usual, he tried his best to make himself happy and simplify his thinking. He didn't want to think too much and just let nature take its course. However, at night, a person's emotional defenses would probably be much weaker. He even got out of bed, grabbed a pen, and picked up the most beautiful piece of paper. He wrote a few big words on it, my will. However, the tip of the pen hovered above the paper. He couldn't write the first word for a long time. In the end, he threw the pen away, tore the paper into pieces, and threw them into the trash can. Therefore, the unknown was the scariest. It was so scary that he didn't even have the chance to mentally prepare himself. I won't. Xiu's fingers on the table suddenly loosened. What? I said, I won't. Lucier looked at Xiu and said in a hoarse voice, if you can only live for a few years, then I'll give you my blood for a few years. If you can live for a few hundred years, then my blood will be yours until I die. Or, Lucier's fingers traced along the side of Xiu's neck, down to his chin and cheeks, and finally stopped at the end of his eyes. His voice was dangerous and seductive. Or, die with me? This way, after I die, you won't suck other people's blood. Xiu's pupils constricted. But strangely, he didn't feel afraid. It seemed like this suggestion wasn't bad, he didn't know if he could accept other people's blood without Lucier. And even if there was such a person, would that person be able to accept his blood-sucking characteristic? Would that person think he was a monster, a blood-sucking little monster? Xiu didn't break away from Lucier's hand. He looked into Lucier's eyes and commented, this suggestion is not bad. God Lu, school bell, you guys really, Manga pushed open the classroom door and stopped. He seemed to have seen God Lu touching the school bell's face, was he seeing things? Manga quickly raised his eyebrows and said, my information was right. You guys really went back to the classroom to slack off. Xiu got down from his desk and asked Mango, what's wrong? Manga patted his forehead and said worriedly, it's all because of Feng Ziki. He's 2F** king unreliable. He's been nervous since he woke up. Just now, when it was his turn, he insisted on warming up. Fine, so be it. In the end, he just ran 2 steps and sprained his ankle. Damn it. Sprained his ankle? Is it serious? It's not serious. It didn't hurt his bones, but he definitely can't run 1,000 meters. I discussed it with the class monitor and asked God Lu if he could replace Feng Ziki to run on the field. After saying that, Meng Ge actually felt quite guilty. It had been 2 months since school started. He and Lucia didn't seem to be close. If they weren't close, they could talk about topics, eat together, and play basketball together. Anyway, he wasn't confident. Lucia didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Chiyu with a questioning gaze. Chiyu understood. He first recalled that he had restrained himself from sucking blood. Then, he asked Lucia, "Do you still have strength?" "Yes." Chiyu asked again in a low voice, "Do you think it's troublesome?" "It's not troublesome." "Then, do you want to help fill in the hole that the class monitor made?" "Okay." This back and forth conversation confused Meng Ge. Why did the school bell decide whether God Lu wanted to run on the field? What kind of operation was this? At the registration area, Chiyu helped Lucia with his phone and mineral water. Xianxia was walking around Lucia, saying things like, "Contribute to the class, Feng Ziki will definitely do anything to repay you for saving the game," and so on. When the contestants stood at the starting point, the phone that Chiyu was holding for Lucia suddenly rang. The referee was already in place, so there was no time to call. Lucia stretched his body one last time and turned to Chiyu. "Answer it for me." The starting gun sounded. Lucia got off to a good start. Chiyu left the crowd cheering on the track and stood in an empty spot to answer the phone. It was just a string of numbers and there was no caller ID. Chiyu politely said, "Hello." A soft and gentle female voice came from the receiver. It sounded a little weak. He didn't know if she was surprised that the call went through, or if she was unfamiliar with the voice, but after a while, she said, "Hello, where's Lucia?" "I'm Lucia's classmate. He's busy right now. Is it convenient for you to call back in 15 minutes? "Oh, it's Lucia's classmate. I'm his mother." Lucia's mother? He remembered that Zhu Zhifei had mentioned to him that Lucia lived in his mother's old house on Qingchuan Road. Lucia's mother, Zhu Zhifei's, and Wei Guanglai's mothers were neighbors who grew up together. However, he had never heard Lucia mention anything about his family. Not a single word. Chiyu considered his tone and said, "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, I want to ask how Lucia is doing recently." "Is he doing well?" Fang Weiyun sighed softly. "This child hasn't been home for more than a year because of a small conflict. He doesn't answer my calls either. I'm worried that he's out there alone." Is he doing well?" Chiyu frowned. This was a very strange thing to say. When she wasn't sure about her relationship with Lucia, was it really okay for her to say that he hadn't been home for more than a year and didn't answer his calls because of a conflict with his mother? His tone didn't change. "Lucia is doing well. Don't worry." "That's good." Fang Weiyun smiled and said, "I haven't been feeling well recently. I've been having bad headaches and can't sleep at night. I'm always worried that he's sick or lost weight, or that something has happened to him. Now that I know that he's doing well, I'm relieved." Chiyu's frown deepened. He had a feeling that this auntie's words had a hidden meaning. Was she telling him that Lucia was unfilial and didn't even visit his mother when she was sick? Chiyu's eyes followed Lucia on the track. When he saw that he was on the last lap, he said into the phone, "Auntie, I have something to do now. I'll hang up first." Lucia rushed to the finish line in first place. Zhang Yuashan eagerly handed him a towel and a glass of water. He said excitedly, "Why do I feel that it's only the first half of the day and the school team's first place is already waving at us?" "God Lu, thank you for your hard work." Lucia responded and turned to Chiyu. "Who called just now?" Chiyu didn't answer. Zhang Yuashan understood and waved his hand. "I'm going to check on the other students. School bell, I'll leave God Lu to you." After Zhang Yuashan left, Chiyu handed the phone to Lucia. "That person said that she's your mother." Chiyu sensed that Lucia's aura dropped by 10 degrees when he heard this sentence. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the mineral water bottle, causing it to cave in. Chiyu felt that something wasn't right. He wanted to change the topic, but Lucia didn't want to. What did she say to you? I said that you're busy and that I'm your classmate. Ji wanted to gloss over it. She said some nonsense, so I told her that you're fine. What did she say? Lucia asked again. Ji didn't beat around the bush this time and told him the truth. She said that because of a small conflict, you didn't answer your phone or come home for more than a year. She also said that she's sick and isn't feeling well. She saw Lucia looking at her with a heavy gaze. His expression was no different from usual, but Chiyu felt that Lucia seemed to be a little nervous. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Chiyu said tactfully, anyway, I just feel that her words are weird. Then he saw Lucia smile. It was the kind of smile that was in a good mood. Chiyu looked at him and felt that this person looked a little too good when he smiled. Xianxia and Menggu were engrossed in calculating the total team score of Class A. On the third day of the sports meet, the individual events had all ended. After the relay race, it would be the closing ceremony and the award ceremony. Menggu spread his legs and held 2 pieces of paper in his hands. On the paper were the records he had made for the past 3 days. The handwriting was a mess, and only he could understand what was written. Second place in the men's 100-meter freestyle, first place in the women's 50-meter freestyle, second place in tennis, third place in the men's standing long jump. After reading the results one by one, Menggu hurriedly craned his neck to look at the numbers Xianxia had written on the draft paper. Class monitor, how was it? Did you calculate it? What's our total score? Will we get a bonus? Xianxia pressed his hand on Meng Ji's face and pushed his head away. He said irritably, stop babbling. I just finished calculating half of it and forgot it when you yelled at me. Menggu covered his mouth and said in a low, muffled voice, okay, then hurry up and calculate it. This concerns the welfare of the people. Chiyu sat next to him and tried hard to recall. I also calculated it. When it came to the high jump, it was 231 points. He tilted his head and asked Lucia, did you calculate it? Lucia was holding a pencil and doing some practice questions. When he heard Chiyu's question, he said, the total score is 579 points. Xianxia happily wrote the numbers on the paper and sighed. Everyone worked hard. This score is 30 points higher than my estimate. We have a good chance of getting a bonus. Menggu was also excited. Class monitor, can we get first place in the total score? We can, right? We should be able to, right? This score is already very high. Xianxia was not too sure. Yes. Lucia wrote B in front of a multiple-choice question and explained, if there is another class that takes the first place in the men's 100-meter freestyle, the second place in the women's 50-meter freestyle, the first place in tennis, the second place in the men's 3,000-meter sprint, the first place in the women's 50-meter sprint, and so on. Lucia repeated the order of events that Menggu had reported and concluded, then, their highest total score would be 571. Less than us. Menggu punched his knee. Does it depend on the final result of the relay? Xianxia did some calculations. Yes, even if the relay is at the bottom, we will still be in the top 3. He sighed. Sigh, why is it so hard not to get the prize money? Menggu also sighed. Sigh, this is too difficult. Chiyu, who was holding a comic book, poked his head out from beside Lucia and sighed. Class rep, Menggu, if you talk like that, you will get beaten up. Xianxia pointed at the small red rocket banner that was still fluttering in the wind with the pen in his hand. Campus bell, tell me, who will get beaten up? In the end, Class A took third place in the relay and successfully retained the first place in the overall team score. They pocketed the 10,000 yuan prize money. In the classroom, Xianxia stood at the podium and took out the money from the brown envelope. He cleared his throat and said, everyone, please be quiet. Over the past 3 days, everyone has worked very hard and the school has been very understanding. There will be no classes during the day tomorrow. So, in order to reward everyone, Menggu interrupted, let's have a party. Let's celebrate. Xianxia glared at him and said seriously, what party? We are going to change the venue for the class meeting. The venue was changed from Jianing Private School to a villa in the suburbs on a mountain. They had submitted a school bus application to the school in advance. There were more than 30 people in Class A and they took the school bus to the hillside of Qingming Mountain. Menggu was impatient and he jumped off the bus with the basketball that he always carried with him. He stood on the lawn in front of the villa for a few seconds before he said, F***CK, so the entertainment committee member of our class is not only a straight A student, but her family is also so awesome. I didn't think so when I saw the pictures, but the scenery here is too beautiful. It's a pity that it lacks a basketball court. I remember the last time I was here, there was a basketball court in the house. You can shoot 2 3-pointers to your heart's content. Chiyu had been here before for a friend's birthday party. At that time, knowing that he was there, Yang Yuxing took the initiative to give him a 15% discount. It was said that this villa was a birthday gift from Yang Yuxing's parents. She felt that it was a waste to leave it there, so after doing market research, she came up with a plan to change it into a villa for rent. She even equipped a professional party planning team and housekeeper, so it was very popular. This time, it was Zhang Yuashan who went to discuss it with Yang Yuxing after he found out about it. Then, the whole class voted and approved the plan for the class meeting. If they won the prize money for the sports competition, they would rent the villa for a day and have fun together. In any case, Yang Yuling would also give the lowest discount on the cost. The villa was located on Qingming Mountain, and the Qingchuan River meandered by in the distance. The natural scenery was the biggest selling point. There were a total of 4 floors, and the overall design was very grand. There was a luxurious hall with a glass wall, and one could see the continuous vegetation and mountains outside the window. It had just rained, and there was a thin mist lingering in the mountains. It made people feel relaxed and happy. The basement level was a KTV and billiard room. The first floor had an Xbox, projector, board games, and a swing and barbecue grill on the balcony. It was well equipped. As soon as they entered the door, everyone sighed. The location of the class meeting was very good. After familiarizing themselves with the place, those who liked to sing went straight to the KTV. The game console was quickly occupied. Mango forced Feng Ziki to play basketball with him over and over again. The girls sat around the rectangular dining table and began to play board games. Zhang Yuashan shouted in the kitchen to see if anyone was willing to prepare the ingredients and skewer the skewers with him. However, no one paid him any attention. In the end, he could only write down his student number and draw lots. Whoever he caught would go into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chiyu was also drawn with his student number. He was not unhappy. On the contrary, he was curious about everything. After strolling around the kitchen, Chiyu rolled up his sleeves. He felt that it was time to show off his knife skills. However, after witnessing Chiyu's proficiency with the kitchen knife, Zhang Yuashan's heart skipped a beat. With a pale face, he quickly pushed Chiyu to the side. Campus bell, just sit on the plastic stool and put the cut vegetables into the barbecue skewer. If you F***king move your knife a few more times, I suspect that you won't be able to keep a single finger. Chiyu struggled. Let me practice my knife skills. Zhang Yuashan firmly refused. Dreams were beautiful, but reality taught them to be human. The barbecue was either undercooked or burned. Fortunately, they brought a lot of snacks, fruits, instant noodles, sandwiches, and cooked food. The group of people clamored and barely ate until they were full. Because it had been raining heavily, the sky turned dark very early. There was no neon light on the mountain, nor was there the noise of cars and horses. It was dark outside the window. Only the sound of the wind and rain entered their ears. It was as if they were isolated from the world. In the big living room, Li Hua held a bowl of fruit salad and suggested, it would be a pity to miss such a good opportunity. Everyone, let's tell a ghost story. Zhang Yuashan agreed with his deskmate. Agreed. Menggu was a little nervous, but he felt that he was not a real man if he did not join in. He also agreed. Come, pull the table. When the girls heard that they were going to tell a ghost story, they quickly took their snacks and went downstairs to the KTV. Chiyu looked on helplessly as the others left the scene. He wanted to leave too, but he felt that he would be embarrassed if he also left in a flash. He quietly grabbed Lu Shi's shirt and asked softly, Lu Shi, are you afraid of ghosts? You're afraid? Why would I be afraid? Chiyu subconsciously retorted. After 2 seconds, he lowered his voice again. Actually, I'm just a little afraid. Lucia rubbed the back of Chiyu's neck. Okay, I'm here. On the other side, Li Hua had already switched off the lights in the living room. There were only 2 small wall lamps with limited brightness in the entire living room. He slowed down his speech. No one is allowed to leave. Manga laughed. F***ck, this atmosphere is really suitable for telling a ghost story. Exciting. More than a dozen people sat around the table. An inverted flashlight was placed in the middle of the table. It could barely be used as a candle. No one said anything. Xianxia was the first to ask, why don't we stick to each other? What ghost stories do you have? Tell us and we'll vote to see whose story is the scariest and scariest. What do you think? Chiyu was frantically cursing in his heart. What kind of stupid game is this? Why do I have to participate? However, perhaps because he was too scared, he squeezed out a little excitement. Hence, he said, okay, I agree. Feng Ziki raised his hand. I'll be the first one. Let's take it as throwing a brick to attract jade. This is a real story. Something happened in my junior high school. The cause of the incident was a long-haired girl. For some reason, she jumped off a building. Feng Ziki lowered his voice and spoke slowly. His voice was faint and creepy, which made him look terrifying. One day, Xianxia opened the door to her dormitory and suddenly found a long-haired girl sitting on the lower bunk with her back facing her. She was combing her hair. She stood at the door and didn't dare to move. She thought to herself, is that person back? Is it, under the dining table? Chiyu clutched the corner of Lucia's shirt so tightly that the fabric was almost torn apart. Lucia glanced sideways at him and extended her hand for Chiyu to hold. Feng Ziki made the atmosphere extremely tense. Just as Chiyu was about to shout, it must be that female ghost who came back to take revenge, Feng Ziki suddenly said. The girl sitting on the lower bunk turned around and asked with a smile, Xianxia, do you think my new wig looks good? It turns out that this girl is Xianxia's bedmate. There was complete silence. Feng Ziki was very satisfied with their reaction. He laughed and said, ha ha ha, don't talk about strange things. There are no ghosts at all. Manga slammed his palms on the table and said angrily, get lost. Feng Ziki, you're wasting my feelings. Feng Ziki held back his laughter and said, aren't I just throwing a brick to attract jade? Come, you guys. Chiyu held Lucia's hand and tried to mentally prepare himself. I'm not afraid of ghosts. How can I be afraid of ghosts? I'm about to suck human blood now. Maybe I'm the 5th generation of vampires or something. Ghosts should be afraid of me. With this thought, he immediately became bold for 3 seconds. But it was only for 3 seconds. After hearing the story of the second malicious ghost, Chiyu leaned against Lucia and shivered. I'm sleepy. Xianxia looked at Lucia and said, God Lu, are you sleepy? You're really tired today. Why don't you go and rest first? Okay, you guys have fun. Lucia looked at Chiyu and asked, what about you? Chiyu felt as if he had been granted amnesty and quickly said, now that you mention it, I'm a little sleepy too. I'll go with you. Manga tried to stop him. Don't, school beauty God Lu. It's such a good atmosphere. Don't leave. I haven't told you my secret story yet. Chiyu thought to himself, I'd be **king crazy to stay and listen to your ghost story, but his tone was still relaxed. You guys have fun. I'm going upstairs to sleep for a while. I'll come down when I wake up. When they reached the 3rd floor, which was assigned to the boys, Chiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chiyu thought of something and reached out to grab Lucia's left wrist. He was a little worried. Did I pinch your wrist just now? You're quite strong. Is it red? Lucia instinctively retracted her wrist. After noticing this small detail, Chiyu didn't ask any more questions and pretended not to notice. He naturally changed the topic. Although the ghost story told by the student committee member had a twist at the end, it was still so scary. I don't want to participate in storytelling activities like this anymore. Everyone gathered downstairs to play. Everyone planned to play through the night. Few of them wanted to sleep, so the rooms upstairs were empty. Chiyu was picky. He patiently chose a room with interior decoration that suited his taste and taste. Lucier asked him, "Are you staying by yourself?" Chiyu wanted to say stubbornly, "Of course I can stay by myself." But he was very self-aware. Of course not. The two of them shared a room. The room Chiyu chose was a Mediterranean-themed room. It was light blue and had 2 single beds. The curtains weren't closed. The raindrops hit the glass window and made a crisp pitter-patter sound. Chiyu took a shower as fast as he could and rushed out of the bathroom. He quickly lay down on the bed and wrapped himself in the quilt tightly. Only then did he feel a sense of security. Seeing that Lucier was about to turn off the lights, Chiyu quickly stopped her. "Wait." Lucier stopped what she was doing. Chiyu closed his eyes tightly and said, "Okay, you can turn off the lights now." With a bang, the lights went off and the entire bedroom was plunged into darkness. Chiyu wrapped himself in the quilt and tried a few different ways to hypnotize himself, but the effect was very mediocre. He had a good memory. He started to automatically fill in the scenes of the ghost story that he had just heard in his mind. He even added environmental and sound effects, successfully scaring himself to the point that he didn't dare to move. The sound of the rain outside the window made the room even quieter. Chiyu grabbed the bedsheets and felt that life was too difficult. When he closed his eyes, all he saw was a terrifying scene. When he opened his eyes, he felt that there were ghosts hiding outside the window, under the bed, and even under the table. No, 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 Chiyu jumped up in a spurt of energy. He lifted the quilt and got off the bed. He rushed to Lucier's bed like a gust of wind and stuffed himself into Lucier's bed. After lying down, Chiyu felt that he was really embarrassed. He had nothing to lose. "Don't talk, hug me." An arm reached over and hugged him. The tip of his nose was filled with a familiar scent. Chiyu felt a little better. Chiyu thought of something and opened one of his eyes. He asked carefully, You're Lucier, right? She's not a ghost, right?" "Yes, I am." There was a faint smile in Lucier's voice. Chiyu wasn't in the mood to care about it. "Laugh all you want. It's okay. I can take it." He subconsciously snuggled up in Lucier's arms, adjusted his sleeping position, and closed his eyes to sleep peacefully. The next morning, the sky outside the window was dark. The heavy rain had been pouring all night and showed no signs of stopping. When Lucier suddenly woke up, she realized that Chiyu wasn't around. She sat up and pinched the space between her eyebrows. Lucier guessed that Chiyu was worried about waking her up, so he didn't even put on his slippers when he left the bedroom. The villa was quiet. Most people couldn't take it anymore and found a place to lie down and sleep. Only Fang Ziki, Li Hua, and Menggu were still gathered around the long table in the living room to play games. They hadn't slept all night. The 3 of them looked tired and their eyes were bloodshot. They were obviously sleepy, but they were determined not to sleep. They swore that they would achieve the achievement of staying up all night. Lucier asked, "Where's Chiyu?" "God Lu, you're up so early?" Menggu yawned. He couldn't even open his eyes. He said in a hoarse voice, "Chiyu and the class monitor went out. They said they were going to the back of the mountain to find some wild matsutake to make soup." "Study committee member, you're going the wrong way again. You're a mid-laner. Don't go blindly to the top lane." The rain flowed down the glass wall and blurred the scenery in the mountains. Lucier walked into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and took out a bottle of mineral water. He lowered his eyelids and twisted the light blue bottle cap with his fingers. There was a hint of coldness and impatience between his eyebrows. The moment he twisted the cap of the mineral water bottle, Lucier's heart suddenly tightened. The light blue plastic cap fell from his fingertips and landed on the marble floor. It bounced up and made a few soft sounds. In the next second, there was a loud explosion in the forest, and even the glass was shaken. Chiyu placed his hand on the cold, wet rock wall of the cave and carefully walked back. He urged, class president, quick, quick, make a sound. I need to listen to your voice to determine your location." There was no light around. Chiyu was a little scared. Will King bump into a ghost in the next second? Campus bell, I'm here. F*ck. What did I step on? F***ck. Campus bell, you stepped on my calf. You're not very good at determining my location by listening. Ah? This is your calf? I felt like I stepped on something. I was scared to death. Chiyu heaved a sigh of relief and sat down with the help of a rock wall. I just went to take a look at the entrance of the cave. It's completely blocked. With just the two of us, we definitely won't be able to move it. Xianxia still had lingering fears about the scene just now. He stuttered, just now, did we encounter a landslide? Xianxua's heart was still thumping violently when he said these words. In the past, he had only seen landslides in books and videos. This time, he saw it with his own eyes. Only then did he know how terrifying it was. Now that Xianxua thought about it, he felt that he was probably only a millimeter away from death just now. It should be a landslide. The rocks and sand that rolled down blocked the entrance of the cave in one go. With just the two of us, we definitely won't be able to get out. Unless we suddenly awaken some kind of supernatural ability and become extremely strong, or we can attract lightning or something to blast open the entrance of the cave. After pretending to be relaxed, Chiyu opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. He simply quieted down again. Recalling the scene of countless rocks and sand rolling down from above like a waterfall, Chiyu couldn't help but look in the direction of the entrance of the cave again. The two of them didn't speak. I'm sorry. Hearing Xianxua's apology, Chiyu was puzzled. Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? I shouldn't have dragged you out to look for wild matsutake mushrooms on such a rainy day. Xianxua wiped his face. If it weren't for me looking for wild matsutake mushrooms, you wouldn't have come out with me. If we didn't come out, we wouldn't have encountered the landslide, and we wouldn't have been trapped in this cave. If one's vision was limited, one's hearing would become more sensitive. Chiyu could tell that Xianxua's voice was trembling as he spoke. This won't do. Class leader, although what you said makes sense, you can't think that way. Your initial intention was good. You picked the wild matsutake to make soup for everyone to taste. Besides, didn't that sky guy say that he didn't know who would come first, tomorrow or an accident? Accidents and whatnot, it's really hard to say. Walking on the streets, one's head could be smashed by a flower pot falling from the sky. Am I right? You're not a god. Before you left, you didn't know that there would be a landslide. Chiyu, don't comfort me. Xianxua smiled bitterly and spoke faster and faster. If it weren't for me. If it weren't for my sudden inspiration to run up the mountain on such a rainy day, no, if I didn't set the celebration in this villa, none of this would have happened, none of this would have happened, class leader. Chiyu interrupted Xianxua's words. Chiyu stopped pretending to be relaxed. His voice was very soft and serious. Class leader, with the current situation, you're afraid, and I'm also afraid. But is being afraid useful now? It's useless. You keep blaming yourself. Other than aggravating your fear and negative emotions, it's useless. You're wasting oxygen by talking so much. Xianxua quieted down. Chiyu clenched his fists and hid his trembling fingertips in his palms. He even deliberately used his nails to pinch his palms, using the pain to try to calm his voice. First of all, my phone is missing. It's probably buried. Where's yours? Mine's missing too. Then the second thing, are you hurt? No. Xianxua took a deep breath. The rain was too heavy. Weren't we standing at the entrance of the cave to take shelter from the rain? The surroundings started to shake, and there were sounds. At that time, you pulled me and ran a few steps into the cave before we fell. I think it was only my lower back that was scratched by a sharp stone on the ground. It's not bleeding now, and it doesn't hurt. That's good. But at that time I fell because it was shaking too much and I couldn't stand steadily. Then, when I fell, I twisted my ankle. Xianxua had always thought that Chiyu was a little delicate, but he didn't expect Chiyu to not show it even though his ankle was in so much pain. He asked anxiously, is it serious? It hurts a little, but the bone should be fine. Chiyu was usually very afraid of pain, but now, the pain of a sprained ankle was nothing. Chiyu continued to ask, what did you bring with you? Influenced by Chiyu's attitude and emotions, Xianxua gradually calmed down. He counted them one by one. I carried a bag with me when I went out, but there were only 2 bottles of mineral water, a bottle of juice, a packet of biscuits, and 2 pieces of chocolate in it. Oh right, there's also a small flashlight that can be charged. This is my school bag. Before the monthly exam, the dormitory lights were off at night, so I used the flashlight to read. That's why I kept it in my bag and didn't take it out. The 2 of them took out their flashlights first. The moment they turned on the switch, there was no longer only darkness in front of them. With the help of the light, they could see each other's faces clearly. Qiyu smiled. Xianxia was startled, but he also smiled. Under the flashlight, Qiyu looked down at his sprained ankle. It's a little swollen, but it's not serious. I won't be crippled. Qiyu touched the white plastic switch and asked again, "Class rep, how long can your flashlight last?" Xianxia recalled. When I bought it, the package said that the strong light lasts for 7 hours and the small night light lasts for 50 hours. 50 hours? That's crazy. I like this flashlight. Quick, let's turn off the strong light and turn on the small night light. Okay. The small night light was a small bulb installed at the end of the flashlight. It was covered with a blue plastic cover. The light was not strong, but at least it was light. The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Qiyu also counted. I didn't bring a lot of things with me. There are a few fruit candies and 3 packets of biscuits in my shirt pocket. Manga gave them to me yesterday. I didn't eat them, so I put them in my bag. He counted with his fingers. 2 550-milliliter bottles of mineral water, a 300-milliliter bottle of juice, 4 packets of biscuits, 2 pieces of chocolate, 6 fruit candies, and a flashlight. We have to rely on these to hold on until someone comes to save us. Xianxia did not say any more discouraging words. We can definitely do it. Yes, we can definitely do it. Qiyu sat cross-legged on the ground. He covered his injured ankle with his hand and looked into the depths of the cave. Class rep, do you think we should go in and see what's going on? Qiyu said, the protagonists in comics usually find mechas, magical swords, or gates to another world in the depths of the cave when they're trapped. Xianxia also looked into the dark depths of the cave. The protagonists in wuxia novels will find secret martial arts manuals. Qiyu, are we going or not? Let's go. We're sitting anyway. Xianxia was still thinking about Qiyu's sprained ankle. Why don't I go in and take a look? Campus bell, can you wait for me here? No. Qiyu stood up with the support of the rock wall. There's only 2 of us. Let's go together. At least we can take care of each other. Another reason he could not say was that he was scared after listening to 2 ghost stories last night. Xianxia supported Qiyu with his arm and held a flashlight in his other hand as he carefully walked into the cave. However, they did not walk far before they reached a dead end. Qiyu sighed. We're all mortals. There's no magic array to another world here, and there's no secret martial arts manuals. The 2 of them walked back. After taking 2 steps, Qiyu suddenly stopped and turned to ask Xianxia, class rep, do you feel anything? What? Xianxia carefully felt and suddenly caught something. There's wind. Yes, I feel like there's wind too. The 2 of them lay on the rock wall and searched for a long time before they felt a different airflow on a large rock. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. Although this rock is too thick and we can't push it away, if there's wind, no matter where it comes from, we won't suffocate to death from lack of oxygen. Yes. The 2 of them sat back down near the entrance of the cave. The cave was so quiet that they could hear their own heartbeats. After sitting for a while, Xianxia stared at the faint light of the flashlight and asked, Beauty, how long do you think it will take for the people outside to find out that we're in danger? No one knows where we went, which direction we went, or which path we took. Lucier will find out soon. Because of the blood-sucking Lucier's blood after the 3000 m run, Chuyu's blood-sucking time was adjusted to the morning. If Lucier did not see him return before noon, he would definitely know that he could not go back. Yes, God Lu will definitely find out. He definitely will. Xianxia did not doubt this sentence that came out of nowhere. Instead, he firmly believed it. People would always subconsciously grab onto a little bit of hope. Under the light of the flashlight, they could see the stones on the ground. Xianxia pinched a few in his hand and moved his fingers like he was playing with a Rubik's Cube to relieve his anxiety. Beauty, why aren't you afraid? I won't lie to you, I'm really scared. As I told myself to calm down, I couldn't help but feel afraid. I'm only 17 years old. I haven't even taken the college entrance exam. I haven't even seen my parents. Will I die here? When I think about it, I can't stay calm. Qiyu thought for a while. Probably because I'm not afraid of death. He said the word death very easily. Qiyu also stared at the little light of the night light. His mother had already given up on him, and she was usually so busy with work. If he really couldn't go back this time, Xianxia would probably be sad. However, Xianxia had never been a person who would let her emotions run wild. Therefore, she would probably go back to work very soon. His brother and sister would definitely cry. However, they would soon fall in love, get married, have children, and have their own careers, families, and futures. Time would easily wear away the sadness. Lucier. Qiyu felt as if his heart was being squeezed by something. He felt a little uncomfortable. If he died, what would happen to Lucier? That day in the classroom, Lucier said that if he could only live for a few years, he would give him a few years of blood. If he could live for a few hundred years, the blood would be his until he died. Or, the two of them would just die together. This way, after Lucier died, he wouldn't suck other people's blood. Qiyu thought, what about me? If I died before you, would you let others suck your blood? No, probably not. After all, in this world, there was probably no other little monster who sucked blood like him. He didn't want anyone else to suck Lucier's blood. Not at all. The darkness seemed to be able to devour all the bright emotions. Qiyu leaned against the cold, wet rock wall. He even suddenly had the thought that it didn't matter if he died here. After all, he was a blood-sucking monster. No. Qiyu shook his head and stopped himself in his heart. He couldn't have such thoughts. After an unknown amount of time, an unbearable dry itch and slight pain suddenly appeared in his throat. When the familiar heat surged through every blood vessel, Qiyu realized that he was thirsty for blood again. Ever since he had Lucier's blood, Qiyu hadn't experienced this kind of unquenchable hunger for a long time. Every nerve in his body felt like it was being roasted over a bonfire. The blood vessels in his temples throbbed, and he had the illusion that they would explode in the next moment. Qiyu shifted his position and pressed his hot palms against the rock wall. Class rep, I'm going to sleep for a while. I'm a little sleepy. Xianxia was in a daze. When he heard this, he nodded. Okay, go ahead and sleep. Although he said he was going to sleep, Qiyu didn't really fall asleep. His mind drifted back and forth between sleep and wakefulness. What appeared in his mind unconsciously was Lucier's sleeping face sunk into the white pillow when he woke up in the morning. In the blink of an eye, it became a large swarm of black bats flapping their wings and suddenly flying out of a pitch-black cave. In a daze, there was a light at the entrance of the cave. Qiyu muttered, "Is someone here to save us? Campus bell, are you awake?" When he heard Xianxua's voice, Qiyu slowly woke up and realized that he had just been dreaming or hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes. Yeah, I'm awake. The flashlight was placed on the ground, like a small lighthouse in the darkness. Xianxia was worried. Campus bell, are you sick? I heard that you were breathing heavily just now and thought that you had a fever. But when I touched your forehead, I didn't think so. Your temperature is normal. Qiyu shook his head. I don't have a fever. His voice was a little hoarse. At this moment, Qiyu smelled a faint bitter smell. After a while, Qiyu realized that Xianxia had an injury on his lower back. This should be the smell of Xianxua's blood. He hadn't noticed it before because he wasn't hungry. Now that he was hungry, he instinctively became sensitive to the smell of blood. Oh yeah, I found a good way. Xianxia said excitedly, don't my flashlight have a battery indicator? There are 5 bars in total. The small night light can stay on for 50 hours. That means that for every indicator that goes off, about 10 hours will pass. Qiyu smiled and said, yeah, that's right. This way, we'll know the time. When the second indicator went off, Chiyu's reaction had already begun to slow down. His heartbeat pounded against his eardrums, and his brain was in a daze. He repeatedly pressed his burning palm and the back of his hand against the cold rock wall. Hearing a soft sound, Chiyu smiled and said, "Class rep, your stomach is growling." He pointed at the biscuits. "Do you want to eat some first?" Xianxia was so hungry that he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He didn't expect that Chiyu would hear his stomach growling. He was really hungry, but he also knew that they only had so much food. Chiyu knew what he was thinking. "It's okay. We have 4 packets of biscuits. You can eat one and drink some water. After eating, go to sleep and have a good rest." After hesitating for a while, Xianxia didn't object. He opened a packet of biscuits, took out 2 biscuits, and quickly stuffed them into his mouth. He poured some water into his mouth and swallowed the biscuits. Only then did the hunger in his stomach subside a little. Xianxia fell asleep. Chiyu reached out and took out the remaining biscuit from the packet. He put it in his pocket and pretended that he had eaten the biscuit too. In the villa. Seeing Fang Ziki come in, Manga stood up abruptly and asked hurriedly, "How is it? Did you find them?" "It's still the same. There's no progress." Fang Ziki drank some hot water to get rid of the cold moisture on his body. The search and rescue team is already in place, but the most troublesome thing is that they can't confirm the exact location of the campus bell and Xianxia. He gestured a number with his fingers. This time, the landslide on Qingming Mountain collapsed in 3 places. One is in the south, and the other 2 are in the north. People have gone to all 3 places and are looking everywhere. But digging without a destination is not only inefficient, but it's also a waste of rescue time. Manga basically didn't sleep. There were dark circles under his eyes. He slapped his forehead and thought hard. When the class monitor took the campus bell out, I asked where they were going to find the Matsutake. The class monitor said that we should try our luck. They had recalled the scene when Xianxia and Chiyu left countless times, but they couldn't find any useful information. Manga leaned on the table and said for the umpteenth time, "If only I could stop them when they went out." Li Hua patted Meng Ji's shoulder and didn't say anything. Fang Ziki put down his cup and suddenly remembered. "By the way, where's God Lu?" Li Hua shook his head. "I don't know. God Lu went out last night and hasn't come back until now." He still remembered clearly that Lu Shi's face suddenly turned pale when he learned that Chiyu had been confirmed to be missing and that they didn't know if she had died. There was even a moment when he was worried that Lu Shi wouldn't be able to stand firm. Meng Ji's eyes were red. He wiped the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand and said in a muffled voice, "We were still telling ghost stories last night. Why did it suddenly become like this? The campus bell and the class monitor are both so good. They must be fine, right?" Li Hua turned his face away. His eyes were very red. Outside the villa, Shi Yaling, Chu Shi, and Chu Xian were all listening to the expert analysis of the search and rescue team. According to the students, they went out between 7:30 and 8 o'clock in the morning. According to their walking speed, this is the furthest they could go. But we can't rule out the possibility that they were washed down by the mudslide and buried. And Chu Shi's assistant hurriedly ran over and whispered into Chu Shi's ear, "Young Master Yu's classmate is looking for you." Chu Shi wanted to say that he would go later, but when the words reached his mouth, he changed his mind and said, "Mom, brother, listen first." Chu Shi walked to the courtyard of the villa. A 16 or 17-year-old boy was standing on the lawn. His entire body was soaked by the rain. His clothes were sticking to his skin and his body looked thin. His clothes were a little dirty. It was probably because he had walked through the forest for a long time. There were a few scratches on his clothes. There were also bloodstains on the back of his hands from branches and vines. His back was straight, but he seemed to be holding on to his last breath. Once his last breath was gone, he wouldn't be able to stand still. When Lu Shi heard footsteps approaching, he turned around and looked at Chu Shi. Chu Shi met Lu Shi's dark eyes. For some reason, she felt that there was no vitality in his eyes. It made her feel a chill in her heart. She composed herself and said, "I'm Chiyu's older sister. Are you looking for me because you have some clues?" Lu Shi's hair was wet from the rain and stuck to his forehead. His voice was very hoarse as he said, "Bring a few technicians with you and follow me. I found Chiyu's location." The group of people walked through the forest. It was undeveloped and there were no roads. They had to rely on people to pass through the lush vegetation. Chushi followed behind Lu Shi and saw that the back of his hand that was hanging by his side had been cut by the thorns of the plant. Blood flowed out and dripped down. Lu Shi didn't seem to feel any pain. He didn't react at all. She wanted to remind him, but when she opened her mouth, she decided against it. The forest was surrounded by the same scenery on all sides. It was impossible to tell the direction. Chushi was puzzled. "How did you determine Chiyu's location? Did he tell you anything before he left?" "My intuition. I can sense his location." His tone was very firm, but Lu Shi wasn't completely confident. At the moment of the landslide, Lu Shi's heart tightened. After that, he walked through the forest alone for an unknown period of time. He vaguely sensed that there might be a special and secret connection between him and Chiyu. Before Chushi could question him, Lu Shi turned around and said, "There's an 85% chance." Chushi took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Chushi decided to take a gamble. She trusted him. When it came to Chiyu, she wasn't willing to give up any hope. They stopped at an ordinary spot. Lu Shi closed his eyes and then opened them again. He said, "This is the place. With the position I'm standing at as the center, I have a radius of 50 meters, including the mountain wall." He looked directly at Chushi and said, "Trust me." Chushi gripped her phone tightly and stared at Lu Shi. "Okay, I believe you." Half an hour was obviously very short, but every second seemed to be infinitely long. It was as if she could hear the ticking of the second hand. Until the detection technician said excitedly, "Found it. The person is inside the mountain. He should still be alive." Click. The gears snapped together and the hour and minute hands started to move normally. Lu Shi subconsciously placed her hands on the rough trunk of the tree and barely managed to stand firm. He was still alive. Chiyu was still alive. He was still alive. Lowering his head, Lu Shi's lips curled into a smile. In the cave, Chiyu suddenly heard a loud noise. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids and found that Zhang Yuashan had also stood up. Zhang Yuashan walked a few steps and listened carefully. However, the surroundings returned to silence. "Campus bell, did you hear that sound just now? It wasn't my imagination, right?" "No." Chiyu was weak. "I heard it too. It wasn't an illusion." Zhang Yuashan sat down again. He wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. He pressed his hand to his forehead and said, "Yes, someone must have come to save us." Chiyu wrinkled his nose and asked, "Class rep, are you injured again?" The faint bitter smell in the air became more obvious. Chiyu was attracted by the smell of blood. His stomach spasmed painfully and the dry itch in his throat became more obvious. He was so thirsty. He really wanted blood. "It's nothing. You were sleeping just now, so I stood up to move around. I didn't expect the ground to be so slippery that I fell. I pressed my palm against a rock and bled a lot." Zhang Yuashan showed the wound on his palm. "When we get out, I'll just bandage it. It's just that the cave is filled with the smell of blood. It's stuffy." After chatting for a while, Zhang Yuashan looked at the flashlight and frowned. "Campus bell, don't you feel that the night light is not as bright as it was at the beginning?" Chiyu's vision was blurry. He tried hard to look at it. "It seems to be a little." As he said that, the night light dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it went out. F***ck, what happened to the promise of 50 hours of brightness? Why did it run out of battery so quickly? They were in the cave and had no concept of time. But 50 hours was definitely not enough. Chiyu covered his stomach with his hand and laughed. "Class rep, don't be angry. Save your energy. I'll listen to you." Zhang Yuashan was disheartened. He sat down on the ground and was quiet for a while. Then, he began to recite the ancient text. Chiyu listened, and not long after, he fell asleep in a daze. After some time, Chiyu woke up again. This time, he was pushed awake by Zhang Yuashan. He could feel that Zhang Yuashan's hand was right above the tip of his nose. Zhang Yuashan was bending his fingers to check his breathing. There was blood on the wound on his palm. There was a faint bitter smell. Qiyu swallowed his saliva instinctively. Blood. No, he couldn't. Qiyu restrained his instincts. Class Republic F***. Zhang Yuashan subconsciously retracted his hand and took half a step back. I was scared to death. I thought you had fainted. I couldn't wake you up no matter how hard I tried. No, I was just too hungry and fell into a deep sleep. Qiyu wanted to divert his attention. He suggested, let's talk. It's so dark and there's no light. It's so scary. Sure. Zhang Yuashan said, I did a question a few days ago. He talked about everything. He talked about questions that he didn't know how to answer, about playing basketball with Mango, about his third-grade deskmate, and the games that he liked to play in the past. Qiyu responded to him from time to time. Suddenly, he heard Zhang Yuashan ask, Campus Belle, do you have someone you like? Qiyu didn't react for a moment. Someone I like? Zhang Yuashan was a little embarrassed. Actually, I have someone I like. I've liked her for a long time, but I didn't dare to say it. When I see Manga going jogging with the girl he likes every day, I'm quite envious. Qiyu asked, who do you like? A girl from the next class. You probably don't know her. Her skin is very fair, she has neat bangs, her eyes are big, and her face is very small. I think it's about the size of my palm. She's carrying a pink school bag with a little rabbit hanging from the zipper. She's very cute. Then why didn't you confess? I was afraid that it would affect her studies. Zhang Yuashan was even more embarrassed. Also, what if she doesn't like me? Not only can I hide it, but I can also secretly look at her. Campus Belle, if we're brothers, you must help me keep it a secret when we go out. Don't tell her. Zhang Yuashan paused for a moment. If we can't go out, then I've told you before that in this world, I'm not the only one who knows about this crush of mine. Qiyu comforted him. Yes, I already know that you like her. Okay. Zhang Yuashan asked again, what about you, Campus Belle? Do you have a girl you like? Me? Qiyu thought carefully. I don't have a girl I like. That's right. Your requirement is that the girl has to be prettier than you. I think in our school, only Godlu can meet this requirement. Haha, Campus Belle, you'll be alone for the rest of your life. Lu Shi's face flashed past Qiyu's eyes. Suddenly, a sour and bitter feeling rose in his heart. Lu Shi, Lu Shi, Lu Shi. Qiyu realized that he missed him a little. For the rest of the time, Qiyu was in a daze. The high heat that surged all over his body made him exhausted. His limbs lost strength and his chest felt like it was being squeezed. Just breathing took all his strength. His consciousness was blurry. He couldn't even tell if he was in reality or in a dream. It wasn't until Zhang Yuashan dragged him into the depths of the cave that there was a loud bang. A large amount of light surged in and penetrated the darkness. Zhang Yuashan called out to him, Campus Belle, it's not an illusion. It's not a dream. Someone is here to save us. We're saved. We're saved. As he spoke, he started to cry. Qiyu slowly opened his eyes. The light pierced his eyes. Qiyu vaguely saw a figure approaching him. Soon, he was hugged tightly in that person's arms. It was an extremely familiar aura. Qiyu leaned his head on Lu Shi's shoulder. His eyes were half closed and his thoughts were unclear. He subconsciously whispered, Lu Shi. Yes, I'm here. His whole body unconsciously relaxed. Qiyu thought of something and wanted to whisper in Lu Shi's ear. Lu Shi sensed his intention and leaned closer. What do you want to say? Then he heard Qiyu's lips close to his ear. In a hoarse voice, he said weakly, Lu Shi, I didn't suck anyone else's blood. I promised you that I would only suck your blood. End of chapter 44. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.